Hi, this is Nellie H. Steele, Sovereign of Suspense and author of Shadow Beasts. This is an original audiobook written by me, produced by Novel Idea Publishing, and read to you by a real human narrator. Enjoy the story.
Shadow Beasts, a magical library urban fantasy novel. Shelving Magic, Book 1. Written by Nellie H. Steele. Narrated by Dana Allen. Chapter 1. Paige Turner frantically scrubbed at the wet stains dotting her silky turquoise blouse, the cheap paper towel wadded into a clump, doing little to remove the muddy marks. Instead of lifting the spots, her blouse now sported beige flecks. Her shoulders slumped as she fought the losing battle in the tiny bathroom stall. She glanced down at her ruined outfit. She couldn't show up to her interview looking like this. With renewed vigor, she whipped a fistful of toilet paper from the roll and tried again. Her elbow banged off the aluminum door as she wiped a spot on her skirt. She winced, rubbing at the sore spot and stomping a high-heeled foot against the grimy tiled floor. A chunk of chocolate eclair wedged behind the toilet caught her eye. She grimaced at it, wondering who would eat within the filthy coffee shop bathroom. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her flaming red hair began to escape her chignon as she returned her attention to salvaging her outfit, cursing the bus that had sped past her as she stood on the street corner. It had hit a large mud puddle from last night's thunderstorm with such intensity that the mud had splashed clear up to her thick, square-framed glasses. Tears formed in her eyes as she tossed the wad of toilet paper into the toilet and collapsed onto the seat with a sigh. She'd earned an interview for the position of librarian at the Shadow Harbor Public Library. She might as well kiss the job goodbye if she showed up like this. And she needed this job. The $3.67 balance in her checking account necessitated landing it. She sank her chin into her palm, letting her other hand drape over her knees. Should she go to the interview? She glanced down at her soiled clothes, filled with muddy stains and wet spots. Hopefully it won't matter, she said with a sigh. The door to the ladies' room creaked open. The din of the morning rush at the coffee shop beyond floated in on the air. A pair of reptile print, spiked heels clicked across the floor. The door to her stall jimmied as the woman tried to push inside. "Occupied," Paige called. A disgusted sigh escaped the woman's lips, and she stamped the red sole of her designer shoe against the cracked tile. "Are you going to be much longer?" Paige knit her eyebrows, her nose crinkling. "There's another stall." "Whatever, I'll wait. Just hurry up, okay?" She narrowed her eyes, offering a stony glare at the graffitied door. She tugged her arm upward to adjust her black, plastic-rimmed glasses. Her wrist snapped back before it reached her face. She yanked at it again, her forehead crinkling. With a shake of her head, she closed her eyes, puffing out a long breath. Her bracelet had caught her hosiery. Pulling too hard would snag her pantyhose. Not pulling at all meant she'd have her wrist stuck to her knee. "Hello, are you coming out?" "Yes, just a moment. My bracelet is caught on my pantyhose." Should she pull off the hosiery? Her pale skin, betraying the long hours she spent with books, changed her mind. She leaned forward and squinted at the bracelet. Filled with 8 charms, it had been the only thing left with her when she'd been dumped outside of a convent as a 3-day-old baby. Gingerly, she wiggled the small dragon charm, its barbed tail stuck between the fine knit, refusing to come loose. Paige teased the tail from the fabric. It popped loose, leaving behind an imperceptible hole that would likely be covered by her pencil skirt. She breathed a sigh of relief as she lifted her tote bag and stood. Her lips formed a grimace as she felt something race down her thigh, over her knee, and onto her shin. She winced, letting her gaze fall to her legs before she squeezed her eyes shut. A large runner in her stockings peeked from under her skirt and continued down to her ankle. Her head fell between her shoulder blades. "Maybe no one will notice," she murmured, as she tugged the door open. It stuck until she jimmied the flimsy aluminum loose, flailing her arms to stay upright. With the door open, she straightened her open front blazer and stepped out of the stall. The restroom's other occupant eyed her up and down, an expression of disdain crossing her uppity features before she shoved past Paige into the stall and slammed the door shut. Her chunky heels clicked across the stained tile of the coffee shop's small bathroom. With her sore elbow, she pushed open the door and crossed the small cinnamon-scented coffee house. Cars buzzed past as she stepped onto the sidewalk. Traffic had picked up considerably since she ducked into the popular shop 1 block from the library. How late was she? She glanced at the large clock tower looming over the city's center. Her jaw fell open as a groan escaped her plump red lips. She slung her bag over her shoulder and sprinted toward the crosswalk. Her ankles wobbled as she attempted to run in her heels, dodging cars trying to merge into cross-traffic. Horns blared at her. She waved an apology and continued down the next block, past an apothecary, a bakery, and a corner bookshop. The tan columns of the library rose from atop the stone steps in front of her. She stared up at the building with the words, Shadow Harbor Public Library, carved into the stone. With the back of her hand, she swiped at a wayward lock of hair before hurrying up the steps. She skidded through the door onto the penny tile floor as the clock tower chimed 9. Paige gulped in a deep breath, trying to stop her chest from heaving as she stepped to the circulation desk. She straightened her shoulders and raised her chin. Paige Turner to see Veronica Lauren. I have an interview. The blonde behind the desk arched an eyebrow at her as she picked up a phone and pressed a button. She replaced the receiver after a moment and forced a smile onto her face. You can head upstairs. She's with another candidate and will call you in as soon as she's finished. Thank you, Paige said with a curt nod. She spun on her heel and crossed to the large curved staircase leading up. She wrapped her fingers around the cool bronze railing as she climbed. The aroma of aging books filled her nostrils as she swept her eyes over the lower level. Rich, dark, curved wood bookcases filled the space as far as her eye could see. Polished wooden tables sat near large windows on the west wall. Study carrels filled the rear of the room. It would be a dream to work here. She only had to land the job. Paige flicked her gaze up. An open door loomed in the center of the wall at the back of the gallery. A wooden bench sat next to it. Paige tiptoed to the bench and eased onto it. As she settled onto the wooden slats, her back pressed against the tan wall, the wood cracked underneath her. She winced, glad the bench stayed upright despite its protest under her minimal weight. She slipped her tote from her shoulder and placed it on her lap before she rearranged it in front of her, trying to hide the large run in her pantyhose. Voices floated from the room next to her as she dug into her bag for her resumes. Rhodes Scholarship Program provided me with an opportunity I wouldn't have otherwise had. Another voice, unintelligible to Paige, answered. A Rhodes Scholar? Paige ruminated. Great. She wouldn't stand a chance. She adjusted her glasses as she stared down at her pitiful curriculum vitae. A good GPA for her master's degree in library sciences topped it, but it came from a small local college, not Oxford. It was also several years old. She'd graduated from her program years ago and failed to land a job in her field. She swallowed hard as she smoothed a crease from the corner of the page. Of course, I fluently speak Latin and ancient Greek, along with 3 other modern languages. Fluent in Latin? Paige whispered. Is she serious? She flicked her glasses upward again as the other voice spoke in a tone too quiet for her to make out. With pursed lips, she drummed her fingers against her thigh. The louder voice spoke again, growing louder as the sentence continued. Served 18 months with the Peace Corps, which allowed me to learn about several unique and otherwise unknown cultures in the South American jungle. Paige rolled her eyes, gagging over the latest comment to float through the door. I bet she saves endangered animals by nursing them by hand while hanging from a banana tree in the rainforest, she whispered. The voice grew louder. Of course, if there's anything else I can add to help with your decision, please reach out. I listed my email, cell phone, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok accounts on my CV and business card. Paige's heart thudded. Panicked thoughts raced through her brain, ranging from her less than impressive qualifications, to the run in her stockings, to her lack of a TikTok account. She fidgeted on the wooden bench, earning another protest from the furniture piece. 2 women appeared at the door, one a tall goddess of a woman, with a crown of sleek, straight blonde hair and a shoulder-length bob framing her sculpted countenance. Her perfect makeup accentuated her best features and made any bad ones non-existent. Her tailored navy skirt suit covered a crisp white satin blouse. The polished leather of her briefcase gleamed in the overhead lights. The second woman, a foot shorter than the first, pulled a pair of glasses from her round face, allowing them to fall on a gold chain against her black blazer. Dark hair pulled into a French twist framed her medium-toned skin and light blue eyes. She offered a pleasant smile to her candidate. Paige bounced from her seat, clutching the tote bag in front of her, and thrust her hand out. Her resume fluttered to the floor, hitting the hardwood with a slap that resounded through the library. "Paige Turner, you're 9 a.m. The blonde flicked her gaze to Paige, her eyes roaming up and down her disheveled form. With a soft scoff, she returned her attention to Veronica. "I cannot wait to hear from you regarding this wonderful opportunity." She thrust her hand out and pumped Veronica's up and down with expert precision. With the grace of a cat, she spun on a spiked heel, offered a final disdainful glance to Paige, sashayed to the stairs, and wandered down them gracefully, her hand lightly grazing the brass handrail. Paige swallowed hard as she gazed after the quadlingual Rhodes Scholar interviewing for the same position as her. Or was it quintlingual? Was there a word for fluent in 5 languages? "Ms. Turner," Veronica's voice called, pulling her to reality. Paige snapped her head toward the woman, shoving her glasses up her nose again. "Yes, that's me, Paige Turner." She offered a lopsided smile before she gasped, offloading her tote bag to her left hand and shoving her right hand out to the woman. With a crinkled nose and a tentative smile, the woman grasped her hand. "Come in." She motioned toward the office and stepped toward it. Paige followed her before retreating to retrieve her wayward resume from the floor. She hurried into the well-lit office, cursing the overhead lighting that highlighted every dirty spot on her skirt and blouse. She plopped into the chair opposite Veronica's before shooting back up to stand, realizing she hadn't been invited to sit yet. Veronica slid the glasses onto the edge of her nose, then glanced at Paige, who hopped from foot to foot in front of her. "Please sit, Miss Turner." "Thank you," Paige squeaked as she collapsed into the chair again. She set her tote bag on her lap to cover her stained outfit. The ungainly handles smacked her on the nose as they settled backward. She squeezed her eyes closed as she slid the bag to the floor. She smoothed her crumpled resume against her thighs before setting it on the desk. "I brought a copy of my resume in case you need it." The woman arched an eyebrow as she grabbed it between her thumb and index finger, tugging it toward her. She forced another smile. "Thank you, though I do have a printed copy, unless this one is updated." She glanced expectantly at Paige. "Oh, no," Paige said, waving her hand in the air before she shoved her glasses upward again. "Same one that I sent in when I applied." The woman offered a tight-lipped smile as she swept the mangled CV into the trash can next to her desk. "Let's begin, shall we?" Paige nodded, with another adjustment of her glasses, clasping her sweaty hands together in her lap. "Give me an example of a time during any previous employment positions where you've had to use ingenuity to solve a problem, and how did the situation turn out?" Paige licked her lips as her mind scoured her previous employment experience for anything that could be used as a form of ingenuity. She blew out a breath and launched into what she hoped would be an inspiring story. "Once, when I was working at the Shop and Go, we ran out of straws for the ices, and a mom came in with her 8-year-old, or 9-year-old, maybe. I'm not sure. Let's go with 8.5. Anyway, he wanted an icy, but there were no straws, so I opened a candy straw and gave them that." She grinned at Veronica, who raised her eyebrows high. "Oh, I didn't finish my answer. The kid was pretty happy, so I'd say the situation turned out well." Veronica flicked her gaze to the CV on her polished desk. She jotted a short note before she used her pen to peruse the other lines. Paige swallowed hard as her interviewer arched an eyebrow at the paper. "It says here you studied the classics. I didn't see this in your coursework, though. Can you expound on the training you received?" Sure. So I don't have any formal training in terms of coursework, but I have read all the classics. Actually, I've read quite a bit. I'm a real bookworm. Always a book in my hands. I'm familiar with everything from the classics to cozy mysteries. The library is really a dream job for me because I love books that much. I've been interested in reading since I was small. I got shuffled around a lot in the foster care system, and reading was really my safety net. No matter what house I was in, I could always escape by reading. So you didn't actually study the classics, you've just read them, Veronica repeated. Yes, along with many, many other things. Like I said, I just love books. Paige grinned at her. The woman nodded with narrowed eyes as she tapped her pen against the resume. Uh-huh. So you believe your love of books qualifies you to be the librarian? Well, no, Paige said, adjusting her glasses for the umpteenth time. But I think it's an added bonus for both the library and me. Having someone who really loves books and understands how important they are to society can make a big difference in how the library runs. You do understand this is mostly an archiving position? Yes, of course, I do, Paige said, knocking her glasses with her knuckles again. Yes. Veronica stared down at the paper again with puckered lips. Paige clenched her hands into fists, digging her nails into her palms. You have a degree in library sciences. I do, Paige exclaimed with a nervous chuckle. That is over a decade old, Veronica finished. Well, unless there is anything else you'd like to add, I think we've got everything we need. Do you have any questions for me? Yes, I have a list I prepared, Paige said as she dove into her tote bag, desperately searching for her notebook and pen. She retrieved the mangled, coil-bound notebook and a pen. With a flick, she flipped it open and scanned her sheet. After spotting the lengthy list jotted on Paige's paper, Veronica pulled her glasses off and let them dangle from their chain. Ms. Turner, perhaps I should stop you here. I'm so sorry, but I'm just not sure how your application ended up in our final interview pile. The woman glanced down at it again. I can only assume it was a mistake, and I am very, very sorry for having wasted your time, but to be honest, you're simply not as qualified as our other applicants. She let her shoulders slump as she flipped the notebook closed, trying to temper the disappointment coursing through her. She squeezed her lips together and nodded. She offered a fleeting smile at the woman while she shoved the notebook into her tote bag. Tears stung her eyes as defeat pulsed through her veins. She'd just blown her one chance at her dream job. Thank you for your time, Paige murmured as she wrapped her fingers around her tote's faux leather straps. She hefted the bag upward. Her bracelet ripped into the unfettered leg of her pantyhose. She swallowed hard as she tried to tug it free. It wouldn't budge. She froze, sliding her eyes closed for a moment. I'm sorry, she breathed as she dropped the tote onto the floor and used her newly unfettered hand to try to free the bracelet. My bracelet is stuck. This happened earlier, hence the tear in my hose. That was after a bus raced past me and splashed me with mud from head to toe. Veronica pulled open a drawer and dug around for a moment before passing over a pair of scissors. Perhaps this will help. Oh, thanks. It's just the tail of the dragon is stuck. It has this little barb on the end of its tail, and it rips into everything. The woman lifted her chin, glancing over the wide desk at Paige's struggle. Her eyes narrowed, and she rose from her chair and circled her desk to approach Paige. She whipped on her reading glasses and stared down at the bracelet as Paige twisted and turned it, trying to free it from the black fabric. Where did you get that? Paige stopped tugging at the bracelet for a moment, readjusting her glasses. The bracelet? Veronica nodded, a crinkle in her brow as she stared at Paige. It was in the basket with me when my mother left me outside a convent as a baby. Veronica's eyebrows rose toward her hairline, and her jaw unhinged. This bracelet was with you when you were abandoned? Paige nodded as she continued to wiggle the dragon charm around. The nuns said it was the only thing with me, not even a note. The woman crossed back to her side of the desk, her fingers tracing over the highly polished surface as she stared into space. Ah, there. Got it, Paige said with a smile. She lifted her wrist and wiggled it in the air. Again, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. She placed the scissors on the woman's desk and slid them toward the blotter. Holding her left arm in the air so she wouldn't snag herself again, she gathered her tote with her right hand and stood. Have a nice rest of your day. Paige sidestepped around her chair and headed for the exit. Ms. Turner, Veronica said before Paige stepped out the door. Paige twisted to face her. Did I forget something? Veronica nodded at her, swiping something off her desk. Your key. The woman held a key card and a small key ring toward her. Paige offered her a confused glance. Those aren't mine. They are now. Welcome to the Shadow Harbor Public Library. You are the newest librarian. Chapter 2. Paige stood in stunned silence at her words. She pressed her lips together, her eyebrows pinching. Her glasses slid down her nose, and she inched them back up. I'm sorry? I think I may have misunderstood what you said. Did I get the job? Veronica skirted around her desk and grabbed Paige's hand, turning her palm up. She pressed the keys into her hand and pushed her fingers closed. You got the job, Ms. Turner. Paige tugged her eyebrows tighter together. How? She asked, before an expression of shock took hold of her features. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Thank you. This is, well, it's fantastic. A dream come true, really. Given what you said moments ago, I'm shocked. I'm sorry about that. I missed a few lines on your application. I need new glasses. Paige crinkled her nose at the statement. She didn't wish to look a gift horse in the mouth, but the woman had literally told her she was underqualified for the position when compared with the other applicants, then offered her the job on the spot. We should get you to HR, Veronica continued. The paperwork with those folks is endless. The woman glanced up and down Paige's outfit. Oh, unless you'd prefer to change and come back. Oh, right, Paige said, glancing down at her disheveled attire. I don't normally show up for work in this condition. I just had a terrible morning. Sounds like it. Well, I hope your luck is turning around. Do you live close? Paige nodded as she clutched at the handles of her bag. About a 15-minute walk. Well, that's perfect. I'll get the information down to HR while you run home and change. By the time you get back, they should be ready for you. Be prepared to sign. Veronica looped her arm through Paige's and led her toward the stairs. When you return, come straight up to my office, and I'll take you down personally to HR. Oh, and don't ditch the bracelet. It's your lucky charm. Paige glanced down at the silver charms dangling from her wrist before flicking her gaze back to Veronica and nodding. Okay, see you soon. She plodded down the stairs, wobbling on her heels and glancing behind her at the woman standing at the top. She swallowed hard as she stepped onto the penny tile floor at the bottom, worried that she should have declined the offer to change her clothes. Would she come back and find this was all a horrible joke? She glanced down at her closed right hand. A set of keys and an electronic key card peeked from between her fingers. It couldn't be a joke. She had the keys. She had the job. After a final glance and tentative smile at Veronica, she pushed through the door and into the crisp fall air. As she descended the stone stairs, her gaze flitted around the city. A broad grin formed on her face. For the first time in a long while, she smiled at the world. The bright oranges, reds, and yellows of the trees dotting the city's sidewalk smiled back at her. A few leaves drifted from their branches and collected on the stairs as she descended them. Paige picked up an orange maple leaf, twirling it in her fingers by its stem. She tossed it into the air, eyeing it as it flew, limned against the crisp blue sky before it floated downward in a slow waltz to the ground. As she watched the leaf dance, she took her final step down to the sidewalk. Her heel caught, and she wobbled for a moment, flailing her arms. It proved a losing battle, and she toppled to the ground, sprawling against the concrete. Her glasses flew off, skittering across the ground and hurling toward the street. Her tote bag landed several feet away, its contents spilling across the sidewalk. She hit the ground hard, scraping her left knee and her right palm. She winced as she stared at the angry red scratches. Her hand almost pressed against her face as she struggled to see. Are you okay? A man inquired. Huh? Paige asked, squinting as she searched for who spoke. Without her glasses, the world blurred into an unidentifiable mess. I lost my glasses. I can't see a thing. A figure squatted in front of her, sliding a mangled pair of glasses back onto her face.
Sorry, they got a little damaged before I got them. I think a truck ran them over.
Paige blinked a few times. A spiderweb crack obscured part of the vision in her right eye. She inched the glasses a little higher. That's okay. I have another pair at home. I break them continuously. She offered a nervous chuckle as she flicked her gaze at the stranger. Dark eyes stared back at her from a tanned face. Full lips with a slight curve formed a smile as he smoothed a lock of wavy, dark, cheek-length hair back toward his ear. The lock failed to catch, springing forward again and dangling in his face, touching his long, dark lashes. Paige stared at him for a moment too long, admiring the handsome, chiseled jaw, the high cheekbones, the deep-set eyes that bore into her. Her heart thudded against her ribs as he held her gaze. Was he flirting with her? Her lips pulled back in a half-smile as she considered the possibility. She'd never met anyone this gorgeous, and he seemed quite taken with her. She leaned toward him, imagining they might kiss like in a movie.
Whoops,
he said as she leaned.
Are you woozy?
Oh, Paige exclaimed, her face reddening. I thought maybe you were hurt. You weren't getting up. I thought maybe I fell on you and you rolled an ankle or something. He chuckled, his face transforming as his white teeth gleamed in the fall sunshine. Paige laughed too.
You're leaning on my foot.
Her chuckle quieted. She flicked her gaze down, and her eyes slid shut as she spotted her hand pressed firmly on his boot. With a slight shake of her head in admonishment to herself, she lifted her hand and pushed herself straighter. Sorry, she whispered. He rose to stand as soon as she relinquished his foot.
No worries,
he answered as he glanced around. Oh, geez, my stuff. It's everywhere. Paige clambered to her feet, diving for her tote bag.
Let me help you,
the stranger said in his deep voice. He retrieved a few items from the sidewalk, along with the key card that had landed in the mulch near one of the trees she'd been admiring before she took her spill down the stone steps. He rubbed the prismatic card on his leather jacket before he handed it back to her, along with the other items he'd collected. Thanks, she said, her voice defeated as she shoved them into her tote.
Was that a Shadow Harbor Library access card?
Paige brushed dirt off her skirt with a sigh of disgust. Huh?
That little key card. Do you work here?
Oh, Paige said with a huff. She smoothed the dangling piece of hair away from her face. Yeah, I just got hired, believe it or not. They didn't realize what a klutz they were getting. She glanced back at the building rising behind her. Hopefully I don't knock over the bookshelves and ruin the entire library. The wayward hair fell into her face again, and she blew out a breath, sending it flying into the air before offering an awkward grin. Anyway, thanks for finding my glasses. He offered her another warm smile, his eyes lingering on her for a moment longer than they should have.
Well, I guess I should say congratulations.
A genuine smile spread across her face. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He stared at her again with a smile before he added,
Well, I'd better let you get back to your first day on the job.
Paige nodded and smiled at him, her voice lost as he began backing away toward the corner. He grinned at her until he spun on his heel and disappeared around the building. As her pulse slowed from the encounter, she chided herself for not getting his name, his number, or giving him her name. What an idiot I am, Paige said, slamming her palm into her forehead. He probably wasn't even interested. With a shake of her head, she took a step toward the street, preparing to cross, when a bus whisked past. A spray of water splashed upward, pummeling her for a second time. She squeezed her eyes closed and pinched her lips into a frown. At least I got the job, she said with a sigh as she hurried toward her apartment. She wound through Shadow Harbor's streets, still feeling upbeat despite the mishaps that befell her earlier. She wished she had someone to call or text, but she spent most of her time reading, and with no family, she had no one with whom to share the news. Her apartment building rose in front of her, a white stone building with interesting distinguishing features, the most notable being the two gargoyles perched on the corners of the roof. Paige shot a glance up toward them as she skipped up the stone steps and pushed through the door. The decaying iron and glass door creaked on its hinges as it swung inward. She stepped onto the dingy tile, her feet sliding on the worn grooves. Centuries of people had wandered into this entryway before Paige. The building, a remnant of the city's architecture from the early 1800s, had only had its floors updated once during the Roaring '20s. What had not been updated since the building's construction was the access to the upper floors. With no elevator, Paige mounted the well-worn stairs and began her climb to the 4th floor. She readied her keys as she reached her floor and wandered down the hall to her apartment. She admired the brass markers on her door. As she ran her fingers across them, the 3 at the end of her apartment number let loose, swinging downward and wobbling from the bottom tip of the number. She narrowed her eyes at it as she righted the number and pounded it onto the door again before sliding her key into the lock and bursting through the door into her generous yet dated apartment. She dropped her tote bag next to her entryway table where she dumped her keys. "Dickens!" she called, her voice echoing off the plaster walls. "Dickie, I've got big news!" Paige flung her heels onto the floor and peeled off her blazer. "Dickens, don't be coy. I don't have much time." She peeked into her living room, scanning her shabby couch and armchair, but finding them empty. Against the far wall, her beloved bookshelves rose from floor to ceiling around an ornate fireplace. She gave them a smile before she hurried into her bedroom. She tossed the blazer onto her threadbare duvet before she crossed to her dresser and tugged open a drawer, digging for a tunic and leggings. As she hurried to her closet, she caught sight of herself in her standing full-length mirror, the only other splurge she'd made when she moved in, outside of her bookcases. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. "Ugh," she squealed. "How did I ever land the job looking like this?" Her eyes roamed her person, noting the brown mud spots on her blouse, the dirt smudges on her skirt, and the 2 runners in her stockings. She tore off the clothes and stuffed them into a garbage bag instead of the hamper before she pulled on her red leggings and heart-patterned tunic sweater. She pulled the bobby pins from her hair, allowing her red mane to cascade past her shoulders. After a shake, she ran her brush through it, smoothing it back into a high ponytail. She retrieved a pair of riding boots from her closet and plopped on the bed to tug them on. As she zipped up the second boot, a mewling sounded. A furry head poked from under the mattress before crawling out and sitting at the edge of the area rug with his back to Paige. "Dickens! There you are!" The gray tabby twisted to glance back at her before returning his attention forward, licking his paw before raking it over his face. "Well, hello to you, too," Paige said with a roll of her eyes. "Nice of you to join me. At least I can tell you my big news before I leave." The cat glanced back at her again. "I got the job!" Paige exclaimed, grinning at the cat. "Are you proud of me?" The cat returned his gaze to the doorway. "Well, I'm proud of me. Of course, then I fell down the stairs outside." Paige rolled her eyes at herself as she pulled her glasses off and tossed them in the wastebasket before retrieving a new pair from her drawer. "Good thing I keep an extra set of these. Now I'll have to order another backup pair." The cat mewled at her. "Yes, I know, Dickens. I'm a klutz. A handsome stranger helped me, though." The tabby twisted to glance at her again. "For a second, I thought he was interested in me, but really, I was just leaning on his foot and he couldn't move." Heat rose into Paige's pale cheeks as she recalled the embarrassing incident. "Anyway," she continued, setting her foot down on the worn area rug under her bed, "they offered me the job on the spot." She grinned at the tabby as he flicked a narrow-eyed glance at her. Her grin quickly faded, replaced by a consternated expression. Why did they offer me the job? That was kind of weird, especially since they said I wasn't qualified. With a deep exhale, the cat sauntered from the room. Paige puckered her lips at the animal as he sashayed out the door, pausing a moment to rub his whiskers against the jam. "You can't bring me down," she shouted after him. "This is too good of a job. A dream job." Paige stood and smoothed her sweater, crossing to the mirror for one final check before she headed out the door. She raised her chin as she stared at her reflection. "This job is going to change my life." A shiver snaked up her spine as she uttered the words. Why had she been offered the job out of the blue? Was there some problem with the position? But will it change my life for the better? Paige shoved the negative thought from her mind as soon as it entered. How bad can it be? Chapter 3. After flashing a grin at her reflection, Paige hurried from the room, grabbing her tote and keys and ducking out the door with a promise to Dickens to return with pizza. Within a quarter of an hour, she climbed the stairs of the library and slipped between the massive columns holding the roof at bay. She swung the brass and glass door open and crossed to the curving staircase. As she put one foot on the first stair, a voice interrupted her climb. "Excuse me," the voice shouted, echoing throughout the quiet space. Paige winced and twisted to face the speaker. The woman manning the desk circled it and thundered toward her. "You can't go up there." Paige swallowed hard, pushing her glasses against her nose. I'm sorry. Miss Lauren told me to head straight to her office when I got back." "Got back?" "Yes," Paige said, a smile spreading across her face. She stuck her hand out toward the woman. "I'm Paige Turner. I was just hired as the new librarian." The woman arched an eyebrow at her. "You?" Her smile waned, and Paige pulled her hand back, her fingers bending closed and her fingernails digging into her palm. Yes." The woman narrowed her eyes at Paige, flicking a brunette curl over her shoulder as she considered her tale. "I'm sure Veronica can clear this all up," Paige said with a nervous giggle. The woman opened her mouth to speak when a new voice entered the conversation. "Oh, good. You're back." Paige flicked her gaze in the direction of the voice. Veronica descended the stairs toward them. "Thank you, Olivia. I can take it from here." Olivia's dark brown eyes betrayed her surprise as she swallowed hard. "Sorry, Miss Lauren. I didn't realize." "It's all right. Miss Turner will be joining us as the archive librarian. She just ran home to change before filling out her HR paperwork." Olivia offered a penitent smile and nodded first to Veronica, then to Paige. "Welcome aboard," she whispered before she spun on a heel and returned to her post behind the rounded wooden circulation desk. Veronica reached the lower level and studied Paige for a moment. "You look a bit less disheveled now." Paige glanced down at her fresh clothes. "Oh, yes. Don't worry, I'll dress more professionally when I come in. I just grabbed the first thing I could find and threw it on for the sake of expediency." She adjusted her glasses again with a nervous smile. Veronica arched an eyebrow as she glanced at Paige's outfit again. "I think those clothes would be perfectly fitting for your role here." She motioned for Paige to follow her. They crossed toward the tall bookcases. Paige's ponytail bobbed as she hurried to keep up with Veronica. She shot a glance at Olivia behind the circulation desk. The woman's eyes subtly followed her as she pretended to stare down at a computer screen, her chin dipping low to her chest. Paige noted her neat, businesslike attire. "I thought," Paige said, returning her attention to Veronica. Veronica glanced over her shoulder as she wove through the stacks. "You were hired as an archive librarian. You won't be working in the public eye. Wear whatever you're comfortable in." "Right," Paige said with a puff of breath. "Archivist, behind the scenes." Veronica pressed her lips together in a tight-lipped smile and gave a curt nod. Her heels thudded across the thick carpeting covering the floors between the ornate bookshelves. Paige tightened her fingers around her tote's faux leather straps as she followed Veronica down a corridor tucked in a back corner. Harsh lights shone down on the aging vinyl floor, much more utilitarian than the floors in the main library. An ugly shade of yellow beige covered the walls in the narrow hall. Army green doors lined it. Paige figured her office would be somewhere in this unattractive section of the library. At least she'd be able to enjoy the beauty of the rest of the library when she came in and left every day. Veronica pushed through a door on her left. The hinges protested as she stepped inside toward a small waiting area. A burgundy chair with plastic arms sat next to a metal-legged table, sporting a wilted plant with a dead flower. A few cubicles were scattered on the edges of the room, their faded blue fabric walls enclosing the workers behind them. She scanned the space, wondering how much latitude she'd have to bring cheer to her workspace. A round brunette waddled from within a cube, her necklace bouncing as she ran a hand through her curly hair. It sprang back into place as she hurried toward Veronica and Paige. Her blue eyes smiled, despite her frantic behavior. "You must be Paige," she said with a smile as she stopped in front of them, the rubber soles of her Mary Janes squeaking on the flooring. Paige extended her hand as Veronica introduced her. "Joe, this is Paige Turner. I think you have her CV already and all the information you need to get her paperwork processed." The woman nodded as Veronica continued. "Paige, this is Joanna Warwick, one of the HR team. She'll get everything sorted for you." "Thank you," Paige said, breathless with excitement as reality set in. "I'll leave you in Joe's capable hands." Veronica patted Paige's shoulder. "Welcome aboard, Paige. You're going to make a great librarian." Paige smiled and nodded, her ponytail flicking as she followed Veronica's departure. "Follow me," Joe said, her shoes squeaking as she spun and hurried back toward her cubicle. "So, you just got hired this morning, huh?" Paige strode after her, slipping into the small cubicle. "Have a seat," Joe said, before Paige could answer. She shuffled through the papers that littered her desk. Paige sank into the plastic padded chair, her elbow banging off the metal arm. She winced as she rubbed at her stinging funny bone. "Yes, this morning. I'm really excited to start." Joe offered her a breathy chuckle, her eyes flicking to Paige before she tapped a stack of papers on her cluttered desk and plopped into her chair. It wheeled back across the cube and smacked into the temporary wall in the small unit. Joe shoved on a pair of black reading glasses as she dragged herself back to her cluttered desk. She blew out a long breath, rustling the curled bangs hanging against her forehead. "Okay, we've got a bunch of things to fill out. We'll start with this basic information collection form." She nudged a paper toward Paige with a pen. "Fill that out with your contact information, emergency contact, and all that good stuff." Paige flexed her fingers around the pen a few times, trying to stop her hand from shaking with excitement as she printed her information in each rectangular box. When she finished the form, Joe snatched it back and scanned it. Then she set it aside and grabbed another form. "This is your contract. Open-ended, so there is no expiration, which basically means you do not need to worry about performance evaluations and contract renewals annually. This also outlines your compensation on page 2. Please review that the figure matches what you discussed with Veronica, and sign and date on page 3. Paige nodded as she accepted the sheet and scanned page 1, containing the standard legalese for job contracts. It occurred to her as she flipped the page that she had not discussed compensation with Veronica at all. She couldn't imagine the wage to be unacceptable. It should certainly be better than her job at the mini-mart. She searched the page for the hourly rate, or salary, if she was lucky. She found it halfway down the paper, typed in a different font on a long underlined space. Her lips parted as she read it, and she murmured in surprise, I think there's some mistake here." Joe glanced over momentarily, clacking around on her keyboard as she entered the information Paige had given her moments earlier. She reached for the black phone to her right. "That's the number I got from Ronnie. Is it not correct?" Admittedly, we did not discuss salary terms at my interview, but this cannot be correct." Joe lifted the receiver. "I can give her a call." "No," Paige said, waving her hand in the air. I'm not complaining or asking for a change, but surely this is a typo, is what I mean." Joe's lips formed a frown, and she lifted her eyebrows as she peeked over the top of the sheet Paige held. After a slow shake of her head, she said, "No, that's what she told me. $250. $250,000? Paige choked out. "You're sure?" "That's what she said. Like I said, if you were expecting more, I can call her." She poked a finger at the phone. No, Paige answered, shaking her head as she balanced the pen between her thumb and forefinger. "Just wanted to be sure." With an arched eyebrow, Paige scratched her signature across the third page, agreeing to the salary more than 4 times anything she'd ever thought she'd make. "And if you have a check on you, we'll attach that so you can get paid with direct deposit. If you don't have one, just bring one in before Friday." "Oh, I've got one," Paige announced, rummaging through her bag for her checkbook and tearing a check from within. After voiding it, she handed it over. Joe stapled it to the contract and added it to the stack. Okay, next we have the NDA and then the healthcare and retirement stuff, and we'll have you out of here. NDA? Paige asked. Non-disclosure agreement? Paige adjusted her glasses and let out a chuckle. Yes, I realize what it stands for. I guess I'm not really understanding why there's an NDA. Can I not share the books we're archiving? Joe chuckled and shrugged. I really couldn't tell you. I just know the terms say you cannot disclose anything you work on at the library. Why? I can't say. I don't know enough about what archivists handle to conjecture. I'm sure Ronnie can explain if you have more questions. Paige nodded and smiled, adjusting her glasses again as she accepted the next form, scanned it, and signed on the indicated line. She completed the paperwork for what appeared to be a generous healthcare plan and retirement package. And I think Ronnie said you had your keys already and your keycard. Then we'll just need to snap a photo for your ID and connect it to your keycard. Okay, Paige said as she leapt to her feet. Ronnie said to meet her tomorrow morning at 9, and she'll give you a tour, show you your workspace, and get you started. Okay, great. Oh, before I forget, Joe said, bending over and grabbing a thick red folder. Here's your onboarding information, tells you how to access your email, healthcare portal, all that good stuff. Paige accepted the folder and stuffed it into her tote as Joe led her from the cube. Her rubber soles squeaked across the tiles as she bustled toward another blue cubicle. She knocked on the plastic rim and poked her head inside. A glasses-clad man with shaggy blonde hair twisted to face her. I got the new girl. She needs an ID. All right, the man answered, already clicking around on his computer. Joe smiled at Paige and waved her into the workspace. Brendan will get you all taken care of. Paige settled into the plastic chair in the room as the sound of Joe's squeaking shoes grew fainter. She bumped her glasses higher on her nose and turned to find a large image of her face sprawled across Brendan's monitor. Okay, ready? He inquired after a minor adjustment to the camera perched on the top of his monitor. Yes, Paige answered, forcing a smile onto her face. Her lips formed an O as she added, Oh, wait! Brendan clicked his mouse button, capturing an image of a shocked-looking Paige. A printer across the space revved up, and a small plastic card spit out seconds later. Oblivious, Brendan swiped the card from the printer, slid it into a protective cover hanging from a purple Shadow Harbor Library lanyard, and handed it over. Oh, did you have a question? Paige pressed her lips together as she stared down at the less-than-flattering photo on her ID before looping the lanyard around her neck. I was just going to ask if I should remove my glasses. Nope, no need. And I just need your keycard, and I'll connect it to your ID badge. She handed over the keycard, and he tapped around on the keyboard. Her surprised image flashed across the screen again. She narrowed her eyes at the bold white letters highlighted in a red band, flashing at the top of the screen. Level 8 security clearance. Approval needed. Brendan tapped a few more times before handing the card back. Okay. Looks like you've got a security clearance well above my pay grade. He offered a laugh that ended in a snort. So, as soon as Ronnie approves the request, your card will be linked to your identity. Now, it's really important that if you should ever misplace your keycard or lose it, or think it's stolen, to report it right away. That way, we can disable access and flag any access attempts that follow the report as not you. You know, in case of theft or anything like that, you'll be in the clear. Theft? Paige questioned. Who would steal from the library? You'd be surprised. Anyway, just... A beep emanated from Brendan's workstation. Ah, you're all set. Ronnie approved the access. Where was I? Oh, right. Just let us know if you ever lose or misplace the card. Right, Paige said, sliding the key card back into her tote bag. I'll guard it with my life. With level 8 clearance, you may want to hire a bodyguard. That's the highest clearance level. He snorted another laugh at his joke as Paige stood and stepped from the cube. She offered a breathless laugh before she squeezed the handles of her tote. Well, thanks. I guess I'll be seeing you around the office. Doubt it, Brendan said, closing out of the massive picture of Paige and returning to an Excel spreadsheet. Level 8ers?
Don't hang around these halls.
Paige drew her chin back toward her chest. Her mind flitted through the areas of the library. She hadn't seen other offices on the top level. She assumed she'd be back in this hall, or in one similar. Where will my office be? Brendan pointed to the floor.
Downstairs.
Paige jabbed at her glasses as her eyebrows shot skyward. There's a downstairs?
Yep, Brendan answered. Behind a key-coded door. Have fun.
He swiveled away from her and returned to clacking on his keyboard. Thanks, Paige murmured, tugging her brows tight. She wrinkled her nose as she strode from the HR offices and down the starkly lit hall. The warm lighting of the library soon enveloped her. She scanned the space, her gaze floating upward to the tall bookcases and the gallery with more bookcases circling above her. As Paige stepped into the crisp afternoon air, she turned to stare up at the library where she now worked. Her features pinched, and she glanced down at the ID badge swinging from her neck. She cupped it in her hand and stared at the surprised picture with her name below. Turner, Paige. Clearance level, 8. She flicked her eyes back up to the library's facade. What kind of library had 8 security clearances? And how did she get to the top tier after that terrible interview? Chapter 4. Paige winced as she darted up the stairs at lightning speed and popped through the door to her apartment with the piping hot pepperoni pizza. "Dickens!" she called. She kicked the door shut behind her, hurried to the kitchen counter, and dumped the pizza box on it. She shook her hands, staring at the reddened tips and groaning. The gray tabby rubbed against her legs as she studied her burned fingers. "There you are," she said, ignoring any remaining discomfort and scooping the cat into her arms. She rubbed his head as she circled the counter and flung open a cupboard. She grabbed a faded green plate from the meager stack of 3 before balancing on her tiptoes to fish a glass from the shelf above. "Why did I put the glasses this high, Dickie? They're almost impossible to reach." She set the cat on the dull linoleum and pulled a napkin from the holder on the counter. With the glass and serviette stacked on her plate, she delivered them to the coffee table before scurrying back from the living room for the pizza and a soda. After settling herself cross-legged on the couch, she flung the box open and inhaled the cheesy aroma. She murmured, lifting a slice from the small pie. Strings of cheese stretched as she pulled it onto her plate. She broke them with a finger, licking the grease off and wiping her hands before freeing a slice of pepperoni. Dickens slinked into the room, arching his back and rubbing his side against the table leg. Paige flicked her gaze to the tiny tabby, cocking an eyebrow at him. "Yes, I will share." She offered him the pepperoni slice, and after a cursory sniff, the cat snagged it from her grasp and crawled under the safety of the coffee table to consume his prize. "We're celebrating," Paige announced as she cracked open her can of root beer. Before she could take a sip, the cat returned, meowing at her for another slice of pepperoni. "I haven't even taken a bite yet." She slumped her shoulders and freed another piece from the gooey cheese. "Good thing I got extra." After a few bites, she wiped her hands on her napkin and patted the cushion next to her. Dickens leapt up and curled into a ball, purring with a full belly. "You're not going to believe the salary I'm getting, Dickie," Paige said, dipping her crust into the garlic butter. The cat side-eyed her with half-closed eyes. $250,000! She flashed him a wide grin as he offered a purr-filled mule. "Yup, and full health benefits. A retirement package, too. We hit the big leagues this time, boyo." She slid another slice of pie onto her plate and bit into it. As she chewed, she knit her brows. "I'm really starting to suspect that salary is a mistake." The cat stretched before curling into another ball next to her, his eyes sliding shut. "I guess you're right. Nothing to worry about. The pay's got to be better than the shop and go. And we don't need much." A thud sounded above them. The cat's eyes shot open, and he twisted onto his belly. She let her gaze float upward as another crash sounded. Dickens' ears flattened against his head, and he hissed. "I swear, Dickie, they must have installed bowling lanes up there." After a few more thuds, Paige shook her head and shouted at the ceiling, "Give it a rest already!" A few more loud percussion booms resounded, while Paige polished off her third slice of pizza. She settled back on the couch after flicking the pizza box closed. A few minutes of digging in the cushions produced the television remote. She clicked on the device across the room and scanned through the offerings on her streaming service, selecting a movie about a woman who inherited a Scottish castle with a unique secret. With her plaid blanket snugged over her, she curled closer to the furball next to her. A small black and white dog bounded around on the screen as the movie opened. When the woman spoke her first words to the pup, a bang from above drowned them out. Paige clicked pause, squashing her features. Ugh, again? Will they ever quit? If we miss her opening statement, we'll have no idea about her character. She backed up several seconds and replayed the scene. Halfway through the woman's line, a loud scraping resounded from above. Oh, come on, Paige shouted, emphatically pressing the pause button again. She waited a few more moments, but the noise didn't subside. With a sigh, she swiped her phone from the coffee table and tapped around. Oh, this movie was based on a novel, Dickie. While I'm certain the book is better, I would very much like to watch this movie and relax before I start my new job tomorrow. She shot a glare at the ceiling, her features pinching in annoyance. She drummed her fingers against her thigh while she waited for the noise to stop. If my salary really is as high as they said, the first order of business will be to find a new place to live. This new neighbor upstairs is exceptionally annoying. After another 10 minutes, Paige flung the blanket back and rose from her comfy spot. That's it. I'm going up there and confronting them. This has been going on for over an hour. Paige stalked across the room. And while I understand they are just moving in, a little consideration wouldn't be out of the question. It sounds like they're dropping every piece of furniture they own on the floor. With a muffled shriek, Paige whipped open her door and stormed up the stairs, making a beeline to the apartment directly above hers. She pounded against the door before crossing her arms tightly over her chest, her foot tapping the worn floor as she waited. With her lips pressed together, she shook her head and lifted her fist to knock again. She swung her hand forward, smacking into her upstairs neighbor's face as he flung the door open. "Oh my goodness!" she exclaimed, stumbling back a step. "My apologies. I was attempting to knock on the door, not your face."
No problem, the man answered. Is there something I can do for you?
Paige recovered from her shock and focused on the man in front of her, leaning casually against the door jamb with his forearm. His bare chest, rippled with muscles, gleamed with sweat. He flashed her a grin, showing off his perfect white teeth. "You!" Paige exclaimed, her jaw agape. In front of her stood the handsome stranger who had returned her glasses after her less-than-graceful spill down the library stairs. He nodded and grinned again, narrowing his eyes and pointing a finger toward her.
The librarian, right?
Yes, that's right. You helped me after I fell earlier today. Thank you again. He waited a few moments before he said,
So, how did you find me?
Oh, Paige stammered around, searching for an explanation. The thing is, I'm your neighbor. I live in this building, downstairs. Right, downstairs.
Oh, great. Nice to know.
I came up because, well, the thing is, I realize you're moving in, but... The man crossed his arms over his chest, leaning a shoulder against the door.
But...
Well, I just wanted to see if you needed any help. He lifted his eyebrows and glanced over his shoulder into the apartment.
Oh, well, that's nice of you, but I think I've got it mostly under control.
Paige nodded and offered a nervous smile and a half chuckle. I'm sure you do.
Hey, sorry about the noise. I've almost got the furniture where I want it. It shouldn't be much longer.
Paige waved her hand in the air. Oh, not at all. Don't worry about it. It's no bother.
Oh, good.
He grinned at her again, arching a dark eyebrow as he stared into her eyes. They stood in silence for a moment before he said,
I don't think I caught your name.
Paige Turner, Paige said, thrusting her hand forward. He grasped it firmly, giving it 2 pumps before he said,
I'm Devin LeBlanc.
Silence fell between them again before Paige gave him another nervous smile and said, Well, Devin LeBlanc, welcome to the building. And if you need anything, I'm just downstairs.
Thanks a lot, Paige Turner. I'll be sure to remember that if I need a cup of sugar.
Paige adjusted her glasses as she nodded before she shook her head. Oh, I don't keep many baking supplies. Devin waved his hand in the air.
Just a figure of speech.
Oh, right, yeah, duh. Paige hesitated a moment before she spun away. With a quick wave, she offered a final grin. Have a great night, and welcome again. Devin waved before swinging the door closed behind him. Her hand lingered on the newel post at the corner of the stairs. She squashed her lips together before she forced herself to return to her apartment, slammed the door behind her, and flicked the lock. She spun to face the interior, leaning against the door. Well, Dickie, the good news is our new neighbor should be done moving furniture soon. She stalked across the apartment and collapsed on the couch next to her furry friend. The other good news is the new neighbor is the gorgeous stranger I literally fell into on my way out of my interview. She absent-mindedly stroked the cat's fur as she recalled the incident. Another loud bang sounded above her. She jumped at the noise, swallowing hard as she relaxed back into the cushions. Another thud sounded overhead, followed by several rapid bumps along the floor. Paige blew out a long breath. Maybe I shouldn't have gone so easy on him. After 3 more thuds, she let her head fall backward and stared at the ceiling, waiting for a crack to appear. Why did I let him get away with it? She righted her view and puckered her lips into a frown. Because he was cute, that's why. Oh, Paige, she chided herself. Why did you let him sweet-talk you just because he's handsome? She balled her hands into fists and wrinkled her nose. It was the shirtless chest. That's what did it. Beside her, the cat began to purr as she continued her babbling. She sighed again. I suppose I didn't let him sweet-talk me. He is, after all, moving in. There's bound to be some noise as he gets his furniture in place. Another loud thump, then an ear-splitting shriek. She shot her gaze upward, and she screwed up her face. Seriously? She scrubbed her face with her hands as she waited for the noise to die down. After a few moments, silence filled the room. Finally, she said, breathing a sigh of relief. She snuggled deeper into the couch cushions, aimed her remote at the television, and pressed play. Guess what, Riley? The on-screen actress exclaimed as the little dog danced at her feet. The remainder of her words were obscured as a blast of loud, heavy metal burst from the apartment above her. Her features pinched in frustration as she jammed the pause button and glared upwards. Are you joking? She screamed after a few moments of the music. The music showed no signs of subsiding. Paige leaped from her seat and paced the floor, her fists curling and uncurling. I'm going to confront him again, she shouted to Dickens over the music. She took 2 steps toward the door before she stopped. With a shake of her head, she let out a muffled scream. I'll never be able to do it. He'll just flash me that grin, and I'll back down. She paced the floor for a few more moments. The music thudded against her ceiling until her head pounded. Dickens glared upward before slinking off the couch and disappearing through the door to the bedroom. Maybe you've got the right idea, Paige called after her furry friend. She followed him into her bedroom. His gray tail disappeared under the bed. While the music still thumped at only a slightly softer volume, she sighed. I wish I could crawl under there. With another shake of her head, she glanced across the room, spotting her tote bag. She narrowed her eyes at it before she strode toward it and grasped the handles. I've got a better idea. She tossed the straps over her shoulder and flicked her ponytail as she flashed a glance at the bed. I'll be back later, Dickie. I've got some homework to do. Within 20 minutes, Paige stared up at the dark facade of the Shadow Harbor Library. 2 teens sat on the stairs leading to the now closed front doors. Paige smiled at them as they shared the books they'd checked out, discussing which they'd begin to read first. It reminded her of her own love of reading. She'd grown up in neighboring Grayburg, but the library hadn't been as grand as this one. But she had vivid memories of sitting on the cement floor in the basement, selecting which Nancy Drew book she'd read next. At her first opportunity, she moved to the much larger town of Shadow Harbor. The harbor town not only boasted a big, beautiful library, but far more for a young woman to experience. Though Paige did little experiencing, preferring to curl up with a good book, or maybe a movie based on one. After a last glance at the giggling teens, Paige circled around the library, finding a back entrance with a card reader. She dug through her tote and retrieved the key card. She squeezed it between her thumb and forefinger, staring at it for a moment before she waved it in front of the black box. She found herself somewhat surprised when the red light flicked to green. She tugged on the black steel door in front of her. It swung open freely. Paige swallowed hard as she stared into a back hall of the darkened library. "Hello?" she called in a meek voice that echoed off the walls. She took a tentative step inside, her foot hovering over the threshold as though she were committing a crime by entering. She licked her lips and put her foot down on the floor. She brought her other foot inside and let the door swing shut behind her. "I work here now," she reminded herself under her breath. The door clicked shut and the hall darkened further. She took a few steps down it, soft lighting from the library's main room glowing at the end of the hall. She traced her fingers along the wall as she inched toward the main room. She recognized the HR office through a small window in the door as she passed. With each step, she grew braver. She strode into the large central room with its many bookcases and second-floor gallery, holding her chin high and rolling her shoulders back. She stood for a moment, gaping at the dimly lit room. She stalked further into the room, running her fingers over the spines of the books of the nearest bookshelf. She inhaled a deep breath, the smell of aging books filling her nostrils. A grin filled her face as her eyes scanned every space and every detail in the Gothic-style library, from the heavy wood bookcases to the spiral columns holding the ceiling at bay, to the old penny tile floor. She loved every inch of it. She worked here. She stressed the words to herself in her brain over and over. It didn't feel real. "I work here," she repeated as she stepped under the domed skylight over the entryway and circulation desk. She threw her head back to stare up at the starry night sky through the glass. The waxing crescent moon glowed overhead. She flung her arms out to the side and shouted, "I work here!" Her voice echoed throughout the space, and she giggled at her own giddiness. Paige spun herself in a circle with her head thrown back, arms outstretched, and her ponytail flying. When the effect turned dizzying, she slowed to a stop and stumbled toward a bookcase. She climbed 2 steps up onto a nearby ladder before she kicked the ground, sending the wheeled mechanism flying down the bookcase. Its wheels squealed along the brass rails as she sped along from one end to the other. She leaped off the ladder as it smacked into the end of the rail, and then she dashed up the circular stairs leading to the gallery above. She grazed her fingers over the iron and brass railing, skipping along past the bookcases upstairs. She stopped where she had a full view of the bottom floor and scanned the space. She spotted the hall she'd emerged from moments ago. Her gaze continued along, finding a hall marked with a restroom sign. "Good to know," she whispered, allowing her gaze to continue its journey across the space. As she reached the last corner, her shoulders slumped. "So much for that," she said as she took a step toward the stairway leading down. She froze, shifting her weight backward and pinching her eyebrows while she studied a dark spot in the corner. "There you are," she said with a grin, identifying a single red light glowing against the back wall. She raced toward the spiral staircase and hurried down it, and then she spilled onto the tiled floor below. With a determined stride, she headed for the light she'd spotted moments ago, threading through the bookcases and to the darkened back corner. A dark door with a keycard reader next to it stood hidden in an alcove. Paige pulled the keycard from her tote bag and held it for a moment before she waved it in front of the security device. The light switched from red to green, and a beep sounded, along with a lock clicking. Paige reached for the handle and tugged. The heavy door swung toward her. Her feet slid as the weight of the door pulled her forward. With a grunt, she shoved the door aside and disappeared through it. A darkened hallway met her gaze. The dim light she used to glean any details disappeared as the door swung shut behind her, the lock mechanism clicking into place. Paige swallowed hard, suddenly unsure. She dug into her tote with unseeing eyes, her fingers feeling around for the hard form of her phone. Her fingers wrapped around a set of keys. She cocked her head. What were they for? she'd used the key card for entrance to both areas. She dropped them back into the bag and continued her search. As she shoved items aside, her bracelet caught on the bag's lining. "Oh, come on," she fumed. "Not now." Paige wiggled her arm, trying to free it without ripping the bag's interior. With a curse under her breath, she dropped to a knee and set the bag on the floor. She dove into the bag with her other hand until she finally stumbled upon her phone. She freed it and toggled on her flashlight. With the phone clenched between her teeth, its light aimed at her trapped hand, she worked to free the dragon's tail from the lining. "Finally!" she exclaimed as the barb popped away from the fabric, leaving only a small pinprick. With a long exhale, she stood and shoved the straps back onto her shoulder. She aimed her flashlight down the hall. The light beam disappeared before it reached the end. She frowned and crept forward, swinging the beam from one side to the other. Portraits filled the walls. Paige wondered who they might be. Perhaps patrons of the library, or its original builders. She'd have plenty of time to explore later, she figured, as she aimed the beam down the hall again. An opening appeared, a black hole leading to nowhere, it seemed. Paige reached it, shining the beam into the opening. A staircase led down to another level. "Maybe this is where I'll work," she mused. With a shrug, she wandered through her logic aloud. Archivist, working in the basement. Makes sense. With a decisive nod, she took a tentative first step down, then another. She swallowed hard as she reached another key-carded door at the bottom. "This isn't creepy at all," she said, trying to convince herself. She mashed her lips together and waved the key card in front of the pad. The light flashed to green, and Paige tugged on the door. It didn't budge. She tried again, waving the card and pulling hard on the door. It didn't move. A frown formed on her features, and she tried a third time with no luck. "What in the world?" she questioned. She shined her light at the door, finding a small keyhole near the handle. She brushed her fingers against it before her eyebrows shot up. Keys! She dug in her bag and retrieved the keys she'd dropped into the pocket moments ago. She shined her light at the keyring, finding 5 keys attached. "Which one?" she asked. She tried the first bronze key. It wiggled, but did not turn, even after she waved the key card in front of the reader. With a sigh, Paige tried the next key, a black key with a skull on top. It did not budge. She moved on to the third key, a worn golden key with a wing on top. She narrowed her eyes at the symbol before she shoved the key into the lock. It spun easily, and after waving the card in front of the reader, she tugged at the handle. The door creaked on its hinges as it began to swing open. A darkened room lay beyond. She spotted the glow of a small light somewhere outside of her line of vision. Dark blobs dotted the space. She squinted at them as she eased the door back. A growl sounded. Paige froze with the door open a crack. Her eyes grew wide, and she fought to identify the source of the noise. A scuffle from inside sounded. "Hello?" she called. As her answer, a shrieking screech bellowed from within. Chapter 5. Paige let the door swing shut in front of her. It slammed with a resounding clap in the small stairway. She stumbled back several steps until she fell into the steps, sprawling on them and hitting her backside hard. "What was that?" she breathed. She leaned toward the door, straining to listen for another sound. With a lick of her lips, she scrambled to her feet and approached the door. Then she pressed her ear against it. Her keys still swung from the lock. Paige turned them again and raised her key card when a shout stopped her.
"Hey!"
A new voice called from behind her. Paige spun on her heel and stared up the steps. A blinding light shined in her eyes, and she raised her hand to shield her face.
"What do you think you're doing down there?"
The deep voice shouted. Hi. Hello," Paige said, waving with her raised hand. The light still shone directly on her, and she raised her arm even more. "Can you move the light, please? I can't see a thing."
"Not until you tell me who you are and what you're doing slinking around the private level of the library."
Okay. I'm Paige. Paige Turner. I'm the newest archivist. I was just hired this morning."
"And they told you to come back here now?" the man questioned.
"No, not exactly," Paige admitted. "Really, could you lower the light? I've got an ID badge here I can show you, and a key card and keys." A moment of silence passed before the man's voice boomed down the stairway.
"Toss the key card up here."
"Oh, okay. Sure." She dropped to her knees and dug through her bag. "Just a second. It's in here somewhere." She grinned at the man nervously as her fingers searched blindly for the piece of plastic. Finally, her fingernail snagged against the fabric lanyard. She frantically fought with her fingers to wrap around the cord, and she tugged it out of the bag. "Here we go," she called. "Got it." The ID badge dangled from her hand as she waved it triumphantly with a broad grin.
"Toss it up."
The smile faded from her face. "Right. Okay." She palmed the badge and freed the lanyard from around her finger. With a swing, she launched it upward. It smacked into the ceiling and flopped onto the second stair from the bottom. "Sorry," she called, grabbing it and flinging it up again. It clattered to a stop a few steps from the man. The light bobbled as the man stepped down toward it and swiped the card from the step. The light beam finally left her face as he flicked it to the card, then back to her face. Paige squinted against the bright light, wincing.
"Paige Turner?"
he said in a questioning tone. "That's me," Paige answered. The man clambered down the remaining stairs, holding the ID badge out toward her. His dark brown eyes studied her closer. Graying hair stuck out at all angles from his dark brown skin. "Thanks," she breathed, accepting it and sticking her hand out toward him. "Nice to meet you. And you are?"
"Otis Kirkland," the man said, accepting her hand. "Shadow Library Security."
"Security?" Paige inquired. "Oh, I didn't realize the library had security."
"Oh, yeah," Otis answered. "Been patrolling the library for 30 years.
30 years? Wow, that's a long time. Have you seen many break-ins?"
"I've seen my share of people doing what they shouldn't, like coming to work in the middle of the night with no warning."
Paige chuckled nervously and grinned at him. "Sorry, I was just going to look around. Tomorrow's officially my first day, but I like to get a jump on things." The man eyed her suspiciously.
"Uh-huh," he murmured. "Did they go over everything with you today? Tell you all the particulars of what an archivist does?"
Paige sucked in a breath. Not exactly. It's just that my new neighbor was really making a racket and I couldn't relax at home, so I thought maybe I'd pop in and take a look around." Otis narrowed his eyes at her.
"You may want to wait until tomorrow before you mess around with anything. Wouldn't want you getting hurt or anything."
"Hurt?" Paige wondered why he would say that.
"Come on, I'll walk you up,"
Otis said before she could question him. "Oh, okay. Just let me gather my stuff." Paige swiped the tote bag from the floor and stuffed her ID badge and key card inside. She righted the keys in the lock and tugged them out. Then she tossed them into her bag. Otis motioned to the stairs, and Paige preceded him.
"So, you're the new librarian, huh?"
"Yep, hired this morning."
"Well, congratulations. You beat out a lot of good candidates," he said, his white teeth gleaming in the darkened hall as they proceeded past the portraits. "You'll be joining a long line of a very special group of people."
He waved his hand to the walls. "Are these portraits of the previous librarians?" Otis clasped his hands behind his back and nodded.
"Mm-hmm, yep. I reckon they'll be doing your portrait soon, after the trial period, of course."
"Oh, right. Well, I guess that's sort of what drove me here tonight." Otis held the door into the main library open and motioned for Paige to step through.
"Thought you said it was your noisy neighbor."
"Oh, well, it was. I was all prepared to have a quiet evening of celebration," Paige said, adjusting her glasses. "I had a movie picked out and everything. And then my neighbor started moving furniture, and when he finished, he started blasting music. My cat ran into my bedroom and I followed him, wondering if it would be any quieter. It wasn't much, but I saw my bag and thought maybe I'd get out for a bit and get a jump start on my new job. I I really, really want to shine." Otis smiled and nodded at her as they reached the hallway leading to the back door.
"You will. I have no doubt about it. But you don't need to get into anything tonight. Head on home, get a good night's sleep, and Ronnie'll get you all squared away in the morning."
Right, you're probably right. I'm sure they have a specific system of archiving, and they'll explain it all to me. I wouldn't want to mess anything up before I even start.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they do, yeah. Like I said, best to wait until they explain everything to you.
Paige smiled and nodded as she clutched the straps of her tote. "Well, thank you, Otis. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around."
"Every night," he said with a chuckle and a finger gun.
"Sorry I scared you. I'll try not to do it again."
"Nothing to worry about," Otis assured her. "I hope you have an informative first day, and you like everything you hear."
Paige crinkled her brow at the statement, but offered another smile and a wave before she spun on her heel. She twisted back before she disappeared into the hallway. "Hey, Otis," she began.
"Yeah?"
"Did you hear anything before you found me? Like an odd screeching noise?" Otis's lips turned down as he shook his head.
"No."
"I could have sworn I heard—"
"Probably that old door creaking on its hinges," Otis interrupted with a chuckle. "Everything around here's old, even me."
Paige offered a nervous chuckle. The noise she'd heard hadn't been a creaky door. Far from it. But either Otis hadn't heard it, or he was lying about it. Either way, she wasn't getting any information from him. With a final good night, she whipped around and began her journey down the hall. She quickened her step as she strode toward the rear door. As she passed by the HR office, she twisted around, finding Otis still staring after her. With another brief wave, she returned her gaze forward and continued to the door. She pushed into the cool night air and glanced up at the moon. What had she heard when she'd opened the archive doors? And what had Otis meant by his odd statements about her getting hurt and liking everything she heard on her first day? Paige turned slowly and stared up at the library rising above her. Its decorative Gothic rooftop jutted into the starry night sky. Did the library hide some secret? As she pondered the question further, a bat screeched in the distance before fluttering around above her head. Paige grimaced at the creature and hurried from the alleyway to the sidewalk out front. The questions continued to plague her mind while she hastened through the streets back to her apartment. Autumn leaves swirled in eddies in front of her, blown by the gusty wind coming off the sea. She turned the corner onto her street and quickened her steps. Large drops of rain splattered the sidewalk as dark clouds blotted out the moon. Thunder rumbled overhead as Paige ducked into her building. She climbed the stairs and wound around to her apartment. Then she unlocked her door and slipped inside. The music that had blasted through the ceiling earlier had quieted. With a sigh of relief, she stalked to her bedroom and dumped her tote bag near the full-length mirror. She tugged her boots off and tossed them in her closet before changing into her pajamas. With her cozy plaid flannels on, she plopped in front of her vanity and teased the hair elastic from her long red strands. She allowed her hair to fall around her shoulders before she brushed it. Questions filled her mind as she repeated stroke after stroke, smoothing out her soft, straight locks. Dickens emerged from under the bed and pranced toward her, leaping onto the vanity top. "Hello, Dickie. Did you have a perfect nap?" she inquired with a tousle of his fur. The cat stared at her with his yellow-green eyes. "I heard something strange when I was at the library poking around earlier," she began, returning to her hair brushing. The cat's gaze shifted from Paige to the window across the room. His eyes focused on something, his gaze drifting as he followed motion outside the window. "What are you looking at, Dickie?" Paige inquired, furrowing her brow. She twisted and glanced at the window. With a shrug, she turned back. "There's nothing there, silly kitty." The cat's focus never moved. Paige shook her head, brushed through the final few strokes, and dumped the brush on the wooden vanity top. The cat's ears twitched as the brush clattered across the wood. Within seconds, Dickens's ears flicked toward the window. He murmured a meow before he leapt from the vanity and raced toward the window. And then he stood on his hind legs to peer out. Paige rolled her eyes as she stood. There is nothing out there." Dickens continued to stare out the window as Paige slipped under her worn burgundy duvet. The white frill poked from a few small holes. Paige stuffed it back inside and did her best to slide fabric over them. "Come on, Dickens. Time for bed." She patted the flat cover next to her. The cat continued his vigil at the window. Paige shook her head at him and switched off her light. "Suit yourself." She rolled onto her side, staring at the shadows formed on her wall by the street lights below her window. A mewling meow sounded behind her. Paige squeezed her lips together and sighed. Another cry and a growling meow. "Will you stop that, Dickens?" Paige called over her shoulder. The cat offered another low protest. Paige shoved her head farther into the pillow and closed her eyes. After a moment, she popped them open. She'd never sleep with the prospect of her first day of work looming over her. Nervous energy filled her. She stared at the wall across from her. She'd memorized every gouge and imperfection in it on her many other sleepless nights in the past. Now, she traced the outline of the corner, complete with the missing chunk that had been there when she'd moved in. She wondered on many occasions before how it had happened. Probably from slamming a piece of furniture during a move, she'd concluded, though she loved to make up fantastical stories about other ways it came to be. As she focused on it, her mind concocting another fantastical tale, a dark shadow slid down the wall. She squashed her eyebrows together and twisted to glance out the window. Across the room, Dickens darted toward the bed, his tail wide and full like a bottle brush as he growled and hissed. "What was that, Dickens?" Paige inquired, propping herself up on an elbow as she studied the window. The light outside flickered. A low growl emanated from under the bed. Paige tossed back the sheets and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Her bare feet touched the area rug, the fibers pressing between her toes as she slid off the lumpy mattress. With a hard swallow, she took a step toward the window. Another hiss emerged from under the bed. She glanced over her shoulder, a lock of her red hair falling forward as she scanned for any sign of her furry friend. "It's all right, Dickens," she assured him. The large black shadow slid past again, blackening the light reflected on her wall. She caught her breath as she spun back to face the window. With a lick of her lips, she took another step forward. Her toes curled as they touched the cold hardwood. She approached the large window, her fingers wrapping around the shabby lace curtain and tugging it away for a clear view. She scanned the street below, near the street lamp, finding nothing of interest. A shriek broke the night silence, and her gaze flicked upward toward the sky. The moon peeked in and out of dark clouds. Paige chewed her lower lip as she recalled the noise she'd heard when she'd opened the lower level of the library. Had it been the same wail? It sounded again, and she searched for the source, eyeing building tops and studying the clouds above. A black shadow shot past her window as she scoured the area. She stumbled back a step, losing her hold on the lace window covering. It slipped back into place as the window darkened again. Paige gasped at the sight. Whatever flew around outside seemed large. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, like a moth flying close to a flame and appearing to blot it out. Whatever it was, she'd never seen it in the night sky before, nor had she ever heard its cries. Paige approached the window again, tugging the curtain away. She scanned the outside in search of anything that could have flitted past the window. Her gaze fell to the ground below. She pulled her eyebrows together as she studied a dark object across from the street lamp. A shadow moved, shrouded in darkness. She squinted into the night, desperately trying to make out what stood 3 stories below. The thing moved, lumbering as though it struggled to walk upright. Paige pressed her fingertips against the cool glass. Drops of the evening's earlier rainstorm still clung to its outside. Her forehead smashed against the hard surface as she struggled to make out the creature below her. As the thing shuffled around the alley below, the street lamp flickered before the white bulb burst in a bright flash. The sound of glass littering the sidewalk crackled in the air. In the dim moonlight, the creature still milled around in the alley. Paige caught glimpses of it as moonlight shone off its back. Her breath fogged the window. She wiped at it, a squeak resounding. The creature's head snapped up, searching above it for the source of the slight sound. Red eyes glowed in the night. Paige shrank away from the window again as it scanned the sky above. With her nostrils flaring, she swept back the sheer curtain again with a trembling hand and lowered her gaze to the street below. Her breath caught as she found the alleyway empty. Her lips parted, and she sucked in a breath as she searched the surrounding area. Another shriek filled the air, drawing her attention upward. She eyed the dark clouds. They parted, and the crescent moon peeked from behind them. Paige focused on it. A loud clap sounded, and a shadow obliterated the moon from her view. She leaped back from the window as the hulking creature she sought filled her view. Her heart pounded against her ribs as red eyes glowed, staring in at her. At this short distance, Paige made out two massive wings poking from the dark creature's back, long claws filed to points, tipped human-like hands. Webbed feet slapped against the stone sill outside. Hot breath huffed against the window, fogging it. Paige raced to her nightstand and grabbed her cell phone, ripping the charging cord away as her trembling fingers toggled it on. She fiddled with it to open the keypad and dial 911. Before she tapped the send button, the creature shrieked again. The cell phone clattered to the floor as Paige clapped her hands over her ears. Tears slid down her cheeks. A smashing crash sounded moments later. The window shattered, scattering glass across the hardwood. The winged creature huffed again, puffing out a breath like an angry bull. Paige scrambled back into her bathroom, slamming the wooden door shut and flicking the lock into place. She retreated backward, her eyes trained on the white door. A towel hung from a hook, swinging from the force she'd used to slam it. Pounding footsteps crossed the room, approaching her hiding spot. Paige climbed into the tub and pulled the curtain across, hiding behind the flimsy plastic covered in cheery rubber ducks. A shuddering exhalation passed through her lips as she crouched inside the porcelain bathtub. Silence filled the air. Paige held her breath as she waited. Was she safe? Had the creature gone? A boom on the wooden door standing between her and it answered her question. Paige clutched at the tile as a sob escaped her. Another pound on the door sounded. She closed her fingers around the edge of the thick plastic and peered out. Would the door hold? The towel swayed as another impact slammed into the wood. Then the blood-red fabric dropped in a heap to the floor. Silence filled the air again. Her respiration came in gasps as she waited. An ear-splitting boom resounded, and the door splintered in the center. Shards of wood skittered across the black and white tiled floor. Another bang cracked the door in half. It swung inward from the center like a saloon door. The black creature chuffed as it stepped inside the small space, its eyes scanning for Paige. She shrank further down into the tub. A cry escaped her, even while she struggled to remain silent. The creature growled as it stalked toward her hiding spot. A crackling grumble rose from its throat as it stood on the other side of the shower curtain, a fuzzy shadow in the thick plastic. It stood for a moment before leaning closer. It moved closer to her, and Paige felt the heat rolling off the creature's body as it moved closer to her. Her lips twisted into a grimace as sobs racked her body. Fingers with razor-sharp claws reached to the top of the curtain, wrapping around it before tugging it down. The flimsy fabric escaped from the rings. They rattled around the metal pole. The creature balled the plastic and tossed it aside, its red eyes fixating on Paige's trembling form, crouched in the tub and clutching her knees. "No, please," she wept, her vision clouded by tears. Dark lips pulled back, and bright white fangs gleamed in the minimal light. A massive hand, fingers outstretched, reached toward her. Her mouth opened wide in a blood-curdling scream as hot hands wrapped around her shoulders and fiery breath wafted past her cheeks. Paige continued to shriek as her body trembled with fear and hot tears rolled down her fair cheeks. The creature's claws raked against her back's delicate skin. Another sound pierced the chaos, a scream, similar to hers, but different at the same time. The creature whipped its head to stare behind it. Paige scrambled from the tub, attempting to skirt the beast and dart through the open bathroom door, but she never made it. Chapter 6. With a gasp, her eyes fluttered open. Bright sunshine streamed through her window as she lay on her side, safely tucked under her well-worn duvet. The alarm screamed the arrival of the next day, her first day of work. Paige slapped the small red clock and rolled onto her back with a groan. A small ball of fur warmed her side. She stroked his fur before she planted her palm against her forehead. "What a nightmare!" she groaned, as details of the dream floated through her mind. After a deep breath, she slid her glasses on, tossed back the covers, and dragged herself from her bed. She shuffled into the bathroom and turned on the water in her shower tub combo. With a few twists of the handles, she adjusted the water temperature before shambling to the mirror above the sink. She studied her pale face as images of the horror she'd endured in her dream flickered through her brain. Absent-mindedly, she twisted her long locks into a high bun to escape the shower's stream. She tore herself away as the mirror began to steam, set her glasses on the sink's edge, and stepped into the shower. Warm water cascaded over her. She spun to wet her back, wincing as the water splashed on her skin. "Ow!" she moaned, grimacing and craning her neck to peer over her shoulder. She identified nothing within her view. She finished her shower and wrapped her burgundy towel around her. Then she pushed back the rubber ducky shower curtain and stepped onto her fluffy bath mat. As she tucked the corner of the towel into place, she winced. Pain bloomed as the pressure of the fabric's edge pressed into her back. She stepped to the mirror and wiped the steam away with her palm. With her glasses cleared of any fog, she slid them onto her nose. She loosened the towel and twisted her back toward the mirror. Her jaw dropped open, and she stretched to reach her back, tracing a long, red scratch with her finger. "What the hell?" she questioned as she stared at the angry-looking wound. Her nightmare flashed again. Visions of the hulking beast wrapping its clawed paws around her shoulders flitted through her mind. She shook her head, furrowing her brow. "But it was only a dream," she whispered. A thump startled her from her reflection. Dickens waddled his way into the steamy bathroom and offered a meow. "I'll feed you before I leave, Dickie. Don't fret." Paige finished her morning routine, opting for a crimson A-line tunic with a plaid pocket and plaid elbow patches matched with plaid leggings and black riding boots. After fastening her bracelet around her wrist, she grabbed her tote bag and scurried from the room. Dickens waited for her on the kitchen counter. A demanding meow met her arrival in the room. "Yes, Dickie, I'm coming," she said, dumping the tote on the bar stool and skirting around the counter. She peeled a banana and stuffed it into her blender bottle, poured a bit of milk over it, scooped a spoonful of yogurt into it, and tossed a few ice cubes on top before she screwed on the blender blades, snapped it into the base, and spun the dial. As the blender whirred, she popped the top of a fancy beast can of cat food and shook the contents onto a plate emblazoned with the name Dickens. "Here you are, my sweet," she said as she served the fishy-smelling food to her furry friend. With a twist of her wrist, she shut the blender down and snapped a lid on her concoction. Then she took a sip. She bustled around the kitchen, packing a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, baby carrots, and a bag of chips in her red plaid lunch bag as she drank her breakfast smoothie. Dickens finished his meal and proceeded to clean his face, his belly full. Paige rinsed his dish, cleaned her bottle, and set them on the drying rack. "Well, Dickens, wish me luck. It's my first day, and I plan to make it count." The cat flicked his gaze to her for a brief moment before he sprawled on the counter and licked at his belly. Paige made a face at him and shoved the lunch bag into her tote. "See you later," she called as she flitted through the door. Her foot trampled on something soft, and she leapt back a step, a yelp escaping from her lips. A curse sounded in front of her, and she glanced up. Her upstairs neighbor hopped on one foot, his other clutched in his hands. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry," Paige exclaimed, her hands covering her gaping mouth. "Are you okay?"
He grunted. Yeah, I'm fine."
He set his foot on the floor gingerly and hobbled around on it. "Oh gosh, you don't look fine. Is it broken? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" His steps evened out, and he huffed out a breath.
No, it's fine. Just needed to walk it off."
He stuck his hands on his hips after tossing a lock of dark hair away from his forehead. His white teeth gleamed as he shot her a seductive grin. "Oh, good. That's good," Paige said, adjusting her glasses. "Sorry again. I'm such a klutz." Devon's eyes traveled up and down the length of her body. Paige swallowed hard, feeling color rising in her cheeks.
"First day?"
"Huh?" she questioned, feeling stupid.
"First day on the job?"
She stood stunned for a second.
"Your new job at the library."
"Oh, right," she said, finally coming to her senses. "Yes, today is my first day at the library."
"Well, I'd better let you go then. We wouldn't want you to be late."
"No," Paige said with an awkward chuckle. "Definitely not." They descended to the lobby, stepping into a warm fall day as they exited the apartment building.
"Well, good luck,"
Devon said, with another smile that triggered the dimples buried under his carefully trimmed stubble. "Thanks," Paige breathed as she shot him a glance, smoothing a lock of hair behind her ear that had escaped her ponytail. He held her gaze for a moment longer before he spun to head in the opposite direction. As he turned, something red flashed through his eyes. Paige's smile faded, and a chill ran up her spine as she recalled the red eyes of the beast in her nightmare. She swallowed hard and pushed the thoughts from her head as she spun on her heel and set off toward the library. On her way, she ducked into Shadow Brew and picked up an English breakfast tea. She sipped at the warm beverage. Despite the extended autumn heat, she enjoyed the comfort it brought her as her nerves set in over her new role. She blew out a long breath, staring at the orange hand stopping her from crossing the street. "They picked you. You'll be fine. Just be yourself." The person next to her wrinkled his nose and shot her an annoyed look. "Sorry," she announced. "I'm starting a new job today, and I'm a little nervous." He rolled his eyes, darting across the street between two cars, despite the "no walking" signal. "Bye," she called, waving her coffee cup in the air. A bit of tea sloshed out, spilling on her boots. "Oh, darn." She flicked the liquid off before she glanced up and found the signal already blinking to indicate the time to cross the street was coming to a close. "Shoot!" Paige rushed across the street, nearly taken out by a car trying to turn. As she walked the next block, she pondered her interview, tugging her brows together tightly. How did she land the job given her supposed lack of qualifications? And what if being herself wasn't enough? What if they hated her klutzy, overzealous personality? What if they fired her on the spot just as they had hired her on the spot? She shook her head, dismissing the thoughts as she rounded the corner and the impressive building came into view. After draining the last sips of her tea, she tossed the cup in the trash can, donned her ID badge, bounced up the stairs, and pushed through the door. Olivia's eyes narrowed at her as she stepped inside. Paige offered her a wide grin and waved. "Good morning, Olivia," she called as she headed for the stairs leading to Veronica's office. "Just a minute," Olivia called, darting around the circulation desk. Paige ground to a halt and swallowed hard as the brunette approached her. "You can't go up there." Paige pressed her lips together as she adjusted her glasses. "I thought we cleared this up yesterday. Look," she said, dangling the ID badge between her fingers. "I'm legit. ID badge, key card, and everything." "I have to call and tell Miss Lauren you're here. You can't just go up to her office any time you please." "Oh," Paige said, bumping her glasses up on her nose again. "Of course. Sorry. I just assumed." "You know what they say about assumptions," she said curtly as she spun on a heel and strode back to the circulation desk. "Follow me." She snapped her fingers and pointed to the desk. Paige clutched at her tote straps as she let the bag fall from her shoulder to hang from her fingers. She forced a weak smile onto her face, unable to stop her nose from crinkling. Olivia eyed her, one eyebrow arched as she picked up the receiver of the phone and tapped a few numbers. The line trilled as Paige waited for the all clear. Her fears of the offer being a mistake flitted through her mind again. The sum of money bounced around too. It probably had been a mistake. "Yes, I knew you were busy with—" Yes, of course, but I—" "Right, I understand. I will, thank you, Miss Lauren." Olivia replaced the receiver and swallowed hard as she slowly let her eyes rise to Paige's. "You can go on up." Oh, great. Thank you, and good morning again. Paige offered the woman a wide grin, her excitement building as she spun on her heel and crossed the entrance a second time and bound up the circular stairs toward Veronica's office. The woman's voice floated from within the room through the open door. I understand. Unfortunately, there is nothing. Of course not. Paige inched closer, tapping lightly on the jamb. Veronica's eyes shot up from the paperwork on her desk and waved Paige inside. She held up a finger. Her head bobbed back and forth as though she had tired of the conversation long ago. She rolled her hand in the air as she listened to the other party. We had a number of excellent candidates. She paused. Well, I do agree your credentials are phenomenal. However, there are a number of things we consider when filling the... She paused again. I understand your frustration, but I'm certain with your CV, you'll find an excellent position in no time. Veronica waved Paige into a seat. Paige eased into it, hanging the straps of her tote around her knees. Sorry, Veronica mouthed and pointed to the phone. Paige waved the concern away with a smile. Well, Ms. Reynolds, as I said, you should have no trouble finding another position, and I wish you the best of luck. Yes, of course I will. Good day. Veronica slammed the receiver onto the cradle and slouched forward over the desk. She massaged her temples with her fingertips before pushing her hair back. Sorry, she said, blowing out a breath. I'm fielding phone calls and emails thanking me for the recent interview. All this politeness crap designed to better your chances at landing the job is really exhausting. And the moment I tell them the position is filled, the politeness goes right out the window. The complaints start, and I've got to explain what happened. Paige smiled and nodded. She questioned the same thing, though. What happened to give her the job over the Rhodes Scholar, or one of the other applicants with a bevy of qualifications beyond hers? But that's not your problem. You have enough on your plate learning the ropes around here. I'm excited to start. I've got all my paperwork done and my ID badge, keycard coded, and everything. I'm ready to start. Veronica tapped her palms against the desk. Perfect. She stood, swiped her keys from the desk's polished top, and smoothed one side of her hair behind her ears. Follow me. Paige leaped from her seat and swung her tote over her shoulder. Veronica led Paige down the curved staircase and through the library to the back corner. Your workspace will be downstairs under the main library. This is the first security door. You'll need to use your key card to gain access, so be sure you carry it with you at all times. I think they probably explained that to you in HR yesterday. If you ever lose that key card, report it immediately, Paige said with a nod. Right. Exactly. It is vitally important. Paige pressed her lips together and nodded. Got it. Veronica waved her own ID badge in front of the access panel and tugged the door open, waving for Paige to precede her into the long hall. Lights hung from the ceiling at regular intervals, illuminating the hall and portraits gracing it. Paige recalled seeing the space with only her flashlight. It looked different, less ominous during normal business hours. They strode down the hall as Veronica explained the meaning behind the portraits. These are former librarians. We document each of them for a very important reason. Paige nodded politely, smoothing an escaped lock of hair behind her ears and adjusting her glasses again. May I ask a question? Absolutely. My ID badge says I have security clearance level 8. What does that mean? How many security levels are there? And why are they needed at a public library? Veronica ceased walking, her heels clicking against the hard floor as she stamped in place and waved her hands. That was quite the bevy of questions, Paige. She offered her an amused smile, flicking her eyebrows up. I'm sorry, I guess it was more than one. I apologize if I'm coming across as overzealous. My mind sometimes flits from one thing to another without me being able to control it. Sorry, that sounded terrible. I can control it, I just... No need to apologize. You remind me so much of her. Paige cocked her head at the statement as Veronica continued, ticking Paige's questions off on her fingers as she answered. You have level 8 security, which is our top level. It means you have access to all areas and all the information within the library.
And why do we have them? Well, there's a very important reason for that.
Paige raised her eyebrows, prompting Veronica to continue. Veronica eyed her and pressed her lips together.
We handle many significant artifacts within the library's archives, things that, if they got out, could, well, end the world as we know it.
Paige slow blinked, parting her lips and pinching her brow while she stared at the woman in front of her. Her lower lip bobbed up and down after a moment as she tried to formulate a response. No words came for a full minute. The corners of her lips turned up, and a giggle bubbled from deep within her. The chuckle turned into a full belly laugh, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she doubled over.
Oh, she choked out between giggles. Veronica, you're too much.
She eked out a few more chuckles, her bleary eyes focusing on the woman standing in front of her. She stood stick straight, her hands clasped in front of her, waiting patiently for Paige's fit to end. Paige sobered quickly and adjusted her glasses as she licked her lips.
Sorry, Miss Lauren. I didn't mean to be too familiar. It's all right, and please, call me Ronnie. So, anyway, what's the real reason there are so many security levels?
Ronnie cocked her head.
I told you, the artifacts we handle must be kept safe at all costs and secret. The knowledge of their existence would prove too much for the world at large, and for the small cross-section of the population who realize the extent of magic that exists right under our noses, well, they could bend them to their own purposes and destroy the current equilibrium.
Paige scanned the hallway as she stumbled back a step and collapsed onto a bench under the portrait of a former librarian, Seymour Books. She sucked in breaths, her face scrunching as she tried to make sense of the words.
Are you saying?
Her gaze cut to Ronnie's calm features.
I'm sorry. I don't even know what you're saying. I'm saying, Paige, that you are now a guardian of these secrets and of artifacts that can destroy the world around us.
Paige sat speechless for another moment before she stood and smoothed her tunic.
I don't understand, she began. It may be easier for me to show you.
Paige cut her off, waving her hand in the air.
No, it's not that.
Well, wait. She squeezed her eyes shut before she raised her gaze to Ronnie.
It is that. I still don't get that, and yeah, you'll have to show me. But that's not where I was going with my question. I don't understand why you picked me.
Without a word, Ronnie grabbed Paige by the wrist and tugged her down the hall toward the door through which they'd just entered. Panic set in as Paige assumed she'd asked one too many questions. Paige babbled as Ronnie dragged her along, attempting to salvage the situation.
It's not that I'm not grateful, and it's not that I won't work my tail off. I just don't understand why when you had Rhodes Scholars and people way more qualified than me that you picked me for what seems like a highly important job.
Ronnie stopped in front of a large portrait a third of the way down the hall. A woman sat primly in a rail-straight seated pose. A book sat on her lap. Her red hair, pulled into a braid, fell over her shoulder. Her full lips formed a slight smile. Paige stared up at the painting, admiring the woman's green plaid blazer, but not understanding the reason Ronnie showed her this particular painting. Her gaze fell to the brass plate underneath the painting.
Why did you bring me to look at this portrait of Reed Moore?
Look closer, Paige. Paige fluttered her eyelashes in frustration and returned her gaze to the portrait. She licked her lips as she struggled to find an answer. With portraits both before and after this one, she could assume this was not the first librarian, nor the one immediately preceding her. Either could have provided a life lesson, but that was likely not the case. She shook her head and sucked in a breath. Was it the similarity with the red hair? That was a stretch. Her mind struggled to connect the dots.
Don't make me sorry I hired you. Pay attention to the details and figure it out.
She slid her eyes shut for a moment, letting her shoulders slump forward and breathing out a frustrated sigh. She flicked her eyes open and readjusted her grip on her tote. Her sleeve tugged as the dragon on her charm bracelet caught on the cuff. Her jaw firmed in frustration and she reached inside her sleeve to free the dragon's tail. As her eyes fell to her own sleeve, she caught sight of something in the portrait. Something gleamed against Reed's porcelain skin close to her sleeve. Paige leaned closer, giving up on freeing her bracelet. She narrowed her eyes and squinted at the tiny detail. A smile spread across Ronnie's face. Paige's lips parted as she recognized a tiny dragon charm peeking from under the woman's sleeve. Is that a... She cut her gaze to Ronnie. Is that a dragon charm? Ronnie offered her a fleeting smile and nodded as she swept a lock of hair from her face. Paige dug the charm from the seam of her sleeve. A piece of red thread dangled from the tail. Paige held it next to the portrait, comparing them. This is the same charm. Well, not the same, but identical to it. Ronnie shook her head. You were correct the first time. Paige drew her chin back to her chest, raising her eyebrows. The same? Ronnie nodded. How? Because, Paige, Reed Moore wasn't just a former librarian. She was also your mother. Chapter 7. Paige stood, stunned into silence by the simple words. Her chest hurt, and she struggled to take a breath. The words crushed her, striking straight at her heart. She'd never known her mother. She'd been abandoned days after her birth, with nothing more than the charm bracelet. A charm bracelet she'd just confirmed belonged to her mother. My mother? She breathed, her forehead wrinkling and her features twisting with grief. Unbidden thoughts tumbled into her mind. Her mother had lived in Shadow Harbor. She had grown up in the neighboring town. So close, yet so far. Then one question blazed. Why? Why had she abandoned her, then lived here? Had she still lived here when Paige moved to town? Did she still live here? A tear spilled to Paige's cheek, and she looked to Ronnie for answers to the questions rattling through her mind. Ronnie offered her a consoling glance, reaching out to wipe the tear away from Paige's cheek. Your mother was one of our librarians. She disappeared in the line of duty. I am so sorry. She disappeared while performing library duties? Ronnie's forehead wrinkled with regret as she nodded. She did. She was working on something big. It was just after she'd given birth to you. She worried about something happening to her, to you. We promised to keep you safe, but Reed worried we couldn't. She wouldn't tell us where she took you, only that you were safe, and we would recognize you when we saw you because you'd have her bracelet. Paige stared down at the bracelet around her wrist. She'd kept it all these years because it provided the only link to whoever had dumped her. She'd considered it important. It was. Her lower lip trembled as emotions bubbled to the surface. How long after she left me did she... Her voice trailed off, leaving the words unsaid. Ronnie squashed her lips together. 3 weeks. Another tear fell onto her cheek, and she licked her lips as she wiped it away. She sniffled, fighting to regain her composure. After several deep breaths, she flicked her gaze back to Ronnie. And you said you'd explain everything, about how the work keeps the world safe? Yes, I can do that, but... Ronnie lifted a shoulder and cocked her head. Maybe we should do that tomorrow. You've already learned a lot today, and... No, Paige said sharply. No, I want to know. I need to know. This job took my mother from me. I have to know more. And you will, but I hadn't planned on telling you about your mother just yet. It's a lot to process. Paige swallowed hard, her fingers caressing the charms on the bracelet. It is, but... She raised her gaze to the portrait above, noting the resemblance between the woman and herself. At least, now I understand. Now I know. I know why she did it. I've spent years wondering why someone abandoned me. But now I know. I wasn't unwanted. No, my mother made the ultimate sacrifice for me. And now, I'm in the same position she was in. I have to learn more. I have to do the job you hired me for, the job my mother did. A smile formed on Ronnie's lips, and she offered a chuckle. You're so much like her, Paige. You're going to make an excellent librarian.
I'm not going to make an excellent librarian if I don't get started. Paige cut her gaze to Ronnie, a wide grin on her face. Shall we continue? Ronnie squeezed her forearm and nodded. As long as you're sure. If you think finding out your mother was a librarian is the biggest secret we have, you're in for a major shock. Ronnie motioned for them to continue down the hall toward the stairway leading to the level below. I'll admit, Paige said as they walked, the information about my mother was a surprise, but a pleasant one. I've never had any knowledge about my family before. Knowing even a shred of information about my mom is, well, let's just say I'm thrilled. That's the first and last time I think I'll tell someone their mother is missing, and they'll be thrilled with me. Paige pulled the corners of her mouth from a smile into a wince. Yeah, the missing part wasn't the highlight. Did you ever get any leads on her? Ronnie shook her head as they descended the stairs. Not really, though Dewey may have more information on that. He's good at tracking things. Dewey? Paige questioned. He's your partner. You'll be working with him to locate, retrieve, and archive items. Oh, Paige exclaimed. She wiggled her glasses up by scrunching her nose. Did Dewey know my mom? No, he started with us after your mom disappeared. He worked with the previous librarian. Paige smashed her lips together, giving a dejected nod as they reached the door leading to the archive. I'm sorry, Paige. It's okay. Like I said, this is more information than I've gotten in 34 years, so I can't complain. Ronnie nodded as she waved her hand at the thick door in front of them. The archives are behind this door. There are 2 levels of security here. First, the key itself. You have one of these on your keyring. And second, the key card. Paige stopped her as she dug in her bag for her keys and key card. I know. I have a confession to make. Ronnie ground to a halt, her eyebrows flicking high. I stopped by last night and wandered around. I didn't realize there was a security guard. Then again, she said, still digging through her tote, I didn't realize we were protecting the world from... What did you say it was again? Many things, Ronnie admitted, some of which may be easier to explain once you've seen the archives. Paige flicked her gaze to the woman before offering a curt nod. Right. Well, anyway, I tried to get in here and found out by trial and error that I needed the key and key card. She pulled her hand triumphantly from inside the tote and waved each around. She shoved her key in the lock and turned before waving her key card in front of the reader. The door released, and Ronnie tugged it open. Clever, she said, as she ushered Paige through the door and onto a large metal platform. Paige's heart thudded against her ribs, and her jaw dropped open as she stared out over the expansive storage area below her. Shelf upon shelf lined the space below them, overflowing with boxes, crates, and bulky items. It stretched farther than she could make out. Against the wall, massive bookcases stood from floor to ceiling, packed with thick volumes. She swallowed hard and snapped her eyes to Ronnie. How large is this? As large as it needs to be. Paige wrinkled her brow. What does that mean? Here's your first bit of magic, Paige, Ronnie said, suppressing a giggle. The library expands to whatever size we need. Wow, that's incredible. Paige eyed the books against the near wall. Farther down, she spotted a spiral bookcase floating in the air, filled with colorful tomes. And everything here is magical in some way? Some of the books are just references, history, information, legend. Some of the books are magical. Those are housed in the floating bookcases. Be careful opening them. You can sometimes let out something you didn't plan. Paige tugged the corners of her lips back in a wince as she nodded. Okay. Dewey can also help with that. He's an expert on magical tomes. It's his specialty. Oh, good. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Shall we head down? There's so much to show you. Before we dive in, can you tell me what exactly we're housing all this for? You mentioned keeping the world safe. From these objects? Yes and no. On their own, some of these objects are harmless, Most people wouldn't even realize they're magical if they stumbled upon them. But, Paige prodded, but there are people who know how to use them, and they will for nefarious purposes. And on top of that, there are the supernatural factions. They'll not only use it to take over the world from the humans, but to war against each other for total domination. Paige pressed her glasses to her face. Supernatural factions? Ronnie clasped her hands in front of her, interlacing her fingers and turning them inside out as she spoke. Vampires, werewolves, witches, fairies, merpeople, trolls. Wait, Paige broke in. You can't be serious. Vampires, witches, trolls? Those are just stories. Ronnie lifted a shoulder in response. If you've heard a legend, chances are it's more fact than fiction. The library network across the world has become adept at convincing the population that this is all just fiction, but it is very, very real. Network? Oh yes, Shadow Harbor isn't the only library that does this. There is an entire web of them across the globe. You'll get to meet everyone at the annual Librarians Convention. It's in Vegas this year. Paige sucked in a breath, gnawing on her lower lip as she considered the legends she'd heard growing up. She'd read tremendously, thinking the authors had wild imaginations. Perhaps they were only documenting what they'd seen in real life. She lifted her eyebrows toward her hairline and forced out a chuckle. This is really quite incredible. Just wait until you really get your hands dirty. It's one thing to hear it, it's another to see it right in front of your face. Paige imagined herself standing in front of a blood-sucking vampire dressed in a dark cape with a top hat and deathly white skin, or swimming with a mermaid who wore seashells for a bra, or perhaps extending her fingers for a sweet little fairy to land and sit in the palm of her hand. Well, should we head down and get started? Paige nodded as Ronnie motioned toward a wrought iron spiral staircase leading to the floor below. As she stepped toward it, Ronnie's phone chimed. She glanced down at the display, a disdainful look crossing her face. Will you give me a minute? Something I need to deal with. Of course. Paige wrapped her fingers around the railing and stared out over the vast underground room, trying to distinguish objects from a distance. Ronnie tapped around on her phone. Go ahead down, she said as she pressed the phone to her ear. Take a look around, just don't touch anything yet. Paige grinned at her and skipped down the steps as Ronnie slipped out of the room. Her boots hit the hard concrete floor. She shuffled along between shelving units, scanning their contents. Labels graced the items, but they meant little to Paige. She read a few aloud, pondering their meaning. The Goblet of Montenegro. I wonder what you do. She pictured a Dracula-like vampire in a tuxedo and cape, sipping blood from the goblet. Did it allow them to turn into bats or give them super strength? Paige continued down the walkway, reading a few more. Her mind threatened to explode as she pondered the Men in Black style of secrecy involved. Creatures traded magical objects all over the world. Librarians across the globe protected humankind from magical threats every day. And now, she would join their ranks. She smiled to herself, rounding a corner and ogling the seemingly endless shelves. As she spun in search of the next path she'd like to take, a screech sounded overhead. Paige froze, her gaze darting around in search of the source of the frightening noise. Something whooshed overhead, and she spiraled in a desperate search for what had flown over her. The shriek sounded again. It had been the same screaming sound she'd heard last night when she'd tried to enter the archive. She gulped, her heart beating hard in her chest. What was it? Had she accidentally freed some creature when she'd opened the door? Another shriek echoed throughout the massive room, followed by a snarling growl. Paige's breathing turned ragged, and she swallowed hard. After the laundry list of threats Ronnie had given her, she worried about surviving her first day on the job. She forced her mind to push the terrifying thoughts aside and reason a logical next step. Perhaps if she climbed to the platform above, she could spot the flying, screeching creature. Or at least escape, if possible. She ducked around the corner into the corridor she'd just come from
and raced along it toward the next turn she'd need to make to reach the stairs. She reached out to grasp the corner of the shelving unit as she slid around the corner, her feet fighting to find purchase on the smooth concrete floor. As she rounded the edge, she stopped in her tracks, her eyes bulging and her jaw hanging open. She fought back the urge to tremble while she stared down the source of the shrieking. Hovering in front of her was a massive dragon, teal in color with purple-striped wings. It snarled at her. Its sharp teeth gleamed in the light. Horns poked from each side of its head, and spikes ran from its nose to its neck and protracted from its wings. Sharp claws extended from each of its 4 paws. The dragon flexed its front paws, spreading the claws out as it floated in front of her, eyeing her. A fat, barbed tail swished behind it angrily. Paige flicked her gaze to the stairs behind the creature. She was trapped. She'd never make it around the dragon to safety. She might not make it past her first day on the job. Chapter 8. The dragon loomed large in front of her. Its mouth opened and a deep, growling voice emerged.
What ikujar her?
Paige tapped the bridge of her glasses, pushing them up as they began to slide down her nose, slick with sweat. Hello?
Wakiku,
it shouted, its eyes narrowing at Paige. Paige licked her lips as sweat beaded on her brow. She searched for a hiding spot, but the flapping wings and hulking size of the beast suggested she'd never survive an attempt to flee. She could not skirt around it either. It filled the space between the stairs and the shelving units. The creature fluttered around in front of her, studying her for a moment before it advanced toward her. Paige bit into her lower lip hard and squeezed her eyes shut as she prepared to be maimed or eaten. "Dewey!" Ronnie shouted from high above them. Paige snapped her eyes open, hope leaping within her. The dragon in front of her ceased its movement. The image distorted, crackling before it finally died out. An object clattered to the ground and slid across the concrete floor toward her. "Stop that!" Ronnie scolded. Paige crinkled her brow as Ronnie descended the stairs. She collected the discarded item from the floor and studied it. It appeared to be a handheld projector of some kind. Dewey must have been having a bit of fun at her expense. A voice mumbled something Paige couldn't understand. She glanced up as Ronnie stepped onto her level. A creature, no larger than a small dog, flitted from a dark corner. Paige's jaw dropped as she recognized a tiny version of the dragon that had just loomed large over her. "That doesn't matter. You shouldn't have scared her like that. She's your new partner." The tiny teal beast flicked his dark eyes to Paige, then back to Ronnie as he hovered in the air. He offered another unintelligible set of words, throwing his front paws out to each side. "Yes, I know she has to get used to it, but still. Dewey, you could have been a little more welcoming." The dragon let his paws dangle in the air as his shoulders slumped. "Come on, I'll make a proper introduction," Ronnie said, waving him over to Paige. "Sorry about that. Dewey can get a little overzealous." "This is Dewey?" Paige asked, waving a finger at him. "This is Dewey," Ronnie answered. "Your new partner." With wide eyes, Paige studied the small flying creature. He offered her a wave. "Hiya." Paige crinkled her brow and said hello before returning her attention to Ronnie. "What is he?" "A dragon," Ronnie answered. "He's tiny," Paige exclaimed. Dewey's eyes narrowed and steam blew from his wide nostrils. Ronnie winced and gave her head a slight shake. "Yes, he's a teacup." She lowered her voice as she leaned toward Paige. "He doesn't like people to mention his size." "Oh," Paige said, readjusting her glasses and offering the dragon an apologetic glance. "Sorry, buddy." Dewey crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his chin lifting in the air. "Idiot." "Dewey," Ronnie scolded. "Also, I can't understand a word he's saying. Does he speak any English?" Ronnie planted her palm against her forehead and winced. "Shoot, I knew I forgot something." "What?" Dewey questioned. "The crystal of understanding. I completely forgot to get it for her." Dewey held a fleshy digit up and spoke another few unintelligible words before he zipped away into the maze of shelving units. Ronnie flicked an apologetic gaze to Paige. "Sorry, I meant to give it to you when you arrived this morning, which would have made meeting Dewey so much easier, but I got sidetracked with the phone calls and—" Paige waved her hand in the air and shook her head. "No problem." She leaned closer to Ronnie and lowered her voice. "Are all dragons that small?" Before Ronnie could answer, Dewey flew from between two shelves, a glowing purple crystal dangling from a gold chain clutched in his scaly paw. "Thank you, Dewey," Ronnie said. Dewey thrust his paw at Paige, offering her the necklace. "Oh, Paige murmured, staring down at the clawed foot. "Thanks." She carefully eased the chain from him with her thumb and forefinger. "Just slip it around your neck, though the moment it's in your possession, you should be able to understand him." Paige lifted the chain over her head and worked it around her ponytail until it rested around her neck. "Can you understand me now?" Dewey asked. "Yes!" Paige exclaimed, a grin crossing her lips. She lifted the purple crystal in her hand and eyed it. "Amazing!" "Sorry about before," Dewey said. "I thought you could understand me." "No, sorry. What language was that?" "Draken," Dewey answered. "Oh, right. I've never even heard of it." "It won't matter anymore," Ronnie chimed in. "You can now understand magical languages universally." Paige's jaw dropped again, and she flicked her gaze to the pendant. "Because of this?" "Yes, I have one, and most librarians use them to make things easier." "It certainly will be convenient. Gosh, I wish this worked on real languages. High school Spanish would have been a breeze." Ronnie chuckled. "That's not the only thing around here that would have helped. Why don't we get started with the basic tour, and then I'll leave you to explore with Dewey." Paige side-eyed the little dragon, her nose wrinkling as she offered a half-hearted smile. She studied his small stature again before returning her attention to Ronnie, who wandered to the bookshelves lining the nearby wall. "Here is your reference section. You'll find information on many, many things here, from artifact descriptions to cultural information for the various supernatural societies that exist. Occasionally, you will need to add passages to these or update information." Paige nodded as she adjusted her glasses again and stared at the books. "By hand?" "Pardon?" Ronnie inquired as she led her past the hundreds of books on the shelves. "Do I add information by hand? Just write it in?" "Oh, no," Ronnie answered with a wave of her hand. "That's where this little device comes in." She approached an odd-looking computer. Flashy brass encased it, and a keyboard sat in front of a screen that looked like a relic from the 1980s. "This is the Booktron," Ronnie said. She snapped on the monitor. A green glow filled the area as it bloomed to life. "You can access any book on the shelf," Dewey explained, flitting over to the desk and hovering above it as he clacked around on the keyboard. "Here is the book that references the Crystal of Understanding." He entered the term into a search bar and slapped the Enter key. A series of results populated the screen. Dewey tapped at the arrow keys before using Enter to select one. A passage glowed in green. He motioned to the top. "Here, you can select to read, edit, delete, though you probably shouldn't do that unless it's really, really necessary, which hardly ever happens, and the book will update for you." Paige stared at the machine for a moment. "So, if I type it on here, it will change the book physically there?" She pointed a finger toward the bookcase. "Right," Dewey said. "I'm pretty good with the Booktron, so I can help with the updates as needed." "Great, thanks," Paige said, inching her glasses upward. "This is a great place to start research, but you'll often find you need to piece things together bit by bit from multiple sources to make any progress," Dewey added. Paige nodded as Ronnie led them from the Booktron to another large station, the small monitor connected to another keyboard. "This is the Loc artifact. If you ever need to find anything in the warehouse, you can check for its location here." Paige studied it for a moment. "Why would I need to locate an artifact? Aren't they stored here for the world's protection?" Dewey flitted over to the monitor, hovered next to it, and clapped his paw against it. "You may find it's helpful to use one or two while locating another."
Oh, we're allowed to use the artifacts? The short answer is yes, Ronnie answered. Just be careful. They can sometimes have unanticipated side effects, and of course, we do not want to lose any of them. Make sure you log them out as used and check them back in when you're done. All of that can be done with this machine, Dewey explained as he floated in the air. Ronnie led Paige through more of the warehouse, showing her the archiving system and how to locate an item, especially with the magically expanding shelving system. Well, Ronnie said, clasping her hands in front of her as they arrived at a circular staircase wrapping around a tower. I'll leave you to explore on your own and get to know Dewey a little better. Paige flicked a stray lock behind her ear and pressed her glasses closer to her face. Oh, okay. Is there anything in particular I should begin with? There's nothing pressing, so if you'd like to do a little reading from the reference section, that would be a good start. Also, practice a little with the Booktron and Locartifact. Dewey can help get you oriented. Paige clutched her hands behind her back as she offered a nervous grin. Sounds easy enough. If you need anything, just call upstairs. There's a phone by the Booktron. My extension is 8364. Oh, and we always order out on Fridays, so don't bring a lunch. Dewey's paws stretched, and he smacked them together in what could be described as a clap. Which place is on the docket for this week? Ronnie puckered her lips and flicked her gaze to the air above them. Feelin' saucy, over on Wolfspell Avenue. Dewey's eyes lit up, and a grin formed on his scaly face. His sharp white teeth gleamed under the lights. Oh, yes! He shot upward, spinning in a circle before he floated back down to their level. I love that place. Oh, I gotta check the menu and figure out what I want. Paige eyed the excited dragon gushing over the Italian eatery. Not only had she never met a dragon before, but their taste in food seemed surprising. She assumed they'd prefer eating raw meat. She imagined his tiny claws ripping something limb from limb and his sharp teeth tearing at flesh. Instead, he extolled the virtues of Feelin' Saucy's chicken parmesan versus their homemade gnocchi. What an interesting new world she'd dived into with her new position. Ronnie and Dewey debated the best order before Ronnie offered another goodbye and stalked away. Her heels clicked off the metal stairs as she climbed to the exit door. It slammed shut moments later, its boom reverberating in the massive space. Paige swung her arms forward and clasped them in front of her. She swallowed hard and let her gaze float around the space. The hovering form of Dewey filled her field of vision after a few moments. So, what do you want to do first? She cleared her throat, resisting the urge to back away from the flying creature. Suddenly, the space began to feel overwhelming. As large as it was, the shelves seemed to close in on her. Her chest tightened, and she licked her lips while searching for something to take her attention from her panic. A tower rose in the distance on her right, poking up from behind the shelves and dominating the landscape of the archive. Stairs circled around the exterior, leading up to a glowing space at the top. Paige crinkled her nose as she studied it, wondering what strange magic may lay inside for it to be placed so prominently in the space. Visions of a powerful magic object to rule all other objects radiating with an orange glow danced in her mind. She narrowed her eyes at the large structure and waved a finger toward it. What's up there? Chapter 9. Dewey's gaze followed hers before he eyed her again. Oh, that's my nest. Paige screwed up her face. Your nest? Dewey nodded, his ears wiggling as his head bobbed. Where I live? You live here? Paige winced and tapped a finger toward the concrete floor. Where else would I live? I can't exactly rent an apartment, though my credit score is excellent. He buzzed to a small cart and pushed it along. Paige followed behind him as he wound through the shelving units. You have a credit score? Of course I have a credit score. How else would I get a credit card? I didn't realize dragons had credit cards, Paige admitted, as Dewey flew to a shelf far above her head and deposited an item. He floated back down and narrowed his eyes at her, his ears wiggling. How else would I purchase things? Paige shrugged. Let me guess. He poked a stubby finger at her. You think dragons still hoard gold and trade for necessities in gems and silver. He wrapped his paws around the cart's handle and pushed it forward. The wheels squeaked as he zipped down the aisle away from her. She hustled to catch up to him, shoving her glasses up on her nose. "Of course not," she said, as though the concept was ridiculous. She cleared her throat again. I've never met a dragon before. I have no idea what kind of life you lead." He slid his eyes sideways and studied her. "Can I see your nest?" Paige asked. "I don't have a stack of gold up there." "I don't expect that you do, but if we're going to work together, I'd really like to get to know you better." Dewey dumped the cart at the end of an aisle. "Do you drink tea?" "Yes, I love tea." He spun and stared at her for a moment before he motioned for her to follow him. "Come on, we'll have a cuppa." Paige clutched at the straps of her tote bag, hurrying to follow the flying dragon. As they reached the tower again, he spun to face her, waving a finger in her face. "I'm inviting you into my home, my sanctuary. I'm not looking for your opinion. Understood?"
Yup," Paige answered, with her eyebrows hiked high. She held her hands up in defeat. "No judgment here." He waved for her to follow him. A circular set of stairs wrapped around the outside of the tower, rising upward to a loft high above the floor. She climbed the stairs, circling around the tower twice as they ascended. They arrived at the loft above. Paige stepped onto a thick burgundy carpet with gold swirls. A canopy hung over top, and wide windows offered a panoramic view of the archives below. Dewey fluttered his wings, sailing over to a kitchen across the space. "Have a seat," he called over his shoulder, waving to one of the comfortable-looking chairs. Paige settled into a thickly cushioned gold armchair. She swiped her hand over the velvety fabric as she scanned the living area. A few chairs were positioned near a fake fireplace. Across from her, a chaise with a well-worn seat stretched across the space. In front of it, a flat-screen television was mounted to the wall. The circular side table next to it held a laptop. "Cream and sugar?" Dewey called as he dumped a tea kettle on his cooktop and swiped it on. "Just sugar, thanks," Paige answered, her eyes drawn to the decorative bookcase next to her. The dragon huffed as he retrieved 2 teacups and placed them on a tray along with a container of sugar cubes. "You're in luck. I just baked snickerdoodles." Paige snapped her gaze to the odd scene of the small dragon laying out cinnamon cookies on a decorative plate. "You bake?" "Sure do. Hope you like cinnamon." The kettle whistled, and Dewey poured the water into a ceramic teapot decorated in navy plaid. "I do," Paige assured him as she continued to study his nest. A framed plaque hung on the wall behind her. She rose to read it, shoving her glasses farther up her nose. In gold lettering, the plaque announced 10 years of service to the Shadow Harbor Library. Dewey Decimal celebrating 10 years of exceptional service. A grin lit Paige's face, and she snapped her gaze to the small animal. "Your name is Dewey Decimal?" The teapot clattered onto the tray as smoke poured from Dewey's nostrils. "It's pronounced decimal. I'm French." "Oh, sorry. It's just funny." "I fail to see how," he grumbled as he hefted the tray and delivered it to the coffee table. "Dewey Decimal? You're a librarian, get it?" Paige snorted a laugh as she sank back into her chair. "I told you, it's decimal, not decimal." He poured tea into each cup before he lifted his and retreated to the chaise, and then he perched on it with his tiny legs dangling over the side. "And I wouldn't talk if I was you, Paige Turner." "Touché," Paige said, retrieving her teacup after dropping in 2 cubes of sugar. "I really should have gotten the job on my name alone." She snorted another laugh at her own joke. Dewey eyed her before he launched from the chaise and flew over to snatch a cookie from the plate. He returned to his chaise and perched on the edge. "I understand your mother was also a librarian." "Mm-hmm," Paige said, with a mouthful of snickerdoodle. She swallowed it and washed it down with a sip of tea. "Yes, my mother was Reed Moore. She was a librarian before you worked here." Dewey choked on his sip of tea, his cup rattling back into the saucer. "Your mother was named Reed Moore?
And you're named Paige Turner, and you commented on my name."
Paige chuckled as she sipped her tea. "We're quite a pair, I guess." She stared into the amber liquid for a moment as the events of earlier today raced through her mind. "The sad thing is, I didn't even know she was my mother until Ronnie told me this morning."
"Oh?"
Dewey asked, lowering his teacup. "She abandoned me in Grayburg shortly after my birth. I never knew her, never knew anything about her."
"How did Ronnie know?"
Paige waved her wrist in the air. "She recognized my bracelet. My mother left it with me when she abandoned me." Dewey set his teacup on the table and flew toward Paige.
"Do you mind?"
He waved a paw at her wrist. "Not at all," Paige said, setting her saucer down on the tray and offering him her wrist. Dewey delicately hooked the bracelet with a claw, leaning closer to peer at it.
"A dragon charm. Interesting."
He flicked through the others before he let the bracelet drop back onto her skin. He returned to his seat, grabbed his teacup, and took a sip.
"You know, I could try to help you find some information about your mother."
He waved a paw in front of him.
"If you'd like."
"Oh, of course! I've wondered all my life. Today is the first time I've ever learned anything. I had hoped you were here when she was, but sadly that was not the case."
"No, but I have gotten quite good at genealogy. I'm certain I can find some information for you, at least about your family in general."
"Really? Genealogy? You're full of surprises, Dewey." Dewey took another bite of cookie as he nodded.
"Yes, I've had extensive practice. I spent a lot of time searching through my family's history."
"Did you find anything interesting?"
"Not particularly."
He lowered his gaze to his teacup and stared into it.
"I had hoped to find another instance of dwarfism within my ancestors. Sadly, I didn't."
"Oh," Paige said, her voice faltering a bit as she recalled his sensitivity about his stature. "Well, I suppose it's not that sad. You're just unique, which makes you special." Dewey's ears wiggled, and he remained silent for a moment.
"So, Paige, what about you? Are you married? Single? Any kids?"
Paige knit her eyebrows as she considered the abrupt change of subject. Clearly, he preferred not to discuss his family. "I'm single, no kids, just a finicky cat named Dickens."
"Oh, a cat,"
Dewey repeated, his lips rippling with the words. "Yes," Paige answered. Oh, you don't." She hesitated a moment.
"What?"
Paige leaned forward and whispered, her lips exaggerating the words. "Eat cats?" Dewey's horned nose wrinkled.
"Heavens, no! Why would you think that?"
Paige straightened, her gaze darting around as she searched for a response. "I don't know. In any literature I've come across, dragons are meat-eating, even human-eating."
"Don't be ridiculous. I'm not some kind of barbarian. I can't remember the last dragon who actually consumed a human. Really, Paige."
"I guess I have a lot of learning to do."
"I'll say."
Paige offered him a sheepish glance before she changed the subject. "Your nest is really great. Did you decorate it yourself?" Dewey lifted his chin, a pleasant smile crossing his teal lips.
"I did, yes. After they built the loft, I carefully selected each piece you see."
"Well, you did a great job." Paige ran her hand along the chair's fabric. "Did you just redecorate?" Dewey's nose wrinkled again.
"No. Why do you ask?"
"Oh, this chair seems brand new." Dewey's posture stiffened.
"I don't get many visitors."
Paige clamped her lips together, wishing she'd stop putting her foot in her mouth at every turn. "What about the last librarian?" Dewey shook his head, his wings fluttering behind him as he did. "Oh," Paige said, arching an eyebrow. "Well, they really missed out. I personally plan to spend a lot of time in this comfy chair." She kicked her feet out and slouched before shooting a glance at the dragon. "If you'll have me, that is." Dewey's expression softened.
"I wouldn't object."
Paige grinned at him before he continued.
"The truth is, Paige, the last librarian and I were not friendly at all. He disliked working with a dragon, particularly a, as he put it, pint-sized fellow like me."
Paige swallowed the last of her tea. Well, that's rude. His loss. He missed out on some fabulous cookies. You don't have to be kind just because I'm tiny. I don't want your pity, and the truth is, I could still harm you. I have teeth. He bared his sharp pearly whites at her, and then wiggled his fingers. And sharp claws. You don't have to be large to inflict damage. I have a cat. I know firsthand. So, Dickens is a little devil, huh? Dewey flew over and placed his saucer on the tray before he lifted it and flew to the kitchen. That he is. Typical cat. And I have been on the receiving end of his claws and teeth more than once. What did you do to deserve that? Dewey called as he unloaded the tray's contents into the sink. He lowered himself to stand on a stool at the sink. Paige sauntered to the kitchen and tugged a dish towel from the oven's handle. She picked up a clean teacup as Dewey dumped it into the dish rack to dry. Pet him too long? Didn't feed him fast enough? She said with a shrug as she rubbed the teacup's surface. You know, the usual. Sounds like a typical cat. Dickens is definitely that, Paige said with a chuckle. Where do these go? Dewey wiggled a finger at one of the cupboards overhead. Paige nodded and flung it open. Then she stowed the teacup inside before drying the next one. Idiots who built my kitchen put everything at human height. Good thing you've got wings. Dewey eyed her sideways. If we're going to work together, you're really going to need to tone back your positive attitude. Paige cocked her head as she slid the second teacup onto the shelf. Maybe you're going to need to work on your negative one. Dewey twisted to face her, his eyes narrowing. Paige matched his stance, ready to defend her view. Before either could speak, a klaxon blared overhead. Red lights flashed as the alarm continued to belt out its warning. What's that? Paige asked, her eyes widening. Dewey pressed his lips together, concern squashing his features. Trouble. Chapter 10. Trouble? Paige questioned, raising her voice over the ear-splitting shriek of the alarm. Dewey slammed the handle down on the faucet and tossed the cookie plate into the dish rack. We've got a case. He whipped around and flew headlong across his nest, and then he disappeared down the stairs. Seconds later, he reappeared, hovering at the door. Come on! Paige shoved her glasses up her nose and flung the dish towel on the counter. She darted across the nest and followed Dewey. He flitted over the railing and sailed across the archive. Wait for me! Paige called as she hurried down the stairs, circling around the nest tower as quickly as she could. Her ponytail bobbed up and down as she clutched the railing, hoping she didn't slip and tumble down the many stairs. She reached the final few steps and attempted to leap to the floor below. Instead, she sprawled across it and slid to a stop a few feet away from the circular staircase. Oof, she moaned, as the impact pushed the air from her lungs. Her glasses flew off, skittering across the floor. She pushed up to her hands and knees, patting the cold surface below her in search of her glasses. What's the holdup? Dewey's voice asked. She swung her gaze around in search of a blurry version of the small creature. A form that she assumed was Dewey swooped past her. Seconds later, it hovered directly in front of her, inches from her face. He held out a dark object. Paige offered a slight smile as she accepted her glasses. Thanks. I'm blind without them. She slid them onto her face and, with her vision restored, found Dewey's outstretched arm. She grabbed his paw, and he rose up, tugging her to stand. Thanks, she said again, straightening her tunic. I tried to skip the last few steps and took a header instead. I'm not very graceful. Did you get hurt? No, I'm fine. I'm used to it, she said with an awkward chuckle. We're going to have to work on that, Dewey said. If you're sure you're all right, follow me. We've got a case. What do you mean a case? Paige questioned as she hurried behind the flying dragon. I mean, we have a magical object that needs to be retrieved. Wow, is it always this much fanfare? Dewey threaded through the shelves. Not always. This is a red alert. That sounds ominous. It is. Red alerts mean it is vital to the human race that we retrieve the object. Paige's footsteps faltered. Vital? Dewey spun and stared at her, hovering in the air for a moment before he flew backward as he spoke. Yes, if we fail, the humans will likely not survive it. Her chin slid down at the words. Red alerts, Dewey continued, are matters of life and death, literally. She considered it for a moment before hurrying to keep up with the dragon who flitted around a corner. She shot after him and scanned the open area as the alarm ceased to blare. Red lights still flashed above them, though. Across the space, the dragon stood on a table. A small machine puttered in front of him, spitting out a ticker tape. He clutched it in his paws, his eyes wide as he read it. "What is it?" a winded Paige asked as she jogged the last few steps to the table. MODWW. Threat level, high. Threat credibility, high. Retrieval priority, high. Closest library facility, Shadow Harbor. Paige crinkled her brow as she shrugged, failing to make sense of the message. What? The ticker tape machine ceased to rattle, and Dewey ripped the message from the page. Across the room, the door to the main library boomed shut. That's probably Ronnie. She should have the full file. Paige hastened after the dragon, weaving toward the door. The clink of a woman's shoes on the metal stairs filled the air as they approached. Ronnie descended the stairs, a folder clutched in her hands. Didn't expect this, she called as they came together. A red alert, Dewey said, the ticker tape trailing behind him as he flew toward her. And we're the closest. He thrust the tape toward Ronnie, and she grabbed it, scanning it. Target? Dewey inquired. Mirror of duplication, Ronnie said, still scanning the words on the tape. Dewey wove around in the air, nervous energy causing him to pace without using his feet. And it's the werewolves? Werewolves? Paige repeated, stunned. Ronnie flicked the folder open. Yes, a small contingency. Dewey squeezed his paws into fists. Won't be for long if they manage to acquire it. That's why it's a code red. Paige shifted her gaze between them, eyeing the exchange. I'm sorry, I'm playing catch-up here. Would one of you mind filling me in on what's happening? Ronnie raised her eyes to meet Paige's. When information on an object emerges, the libraries receive a notification. They're classified by threat level. Green is the lowest, red is the highest. Yellow is a medium-level priority. Purple is a toss-up, Dewey added. Okay, so I've gathered from the ticker tape thingy that this is a red alert, and we're the closest facility. Does that mean we're responsible? Yes and no, Ronnie explained. We are the best to respond. However... What? Paige questioned. It's your first day, Paige. If you don't feel prepared, we'll request assistance from another library. Dewey's fists curled tighter. Paige eyed him as his agitation grew. I'll do it. Dewey spun to face her, his paws shooting open and a surprised expression covering his teal features. Ronnie glanced down at the folder, concern flitting across her face. Paige, are you certain? This is what you hired me for, right? Ronnie raised her eyebrows and drew her chin back to her chest. Well, yes, but no one expects you to dive into field work on your first day. It's hardly diving, Ronnie, Dewey argued. We'll have prep work to do, and I'll help. This is a red-level threat, Dewey, Ronnie shot back. Paige swallowed hard as she considered reaffirming her stance. Did she truly wish to toss herself into the job like this? It could be dangerous. But she wanted to prove herself. She wanted to make a contribution. Paige bit her lower lip as she made her final decision. Okay, what about this? I'd like to do the retrieval, but can we reach out to another library in case something goes wrong? Kind of have them on standby if needed? Ronnie flicked the folder closed and pressed her lips together. Excellent idea, Paige. It's this type of thinking that will make you a fantastic librarian. Paige thrust her shoulders back at the compliment, determined to prove her value. Dewey clapped his paws together and rubbed them. Okay, we'll need to begin with some basic research. Paige, you'll read up on werewolves since you're new to the game. I'll pull the information we have on the mirror of duplication. MOD, Paige said. Mirror of duplication. Right, Dewey answered. Come on, let's go. Dewey darted away as Ronnie handed the manila folder to Paige. I'll contact the Mist Hollow Library and let them know we intend to pursue retrieval,
but that they should prepare to assist if needed. Paige accepted the proffered item with a nod. I hope not to need them. She adjusted her glasses. But in the event that I may fail, I would prefer it does not spell disaster for the world. Dewey hovered at the end of a shelf, peering around it. Come on, he shouted. You'd better go, Ronnie said. Paige firmed her lower lip and nodded before spinning on her heel and darting toward the dragon. I'll pull Benson's Guide to Creatures for you. It's a good introduction. Then, for follow-up, you can search the stacks for more information. While you read, I'll use the Booktron to search the Mirror of Duplication and compile a summary of what I find. Thanks, Dewey, Paige said as she hurried behind him. He flew to the shelves making up the sidewall and hovered at a specific level, one finger stretched toward the books. He mumbled under his breath as he read off titles before he shouted, Aha! Here it is. He tugged the thick volume from the shelf, dipping from the weight as he freed it. Paige relieved him of it. He waved a finger toward a dark corner. There's a desk in the corner there you can use, or you're welcome to go to my nest if you'd like a comfier seat. I'll stay here for now in case I need another reference, Paige answered as she scurried to the chair and dropped into it. She flicked on the lamp on the desk's top and plunked the book down on the worn surface. Paige adjusted the lamp's shade before hefting the thick book open and scanning the contents. With her eyebrows raised, she blinked twice as she scanned the listing. With a rub of her forehead, she flipped to the index and scanned the W's for werewolf. Her mind struggled to process the list of creatures under W, ranging from wyvern to werecat. She found the entry for werewolves. The term appeared on several pages. She yanked the drawer open in search of paper to jot down the pages. Finding none, she spun to glance at Dewey. He'd dragged a stool to the Booktron where he clacked away on the keys. She had a notebook in her tote. She'd left it in Dewey's nest, she realized. I'm just going to run up for my tote. I left it by your chair. You don't need to ask, Dewey assured her with a distracted wave. His clacking slowed as Paige passed him, and he twisted to face her. Oh, Paige? Yeah, she said, spinning to eye him. Thanks for taking the case. I thought you'd turn it down, and a chance like this? The chance to resolve a red alert? Well, it doesn't come along every day. He opened his teal lips in a wide grin. I hope we can pull it off. Paige hurried through the stacks toward Dewey's nest, surprised she remembered the way and didn't get lost wandering aimlessly. Instead, her mind dwelled on the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had she been foolish to so readily accept it? Too late now, her mind added as she mounted the first step to the nest high above. She'd just need to work extra hard to ensure an acceptable outcome. She reached the top, puffing for breath as she crossed to the armchair. Whew! I really need to get in shape, she murmured as she snatched her bag. You'd think all those steps at my apartment would help. She hurried down the stairs with the bag slung over her arm and settled back at the desk. After jotting down the page numbers, she flicked to the first reference and began scanning it. An entire chapter devoted to werewolves, she breathed as she turned to a new page in her notebook and prepared to take notes. Across the space, Dewey flitted between the bookshelf and the Booktron, amassing a stack of references. Paige returned her attention to the book in front of her. The chapter detailed the commonalities shared by all werewolves, stating that, while they appeared human-like on most occasions, they had the ability to transform into wolf-like creatures. Depending on the origin of the wolf, some remained bipedal during transformation, while others were quadrupeds. Paige scrawled a note about this in her notebook before chewing on the end of her pen. Not only were there werewolves, but there were different types of werewolves. She blinked rapidly as she considered the secrets hidden in plain sight. She pressed on in her research, learning more about the differences between each species of werewolf, their origins, and their physical characteristics. The common folklore surrounding werewolves, in many instances, proved true, but in some instances was false. The overriding assumption that cycles of the moon dictated their transformation only applied to a specific species of bipedal werewolves. In most other instances, transformation could be somewhat controlled, similar to a shapeshifter. However, in one specific species,
Transformation could occur at random moments and might not be controllable by any means. These species lived in the mountainous regions of China, a location almost entirely devoid of humans. "This is incredible," Paige whispered as she continued to jot notes. She continued her note-taking, trying to focus on information that could prove life-saving in the event that she encountered one of these creatures face-to-face, or that might aid them in their search for the artifact. She had little idea how this would unfold, but she figured a good understanding of the general species would be the least she needed to scrape by. As she scrawled a note about their silver allergy, she pondered if she would, indeed, come face-to-face with one. What a frightening thought! Her mind conjured the image of her standing somewhere in a wooded area, a full moon shining overhead, a hairy beast in front of her. It snarled, teeth bared. Saliva dripped from sharp fangs. Blood stained the fur around its mouth and on its paws. It had killed before, and it would kill again. Chapter 11. Paige sucked in a breath as she pulled her mind from the scary scenario. She wrote a note at the top of her page to find something silver for protection, and then she drew a large star next to it. As she flipped to the next entry, she glanced down at her bracelet. "I wonder if you're silver," she murmured to the charms. She studied it a moment longer, pondering if the charms had meaning. It had been her mother's bracelet. Had she gathered the charms from specific places? Vacation destinations, birthday gifts, cases she'd solved while working at the library? A slight breeze interrupted her thoughts as her dragon partner buzzed past her and plopped onto the desk. His little teal legs dangled over the side. He swiped at his brow. "I've gathered a collection of resources. I'll start summarizing the information over dinner and have everything prepared for you tomorrow morning." "Need some help?" Dewey stammered, scratching at his forehead. "No, of course not. I will have everything done for you. I'm your research assistant. That's my job." "Well, sure, and I'm certain you're wonderful at it, but I should learn not only how to do the research, but also more about this mirror thing." "You can learn it from the notes I provide." Paige drew her chin back to her chest and offered a timid nod. "All right." Dewey flitted across to the stack of books he'd amassed. Paige twisted to face him. "It's just that, well, that stack is huge. I thought you may need some help." Dewey lifted the top book and slammed it against the stack. "Are you trying to take my job, Paige? Is that what you'd like? Me out on the streets, homeless, jobless, useless?" Her jaw dropped open and her forehead crinkled. No, she stammered. "Of course not. I'm not trying to take your job. I just thought you would like some help and company. That stack is huge." Dewey eyed the stack of books, taller than him. "At least I could help you move them to your nest," Paige offered. "I didn't mean to insult you. I'm sorry, Dewey. You're not useless. I wouldn't know where to begin if you weren't helping me. Thought I'd return the favor." The dragon's shoulders slumped as he placed a paw against the stack. He waved the other paw at her. "I'm sorry. I'm sensitive. This is all I got to do with the last librarian. If I don't research, I have no job." Paige scrunched her features and shook her head, her ponytail flicking back and forth. "That can't be true." "It is," Dewey said, hefting the first book from the stack and flying away, weighted down by the heavy tome. Paige scurried from her seat and swiped the next 2 books off the stack before closing the gap between them. "What did you do while the previous librarian was in the field?" "Research." "And when he retrieved artifacts?" They reached the bottom of the nest. "Research." Dewey shot up toward the nest, leaving Paige to climb the stairs. She hurried up the stairs and arrived at the top winded. "You've really got to stop dusting me like that. I have to climb all those stairs. Now..." He darted past her as she dumped the books on top of the one he'd left next to the chaise and disappeared into the library. Paige huffed as she hurried down the many stairs and reached the bottom, only to find him shooting upward with another book. "Wait up! We didn't finish our conversation!" She shook her head as she wound back through the archives to the stack of books near the booktron. After loading her arms with 3 more hefty volumes, she hurried across the space and up the stairs again. Across the room, Dewey slid another book onto the stack. He spun and barreled across the room toward Paige. She dropped the books on the floor as she swung her arms out. They thudded against the thick carpeting, coming dangerously close to breaking her toes. She pressed her arms against the door jamb, blocking his departure. "Stop!" Paige shouted. "We didn't finish our conversation." Dewey hovered in front of her. "It was finished as far as I'm concerned." "It's not." Dewey shot toward her. Paige squatted down, her features pinching as she prepared for him to slam into her. He stopped his forward motion, his tiny feet flinging forward as he pulled back. With a wrinkled nose and furrowed brow, he dove toward an open spot near her waist. She shifted to block him. He tried again, attempting to shoot between her ankles. "Stop!" she shouted again, catching hold of him. "Let me go. Put me down, you gigantic brute," Dewey shouted as she strong-armed him back into the nest. "Never!" Paige yelled, her limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to hold on to the thrashing dragon. "I've got claws. I'll use 'em." Paige flexed her jaw, her words spoken through clenched teeth. "Just try it. I've wrangled a cat into a carrier for a vet visit. I can handle anything." A grumbling sound came from the tiny dragon before he let out a screech. Paige recognized it as the sound she'd heard when opening the door the night before. The two struggled across the room until Paige pinned Dewey onto his chaise. "What's wrong with you?" "With me?" he shouted, his tiny legs kicking against her grip. "I'm not the one who assaulted a coworker." "Dewey, I don't understand why you won't finish this discussion." Dewey's eyes burned with fury as he shot a glance at her, his paws balled into fists. He pounded them against the chaise as he spoke. "There is nothing to discuss. I stay here and research. You go into the field and retrieve things. You get the glory. I get the work." Paige shook her head as she tried to understand him. "Why?" "Look at me. Do you think I can waltz out of the library any time and track down a missing item?" Paige considered that, her face scrunching. "So you've never left the library?" Dewey shimmied to free himself from her grip. He straightened in his seat, pushing himself upward. "No, and the last librarian preferred it. He'd stop by, get the work I'd do, and off he'd go. I barely saw him." Paige wandered across to her chair and plopped into it. "Well, that's terrible." "Occasionally, Ronnie would visit with me, but she has her hands full with the upstairs and this." "So you've been down here all alone for over 10 years?" "More or less," Dewey admitted. She let her face fall as she imagined being locked underground for over a decade with little to no contact with the outside world. She pressed her lips together and shot a glance at Dewey. "Don't give me that pitying look. I understood what I was getting into when I took the job. At least I'm making a difference, which is more than my parents said I would." Paige shook her head, her fingers digging into the thick cushion. "But still, when you took the job, you couldn't have expected your partner to be such an ass." Dewey wiggled forward, letting his legs dangle over the side of the chaise. "I had hoped for better." Paige nodded, pressing her lips together. Dewey shrugged, his paws facing the ceiling. "But the fact remains, I'm a researcher." Paige crinkled her brow and leaped from her seat. She sidestepped to the plaque on the wall, poking a finger at it. "This doesn't say researcher. It says librarian." Dewey clasped his paws together in his lap. "Well, I can't exactly waltz out of here, can I?" Paige skulked back to her chair and collapsed into it. She sank her chin into her palm. "But if you don't, we can't solve this." "Of course we can," Dewey said, hopping from the chaise and launching himself into the air. "But we can't without research." Paige leaped up behind him and followed. He circled around the tower as she descended the stairs. "Yes, your research is vital and invaluable, especially for me since I'm brand new. Yesterday, I didn't know werewolves exist. I'm running to catch up here." Dewey nodded as they reached the floor. They traveled through the shelves toward the booktron. I'll make sure to get as much done tonight as possible so you can get an early start tomorrow. This will take you all night, Paige said, gathering 2 more books into her arms as Dewey struggled to lift one. Paige lifted it for him, handing a lighter book off to him, and they began their return trip. Likely, yes. Don't worry, I have plenty of coffee and cookies. Paige mounted the stairs as Dewey flew up next to her. She shot him an unconvinced glance. I'm used to it. The former librarian preferred the notes be on his desk in the morning. Paige slid the 2 books she carried onto the stack. I know you don't need it, but my offer still stands. We could get a pizza and work on it together. I'm starving. We missed lunch, and it's already 5. Dewey hovered as he slowly slid his book on top of the stack. He froze, his eyes still on the books below him. He slid his gaze sideways to Paige. Pizza? Paige winced and shoved her glasses up her face nervously. Yeah, you know, dough with tomato sauce. They sprinkle cheese on top and whatever toppings you'd like and... Yes, I know what pizza is, Paige, Dewey said with a roll of his eyes. She flung her arms out. Well, I don't know. You were acting like you didn't know what a pizza was. I was not, he insisted. I was just wondering if you were willing to order from Cheesy Does It. I really like their breadsticks. You've had them? Paige asked. They're the best. They're addictive. I ate an entire order myself once. Dewey rubbed his chin before poking a finger at Paige. Better order 2 breadsticks. Deal, Paige said with a nod. What toppings do you like? I'm not too picky, Dewey answered as he flew across the room to retrieve a notebook and pen. Come on, you have to like something more than other things. Well, I prefer mushrooms and green peppers. I don't mind pepperoni either. He tossed his notepad onto the table near the chaise. Please, no anchovies. And nothing odd, like pineapple. Paige wagged a finger in the air. People who eat pineapple on pizza should be jailed. Dewey chuckled. Gosh, I haven't had a pizza in such a long time. Ronnie ordered me one once for my birthday with the breadsticks. I've never forgotten the taste. Paige arched an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips. Well, get ready to remember the best birthday of your life. I'll order it as soon as I get back. I'm just going to run home and feed Dickens. Your cat? Paige shouldered her bag and nodded. Yes, he'll kill me if I don't check in and feed him. Oh, well, you'd better go then. Wouldn't want anything untoward to happen to you on your first day. Paige chuckled as she crossed the room. No, we'll save that for day 2. Dewey offered a weak smile as he settled into the chaise and tugged a large book onto his lap. I won't be long, Paige called as she hopped down the first few steps. She bounced down the stairs, hiking the straps farther up on her shoulder. Within 20 minutes, she arrived back at her apartment. Dickens, she called as she flew through the door. She dropped the tote in the hall and hurried to the kitchen. Dickens! She popped the top on the cat food and dumped it into his bowl. Dickie, hurry! I don't have much time. Paige tapped the bowl on the counter, peering around the apartment for some sign of the fluff ball. With a huff, she mumbled, Where is he? Paige stalked from the kitchen, dish in hand, into the living room. She scanned the space, checking under the couch and armchair. Nothing. She shuffled into her bedroom. Dickens? The tabby cat sat on her window ledge, staring down into the street below. Paige slapped her hand against her thigh with a sigh. There you are. The cat didn't respond, his gaze never leaving the window. Paige crossed to him and peeked over his pointed ears. What are you staring at that's more interesting than your dish? In the sun's waning light, long shadows painted the alley below. Paige squinted into the darkness before shaking her head in confusion. I don't know what you're... A flash of red caught her attention. Her eyes widened, and she stared into the darkness, searching for the source of the color. A hiss emerged from Dickens, his ears flattening against his head, followed by a low growl. His tail puffed into a fat, fuzzy mess, and the fur on his back ruffled. Visions of her nightmare less than 24 hours ago flashed through her mind. Something had been in that alley in her dream. something that had attacked her. Was it lurking there now? Was she in danger? The scratch on her back suddenly began to sting. She arched her back, wiggling her shoulders to relieve the prickly burn. Pain burst at the sides of her temples. She squeezed her eyes shut and spun away from the window. In her hand, the dish wobbled, the beefy bits coming close to sloshing onto the floor. The searing pain in her back intensified. She gritted her teeth as the irritating sensation turned into a fiery ache. With gritted teeth, she clutched the side of the bed, a moan escaping her clenched jaw. A throbbing pounded again at her temples, and her forehead felt like a rubber band squeezed it. The dish clattered to the ground. She dropped to her knees, squeezing her eyes shut as the world closed in around her. Chapter 12. The sound of the clattering bowl drew Dickens away from the window. The cat rubbed against Paige's legs. She blew out a breath, her chest collapsing. Her eyelids fluttered open. She swallowed hard as her headache eased and the discomfort in her back subsided. She sucked in a shaky breath, adjusting her glasses. What was that? Next to her, Dickens licked the food off the hardwood. Paige sucked in a shaky breath, taking an extra moment to recover from the odd incident. She ran a hand down the cat's back, hoping his soft fur would steady her nerves. She climbed to her feet on wobbly knees and stumbled to the window. She stared down into the alley, scouring the shadows for a hint of the red she'd just spotted moments earlier. Empty. Nothing was there. She reached a hand over her shoulder to her back and slipped it below her tunic. The ragged edge of the wound scratched at her fingertips. She winced as a laceration stung again under her touch. What is happening? She breathed. With a shake of her head, she tore her eyes away from the street below and turned to face her bedroom. Her shoulders slumped as she stared at the mess. Gooey gravy still shone on the dark hardwood, despite Dickens's best efforts to clean up the food. With a sigh, she righted the upended dish, revealing a new pile of beefy bits. Dickens chowed down on the fresh meat as Paige slogged into the kitchen to wash the brown residue from his bowl and set it in the drainer to dry. She bent over, rummaging through the cupboard under the sink, and pulled a roll of paper towels and cleaner from within it. After returning to her bedroom, she stared at the sticky splotch on the floor. Dickens had already left it behind in favor of a spot on the bed where he could groom himself. You didn't do a very good job, Paige said as she sank to her knees and sprayed a generous amount of the pine-scented cleaner across the floorboards. She tore off a wad of the absorbent sheets, balled them up, and rubbed them across the floor. Her mind turned back to the strange event that prompted her to dump the dish and create the mess. What was happening to her? Why did she have the strange scratch on her back, and what caused her strange reaction? Dickens had seen something that disturbed him, too. He'd hissed and growled. But what? Paige questioned aloud as she sat back on her heels. She scrunched her nose to inch her glasses up on her face. Dickens trilled, his yellow-green eyes resting on Paige. What did you see, Dickie? The cat warbled again, twisting onto his back and stretching a paw toward her. She studied the animal, trying to glean any information, but quickly gave up. She squashed up the dirty paper towels and collected the cleaner as she rose to stand. I don't know, Dickens, and you aren't talking, so I guess we'll never have answers. Dickens righted himself and returned to licking his paw and rubbing it across his face. Well, unfortunately, Paige said as she crossed the room, I've got to run, Dickie. I'm pulling an all-nighter with my new partner. She returned the cleaning products before darting back into her bedroom, where she tugged off her tunic and replaced it with a camisole and hoodie. You're not going to believe this, Dickie. He's a dragon. After switching her leggings for a pair of sweats, she hurried to the door and turned back to face the cat. Did you hear me? A dragon! Only he's tiny, a little bigger than you. One day, I'll introduce you. The cat narrowed his eyes at her and offered a meow. Don't worry, he doesn't eat cats. The tabby rolled onto his other side, putting an end to the conversation. All right, well, don't expect me back. We're getting pizza, she called, waving overhead as she crossed the apartment and grabbed her tote. She stepped into the hall, plowing into a dark figure looming at her door. "Oops, excuse me." Her words cut off when she recognized her upstairs neighbor, Devin. "Oh, hello. Gosh, sorry. I'm always running into you." He flashed her a grin, revealing his perfect white teeth.
"Don't worry about it."
He eyed her from head to toe.
"You heading out for the evening?"
Paige winced as she realized she likely looked like a vagabond in her less than stylish sweat outfit. "Oh, haha," she started. "No. Yes. She waved her hand in the air with another chuckle as she babbled incoherently. Heat rose in her cheeks, and she wondered what shade of crimson colored her face. Devin narrowed his dark eyes, an amused smirk playing across his features.
"So, are you going out then?"
"Yes, I am leaving my apartment," Paige said, pointing back toward her door, "which is obvious. But I'm not going out. I am, but just to work."
"You're going to work in sweats? At night?"
"It's a long story." Devin wiggled his eyebrows, his chiseled jaw working as he considered her statement. He rubbed a finger across the stubble, peppering his chin. "Not really. It's not that long. I've got some work to finish up with a coworker, and we figured we'd just meet up now. I figured I would probably rather be comfortable if we're up until the wee hours of the morning or something." Devin bit his lower lip as he offered her meandering explanation a slow nod.
"Well, good luck, I guess. And you certainly look like you'll be comfortable."
"Thank you," Paige exclaimed with a grin. She hiked her bag further up her shoulder and offered a wave as she headed down the hall. "Thank you?" she chided herself as she rounded the corner and descended the stairs. "Seriously, Paige? I don't think he was complimenting you." She grabbed her phone from her tote and checked the time as she pushed through the door into the cool fall evening. Yikes! Far later than she expected, she hurried through the streets, turning away from the library and heading toward the docks. The harbor bell sang in the distance, and salty air swept past her as she jogged up a side street and ducked through the door into Cheesy Does It. A wave of heat hit her when she stepped inside. At this time of night, patrons packed the pizzeria. Paige fought through the crowd to the counter as the scent of tomato sauce, freshly baked breadsticks sprinkled with their signature seasoning, and baked cheese hit her nostrils. Her stomach growled at the delicious aroma. She traced a gouge in the wooden counter with her finger as she waited for service. A portly man with an unruly, dark, curly mop on top of his head wandered to the counter. Pizza sauce stained his white apron, and he wiped his flour-covered hands against it.
"What can I get ya?"
"Large pie with green peppers and mushrooms, 2 orders of sticks, and a 2-liter of ice-cold root beer." Paige shoved her glasses up and grinned at the man. "It's my first pizza party at my new job." He tapped around on a screen and gave her a total, ignoring her comment entirely. The smile faded from her face. She slid her card across the counter. She stowed it back in her wallet as paper shot from within the receipt machine. The man tore it away and passed it to her with a pen.
"Be done in 20.
Paige winced, scrunching her eyebrows together. 20? Can it be any quicker? I'm in a hurry." The man waved his hands around.
"What do you think? We're packed."
Paige frowned while she added a tip and scrawled her signature across the bottom. She emphatically tapped her pen against the paper after she finished the R in Turner. It bounced from her hand, flying through the air and landing on the floor near her. "Oops," she mumbled, bending over to retrieve it. She backed into a chair behind her, knocking a patron into the table in front of him. Table legs screeched across the aged hardwood. "Oh, sorry." Paige's fingertips hit the pen, sending it rolling away from her. Paige chased after it, running low as she attempted to scoop it up. A patron stood and shuffled from her seat, kicking the pen farther away. "Shoot." Paige continued her quest for the wayward pen. It rolled into the open and came to a stop. With a sigh of relief, Paige reached for it. A waitress, with a full tray of dirty dishes, trod across the small object. It rolled as the ball of her foot hit it. Her leg flew out in front of her. She wobbled, her arms flailing. She lost her grip on the tray as she fought to stay standing. She lost the battle seconds later, falling backward. Her back smacked into the hard floor with a sickening thud. The tray, filled with dishes, flew into the air and landed feet away with a loud crash. Dishes scattered, some breaking into pieces and others sliding across the floor. One bowl wobbled in circles before it finally came to a stop. A hush fell over the crowd as the mishap startled everyone. Paige winced when she straightened. "Oops. Sorry." The waitress glared at her, and the man who'd taken her order narrowed his eyes before shouting over his shoulder, "Finish that last order up pronto." "Let me help," she said to the waitress, who struggled to rise to her feet and collect the contents of her tray. "No thanks," she spat. The man at the counter jabbed a finger at a chair in the corner. "Why don't you take a seat before you do any more damage?" Paige shoved her glasses farther up on her nose, stalked to a seat, and sank into it. Her chin fell to her chest as she eyed the cleanup efforts. Pizza sauce splattered the light oak floor, grease stains pooled under overturned plates, and jagged ceramic pieces were scattered everywhere. Paige puffed out her cheeks as she checked the time again. Hopefully, the blunder could at least expedite the pizza order. She drummed her fingers against her thigh, licking her lips as she waited. The waitress shot her another glaring glance after hefting the loaded tray up onto her shoulder. Paige offered an apologetic smile. The woman wrinkled her nose, shook her head, and with an emphatic huff, spun on her heel and disappeared into the kitchen. Within 10 minutes, they loaded her up with her order and sent her on her way. Paige pushed through the door with 3 steaming boxes in her hands and a 2-liter wrapped in a bag dangling from her wrist. Cool air caressed her skin, turning it into goose flesh after being inside the hot pizzeria. She darted down the street and hurried into the intersection. As she crossed the small side street, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. The gash on her back began to throb. A shudder snaked down her spine and her throat went dry. She lowered the boxes, figuring her load bothered the large scratch. She approached the curb on the opposite side when a vehicle roared toward her. It seemed to have come out of nowhere. The tires screeched as it aimed for her, its engine gunning. Heat washed throughout her body and sweat beaded on her forehead. Her muscles stiffened and her heart thudded against her ribs, threatening to explode from her chest. She sucked in a sharp breath, holding it while her lower lip trembled. A pair of headlights blinded her, and she squinted, frozen in place for a moment. Her heart skipped a beat as she spotted one terrifying feature. Behind the headlights, 2 red eyes peered at her. Chapter 13. With the car showing no signs of stopping, Paige leaped onto the curb, nearly toppling over. One of the pizza boxes slid from the stack and landed intact on the sidewalk below. "Whoa!" she shouted. "Watch it, you maniac!" The car's tires squealed as it tore away, running the red light. Another car screeched to a stop, sliding sideways to avoid a collision. A passerby on the street collected the pizza box. The hoodie-clad man slid the box onto the stack, still in her hands. "Are you okay?" Paige nodded at him, scrunching her nose to inch her glasses up on her face. "Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. I don't know where that car came from." "That side street," the man answered, pointing toward an alley down the street. "Must have been in some hurry. He shot out of there and never stopped. I thought he was going to hit you for sure." "Thank goodness he didn't," Paige said. "And thanks for the assist." She lifted the boxes at him with a smile. "You're welcome. You take care now. People are crazy." "I'll say," she answered. "Thanks again." She continued along the sidewalk, the incident playing over in her mind. Had she really seen red eyes in the car? Or had she merely imagined it in her moment of panic? She abandoned the thoughts, concentrating instead on hauling the food the remaining 3 blocks to the library. She puffed with exertion, carrying the load. The dangling bag swung from side to side as she tried to keep a fast pace. "Should have had them deliver," she mumbled to herself as the library finally came into view. She darted down the side alley toward the back entrance. As she approached, she realized her lack of a free hand. With a sigh, she attempted to shift the pizza boxes to one hand and dig through her tote with the other. The boxes wobbled, coming dangerously close to slipping as she struggled to free her wrist from the plastic handles digging into it. She groaned and set the 2-liter on the ground before she tried again. The dragon charm of her bracelet dug into her tote's lining and became caught. "You're kidding," she exclaimed in a huff. She glanced up and down the alley in search of a spot to place the pizza boxes while she freed herself. With nothing in sight, she braced them against the wall, lifting her leg to steady them as she tried to reach for her opposite wrist. After nearly toppling over twice, she bit her lower lip and heaved a sigh. She eyed the ground, wondering if she could place the boxes down there. Before she attempted it, the back door popped open and Otis peered out.
"Paige?"
"Otis," Paige said with a wide grin. "Hi."
"What are you doing out here?"
"Coming back to keep working. I just ran out to feed my cat and grab some food." She waved the boxes in the air, balancing them on her wrist. "But then I couldn't get my key card out, and then my bracelet got stuck. I'm a mess." Otis chuckled as he pulled the boxes from the precarious spot, balanced on her wrist.
"Let me take this."
"Thanks," Paige said, blowing out a relieved breath. She shook her wrist before she freed her charm from the lining of her tote bag. Otis held the door open for her, and she darted inside after retrieving the 2-liter of soda.
"Planning on doing a lot of work?"
Otis inquired, lifting the boxes in the air as they traveled down the dimly lit hall. "Yes," Paige confirmed, "possibly an all-nighter."
"You'll need the grub then,"
Otis said. Paige smiled and nodded. "It's pizza and breadsticks from Cheesy Does It if you'd like to grab a slice or two, and a few sticks."
"Nah, I brought a lunch. And besides, that little dragon can sure eat. You may not have enough food here."
Paige stopped, her eyes widening as she stared at Otis. He offered her a wide grin and a chuckle.
"Yeah, I know all about Dewey. Almost have to, just in case there's ever an incident. You know, I gotta make sure he's safe."
Paige bobbed her head up and down as she resumed walking next to him. "Well, at least you won't think I'm eating an entire pizza and 2 orders of breadsticks myself." Otis led her through the library to the door leading to the back hall. Paige dug her keycard from her tote and flashed it in front of the reader before tugging the door open. "Want me to grab those?" Paige asked.
"I'll walk you to the door. Though I have to leave you there, I can't go into the archives unless it's an emergency."
They made their way down the hall and stairs, and then arrived at the thick door leading below. Paige stuck her key into the keyhole and turned it before waving her card in front of the reader and tugging on the large door. It swung open, and she wedged herself inside, turning to relieve Otis of the food. "Thanks for the help."
"Anytime, Paige. And if you're ever heading out for food again, just let me know, and I'll keep an eye out for you and let you in."
"Oh, thanks, Otis. I really appreciate that. I'm such a klutz. I can use all the help I can get." Otis chuckled as he offloaded the pizza boxes.
"I doubt that."
"Don't. When I ordered these pizzas, I dropped my pen, bumped into a fellow patron, and then kicked the pen across the room. A waitress stepped on it and fell, sending her tray full of dirty plates across the room and shattering a few." Otis raised his bushy eyebrows at her and laughed again.
"Sounds like she's the klutz."
"I still won't turn down the help. Thanks again."
"Enjoy the pizza."
Paige thanked him, slipping inside and letting the door bang shut. She tapped down the metal staircase in her sneakers and snaked through the shelves to the back corner housing Dewey's nest. "I'll be in shape in no time," she said as she continued spiraling up the stairs. Winded, she arrived at the top and pushed through his door into his living quarters. "Made it! I stopped for the pizza so we wouldn't have to wait the typical 45 minutes for delivery." Dewey sat with a large book on his lap and a pen in his paw. He stared at Paige for a moment before he shifted the book from his lap and flew upward. "Paige, you came back." Paige wrinkled her forehead as she crossed to the kitchen counter and slid the pizza boxes onto it. "Of course I did. Sorry I'm later than expected. I had a minor mishap with Dickens's dish." Dewey darted around the kitchen retrieving plates, napkins, and silverware. "I thought maybe when you left to feed that cat, you weren't actually going to come back." "What?" Paige asked as she slid the 2 boxes of breadsticks onto their own stack to access the pizza. Who would do that? She pulled the root beer from the bag and set it on the counter. Dewey shrugged as he struggled to tug open the freezer drawer on his French door refrigerator. People, you come in tomorrow and say you fell asleep on the couch or something. I would never do that, Paige insisted, tugging open the freezer for him. Well, unless I really did fall asleep on my couch, but I rarely do that, so no worries. Dewey dug around in his freezer and pulled 2 frosty mugs from within. I always knew I'd use these one day. Wow, Paige cooed. Look at you with the frosty mugs for the root beer. I haven't had soda in years. I keep the mugs in here just in case. Paige filled the plates with 2 slices of pizza and 2 breadsticks, as Dewey filled the steins with ice and poured the frothy root beer over the frosty cubes. Paige collected the food, napkins, and silverware and delivered them to the living room area. Dewey followed with the drinks. He settled onto his chaise as Paige eased into the large armchair. He said as he bit into a breadstick. Paige suppressed a giggle as his little back feet kicked against his chair with delight at the food. So, what happened with your cat? He asked, after polishing off an entire breadstick. Oh, nothing. When I got home, I couldn't find him. I searched the apartment and found him staring out a window. By the time I found him, I got a splitting headache and dropped his bowl. He didn't care, but it made a mess all over my hardwood. So I had to clean that up. Then I decided to change and grab the pizza. Otherwise, we'd probably still be waiting for it. Dewey polished off his pizza and remaining breadstick before he jetted back over to the box and dropped 4 more breadsticks onto his plate, along with another slice of pizza. Can I get you anything more? No, I'm still working on my first piece. Otis wasn't kidding. Dewey settled back on his chaise. Otis? He said you eat a lot. Oh, right. Good old Otis. Paige swiped her napkin across her lips before biting into her breadstick. I was surprised he knew about you. Has to, in case something happens. That's what he said, but he's not allowed in the archives, so I guess he never visits you. No, Dewey said, with a shake of his head. Paige pondered what it might be like to live underground for over a decade with little to no contact. And on top of that, to have worked with a coworker who didn't care for you. Dewey must have had a tough time in his position. Paige chuckled as she kicked off her shoes and drew her feet onto the chair, balancing the plate in her lap. Well, in any case, I'm glad I got 2 orders of breadsticks. And thanks for getting my favorite toppings. You're welcome. Dewey settled back on his chaise, stuffing another breadstick into his mouth. Paige worked on finishing the crust of her first slice. So, have you found anything useful? Dewey nodded as he munched on another stick. I started by summarizing some basic information for you about the mirror itself. That'll be helpful, Paige said. So, how does this work exactly? Do we know where the mirror is and we just go get it? Does your research help so I don't do something wrong and accidentally unleash some crazy magical power, or what? Dewey shook his head, chewing up another bite of his breadstick before explaining. No, it's usually not that straightforward, and by the looks of the information in the file, this one won't be either. We just get a tip that someone, or more than one someone, is planning to acquire a particular item. The stage of that acquisition is variable. They could be ready to make an exchange, or they could be inquiring after it with a specific party. Then, it's up to us to track it down and intercept it before they can. I see. So, in addition to the summary work, we'll need to have a good idea of where this may be and how we can get it back. And we have to do that before they get their hands on it. Right, Dewey said, his head bobbing up and down as he devoured another breadstick. Paige rose and crossed to the pizza boxes. Then she pulled another breadstick from within and set it on her plate. And how specific is the information on this one? Not very, I'm afraid. Paige frowned as she plopped back into the armchair across from Dewey. It figures. I've started to create a timeline of any known locations of the mirror. We should also attempt to find the magic mercury and the enchantment. We need all 3 of those to make it work properly. Sounds like we've got our work cut out for us, Paige said as she nibbled a corner of her 3rd slice of pizza. Dewey darted back for a 3rd helping of pizza and sticks, and then he also poured himself another soda. Yep, And it's werewolves after it?
Right, Dewey said, nesting back into his chaise with his full plate. What may help us is identifying the species of werewolf. It can at least let us look at the clan and determine the proximity of the mirror, or, if they're traveling, we could follow them.
Good thinking. So what does this mirror do exactly?
Multiplies things.
You mean like with a reflection?
No, I mean like when used properly with the 3 things I already mentioned, it can rapidly clone werewolves in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 14. What do you mean, clone werewolves? Paige stammered as she blinked rapidly at his words.
I mean, Dewey said, waving a paw in the air, palm facing up. Here's one werewolf. Look in the mirror, add a drop of magic mercury, and recite the incantation.
He waved the other paw in the air, palm facing up.
Here's a second werewolf, identical to the first.
Paige dropped the remaining portion of her pizza on her plate as she processed the words. And how many times can the mirror be used that way?
Until the mercury supply runs out, Dewey said. Though, after that, duplicates can still be made, but they'll only be temporary, not permanent.
That sounds just as bad.
While they're all still alive, it is. The temps die off within hours to days, though.
And the permanent ones? Do they have a lifespan?
Same as the original, Dewey answered before biting into his breadstick.
So, in other words, if we don't stop the werewolves from acquiring this mirror, we could be overrun with them, permanently or temporarily.
Right. And even without the mercury, the temporary ones could live long enough to upset the balance. Plus, they can continue to resurrect them over and over and over.
Paige wrinkled her nose. Maybe I should have let the other library handle this.
No way, Dewey said, waving his paw in the air. This is a great opportunity.
But if we fail?
We won't.
Dewey punctuated his statement with a nod. I'm glad you have that much confidence, because I don't. I mean, a mirror that lets you multiply things, and werewolves, and magic mercury. Oh, and an incantation, and we only have to race the werewolves to get to it.
Correction, Dewey said, poking a finger toward her. You have to race the werewolves to get it.
What? What do you mean, me?
Us, Paige insisted. No, you, Dewey argued. I can't leave the library.
You can't, or you won't? Like, you're not allowed, or you just never do?
Dewey sipped his soda through a straw before he set it down. Paige, look at me. Does it look like I can leave the library?
Paige shifted in her seat as she let the last bite of her breadstick fall onto her plate. But, she stared into space. Her breathing turned ragged. She shook her head. I can't do this on my own.
I'll provide support from here. I'm just a text message away. He paused, his mouth wrinkling. Although, sometimes it takes me a little while to type because my paws are kinda stubby, and I can't use the virtual keyboard too well.
No way, Paige exclaimed. I can't go into the field alone. I wouldn't know the first thing about this work.
You'll figure it out, Dewey said.
I can't do it, Dewey, Paige reiterated. I'm a coward. I'll get killed. Like tonight, I barely got the pizza. Someone almost ran me over when I crossed the street. I'll never survive this.
Well, you'll have to figure something out. I obviously can't go.
She dropped her shoulders as the words hit her. She couldn't very well carry a dragon around with her. Dewey was right. She'd be alone. Paige shook her head and tapped her closed fist on the chair's arm. We need to figure something out. I can't do this alone.
I'm sure the first time will be scary, but they didn't hire you because they thought you couldn't do the job, Dewey assured her.
Paige pressed her lips together, not certain he was correct. No, they hired me because of who my mother was. She waved her charm bracelet in the air.
And your mother was probably a smart, savvy, very capable librarian.
With years of experience. Paige hesitated a moment as a sigh escaped her lips. And, might I point out, she went missing.
Let's hope you fare a little better,
Dewey flitted over and collected Paige's plate. "More, or are you finished?" "I'm all done, thanks. I can help you wash those." They made short work of the dishes, with Dewey downing another breadstick as he worked. "I'll leave these out in case we get hungry again," he said, as Paige refilled her glass with more soda. "You mean in case you get hungry?" Paige said, shooting the dragon an amused glance. "That's likely, but you're welcome to eat the food you bought." He stuck his bluish-pink tongue out at her before he settled on the floor, walked to his chaise, and climbed up using the stack of books as a ladder. "Okay," Paige said, as she set her glass down. "Where should I begin?" Dewey tore a few pages from his notepad and stuffed them into a book, waving it in the air. "Here are my notes, some of which I told you, some of which are new. Start here while I begin outlining the history of any known locations." "Thanks," Paige said, leaning forward to accept the proffered book. She winced as her muscles stretched, pulling at the wound on her back. With a grimace, she settled back into her chair and pulled open the book to read the information about the object they sought. Paige skimmed over the summary in Dewey's crisp and precise handwriting. It detailed most of what he'd told her regarding the mirror's usage. It included information about the mirror's legendary creation. Believed to have come from the ancient Mayans, it contained a drop of a demon's blood. The demon, named Zybelcan, had unique blood. If a drop spilled to the ground, a duplicate version of the demon would appear on that spot. A drop of Zybelcan's blood had been carefully collected in a vial of magical mercury and added to the mirror. The book recounted the tale of the man who had crept into the underworld to retrieve the blood. Descending into a portal in the jungle and passing from this realm into the underworld, the man spent 2 decades missing. After a 4-month vigil at the portal, his family and friends long gave him up for dead. He returned to his village 2 decades later, battered and bruised, but alive, and carrying the vial of mercury. Perfectly preserved inside it was a drop of the demon's blood. He recounted a fantastical tale, claiming to have been gone for only 14 days, in which he'd fought all manner of demons and underworld creatures. It had taken him 4 days to fight his way to the sleeping demon, and, after retrieving the drop of blood, he'd been imprisoned by him for 6 days. He'd won his freedom from the demon in the dice game of Dudo. Angered, the demon chased him from his cave and called the forces of the underworld to prevent him from escaping without breaking his promise to allow him his freedom. The man claimed to have slain many beasts on his 4-day trek back to Earth. He emerged, finding the entrance to the volcano unattended. After a day's walk, he strode into town wearing the skin of a snake, its mouth expanded to cover his head, fangs stretching from his forehead to beyond his chin. The tail of the beast trailed behind him by 6 feet. He claimed he had slain the beast in an epic battle at the mouth of the exit to the underworld. His story quickly spread through the village and to neighboring villages. Many believed his tale a hallucination or outright lie. Some speculated he had abandoned his family, leaving his wife to raise their 3 small children alone and taking on another wife in another village. The man claimed this to be a lie. Still, the rumors persisted. Naysayers explained his claims away. However, one oddity could not be explained. When the man, named Horatio, entered the volcano, he had jet black hair. No older than 30, his skin was devoid of most wrinkles and signs of age. When he returned to his village 20 years later, his image had not changed except for a scar on his cheek and 1 lock of gray hair at his right temple. He claimed the demon had shaved a year off of his life during an escape attempt, leaving the gray swatch as a reminder of his gaffe. The scar, he said, came from the beast whose skin he wore. During the battle, the snake slithered on top of him, crushing him under his weight. His venomous fang had grazed his cheek, leaving a lasting scar from the poison. His wife, nearly 50 years of age upon his return, had long since turned gray in the hair and wrinkled in the skin. Even his oldest child appeared more aged than he. Elders from neighboring villages traveled to see the youthful 50-year-old, all of them amazed at his appearance. Word traveled of his adventure and of the bounty he carried upon his return. The elders of his village secreted it away immediately. Only 2 months after his return, enemies raided the village in search of the precious item. The village burned as they searched from house to house, killing those who offered resistance, until they met with one man, Horatio. He wore the snake's skin, slithering through the raiders and killing them one by one. With only one man left, he carved an H into the man's chest and warned him to spread the word. If anyone harmed his village again, they would pay. Despite the warning, it would not be the last attack his village suffered. Fortune seekers would continue to come for the special item. Horatio fended off raid after raid, growing tired after months of defending his village. "The attacks will not stop," he warned his fellow villagers in the orange glow of a barn fire set by one of the raiders. "We must take bold action." The villagers whispered among themselves, but the elders met in secret. With the village's smithy, they forged a mirror. Encased in cold, blackened metal shaped like a snake, it stood as tall as a man. In its heart, the blood encased in mercury. The elders protected it with an incantation and the requirement for an offering of magical mercury to unlock the blood's power. When the next raiding party rode into the village, their torches burning brightly and their swords drawn, a surprise awaited them. Horatio stood in the village's center, the snakeskin on his back. But he did not stand alone. 20 Horatios stood behind him. The clones slaughtered the raiding party, leaving only one man alive. He carried the tale throughout the region, a warning to anyone who attempted to steal the magical blood. Paige glanced up from the book, amazed at the tale. Across the room, Dewey scribbled on his notepad. "Any questions?" he asked, glancing up from his book as she flicked her book shut. "Oh, tons of them," Paige said. Dewey set his pen down and lifted his head. "None of which will help us locate this thing, but my mind is blown by the tale of Horatio and how the mirror came into being. Is this fact?" Paige flipped to the front cover of the book, trying to ascertain if it contained factual information or merely tales and legends. "Fact," Dewey confirmed with a sharp nod. "All fact in that book. That's the honest origin, verified multiple times." "So, there's a portal to the underworld in Mexico?" "And a few other places, too. If you ever need to enter, we'd have to look up the closest one." Paige grimaced. "I certainly hope I never have to enter one. It sounds terrifying." "Horatio did it," Dewey said, adjusting the book in his lap. "Horatio was a braver person than me. Why would he even have done what he did?" Paige waved her hands in the air. "Never mind. It's inconsequential to our search. Maybe I'll research it later once we're finished with this." "Once we acquire the mirror, you mean?" Paige didn't respond, instead pursing her lips and wrinkling her nose. She drew her knees to her chest, her socked feet catching the edge of the cushion. Dewey snapped his gaze up at her, the spikes running from his nose to his head wiggling. "Paige?" Paige lifted a shoulder in response as she hugged her legs closer to her. "Sure." Dewey's teal lips puckered as he studied her, his eyes narrowing. Paige set her chin on her knees. "I'm beginning to worry I may not achieve this, and then I'll be researching Horatio's story from inside a jail cell run by werewolves who have taken over the world." Dewey huffed at her, a puff of steam escaping from his nostrils. "Honestly, Paige, you've got to find some confidence. Centuries of librarians have gone before you, and every one of them had their first case and their first asset retrieval." "Do you think every one of them was as nervous as I am?" "I should think so, yes," Dewey said. He tapped his pen against the lowest spike on his nose. "I'm sure I would be if I were retrieving an asset." "You're still not off the hook there," Paige said. "I'm brainstorming ways to take you with me." Dewey's eyes lit for a moment. "That would be something. I take it back. I wouldn't be nervous. I would be thrilled." "Good. That'll make one of us," Paige said with a grin. Dewey tugged at his book again, adjusting the notebook on top and pressing his pen to his paper. "Correction. That makes none of us. I cannot go. It's a moot point." Paige stared down at Dewey's burgundy carpet with its gold swirls, her arms still wrapped around her legs. I guess I should work on a few books in that stack, she said, after a few moments of introspection. Dewey waved a hand at her as he jotted notes, signaling for her to take a book. Paige chewed the inside of her cheek for a moment before she wiggled from her chair. I'm going to refill my soda first. You want anything? I'm good, thanks, Dewey murmured, his teal hand sliding across the page as he wrote notes. Whew, it's hot in here, huh? Paige called over her shoulder as the soda chugged from the bottle into her cup. Sorry, dragons tend to like warm weather. I can turn the heat down if you'd like. Nah, Paige said as she screwed the cap back on the 2-liter. I'll just ditch my hoodie. Dewey fluttered next to her as she began tugging the thick fabric up. I changed my mind and decided I wanted another breadstick and more soda. Paige smirked at him, sliding the 2-liter across the counter toward him before she slipped her arms out of the hoodie's sleeves. She shimmied the garment up over her head, her ponytail flicking as she pulled it free from the fabric. The collar knocked her glasses askew, and she straightened them. With a snap, she straightened out any kinks in the garment and started to fold it when a crash sounded behind her. The pizza box Dewey held smacked into the stone-tiled kitchen floor. Paige, he shouted. Paige twisted to glance over her shoulder at him. He floated in the air, his eyes wide and his jaw hanging open. His blue-pink tongue hung out of his gaping mouth. Where did you get that? Get what? Paige asked, crinkling her brow. She glanced at the hoodie. This? She waved the fabric in the air. Dewey squashed his blue lips together and shook his head. He shoved at her shoulder with his scaly finger. No. This. Oh, that scratch? Paige asked, as she finished folding her hoodie into a neat square. I'm not sure. I woke up with it. Dickens must have scratched me in the middle of the night. She lifted her shoulders in a nonchalant shrug. Dewey's breathing turned ragged as he stared at her back, his eyes wide. Paige set her hoodie on the bar counter and bent over to swipe the discarded box from the floor. What's wrong with you? Dewey gasped, descending to the floor as he caught his breath. On his hind legs, he stood about as tall as Paige's knee. He lifted his eyes up to her face slowly and gave his tiny head a small shake. Paige, that's no cat scratch. Paige wrinkled her nose, shoving her glasses farther up on her nose. What else could it be? I didn't have it when I went to bed, and I woke up with it. Hurts like the dickens, too. She snorted a laugh. Get it? This is no laughing matter, Dewey said, his face filled with concern and worry. She still wore a smile across her face, and she stuck a fist on her hip. What are you talking about? Dewey swallowed hard, his eyes lowering before snapping back up to Paige's face. Paige, that scratch? That's the mark of the beast. Chapter 15. Huh? Mark of the what? Paige slid her eyes side to side, then she offered him a confused glance. The glass in her hands rattled to the counter as she squashed her eyebrows together. Dewey scrunched his nose, his spikes wiggling as steam escaped his flared nostrils. Mark of the beast, he growled with a clenched jaw. Yeah, Paige said, with a snorting laugh. I'll say, mark of the beast named Dickens. Dewey flicked his gaze up to her. No, he said, waving his paws at her. Beast, scary, not a cat. His wings beat hard, and he flitted up to her level with his teeth bared and his paws spread, claws showing. Paige screwed up her face. What? Dewey floated back a few inches, his face a mask of surprise. Maybe you will be a terrible librarian. Paige's jaw dropped open, and she narrowed her eyes. Well, that's uncalled for. You don't have to insult me. You're being a bit thick. I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. I woke up with this. There is no scary beast lurking around in my apartment. Oh, unless you count the monster under my bed. Paige offered a coy glance with her eyebrows raised. Dewey shook his head. This isn't a joke, Paige. He flew toward her and spun her around. This is a serious matter. This is the mark of the beast. You've been marked. Dewey placed his scaly paws against Paige's back. She winced, pulling away from him. Ow! Careful.
That stings." "I've no doubt it does," Dewey said. "It won't heal unless it's treated." Paige twisted her neck and slid her eyes sideways to glance at him. "What? Seriously?" "Yes, it'll continue to open and blister unless it's treated with a special concoction." "Oh, great," Paige moaned. "And I'm guessing they don't sell this at the local drugstore." "You guessed right. But lucky for you, I know exactly where to find the recipe, and I should be able to make this, though I may need to send you out for a few things." "Like what?" Paige asked, as she spun to watch him flit across his living space. "Moon dust? Tears of a unicorn?" "Don't be ridiculous, Paige," he called over his shoulder as he pushed through his door and disappeared over the railing into the stacks. Paige scoffed as she slapped her thighs. "Don't be ridiculous? Seriously? I've been marked by some beast, and it won't heal unless treated with a special remedy, and I'm being ridiculous by suggesting outrageous ingredients?" Paige strained her neck to try to glance at the wound on her back. She reached a hand behind her, wincing as her fingers touched the wound. A sticky residue covered her fingers. She pulled her hand forward, studying it as she rubbed her thumb against her fingers. A yellow slime covered them. It stretched like hot cheese when she pulled her thumb away. "Ugh," she groaned as Dewey flew back into his nest, a large book in his paw. He flopped it on the bar counter and tugged open the brass latch, holding it shut. "Let's see," he mumbled, flipping through the golden-trimmed pages. "Here we are. Beast-inflicted wounds." Paige rinsed her slimy fingers at the sink and dried her hands with a tea towel as Dewey flipped chunks of pages at a time until he found the entry he sought. Decorative text and intricate drawings filled the page, and he ran a chubby teal finger down the words, mumbling incoherently as he scanned the text. "Here we are. This should do." He tapped his clawed digit on the page. "General purpose beast wound care." "General purpose?" "Yes, we don't know what kind of beast did this to you. Well, unless you can identify it." He cut his gaze to her, waiting for her answer. Paige stood in stunned silence for a moment before she finally shook her head and exclaimed, "No, of course not. I thought it was my cat." "There's nothing you can tell me about this at all." Paige squared her face as she concentrated, trying to bring any details to the forefront of her mind. She shook her head after a moment. "No, What is it? Anything could help." "I woke up with it after having an odd dream. All I really remember is red eyes. They bore into me and I felt something tearing at my flesh. When I woke up, I had a scratch. But it was just a dream. It may have no meaning." "Red eyes, Dewey murmured, scratching his chin with his claw. "Is there anything else you can remember? Think, Paige. It may make a difference." "But it was just a dream." "Doesn't matter. If we can identify another remedy to use, it could work faster and be more effective at healing you." Paige scrunched her features in thought again. After a moment, she tugged her lips into a distressed grimace, her hands forming fists. She pressed her fingernails into the flesh of her palms until they hurt. Dewey flew toward her and placed a paw gently on her arm. "Sit down. Take your time. While it would be nice to identify the beast, we can treat you either way." Paige meandered across the room as she forced her mind to recall the details of her dream. She eased into the chair and sank her forehead into her hand, chewing her lower lip. Images darted around in her brain. She squeezed her eyes shut, focusing on them. She recalled heat, a shrieking noise, shadowy blackness. The beast formed in her mind, a black blob with only one distinctive feature, blazing red eyes. Paige huffed out a frustrated sigh and flung her hand in the air. "It's no use. All I can come up with is a black form with piercing red eyes." "Okay, I'll run that through the database and see if there's anything we can come up with before we formulate the remedy to treat you." Dewey flitted across the room, and Paige leaped to her feet, darting after him. "Isn't there some kind of magical doctor we can consult?" "Sorry," Dewey called as he buzzed forward. "We're on our own in this." Paige spiraled around the tower, hurrying to keep up with Dewey as he flew down to the floor below, skipping the stairs.
Puffing for air, she found him at the Booktron. He tapped the keys, typing in beast plus red eyes plus black body, and slapped the enter key. The machine buzzed away, searching. Paige glanced at the monitor as results flickered on the screen. I still don't understand this. Dewey scrolled through the early returns, his head shaking. What do you mean? Why can't this just heal on its own? What is the mark of the beast, and why do we need to worry about it? Dewey's eyes never strayed from the screen. It won't heal, I told you. It'll just keep opening and festering. Okay, but is it urgent? Maybe we should focus our energy on finding the mirror first. Dewey gave his little head a vehement shake. No, Paige. He snapped his head to face her. This is our priority. If we don't heal you... What? Paige asked. Dewey pressed his lips together, his face scrunching. You'll die. Paige's eyes went wide, and she clutched at the edge of the table to stay upright. Her voice rose an octave, and she choked out a one-word response. What? Silence fell between them for a moment as Paige adjusted to the news. What do you mean I'll die? I mean precisely that. If you aren't treated, the wound will eventually kill you. Paige pressed a palm to her forehead as she circled around Dewey and collapsed into the chair at the Booktron desk. Her breath came in shallow gulps, and her face pinched with worry. How long do I have? Dewey closed one of his paws into a fist and shook his head as he flicked away another entry and clicked on the next result in the list. His eyes slid sideways toward her, and his shoulders slumped. He flew around her and eyed her back again. Turn toward the light. Paige shifted in the direction his paws shoved her, holding her breath. A tickle ran down her spine when his scaly hands traced the wound's edge. Sorry, he whispered as she sucked in a breath with a wince, her skin turning to goose flesh. Dewey circled around her, returning his attention to the Booktron. Without treatment, I'd say you have a few weeks. Weeks? Paige shouted. Oh, no. Calm down, Paige. We're going to treat the wound, but we need to determine the best way to do that. Paige leaped from her seat and paced the floor, her hand pressed to her forehead again. Dewey clicked away from another entry and tried a fourth. He eyed Paige's pacing. After a moment, he tossed away the mouse and twisted to face her. Paige, stop. Stop what? She questioned as she continued to wander back and forth. Stop worrying about my impending death in a few weeks? Or stop worrying about how I even got marked by a beast to begin with? And whether or not, even if we fix this, if they'll mark me again and I'll still die? Paige let out a worried groan as she spun to amble in the opposite direction. This isn't helping. Sorry, I'm failing to see what will help this situation. Approaching it calmly and rationally, we need to determine if we can narrow down the origin of the beast, and then we need to create the remedy and apply it. Paige let her arms hang limply in front of her as she shambled in the opposite direction. And all while we find magic mercury and steal a mirror off of werewolves before they take over the world. Her lips formed a pout as she stuck her hands on her hips and spun to tread in the opposite direction. The little dragon buzzed across the room and flew into her path. She firmed her jaw and sidestepped him. He zipped in front of her, blocking her way again. With a frustrated huff, she stepped in the opposite direction. He flicked his small body in front of her, holding out his paws. Just let me pace in peace, she exclaimed. Dewey shook his head and balled his paws into fists. No, stop wallowing in self-pity and help me. Help you? I barely know what a beast is. How am I supposed to help you? I've spent the better part of this day thinking this was just a scratch from my cat. I can't do this. She choked out the last 4 words, covering her face with her hands. You're panicking. Perhaps it's understandable, but you have to snap out of it. You're a librarian. You can't fall to pieces every time we encounter a problem. Paige pulled her hands away from her face, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open. A problem? This is my life. And it will be your life next week and next month and next year. Your mother disappeared while doing this job. It's dangerous. This will not be the first time you will face danger. Sure, it's unlucky for it to happen on your first day, but it's not the first time you will fight for your life. If you can't handle that, you should quit. Maybe I will then.
Paige said, as tears fell to her cheeks. She wiped them away hastily with the back of her hand as she spun on her heel and darted across the room.
Paige, wait,
Dewey called after her.
I didn't mean that literally. I meant it as a challenge.
Paige stormed away from him, heading for his nest to retrieve her things.
This is the part where you get mad at me for suggesting you don't have what it takes to do the job, and Val, you'll be the best librarian Shadow Harbor's ever seen.
No, she said, spinning back to face him, her fists balled. You were right. They picked the wrong person. I don't have what it takes to do this job.
Yes, you do. Now get yourself together and let's find the solution to this so we can start tracking down the mirror.
Dewey raised his chin before he spun in the air and flitted off toward the booktron.
I expect you to follow me,
he shouted over his shoulder. Paige sniffled, wrapping her arms around her midriff. Dewey was right. Being a librarian took guts, and Ronnie hadn't selected her because she pitied her or thought she'd fail. She picked her because she believed in her. Dewey believed in her. She needed to believe in herself. She rubbed at her damp cheeks again with the backs of her hands and sniffed before raising her chin high and striding toward the booktron. Sticking around, are you? Dewey asked as he flicked through another 2 entries. Yes, Paige said with a crisp nod. I couldn't leave you. Dewey's horns wobbled as he answered, Leave me? Paige wiped at her nose and squared her shoulders. The way I see it, I'm the first friend you've had here, so it would be terrible for you if I left. That means I have to dig deep and find my backbone so you don't lose your only friend. Dewey froze for a moment, his eyes narrowing and his ears wiggling. How selfless of you, just like a librarian. Paige offered a coy smile as Dewey returned to his research. She placed a hand gently on his scaly shoulder. On a serious note, thank you for believing in me. You're welcome, he said, his eyes never leaving the screen. And on a serious note, thank you for saying you're my friend. Of course I'm your friend. Now, have you found anything? A puff of smoke wafted from Dewey's nostrils as he forced a breath out and gave a small shake of his head. Unfortunately, nothing helpful. This beast could be anything from a banshee to a shape-shifting Zygon. Paige furrowed her brow as she processed the 2 odd creatures he'd just mentioned and pondered the many others he'd left out. We're stuck with the general purpose remedy for now, until we find more information. Dewey balled a fist and slammed it on the desk. If I only could search for clues. I could search for clues if you tell me what to look for. Paige pursed her lips and slid her eyes sideways, cocking her head. Although, I'm almost afraid to go home now. I can imagine, Dewey said with a nod. And I'm not certain it would do much good. You may miss the clues anyway. Let's go study the formulation of the general concoction and go from there. Paige bobbed her head in agreement, and they threaded through the shelves and back to Dewey's nest. He flew over to the book and ran his claw down the page, murmuring as he scanned the list of ingredients. Okay, we'll need several things. A few I know we have in our possession. We may be able to find another few things from other libraries. Some are common ingredients that you can pick up here in Shadow Harbor. Since this is general, there's nothing too tricky to find here. Although what? He squashed his lips together and shook his head as he flitted across the room for his pen and paper. Never mind. I'm going to give you a shopping list. While you retrieve these items, I'll research what we have and what we can request from a fellow library. Okay, Paige said. Depending on what's on it, I may be able to run out now. You could grab it in the morning if you'd like to rest. Paige stared at him as he jotted notes on his notepad. A pained expression crossed her features, and she offered him a pleading glance. I'm not sure I want to go home. Dewey studied her face for a moment. Oh, right. Of course. You're welcome to stay here. You can have the chaise. Thanks, Paige said. I'd offer you the bed, but... Paige raised her eyebrows when his voice trailed off. There's a reason it's called a nest. Dewey darted to a door across the room and flung it open. Inside, a large, round, bowl-shaped bed filled most of the room. Fluffy pillows lined the interior, and a large velvety blanket spilled over the edge.
Paige adjusted her glasses as she peered at it. Oh, wow, that's some nest. You're welcome to sleep there, though I doubt you'd like to curl into a ball and stuff yourself inside. At your height, you'd hang out of it a bit lying flat. Shay'll be fine. I guess I do have to brave my apartment, though. I'll need a few things, and I'll have to feed Dickens eventually. But you don't have to go back tonight if you don't want to. Dewey tore the paper from his notebook and handed it over. And there's no need to run out for this until morning if you don't feel safe. Paige scanned the list of common items ranging from hydrogen peroxide to salt. I could probably get this at the 24-hour Smart Mart over on the corner of Moonlight and Crescent. Dewey waved a clawed digit in the air. If you're going to go, take this. He tugged open a drawer of his side table and passed off a small device resembling a handheld video game. You can contact me with it any time, even if cell service is out. Paige toggled it on with a button. A phone icon rattled around on the screen. A buzzing sounded from inside the drawer that remained open. Dewey dug inside and pulled out an identical device. The picture of a grumpy-looking older man appeared. Still has the old librarian's name and picture, Dewey murmured as he tapped the answer button. An image of Dewey formed on Paige's screen. He grinned, his fangs showing as he waved at her. Perfect. Just have to change the picture, so I don't have to see Atticus's ugly mug anymore. Atticus, huh? Paige said, as she stowed the item in her tote and tugged her sweatshirt over her head. She slung the straps over her shoulder. He sounds like a jerk. Dewey's teal lips pulled back in a smile at her words. I'll be back soon. Paige folded the list in half and shoved it into her hoodie's front pocket before she pushed through the door and descended the spiral stairs. Then she crossed the archive and climbed up the metal stairs to the main library. A flashlight moved through the stacks on the far side of the massive space. Otis? Paige called, her voice echoing. Heading home? Otis answered. No, heading out for a few things. I'll be back, okay? Sure thing, Paige. I'll watch for you on the monitors. Paige thanked him, darted down the dark hallway, and pushed through the back door and into the chilly night air. She glanced up and down the alley, swallowing hard. Given the latest developments, nervousness crept over her. She sucked in a deep breath and strode toward the front entrance. She stopped after a few steps and twisted to glance into the darkness behind her. A lone bulb lit the library's back entrance. Shadows consumed the rest of the alley. With her hands shoved into her hoodie's kangaroo pocket, she scanned the blackness in search of anything moving, or a pair of red eyes. She found nothing and pressed on toward the building's corner. She stopped after another few steps, glancing behind her. Were the footsteps echoing in the alley her own? No, those weren't her footsteps. Someone was following her. Or something. Chapter 16. Paige hurried into the well-lit street in front of the library. She hastened along the sidewalk, glancing behind her as she puffed with exertion. With her eyes trained on the alley opening, she tripped over an irregularity on the curb and toppled forward. Her arms flailed as she struggled to stay upright. Moments later, she lost the battle and crashed to her hands and knees on the rough pavement. She cried out as pain jolted through her, and her glasses flew from her face and skittered toward the yellow center line. Paige winced as she recovered, pulling her hand within inches of her face and studying the angry red scratches emblazoned across it. With a huff, she squinted her eyes ahead of her, searching for her lost glasses. The streetlight glinted off something in the middle of the road. Paige set her foot on the pavement, pushing upward, when two headlights blinded her. Her face twisted as she held her hands up in front of her, as though it would stop the impending crash. The car barreled toward her, and Paige squeezed her eyes shut as she anticipated her final moments on Earth. A screech rang out in the night air, and the scent of burning rubber wafted past her nostrils. With ragged breaths, she slowly opened her eyes. Inches from her thigh, the bumper of a large black SUV shook as the driver climbed from the seat. "You okay?" the driver shouted over the still-running engine. Paige stared down at her body for a moment, wondering what the answer to the woman's question was. After a moment, she choked out, Yeah. What the hell were you doing in the middle of the street? The driver demanded. Paige licked her lips as she stumbled toward the center line to retrieve her glasses. She brushed off any dirt, her fingers catching only a few scratches on the plastic frames, and slid them onto her face. "I tripped on the sidewalk and fell. I lost my glasses. Be careful next time," the woman barked at her, climbing back behind the wheel of the large vehicle. The car shifted, and tires squealed as the woman tore off down the street, leaving a stunned Paige still standing in the middle of the road. Paige pressed her lips together as she adjusted her tote's straps on her shoulder, cringing as the worn bands rubbed against the scratches on her palm. She made her way back to the sidewalk, her gaze settling on the opening to the alley. Moments ago, she'd thought she was being followed. The notion distracted her enough that it caused her to trip in the first place, sending her sprawling into the street and nearly making her roadkill. Anyone following her could have easily slipped away in the commotion of the near collision. She eyed the alley for another moment before she forced her feet to move away from the library and toward the Smart Mart. The 24-hour shopping spot should have everything on her list. She mentally plotted her course through the store, hoping to get in and out as quickly as possible and back to the library. Dewey's words echoed in her mind as she glanced both ways before crossing the street. She had weeks to live. Still, she couldn't escape the sense of urgency. It forced her to a pace that caused her to pant for breath. A noise sounded behind her, and Paige ceased walking, whipping her head around to study the empty street. At this time of night, few people wandered in this area of town. What had she heard? Was it the stalker she'd thought she'd perceived earlier? A bat fluttered around over a street lamp, diving around to eat the bugs that buzzed near the light. It must have been the source of the noise she'd heard. With a shake of her head, she continued along the nearly empty streets. The news of her imminent demise must have put her on edge. Every noise rattled her. Every shadow gave her pause. She needed to get herself together. She had more important things to worry about, ranging from fixing her own health to retrieving a mirror that, if they lost it, would ruin the world. She arrived at the Smart Mart a few moments later and wrangled a cart from the line. Its wheels wobbled, and one spun in an endless search for the floor. After pushing it 2 feet, she ditched it and tried another. This one worked as expected, and she pulled the list from her hoodie pocket. As she navigated through the store, she added items to her cart. While she browsed the selection of gauze bandages, a shrill ringing sounded. Paige crinkled her brow and glanced upward, wondering if it was some sort of fire alarm or store alarm. She ignored it, and it ceased after a moment. She returned her narrowed eyes to the bandage selection. With 2 boxes selected, she flicked her gaze between the features of each when the ringing sounded again. Paige's gaze shot upward, scanning the air for the source. What is that?
"I think you're ringing," a voice said from behind her. Paige leaped into the air, one of the bandage boxes clattering to the ground. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Devin said, a grin showcasing his dimples. He bent forward, swiped the box from the floor, then handed it back to her. "Something happen?" Paige stared into his dark eyes before her own slid down to his stubbly, chiseled chin. "Paige?" he asked. "Huh?" she questioned. "The bandages. You okay? Did something happen?"
"Oh, right. No, yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay. The cat scratched me, and I didn't have a bandage in the house." Devin nodded, his eyes flicking to her cart. "I also ran out of salt," Paige said with a nervous grin, tossing her tote bag over the rest of the items.
"Well, I guess I should let you get back to your bandage selection and first aid."
"Thanks," she said, a grin spreading across her face.
"Oh, by the way, I think your cell phone was ringing. That's what made me notice you. Well, not that I wouldn't notice you otherwise."
He flashed his dimples again. "Oh," Paige said, recalling the odd noise she'd heard twice before. "Thanks."
"No problem. Have a good night."
"You too. Oh, by the way, what brings you by the Smart Mart at this time of night anyway?" He waved a canister of coffee in the air.
"Ran out of coffee. Couldn't have that." Paige drew her lips back in a theatrical display of fear. No, that's a horror show. He cocked his head in agreement and winked as he spun and strode away. Paige blew out a shaky breath as she watched him. She shoved her glasses back up on her face when the ringing from her tote sounded again. "Oh," she exclaimed, pulling the tote open and digging around. The communication device Dewey had given her buzzed and chirped, its lights flashing. Paige glanced around, ensuring no one was near her before she pressed the answer button. With the device still concealed in her tote, she glanced at the screen. "What?" she whispered. Dewey's pinched face stared back at her. "Where have you been?" "At the Smart Mart. Are you kidding me?" "I've called thrice and received no answer. And here I am wondering, are you maimed? Are you dead? Were you robbed? Did the beast kill you?" "None of those things. A random shopper wandered down the aisle next to Paige. She shoved the tote over the telecommunication device and offered them a sweet smile as she adjusted her glasses. Dewey's voice floated from within the tote. "Hello? Hello? Paige? Calling Paige Turner. Calling Paige Turner." Paige lifted the tote, her eyes wide and her jaw clenched as she spoke. "Will you stop that? I'm in the middle of a public place." One of Dewey's thick, scaly eyebrows shot upward. So? So what am I supposed to tell people when I'm walking around with this device? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just talking to my pet dragon. Dewey rolled his eyes. Stop being so dramatic. No one will pay a bit of attention to you, Paige. Paige propped the device in her purse and pushed the cart to another aisle. I'm not so sure that's true. What do you mean? You're not that interesting. Paige set her face in an unimpressed expression. That's not what I meant. She leaned closer to the tote and whispered, I think someone was following me again. Really? When? Where? Just as I left the library, I thought I heard footsteps. Did you see anyone? Paige shook her head as she rounded the aisle in search of lemon juice. No. Then I tripped and fell into the street and nearly got run over again. From the red-eyed beast? No, from a normal lady who proceeded to yell at me for being in the street. The scuffle resulted in me sustaining another injury, so I needed real first aid stuff. Paige flashed her scraped hand at the screen. Dewey sucked in a breath, his lips pulling back in a wince. You really are a klutz. Paige turned the corner into an aisle with two other shoppers. Yes, I know. Thanks for reminding me. She glanced up wide-eyed. Hello. Nothing to see here, just talking to my purse. She offered the others an awkward smile as she quickened her pace, weaving around them with her cart and continuing toward the juice. She tossed a bottle into the basket and left the aisle behind. Okay, got everything. I'm heading back. Wait, just a second, Dewey hissed. Paige ground to a halt. What is it? Something else you forgot on the list? Could you grab me an Energy Dragon energy drink? Coffee's not cutting it. Paige jutted her chin forward toward the screen. Are you serious? Yes. Jitter juice or rocket fuel flavor, please. If they're out of both of those, get Speed Demon. Paige bit her lower lip, letting her eyes slide shut and shaking her head. Fine, she said with a sigh. But you owe me for this. I've got to go all the way back through the store to the coolers in the back. I think you'll live. What did you do with the last librarian? I ordered him special delivery, but I'm out. And besides, I thought we were friends. Paige wove through the aisles on a mission toward the drink coolers. I'm rethinking that. She froze as she passed an aisle, sliding to a stop. What is it? Dewey inquired. Someone following you? Paige backed up a few steps and arched an eyebrow. A grin spread across her face slowly. Paige, what is it? I just had an idea on how to get you out of the library. She glanced into the tote, the smile still beaming off her face. I'll call you back. Gotta go. Pet. She tapped at the red end call button and the screen went dead. Paige swung the cart into the aisle and retrieved 2 items. With both in her cart, she hurried back to the drinks section, tossed 6 cans of Energy Dragon into her cart, and headed for the checkout. She shoved her glasses further up on her nose as the cashier chewed her gum with an open mouth while scanning her items. After a few, she flicked her gaze to Paige and raised her eyebrows. Interesting collection of items you've got here.
Well, I'm an interesting person, Paige said, digging her wallet from her tote bag. The girl eyed Paige up and down as Paige shoved her card into the machine.
Doesn't look like it.
Paige wrinkled her nose, ripping the card from the credit machine and shoving it into her wallet. With a curt, "Thanks," Paige gathered her bags and hurried from the Smart Mart. The chilly night air hit her cheeks as the automatic door slid open in front of her. She hurried through the streets with the plastic bags digging into her fingers. After a few adjustments, she settled the bags into the most comfortable position she could find and hurried along the sidewalk. As she approached the library, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She slowed her pace, biting her lower lip while she pondered what sent chills up her spine. The sensation of being watched embedded itself in her brain. She spun on her heel, searching the street behind her. A breeze rustled the colored leaves that fell from the autumn trees in eddies. In the distance, the harbor bell clanged in the water. The street lamp nearest the intersection flickered, then blinked off. The next streetlight did the same, plunging the area around it into darkness. Paige's muscles stiffened as the third street lamp burned out. She side-eyed the lamp nearest her, 2 lights away from the one that had just gone dark. Her breathing turned ragged, and she spun back toward the library, sprinting down the sidewalk. The breeze ramped up into a whipping wind. Her ponytail blew wildly as she raced for the intersection and the safety of the library. Bulbs burst behind her and scattered glass onto the cement below. Paige gasped for breath as she darted across the street and leaped onto the sidewalk abutting the library. She sped down the alley with her bags banging into her thighs. She reached the door and struggled to free herself of the plastic container's handles. They'd wrapped themselves around her wrists and fingers in a twisted knot. A panicked gasp escaped her as she flailed to shake off the packages and dig for her ID. The last street lamp over her head went black. The alley plunged into darkness. A snarl sounded, followed by a chittering. Paige froze, swallowing hard as her eyes fought to adjust to the blackness. She glanced in the direction of the threatening noise. In the darkness, she made out one feature: red eyes. Chapter 17. Paige's heart thudded against her ribs, and her pulse raced as she desperately tried to free herself of the Smart Mart bags and dig for the key card in her tote. A growl emanated from the end of the alley. A scraping scratch followed it. The red eyes inched closer to her. Darkness enveloped her. Paige could make out no details outside of those eyes. Those red eyes. She stared at them, ceasing her flailing as she became mesmerized by the glowing red orbs. The wound on her back began to throb, pulsing with every beat of her heart. The beast growled again, before it spoke in a low, raspy tone.
"Come to me, Paige Turner."
Paige stood motionless for a moment before she lifted a foot. It hovered in the air for a second, then swung forward. Before her shoe hit the pavement, the door to the library burst open. Paige jumped, her concentration broken as the metal barrier concealed the red eyes behind it. She blinked a few times, reaching for her head. Sharp pain shot through it.
"Paige, you need some help?"
Otis inquired. Paige sucked in a few breaths before she twisted her neck to focus on him. The pain in her head eased as she focused on his dark brown eyes in the hall's dim light. Yeah, she choked out, lifting a wrist toward him.
"My, these are wrapped tight. I'm surprised you didn't lose circulation in your hand."
The residual ache at her temples eased away. Me too. He freed her wrist of the bags, and she shook it to relieve the pins and needles in her hand. Ugh, thank you, she said. He held the door open for her, motioning for her to enter. Paige leaned back a step and glanced around the door. The dark alley appeared to be empty. No red eyes stared down at her. No growling sounded, and no scraping of claws on pavement announced the approach of the beast. Paige licked her lips and flicked her gaze back to Otis. Thanks. Otis glanced upward, a frown on his face.
When did that light burn out?
Oh, just now, Paige said, and I couldn't get the bags off my wrist to try to find my key card.
I'll let maintenance know. They can replace it tomorrow.
Great, Paige said, as they continued through the library toward the archive door. Paige dug into her tote and waved her key card in front of the card reader, and then she pulled the door open. They continued down the hall and descended the stairs. Paige unlocked the archive door and retrieved all her bags from Otis. Thanks for the help. You're a lifesaver.
Or at least a wrist saver, Otis said with a chuckle. You have a good night now, Paige.
You too, Otis. With the bags dangling from her fingertips, Paige stepped onto the platform overlooking the stacks. The door slammed shut behind her. She hurried down the metal stairs and over to Dewey's nest. With labored breathing, she pushed through the door into his living room. There you are, he exclaimed, shoving a book off his lap and flying off the chaise. He grabbed several of the bags from her hand and jetted to the kitchen counter. Did you get everything? I did, and something almost got me. Dewey cracked open a can of jitter juice-flavored energy drink and slurped it. He spun slowly, perching on the edge of the counter, his tail swished behind him. What? Paige dropped the remaining bags near her chair and tugged her hoodie over her head. Something nearly got me. I was being followed by whatever did this to me. She crooked a finger at the gash. You're kidding. It was here? Yes, it was here, and it probably would have finished me off had Otis not opened the door when he did. Dewey set the can down on the counter. Paige, this is serious. We need to take care of that wound immediately. I managed to find everything we needed here in the archives, beyond the list I gave you. Dewey flitted around the kitchen, unpacking the items from the bags. Paige grabbed the box of bandages and the antiseptic gel. She unscrewed the cap on the antiseptic and squeezed it onto her scraped hand. She fiddled with the packaging to free a bandage with one hand. She grimaced at the paper package when it refused to tear open. Won't this thing just mark me again? Dewey glanced at her before he snatched the wrapper from her hand. Let me do that. He ripped it open with a claw and carefully applied it to her hand. And yes, it may, but right now, it can find you because you have an open wound. When you spotted it, did the wound react? Paige crinkled her brow as Dewey squashed the bandage wrapper into a ball and tossed it into his trash can. Yes it did. It felt like it was throbbing. Dewey nodded, swung the book containing the remedy recipe toward him, and began to line up the ingredients. Healing the wound makes you less accessible, though the disturbing thing is, he knows where you live. Paige huffed out a breath, tapping her fingers against the granite counter. So he'll just keep marking me. I've been doing some work on that too. Paige arched an eyebrow, scanning the ingredients Dewey lined up. Oh? Yes, there's a talisman we can use. You wear it around your neck, and it will essentially mask you from the beast. Any beast? Dewey gave her a nod. Any beast. Universal protection. Highly useful. Even if he knows where you live, he won't be able to see you. It's essentially an invisibility cloak for beasts. Wow. The corners of Paige's lips turned up at the prospect. Wait, is it an actual cloak? No, just a small talisman that you'll wear around your neck. Very discreet. Great. Well, where is that? Dewey winced as he measured salt and poured it into a silver bowl. It's at another library. Paige closed the salt carton and slid it to the side. Oh, good. So do we just call them and ask for it, or what? Dewey squashed his lips together, adding a blue powder that glowed to the bowl. That's where things get tricky. Tricky? Paige asked. Is there a lot of red tape or something? No, he answered, drawing the word out as he ground up an odd-looking feather and added it to the bowl. So what do we do? Make an interlibrary loan request or what? A harsh chuckle escaped from Dewey's lips while he poured an unidentified substance into the bowl. A cloud of smoke billowed up toward the ceiling as the liquid mixed with the powder. She followed the rising puff with her gaze, twisting her features as fear struck at her core. Is this safe? This? Dewey inquired, jabbing a blue claw toward the bubbling substance in the bowl. Yeah. You're gonna put that on an open wound and it just exploded.
It didn't explode, Dewey argued with a roll of his eyes. Just reacted. He grabbed another unmarked vial, screwed off the lid, and retrieved a black, gelatinous ball from inside. He tossed one in from a distance. Sparks flew from the bowl, and a small flame shot upward. Now it exploded, he said with a nod. Very funny, Dewey, Paige said, crossing her arms over her chest and setting her jaw. Like I said, you want to slather this all over my back after it just exploded. I'm a little concerned that this may make things worse. It won't, Dewey promised. He flicked his gaze to her. Trust me. Paige shrugged and flung her arms out to the side. Oh, sure, that's easy. I'll just trust a tiny dragon that I've just met and never knew existed before yesterday. Don't call me tiny, Dewey shouted as he stirred the concoction. It glowed purple-red as the ingredients blended together. Sorry, Paige said, rubbing her temples. I'm just a little stressed out over this weird remedy, the beast following me around, and how quickly we can retrieve this talisman so he won't mark me again. The thing with the talisman is... Dewey continued his slow and methodic stirring of the thick goop. Yeah, what? It won't get here for a few days by the time they send it, or what? Dewey squashed his teal lips together until they were colorless. Dewey, what is it? It's in the Moscow branch. Paige studied a gold swirl on the granite counter as she attempted to ferret information from the cryptic statement. So shipping will take a while? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying to me. The Moscow branch isn't exactly... He paused, his head bobbing around as he seemed to search for words. They're not the friendliest branch, and the last librarian who worked here didn't exactly help matters. What did he do? Called them a bunch of commie you-know-whats once when we had a disagreement about something. Yikes, Paige said with wide eyes. Well, okay, just tell them there's a new librarian now and we don't operate that way anymore. It's not that simple. Even before he made the rude comment, they weren't exactly the most sharing. In fact, sometimes they'll steal artifacts right out from under another library. Wow. Paige puckered her lips as she pieced together the information. So, I'm guessing they're not willing to just send over the talisman? Dewey shook his head. What about a trade? Another headshake from Dewey shot the idea down in flames. They told me in no uncertain terms, niet. Paige winced and wrinkled her nose. So, what do we do? Is there somewhere else we can try? Or another talisman we can find? No, Dewey said. There are no known locations on anything like this. So what do we do then? Dewey pulled the goo-laden wooden spoon from the glowing red mixture, the rest dripping into the bowl in long strings. We have a few options, he said. Paige's eyes bulged, and she waved a hand in the air. Such as? Because I'm not seeing any. Dewey kept his eyes trained on the gloppy goo. Let's get this applied first and then discuss it. Paige arched an eyebrow, but relented with a grumbled, Fine. She plopped on a stool at the bar counter and slid the strap of her tank top away from the wound. Dewey darted around behind her, floating down to her level. An object appeared over her shoulder. Paige craned her neck to eye it. Dewey twirled a clean wooden spoon at her. Take it. She slid the wooden handle from between his fingers, staring down at it. What am I supposed to do with this? Bite it. Paige whipped around, her ponytail flying. What? Bite down on it, he repeated. Why? Dewey stared blankly at her. I should think that's obvious. Paige swung the spoon in the air. Humor me. I wouldn't want you to bite your tongue in half. He lowered his voice to a mumble. From the pain. Bite my tongue in half from the pain? Paige exclaimed, leaping from her seat with the wooden spoon clutched in her hand and raised overhead. The spikes on Dewey's head wiggled, and he huffed, a puff of smoke popping out of his nostrils. Look, this treatment isn't easy to bear. Well, maybe we shouldn't do it then, Paige shouted, her voice an octave higher than normal.
Pain is a perfectly normal part of the process. It doesn't indicate anything has gone wrong. Quite the opposite, actually. I don't care, Paige shrieked at him. Enough pain that I bite my tongue in half seems like a terrible idea. Dewey pounded the bowl down on the counter. What's a terrible idea is not treating your wound. It will only grow worse and continue to endanger you. You'll die from it. Death would be much worse than temporary pain. Paige covered her face with her hands before sinking down onto the stool again. She blew out a long breath and nodded. Okay, you're right. Fine. Maybe it won't be that bad. Dewey retrieved the bowl. Turn around and bite down on the spoon. With a deep inhale, Paige spun around. She rolled her shoulders back and pulled her ponytail over one shoulder. She squeezed her lips together and blew out a shaky breath before she clamped her teeth down on the wooden spoon. The dry wood crunched between her teeth and rubbed across her tongue. The delicate hint of a variety of spices the spoon had stirred in the past flitted across her taste buds. As she identified the taste of cayenne pepper, searing pain shot across her shoulder. Her features twisted in agony and her teeth tightened against the wooden handle. A muffled moan escaped from her open lips. While the remedy Dewey smeared across her wound burned, she could endure it. She wrapped her fingers around the cool granite counter. She gripped it hard, turning her fingers white as the burning became more intense. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, and another groan escaped her. Pinpricks of pain peppered her back, starting at her shoulder and strafing the length of the wound. Her eyes filled with tears, and her face pinched as the pain intensified. Each swipe of the goo onto her back felt like the lash of a whip. A whiff of burning flesh wafted past her nostrils. Smoke rose from the wound, swirling above her head. Paige ripped the wooden spoon from her mouth. "Stop!" she yelled. "No can do, Paige. This has to be finished." Paige tried to escape the torture as he continued to plaster the beast's mark with the remedy. Still gripping the counter, she pulled herself up to stand. Her knees wobbled, and she collapsed back onto the stool. "Stay still and put that spoon back in your mouth." "No, stop, please," she cried, with tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's almost over. Hang in there." She sobbed as her trembling limbs attempted to hold her up. "Stop! I can't take any more." Her breathing turned into gasps. She squeezed one hand into a fist until her fingernails dug into her flesh, piercing the skin. Blood dripped from her hand onto the floor. "Breathe, Paige," Dewey said. He sounded miles away from her. Her vision blurred and sounds muted. The coolness of the granite below her fingertips slid away into nothingness as her senses dulled. A weak, breathy, "No," escaped her lips as the world closed in around her and she slid into unconsciousness. Chapter 18. Paige's eyelids fluttered open. She found herself in an unfamiliar space, lying on her stomach with her cheek pressed against a velour pillow. A haze hung over her vision at the edges. She winced as she fidgeted. Warmth spread throughout her back, followed by pain. She grunted as she balled her hands into fists, prevented from fully closing them by thick bandages. She raised her head up, scanning the space. A long string of drool stretched from her lips to the pillow. "Ugh," she groaned, wiping at her mouth and incurring more pain from her back. She searched the space as her memory slowly returned and the hazy sluggishness in her mind faded. "Dewey's," she whispered, finally recalling her surroundings. "I'm in Dewey's nest." Paige stared around at the circular bed. True to Dewey's earlier assessment, her feet hung over the edge. He'd done an admirable job of propping her on pillows to lie flat without having to curl her into a ball to fit. Paige's lower lip quivered as she attempted to push herself up to sit. The pain in her back made it difficult to move. "How is it?" Dewey's voice asked from the doorway. She stammered, trying to put on a brave face. "It's—" She stopped, afraid he'd hear the trembling in her voice. She blinked back her tears, still trying to sit up. The sound of Dewey's beating wings filled her ears as he approached. A paw pressed against her head gently but firmly. "Don't try to move, just lie still." "It really hurts," she breathed out as she allowed herself to relax back into the pillows. "I can imagine," Dewey said. "This'll hurt a bit too. Sorry, but I need to check the wound." Paige grimaced as Dewey gingerly pulled away the bandages plastered to her back and peered inside. "Well?" Paige inquired. "Too soon to tell." Paige balled her fingers, her nails digging into a bandage. Dewey must have treated the torn flesh in her hands, too. "That doesn't sound good." "I'd hoped there would be more progress in closing the wound. It would be nice not to have to do this twice." Paige shot her eyes wide. "Twice? No, I can't take another one of these." Dewey patted her head again. "At the worst, this will only help us determine how to move forward." Paige crinkled her forehead, and her voice rose an octave as frustration and panic set in. "What's that mean?" "It means if this general remedy doesn't work, it rules out a whole host of beasts. For example, if this were a werewolf of any species, which is my working premise given their interest in the mirror and your quest to acquire it, your wound should respond to this treatment. Even if it doesn't heal it entirely, it should help. We may need a second treatment, but it would work." "And is the wound healing?" "So far, no." Paige's eyes bulged, and she thudded a fist against a thick pillow. "So what does that mean?" "It means it's too soon to tell." "You wouldn't have checked it if you thought that." Dewey's wings slowed, and he lowered himself to the edge of the nest and perched on it. He twisted to face Paige, his tail flicking. "It may not heal it at all." Paige's lip trembled as she recalled the pain that had rendered her unconscious. Had it all been for naught? "Then I'll die." Dewey shook his head, his ears wiggling. "No, if it's ineffective, we can rule out many beasts. There are only a handful of beast-inflicted wounds that do not react to this remedy. With any luck, we can narrow it down and apply the correct concoction." Paige puffed out her cheeks, blowing a burst of air from her lips. "Luck. Huh. I'm not feeling very lucky at the moment, and history shows luck is rarely, if ever, on my side." Dewey patted her hand. "That's the pain talking." Paige squeezed her eyes shut, groaning. "This pain is way worse than the stupid beast's mark." Dewey grabbed a notebook from a table near the nest and jotted a note. "What are you writing?" Paige asked. "Pain is worse than the original wound. It may help us determine what type of beast did this to you. I'll keep track of that along with the amount of healing, if any." Paige winced as she fidgeted. "On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad?" 11. Paige snapped, interrupting his question. Dewey pulled his lips back in a frown, his fangs peeking through. He jotted a few more notes before he emphatically pounded the tip of the pen against the pad. "Okay, let's see if we can do something about this pain." "No," Paige said, her eyes shooting open. She waved a hand in the air, another moan escaping her lips as she moved. "No? I don't want any more of your brand of help. Look where the first attempt got me. How did you get me in here, by the way?" "It wasn't easy, but I dragged you in here after you passed out. I finished the treatment first, bandaged you up, and pulled you in here. I tried to set up the pillows to keep you flat." "Thanks," Paige murmured. "Now, like I said, let me see what I can do about the pain." "I'm not sure an over-the-counter is going to do anything, but I wouldn't say no to trying." Well, sorry to say, I don't have any over-the-counter pain relievers. Dragons can't take acetaminophen or ibuprofen." Paige squashed her eyebrows together. "Really?" "Yes, really, Paige." "Don't you breathe fire and stuff? And you can't take Tylenol?" "Yes, I can breathe fire, and no, I can't take Tylenol." Paige pressed her lips into a thin line. "Well, there's a perfect example of my luck. I need a painkiller, and the dragon whose house I'm at doesn't keep any because he can't take it." Dewey waved a digit in the air. "I've got something else that might work." He rose from his perch and flew through the door toward the kitchen. Bowls banged against the counter, and pots and pans clanked. Paige bit her lower lip as another swell of pain undulated through her back like a flood of burning water. She squeezed her fingernails into the bandage protecting her hand, suppressing a moan. The pain seemed to be increasing with each moment. She hoped whatever remedy Dewey cooked up in the kitchen worked for her. She wasn't certain she could withstand any more of the pain. Utensils clanged around, and an odd smell wafted from the kitchen. She focused on her breath, trying to keep it shallow, since deep breaths sent waves of pain and nausea through her body. After 30 minutes, Dewey floated into the room, carrying a glass filled with a disgusting-looking green liquid, a straw poked from the top. "Okay, this should do it. I estimated your weight, so I hope it's strong enough." "You could have asked me," Paige murmured, rubbing her watery eyes. Dewey perched on the edge of the nest, holding the green sludge closer to Paige. "It's rude to ask a lady her weight or her age." "I'm 34 and I weigh—" Dewey belted out a loud set of notes. "La la la, no. I don't want to know." He shoved the drink closer to her. "Here, drink this." Paige's nose wrinkled as the stench floated toward her. "Ugh, it stinks." "What is it?" "It's a special pain reliever for dragons. I happened to have the ingredients on hand in case I ever need them." He grasped the straw and pushed it toward her lips. "Drink." Paige sucked the thick liquid through the straw. She swallowed it down, her face pinching. She shook all over as the rancid taste lingered on her tongue. "Ugh, it tastes even worse than it smells." Dewey's thick eyebrows crinkled, and he pulled the glass closer to him, sniffing it. He dipped a claw inside and licked it. "Tastes fine to me." "How can we have the same taste in pizza and be so vastly different in this?" Dewey shoved it back toward her. "Just drink it." Paige took another long draw on the straw. "Ugh, I hope this helps. I'm not sure what's worse, the pain or this." Paige lifted her head to drink more of the horrible green sludge. A burning pain shot through her shoulder. She downed more of the drink. "The pain's worse," she said as she emptied 3/4 of the glass. "Almost done." Paige pulled the glass from his paw and down the last quarter, and a gurgling noise came from the straw as she sucked up the last bits. She handed the glass back to him and let her head fall onto the pillow. "How long before this takes effect?" she asked. "Should kick in about 20 minutes. Dewey rose into the air and flitted to the door. "I'm just going to clean up the kitchen. Try to relax until the slime kicks in." "Slime?" Paige questioned. "Yeah, slime. That's what it's called." "Of course it is," Paige said as she stared at the red wallpapered walls. Cooking utensils banged around as Dewey tidied the kitchen. Paige flicked her gaze around the space as she tried to focus on anything but the pain. Her gaze fell onto an ornate gold frame containing a picture of a purple dragon with spikes from nose to neck. Paige narrowed her eyes at it. "Hey, Dewey," she shouted. "Yeah? You okay?" He hovered in the door, wiping his paws on a dish towel. "Yeah, I'm okay. Who is this?" Paige jabbed a finger at the photo. Dewey floated over and picked up the frame. Then he studied it for a moment before putting it down again. "My mother, Imogen." "Oh, she's pretty." "I got her spikes, as you can see. Unfortunately, I didn't get her size. She's a whopper, almost 40 feet from nose to tail." "Wow, that's huge." "She is a larger female, but hardly huge." He flew across the room and gathered another 2-picture frame. He flashed one photo to Paige. A light purple dragon with 2 huge horns and teal feathers down his spine stared back from the photo. "Here's dear old Dad. His name is Rowan." "Oh, he's very dapper looking." "Dad's about 55 feet long." Dewey tilted the frame to show the second picture. "And here's my whole family." Paige studied the image. She recognized Imogen and Rowan on either side of the 4 dragons. In the middle, a dapper red dragon stood with his tail raised in the air and 2 horns poking from his head. Dewey tapped the red dragon. "My older brother, Connor." His claw scratched the glass over an orange dragon with horns, similar to Rowan's, and orange feathers down its back. "My older sister, Freya." On the opposite side of the red dragon, a green dragon with peach wings and a yellow crest sat with her tail wrapped around her feet. And this is my younger sister, Phoebe. Paige studied the image, noting a small teal dragon in the middle. Dwarfed by the others, he stood on his hind legs with a paw raised in the air. You've got a big family. In more ways than one, Paige said with a chuckle. Very funny, Paige. Dewey flitted across the room and set the picture down. How's the pain? It's not so terrible right now. Maybe your slime is working. Dewey smiled and nodded at her. Give it a little more time and see if it can dull it a bit more. Let me finish up in the kitchen. He disappeared from the room. Paige angled her head to stare over at the photo frame on the table across the room. How did Dewey get along with his family, she wondered. How odd to be the only tiny one in a family full of huge dragons. As she stared at the picture, the dragons in it seemed to move, shifting around in the image and melting into the frame below. Paige blinked her eyes a few times, and the picture reset itself. She furrowed her brow as she shifted her gaze to the picture of Dewey's mother. Smoke seemed to pour from her nostrils. Paige's eyes widened, and her gaze flicked around the space, searching for anything else amiss. She pushed up to take a closer look at the picture. She froze as her back arched. With a wiggle of her shoulders, she tested the pain reliever. No burning, no pain, not even an ache. The slime worked. A smile crossed her face, and she sat up. The room spun a little, but it settled after a moment. She hadn't noticed how vivid the colors in Dewey's room were before. She swung her legs over the nest's edge and hopped up to stand. Her knees wobbled for a second, like the first moments on a boat. She steadied herself before she stumbled toward the door. Need any help? She called as she shambled into the living room. Paige, what are you doing up? A broad smile spread across her face. I feel great. Fantastic, actually. That slime really works, Dewey. It tastes terrible, but does a great job with the pain relief. I don't feel a thing. Paige stuck her hands on her hips and glanced around the room with a satisfied sigh. You know, I never really noticed how pretty this room is. Dewey narrowed his eyes at her, hovering in the air as he dried his paws on the dish towel before tossing it onto the counter. You sure you're feeling okay? I feel wonderful. I've never felt so good, actually. I bet I could run around the entire archive and not even get tired. Woo! I feel great. Maybe you should sit down. Paige grinned at him, her hands stuck on her hips. Why? I told you, I feel fine. I never noticed how vivid the colors in this room are. Did you pick them? You did a really, really great job. You're so talented, Dewey. Just have a seat on the chair for a second. Paige shrugged and pressed her lips together as she strode to the chair and plopped into it. She patted the plastic bag from the Smart Mart. Oh, I forgot to tell you about my big idea to smuggle you out of the library. You can tell me in just a second, Dewey said as he flitted toward her with a small flashlight clutched between his chubby fingers. His scaly hand grasped her chin, holding her head steady. He flicked the light into each of her eyes a few times. Ah, that's bright, Paige complained, trying to wrestle her chin from his grip. Dewey squashed his lips together and wiggled his ears, a puff of smoke rising from his nostrils. Paige burst into uncontrollable laughter. She covered her mouth as she giggled. What's so funny? Dewey asked. Your ears, Paige said, slapping her thigh as she continued to chuckle. His ears wiggled again at the statement, causing Paige's laughter to intensify. She doubled over, tears springing from the corners of her eyes. What's wrong with my ears? Dewey demanded, unimpressed by her fit. They wiggle when you get upset. I noticed it before, too, and you did it again now. It's so funny. She clutched at her sides as her laughter continued. Dewey offered her an unimpressed stare, another puff of smoke billowing from his nose. Paige wiped at her eyes as she tried to calm her laughter down.
I'm going to let you off the hook this time for laughing at me.
I'm laughing, but not at you. It's cute.
Dewey grumbled as he tossed the flashlight into a drawer. You're high. Paige snorted a laugh and nodded. Yep. The smile slid from her face, and she squashed her eyebrows together. Wait, what? You're high. That's why you feel so good, and why you think everything's beautiful. And funny. No, I'm not, Paige countered. You are. I must have messed up the ratio when I calculated it. I put way too much dragon's root into the slime, and now you're high.
OMG, Paige said, her eyes going wide. High?
As a kite, Dewey confirmed. He pulled open a cupboard and retrieved a glass. Then he filled it with water. He flipped it over and handed it to Paige. Drink this. It'll help to pass the drugs through your system. Paige took a sip and set the glass on the table.
I can't believe this. How did you mess this up?
Dewey perched on the chaise across from her and shrugged. I told you. I only estimated your weight. I must have been wrong.
Well, what did you estimate?
The horns on Dewey's head wobbled as he wrinkled his nose. 250 pounds.
200 and...
Paige sank her forehead into her hand.
Are you kidding me?
She licked her lips as she shook her head at him. Am I off by a lot?
Yeah.
More than 50 pounds? Paige's jaw dropped, and she shot him an incredulous stare.
Try double my weight. OMG, Dewey. How much do you think humans weigh?
Obviously 250 pounds.
No.
Paige waved a hand at him and rolled her eyes.
For future reference, I weigh about 125.
Really? Dewey inquired, jotting a note on his paper.
Okay. 130, but still, nowhere near 250.
All right. Don't get your knickers in a twist. I've got it noted in case I need to make you any more slime.
I'm not getting my knickers in a twist. It would be like me saying you weigh half a ton.
Dewey waved his paws in the air. I'd love to weigh half a ton. I'd be almost as big as my sister. Paige squeezed her lips together and shook her head at him. Anyway, what's your brilliant idea for sneaking me out of here? I can't wait to hear this. The smile returned to Paige's face, and she grabbed the bag next to her feet. She tugged a flat black rectangle from inside, along with a piece of green fabric. After ripping off the cardboard wrapped around the black box, she unfolded it. Then she zipped together several components. When done, she waved her finished product in the air triumphantly. What is it? Dewey asked. The smile faded from her lips, and she set the mesh-covered box on her lap. It's a pet carrier. Dewey wrinkled his nose and drew his chin to his chest as he stared with disdain at the item. Like, for a cat?
Yeah, I spotted it in the pet aisle when we were on the phone. I use them to take Dickens to the vet. People will just think you're my dog.
Except I have horns and wings.
You can barely see inside these things. No one will know. And besides, just in case, I bought this too.
Paige tossed the green fabric hanging from a cardboard rectangle across the room to him. Dewey caught it and spun it around, reading the bright green lettering on the cardboard's purple background. Stegosaurus dinosaur dog costume.
We'll put that on you and say you're dressed up for a costume party as a dinosaur. No one will know.
Dewey flung the costume back at Paige. This is the stupidest idea I've ever seen. I'm starting to wonder if you were high before I gave you the slime. Paige wrinkled her nose at him.
It's not stupid. I'll need your help, and if you want to leave the archive and do field work, this is the best way.
Fine. We may need to use it because we need to discuss options to get that talisman from the Russians.
Oh, right. I forgot about that with the whole Mark of the Beast remedy and passing out.
And being high. Paige rolled her eyes. And that? Do you think you can manage a discussion about this, given the circumstances? Paige pressed her lips together and narrowed her eyes.
Yes. Just don't wiggle your stupid ears and we'll be fine. Dewey glanced at the stack of books next to him as he spoke. I can't control that. The answer gave Paige another giggle fit. She covered her mouth and waved a hand in the air. Sorry, I'm sorry. Proceed. All right, well, here's the situation. This talisman is being held captive at the Moscow Library archives. They won't send it to us, and no amount of pleading is going to help. Not even Ronnie is going to cut through the red tape on this one and force them to send it to us. And even if she could, by the time they send it, well, I'll be dead, Paige answered. Dewey lifted a paw at her and nodded. So, we need another answer. Oh, I have one. Dewey squashed his thick eyebrows. Really? Yeah, we'll ask another library to ask them for it. Maybe they'll give it to the British branch or the French or something. Likely not. Any library friendly to us is not going to get this talisman from them. They don't share anything with anyone. And they won't trade. Dewey wagged his head back and forth. Nope, no trades. Paige tossed her hands in the air as she sank back into the cushion behind her, careful not to disturb her thick bandage. So we have no options. This is a useless discussion. Not true. There is an option. It's extreme, but necessary. Paige darted her gaze around the room as she tried to piece together the option. What? 'Cause I'm not seeing any options. Dewey arched an eyebrow, a gleam of mischief in his dark eyes. We'll steal it from them. Chapter 19. Paige cocked her head and arched her eyebrows, adjusting her glasses as she let the statement sink in. Steal it from them. Dewey nodded, his teal lips pursed and his pen clutched in his paw. Are you insane? Did you take some of the slime for the 1,000-pound person too? Dewey's horns wiggled with annoyance, and his tail swished behind him. No, I'm not insane. We can't steal this. I've barely been here one day. I don't have the skills to sneak into another library and steal something. I could barely steal something from this one. Well, I suppose that's where that stupid costume and carrier will come in handy. You'll definitely need my help. I can find things much faster in the archives. Paige leaped from her seat and paced the floor in front of her, one palm pressed against her forehead. We can't do this. There's no way. How do we get into Russia? I can't take you on a plane. And even if we get into Russia, how would we get past the security? And even if we did, how do we get out with this stupid thing? Ugh. I have a few solutions to those problems. Paige paused in her pacing, shooting him an incredulous glance. Well, I'd love to hear them because this sounds like a terrible idea. Dewey tapped his pen against his notepad as he detailed his daring plan. Okay, first, the library has a plane on standby at a private airfield that will land at another private airstrip for just such occasions. We won't need to fly commercial, so that solves the problem of getting me past airport security. Oh, good. So we can sneak into Russia undetected. Perfect, Paige said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Dewey poked the pen in her direction, ignoring her tone. Right. Now, from there is where things get tricky. Wonderful, Paige moaned. We should have no problem getting into the library, but accessing the archive itself may prove tricky. Yeah, I'm sure they have security in place just like we do. Right, but the question is, what kind? Paige ceased her pacing again and shot a glance at the tiny dragon. Is it not universal? No, Dewey said with a shake of his head. Each archive has its own security, but I may have a way around that too. I'm all ears. We have an artifact that allows the user to seep through walls. Paige collapsed into the chair in a heap, raising her eyebrows. You're joking. I'm not. We should practice with it if we're going to use it, though, because it can be a little fiddly. Fiddly? Paige repeated. Yeah, and we wouldn't want to become stuck in the middle of a wall. Paige settled her features into an unimpressed stare at the notion. Dewey pulled his chin back to his chest and ticked a line on his paper. So that solves that,
And once we're in, we'll just need to locate the artifact, retrieve it, and be on our way. Simple. Oh yeah, a walk in the park, piece of cake, easy peasy. You don't seem grateful. Paige heaved a sigh and adjusted her glasses. I'm just not happy about stealing something or using a magical artifact that could get me stuck in a wall. But I'll do it. You will be happy once that beast can't mark you again. Speaking of, let me check your wound again. Paige leaned forward, and Dewey flitted to her and eased the bandage back, peering underneath before he patted it back into place. Well? She questioned. It's no better. In fact, it may be worse. Worse? Paige exclaimed. How could it get worse? Dewey winced as he landed on his chaise. It's turned green. Paige sank her forehead into her palm. Oh, come on. I really can't catch a break. Dewey hefted a large volume onto his lap and Paige through it. Actually, I'm hoping the green color is the break we need. He flipped several pages until he found the appropriate spot. His chunky finger traced the paper as his lips moved, murmuring a few words before he found what he sought. Here we go. Cases where the general remedy fails. Should the general remedy fail, it likely is the result of... He wrinkled his nose. No, not that. What? What is it? Some kind of Cerberus? Medusa? What? No, it says it could be the result of poor craftsmanship of the remedy. That can't be it. I'm excellent at potions. I aced it in school. No, that couldn't be it, Paige mocked. You only mess up potions that require a weight calculation. Funny, Paige. Really humorous. You seemed a lot heavier when I was dragging you to the nest, okay? Paige stuck her tongue out at him. He rolled his eyes and shook his head. Now, what else could be the reason? Let's see. He scanned the other causes, his claw tracing the page. Okay, general remedies fail in instances of varkalax, golems, hobgoblins, certain types of vampires, and striped pixies. Paige squeezed her eyes closed and shook her head, the room beginning to spin from the list of creatures that might have marked her. Okay, Dewey continued from across the room. Now we'll cross-reference these with your description and see if we can match this to a specific beast. I'd offer to help, but I'm really starting to feel odd. Odd? Odd how? Dewey questioned, grabbing his notepad and pen. The room is spinning, and I'm feeling a little nauseous. Dewey wrinkled his nose and set the paper aside. That's just you coming down off your high. Do you have any additional pain in your wound? No, nothing there, thankfully. Good. It should have only been a reaction to the salve. Otherwise, your pain should go back down to the level it was before we treated it. Thank heavens, Paige said as she pressed her hands against her eyes and leaned back in the chair. After a moment, she snapped her hands away and stared wide-eyed at Dewey. Wait, will that happen again once we try a new remedy? The horns on Dewey's nose wobbled. Yes, but it shouldn't be as painful. I think the excruciating pain of this one came from it being a bad reaction and not working. Just my luck that I get marked by a beast not covered by the general remedy. Paige glanced around her. She dragged the book she'd been studying before the hubbub onto her lap. Dewey twirled his pen around in his fingers as he flipped around in various books. He flicked her a glance. You can go lie down. I'll keep working. Paige shook her head as she flopped her notebook down onto the open book. No, I'm going to do something. Otherwise, I'll just lie in there feeling crappy. The least I can do is continue researching this mirror. We don't want it falling into the hands of the werewolves thanks to my injury. You are definitely having an eventful first week on the job, Paige, Dewey said with a chuckle. The way my luck runs, I would expect nothing less. Dewey tugged another book closer to him and paged around in it. You keep mentioning that. Care to explain? Nothing to explain, really. I'm just unlucky. Dewey drew a large X across his paper and tossed a book away. How so? Paige thumbed through her book to the page noted in the index and shrugged. I'm clumsy.
If something bad can happen, it usually does. Like on my way to interview for this job, a bus splashed a mud puddle onto me and ruined my blouse. And then, while trying to clean it, my charm bracelet got caught in my pantyhose and snagged them. And then after I got the job, I fell down the stairs outside. Dewey wrinkled his nose and pulled his lips into a wince. Wow, you really are a klutz. Story of my life, which is why I'm a little concerned about using a magical item that allows me to go in and out of walls. Somehow, I'll end up stuck. I know it. It should be fairly easy, so let's hope not. Paige pursed her lips as she returned her gaze to the book in her lap. She scanned the page, trying to make sense of the words. After a moment, she scrubbed her face with her hands. I'm confused. About? How can we find the location of this stupid mirror? We can make a list of where it's been, but how does that help us? Dewey stuck a finger in the air. First, it tells us locations it's been and where it was last seen. We can then cross-reference it with any information we have on the werewolf contingent looking to acquire it. That should give us a clue as to where to start looking. Right, okay, Paige said with a nod. So this started out in Mexico, but I doubt it remained there. Dewey shuffled through a few papers. It says there has been recent werewolf activity near Chichen Itza. Which is likely where this thing was kept in olden times, I agree. Is it where it is now? I doubt it. Dewey tapped his pen against his lips. Reason? Call it a gut feeling, but the conquistadors traveled all across North, South, and Central America. It's likely they found, traded for, or stole the mirror during their travels. Interesting. Do you believe the Mayans, who we are surmising held the mirror at that time, would trade such an item? Do you believe the conquistadors would have allowed them to keep it? Good point. So where does your gut say it is? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I don't think it's in the jungles of Central America. She paused for a moment, her gaze rising to the ceiling and her pen tapping against her chin. Although, I wonder if the enchantment is still there. Dewey jabbed his pen in her direction. Or the mercury. Paige nodded at him. I'll see what I can find. They returned to their respective research. Paige outlined any references to the mirror, finding them all over the globe. She starred those that seemed more credible and placed question marks near the ones with only vague information. She slouched in her seat as she stared at the list she'd created. 4 credible locations to check, including a temple near Chichen Itza, Salamanca, Spain, Cuba, and a small town in Scotland. She narrowed her eyes at the last one, trying to recall the details that caused her to star it as credible. Her pen hovered over the location, ready to scratch it from the list. With a shake of her head, she set the list aside and stretched. Her jaw unhinged in a wide yawn. Whew, I'm beat. Did you get anywhere? Dewey asked, without looking up from his work. I think so, though I'm starting to question everything I've done, so it's time for a break. You're welcome to lie down in my nest. I'm not taking a break anytime soon. Paige pulled her legs to her chest, setting her socked feet on the chair. I may just nod off here. I'm pretty comfortable. Dewey shrugged as he thumbed through another book. Your choice. Don't blame me if you have a stiff neck. If I do, I'll get you to whip up some slime for the pain. If you're not careful, I'll make it for a 300-pound adult. Paige shook her head at the dragon before balling her sweatshirt on the chair's arm and nestling her head against it. Dewey blew a raspberry at her as she closed her eyes. He continued his research, noting several things in his notebook and crossing out a few options. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper echoed in her ears. Guilt coursed through her when she thought of him continuing his work while she tried to sleep. She fluttered her eyelids open and studied the teal dragon across the room. Propped on his chaise, his one foot tapped in the air as he slurped his energy dragon and stretched before returning to his research. With a tired sigh, Paige pushed herself to sit. Uncomfortable? Told you to use the nest, Dewey said. No, I can't sleep. You barely tried. The trick is to close your eyes and lie there for longer than 10 seconds. Paige rose and stretched, reaching her arms high overhead. Very funny. I figure I can go find that wall-walking thingy and practice with it. Dewey raised his pen in the air. Good idea. He returned to his work without further comment. Paige slid her gaze from side to side. Well, where is it? Dewey waved his pen back and forth. You go find it. Great chance to practice with a locartifact. Is now the best time to make me practice with that? It's as good a time as any. If you run into any trouble, give me a holler. Paige frowned, and she huffed as she marched to the door. With one final glance at her partner, she wrinkled her nose and pushed into the archive. Anxiety overwhelmed her as she stared out over the vast space, shelf upon shelf upon shelf, spread out in every direction. She'd never find this thing. As good a time as any, she mimicked, descending the stairs that spiraled around the tower. I'll be lucky if I can find my way to the locartifact machine. She hit the cement floor and shuffled through the shelves to the machine. She tapped a key on the keyboard to wake it. A blinking cursor stared back at her, requesting input into the search bar. Paige narrowed her eyes at the screen. What did she type into the bar? Magical thingy for walking through walls? Did it have a name? Did Dewey tell her the name? With a shake of her head, she spun on her heel and began to cross the room toward his tower. She crinkled her forehead and slowed to a stop before she spun back toward the locartifact. She couldn't give up this easily. She'd probably walk up all those stairs just to get a lecture from Dewey on learning how to research. After 2 more steps toward the machine, she stopped again. Did it matter? She needed help. It would be much faster if she asked him for the name. She swayed back and forth before she finally decided to try her hand with the machine, hoping to figure something out on her own without needing the snarky dragon. Paige raised her chin and approached it, rolling her shoulders back and placing her fingertips on the keyboard. She blew out a long breath. You can do this, she whispered to herself. She flew her fingers across the keyboard and typed a search phrase. As she studied what she'd typed, she hovered her hand over the enter key. Should do it, she assured herself as she scanned the words again. Magical item that allows user to walk through walls. She bit her lower lip and tapped the key. Results populated on the screen, and her eyes bulged as the number of results ratcheted higher and higher. The numbers finally stopped changing, settling on 20,357 results. Paige clicked on the first few. Then she backed out of them quickly as she realized they only fit the magical item part of her search. She'd inadvertently searched for a phrase that covered every item in the archive and in every other magical library in the world. She rolled her eyes at her own stupidity and deleted the words in the search field. She tapped the keys as she tried to come up with another search item. She cocked her head and typed, "Walk through walls." She wrinkled her nose when 0 results showed up on the screen. A curse escaped her lips, and she pounded on the delete key, backspacing to empty the search bar. She squeezed her eyes closed as she tried to think of how to locate the item in the database. An idea occurred to her, and she popped her eyes open, fingers flying across the keyboard. She slapped the return key, and 3 results appeared on the screen. Paige scanned their titles and grinned at her successful search term, Seep Through Walls. She clicked the first entry for an artifact titled Wall Buster. With a shake of her head and a frown, she went back to the search results. The so-called Wall Buster broke walls down by seeping inside and causing them to explode. Definitely not the right artifact. She tried the second entry, entitled Seepy Sap. When she read the phrase, allows the user to seep through walls, her eyes widened. This must be it, she breathed. She grabbed a set of sticky notes and pen to the right of the keyboard and jotted down the location at the bottom of the screen. She spun and studied the vast array of shelves, wondering where to begin. She glanced at the pink paper stuck to her index finger. N28352.635BR, she read, and glanced at the shelves again. Where the heck is that? Her eyes focused on the tower rising in the distance. She considered asking for directions and quickly decided to search on her own. "Time to learn, Paige," she said as she set off in search of the catalog number. She wandered into an aisle between two shelves, searching for the reference numbers. Under one bin, she found the catalog reference A98756.587AC. She wrinkled her nose. "A," she read as she traced a finger along it. "Nowhere near N." She trudged along, wandering to another area of the library, finding the letter K and continuing on through the stacks. Skipping multiple shelves, she turned a corner and cocked her head at the reference numbers there. "P," she read. "Dang it, I passed up N." Paige spun on her heel and returned in the direction from which she'd come. Then she finally located a shelf with the letter N at the head of the references. She wandered halfway down, checking the numbers following the first letter. The number 2 finally occurred as she rounded the bend. She wound around the shelves until she found a number close to the one she sought. "Finally!" she exclaimed, reading N28352 on one of the labels. She searched for the second half of the reference. She frowned as the numbers jumped from 627RT to 638AB. Paige flung her arms in the air. The sticky note fluttered to the floor. "Where's 635? With a sigh, she bent over and snatched the paper from near her feet, catching sight of a box labeled 635RR. She cocked her head. RR. Maybe the reference is wrong. Could be a typo. With a shrug, she tugged the bin from the shelf and set it on the floor in front of her. She studied the container for a moment before she grabbed the top and lifted it. "What's the worst that could happen?" she murmured to herself. With the lid still clutched in her hand, she stared at the inside of the box, pinching her brows together. Inside, a whip lay coiled. Paige wrinkled her nose at it as she reached for the handle. How does this help you walk through walls? When she grasped the leather-wrapped handle, electricity jolted her, crackling up her arm and into her chest. "Whoa!" she exclaimed as the whip rose from the box, cracking in the air. Paige struggled to wrangle the whip as it waved in the air. The electricity sweeping over her body made it difficult. It finally died out at her feet. She glanced down, her jaw unhinging at the sight. Her sweats and tank top had been replaced by a ringmaster's outfit. Black boots rose to her knees, covering dark leggings. A sequin-covered red tuxedo-style jacket topped her tight pants. Something moved on top of her head. She reached up and pulled off a top hat. She gasped. "What is this?" The whip cracked again, and spotlights shone down on her from an unknown location. A roar sounded behind her. Wide-eyed, Paige whipped around, scanning the area behind her. Her eyes bulged more at what she found. A massive lion stalked toward her, eyeing her like a gazelle as he licked his chops. Chapter 20. Nice kitty, Paige said, forcing a smile as she searched for a way to escape the lion. The lion grumbled and roared a second time. Paige spread her legs into a wide stance, holding the whip at the ready. "Paige! Paige, where are you?" Paige's heart leaped at the sound, and she frantically called to him. "Dewey! I'm over here! Help!" The whip cracked again of its own accord, shaking her entire arm. Paige pulled her lips back in a grimace as the crack elicited another roar from the lion. A second roar sounded, this time coming from behind her. Paige glanced over her shoulder. A second lion stalked toward her from the other direction. "Oh no," Paige groaned, turning to the side so she could flick her gaze between the two lions. "Dewey, hurry it up, huh?" "Where are you?" Dewey called. Over here, by where the soppy sap is or whatever. And you were wrong. Fiddly isn't the word for this. This is downright dangerous." "Dangerous?" Dewey hollered, his voice closing in on her location. Paige gasped as she swung her head back and forth. The lions stalked ever closer, their tails swishing. Dewey zipped around the corner. He eyed the situation and scoffed, shaking his head.
What are you doing? What does it look like? I'm trying to stay alive. You're supposed to be finding the sepia sap, not playing with the lion tamer. Does it look like I'm playing? Dewey eyed her sequin-lined jacket, top hat, and bow tie. Yes, it does. Paige shot him an annoyed glare as the top hat wobbled on her head. Listen, I found something that may help with your beast marking. I just want to take another look at it, so when you're done playing with those lions, come back to the nest. The little dragon twisted and jetted down the aisle. Dewey? Paige shouted after him. Help me! I don't know how these lions got here or how to get rid of them. Dewey twisted as he reached the end of the shelving unit. Just put the whip back in the box. Paige stared down at the whip clutched in her hand, wondering if it would be that easy. Dewey darted away, leaving Paige to deal with the disposal of the item on her own. The whip cracked again. Paige followed its direction, her eyes bulging again. Another lion appeared, stalking above her on the shelving unit. Oh no, she murmured. The lions closed in around her as she dropped to her knees. She pushed her hand toward the box, but the whip fought against her, tugging her hand upward again. She gritted her teeth and grabbed her wrist with her other hand, fighting against the magical item. No! The second lion licked its chops, snarling at her. The first loped toward her. The newest arrival dangled its front paws over the edge of the shelf, balancing on its large back feet. Paige wrangled the whip closer to the box. Get in there! The thing threatened to tug her upward again, but she used all the strength in both her arms to push the leather piece down toward the box. She shoved it inside until her fingers scraped the bottom. The whip went limp, curling into a spiral. Paige grabbed the lid and shoved it on as the first lion leaped toward her. She cringed, holding her hands in front of her and squeezing her eyes closed while she prepared for the impact. After a second, she popped one eye open. Finding nothing, she glanced around the space. No lions stalked on either side of the aisle. Her clothing had returned to normal. She slumped to the floor, breathing out a sigh of relief before she collected the box and shoved it back onto the shelf. Definitely wasn't a typo, she said as she smoothed the hair on the top of her head back toward her ponytail. Paige! Dewey's voice echoed through the archives again. Hurry up! Paige rolled her eyes as she rose to stand, still eyeing the box with a frown. Yeah, coming. No thanks to you. Paige took one final glance at the box before she strode to the end of the shelf and oriented herself, spotting Dewey's nest in the distance. The tiny teal dragon buzzed through the air toward it ahead of her. She followed behind him, still shaking her head at the odd incident with the whip. She wondered where the correct box might be and why she hadn't been able to find it. She'd have to ask Dewey once they sorted out the new information about her back wound. She climbed the spiraling stairs, finding Dewey lounging on his chaise. He glanced up at her as she shambled into the room, her arms hanging limply at her sides, and collapsed into the chair across from him. Ah, there you are. All done playing circus? Her eyes bulged from her head at his comment. I wasn't playing, Dewey. I told you that. I have no idea how those lions got there, but they almost killed me. Dewey rolled his eyes as he kicked one ankle over the other. I doubt they would have. They're controlled by the whip. The whip conjures them. Why? You know, for fun. Fun? Fun? That wasn't fun. That was horrible. A terror. What did you pick it up for? Paige shot him an angry glance. I thought it was the stupid sappy soap or whatever it's called. Sepia sap, Dewey corrected. And why would sepia sap be a whip? Paige shook her head, flinging her arms out. How should I know? Well, anyway, it's not the sepia sap, but we'll worry about that later. I may have found a few things to help us identify your beast attacker. Okay, but the next time I go searching for one of these things, you need to help me before I get myself killed. Fine, fine, Dewey said with a flap of his hand in the air. Okay, now pay attention. I've already ruled out hobgoblins and striped pixies. Neither have red eyes. Well, that's not true. Striped pixies can have red eyes, but it's rare.
Couple that with the fact that this beast looks to be a decent size based on the slash wound, and I'd rule them out. Okay, Paige said as she bobbed her head up and down. That leaves Varkalax, golems, and vampires. Now, each of these has different features that I was hoping we could parse through to find out if anything seems familiar. All right, maybe something will jog my memory. Dewey tapped his pen against the notepad. Let's start with Varkalax. Which are what exactly? Paige cocked her head. A shape-shifting wizard that can take the form of a wolf. Right. Okay, what are the features? These guys can have red eyes and a bulky black form. Sometimes it's gray. He flicked his gaze to Paige. That fits. Yes, I remember a big black blob with red eyes. Okay, perfect. Often moves silently, but can make a growling noise when stalking its prey. Paige focused on the gold swirls in the rug while she considered the description. She shook her head as she pinched her brows together. That doesn't seem right. It was like a snarling, not a wild animal growling. Are you sure? Snarling and growling can be close. It wasn't growling. Paige held up her hands. Don't cross it off just yet, but it doesn't seem right. Dewey scribbled something on his notepad and nodded. Okay, next up is the golem. Features? Large, bulky body with red eyes, often tan or brown in color. The body usually resembles stones loosely held together with... No, this was black, not brown. Positive? Paige gave him a curt nod, her fingernails digging into the chair's upholstery as she recalled her latest sighting of the beast. Yes, positive. Black as the moonless night. Dewey drew a line through the name on his list. Okay. Last but not least, specific types of vampires. Now, this is a crapshoot, because not all vampires are included in this list, only certain ones. So I tried to find the ones that the general remedy wouldn't cover. There are 6 that I came up with. Paige waved her hands in the air. Whoa, wait! Dewey raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. Yeah? There are 6 types of vampires. Don't be ridiculous, Paige, Dewey said with a shake of his head. There are hundreds. Only 6 that the general remedy won't heal. Paige sank her forehead into her palm. This just gets crazier and crazier. Okay, proceed. Out of these 6, are they all black? Yes, Dewey said. They all take on a black form with red eyes. Now, from there, we have some differences. See if any of these things rings a bell. Dewey glanced up at her as he began. Large pointed ears, pale, shimmery facial skin, small, almost invisible wings. No, Paige said as she waved a hand in the air. Not it. Move on. All right, Dewey said, drawing a line through the entry and moving down his list. Next up is a fellow with smooth, satiny skin, large gray wings, bipedal, walking upright, straight, and tall. Dewey glanced at Paige as she considered the description. Makes a growling hiss when it stalks victims. Paige squashed her lips together and cocked her head. I don't think so. That doesn't seem right. Okay, I won't cross it off yet, but we'll move on. Choice number 3. Bulky black form with large black wings, webbed feet with central claw, makes a chittering noise when stalking victims, body covered in hair. Wait, stop. Dewey snapped his gaze toward her. Not it? Read it again. Paige closed her eyes, focusing on the description and the picture in her mind. The sound of Dewey's pen tapping on the paper echoed in her ears. Bulky black form, large black wings, webbed feet, chittering noise. That's it, Paige exclaimed. That's it. You're sure? This is important. Paige leaped from her seat and paced the floor. Yes, I'm sure. Chittering noise? Definitely. Also, webbed feet rings a bell. I don't know why, but that seems right to me. Dewey drew in a deep breath. Okay, then we have our beast. What is it? Dewey circled the line on his notepad. Day-walking vampire. Paige wrinkled her nose at the description, plopping into her chair. Day-walking vampire? Like Blade? Who? Dewey questioned as he pulled another reference book toward him and flipped through the pages. Blade. Wesley Snipes. Daywalking vampire. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? You've never seen Blade? Dewey shot Paige a glance before he pulled a laptop toward him and typed into the search bar. Geez, Paige, how old are you? Oh, stop it. Everyone knows Blade. I've never seen nor heard of it. Paige slapped her hand against the chair's arm. Well, I know what we'll be watching on our first movie night. Movie night? Dewey questioned as he returned to flipping through pages of the book. Yeah, movie night. Movies, popcorn, discussions, bad jokes. Dewey froze, his eyes rising from the book to her face. Really? I mean, it sounds swell, but, well, I've never had one before. I just sit here alone and watch things. Well, now you can watch them with me, and, she said, dangling the pet carrier from her finger, with our new disguise, you can even spread out at my place and watch them. And we can order pizza from Cheesy Does It. Paige puckered her lips and nodded. But first, we need to save your life. I wouldn't want you to die before you can have me over for movie night. Right, Paige said, slapping her palms against her thighs. Okay, what do we need to heal a wound from a daywalking vampire? Dewey found the correct page and traced a finger down it to find the correct entry. Here we go. Wounds inflicted by daywalking vampires. He froze, his fleshy teal finger stuck in one spot on the paper. Well, what is it? Another painful serum thing? Dewey's features pinched as he shook his head. No. Then what? Dewey slowly raised his eyes to her face. He pressed his lips together into a thin line, swallowing hard before he spoke. This says there is no cure. Chapter 21. What? What do you mean there's no cure? Paige's eyes went wide, and she leaped from her seat with her fingers balled into fists. Dewey's ears wiggled again, though this time it did not make Paige giggle. He swallowed hard again, his thick eyebrows wrinkling. That's what the book says. It says there's no cure. He flipped around in the book, backward and forward. I'm sorry, Paige. I just can't believe this. Paige's jaw hung open as she processed the news. You and me both. She pressed her lips together as tears stung her eyes. One rolled to her cheek, and she flicked it away. Dewey lowered his head, seeming unsure of what to say or do. Well, Paige said with a sniffle, at least I got to be a librarian before I died. It was almost my dream job. Dewey curled his little paws into fists. No. Yes, it was, Paige argued. I always wanted to be a librarian, but... No, not that, Dewey said with a shake of his head. I meant like a dramatic no. No, I don't accept this. There must be a solution. But the book says there isn't. Maybe it doesn't need to be cured, or maybe it wasn't found at the time of the book's printing. Perhaps there's more up-to-date information on this that can be found by researching daywalking vampires. Paige offered a slight smile. Does that happen often? New information? Yes, constantly. Don't worry, Paige. I'm on it. We'll find the cure. Paige nodded, drawing in a deep breath and blinking away her tears. What can I do to help? We need to get that talisman to prevent you from any further attacks. And for that, we'll need the CP sap. Go find that and bring it back here in its container. Do not take it out. Paige sucked in a breath and pressed her lips together, rubbing her already sweaty palms up and down her sweats. Here's the thing with that. She winced, shooting a glance at the dragon across the room. When she didn't continue, he ceased his work and lifted his eyes to her. Yes? I couldn't find it. I mean, I found it in the system on the Loc artifact, but the container wasn't there. No container matching the reference number was on the shelf. Then I thought, maybe the reference number was a typo, and that's why I had the lion conjuring whip out. Dewey huffed out a breath and shoved the books aside. This can wait anyway. We need to get that talisman and find the mirror. Wait a minute, Paige said as he flew from the chaise, hovering in the air to clear the books from the seat. I've got weeks to live, so this can't wait.
Exactly, weeks. I'll have it solved by then, but we'll have lost out on the talisman and the mirror. We've got to get the talisman, find the mirror, and then solve your wound problem.
Paige grimaced. But
priorities, Paige. You've got to learn to prioritize.
Paige slid her gaze upward to the ceiling as she tapped a finger in the air. Yeah, I usually put staying alive really close to the top of the list, so...
That's why we need the talisman first. That'll keep you alive, and then we'll work on the other two. We'll work on them in tandem, but as it stands, you can't go out of this library without risking your life, so we need that talisman first.
Okay, Paige said with a nod. And to get that, we need the soupy stuff or whatever, which I can't find.
Dewey finished stacking his books and buzzed past her. Come on, I'll show you. Do you have the reference number?
Yes, Paige answered as she followed him into the archives. Oh, wait. I dropped it in the aisle with the lions.
The little dragon shook his head as he darted toward the floor. There is no aisle with the lions. Honestly, Paige, I'll just go look it up again.
Paige hurried around the circular staircase and raced across the archive, puffing for breath by the time she reached Dewey, who already had a pink sticky note stuck to his claw.
Here we are, he said, pressing it onto Paige's forehead. N28352.635BR.
Paige squashed her lips together as she ripped the paper from her head. That's exactly where I went, and there is no N28352.365BR. There is an N28352.635RR, but not BR.
Dewey flitted through the shelves, with Paige following closely behind him. He led her to the same aisle she'd been in earlier. Paige winced as she peered around the corner, checking for lions. There are no lions. I told you before, they were conjured by the lion tamer. Her discarded sticky note lay halfway down between the shelves, where it had fallen during her wild adventure. Dewey flew down toward it and hovered over top of it as he waited for Paige to catch up. Now, he said, jabbing a finger at the box containing the lion conjuring whip. That is N28352.635RR.
Yes, I can read, thank you, Paige snapped.
And where else did you look?
All over. Look, it goes from 627 something here to like 637 there. There is no 635.
Dewey turned his attention to her, his narrowed eyes focusing on her face as his chubby paw connected with a container, then shoved it aside. He arched a thick eyebrow at her and waved behind the box he'd moved. Paige peered into the dark hole behind the box, squinting into the darkness. A small gold box sat at the rear of the shelf. Well, go on, Dewey said. My arms are too short. Paige rolled her eyes as she turned sideways to reach toward the box.
I didn't know things were hidden.
Of course things are hidden. There's only so much frontage on these shelves, you know.
With a huff, she shook her head at him as her fingers touched cool metal. Her lips formed a grimace while she struggled to tug it forward. Ugh, how heavy is this stuff?
It's not heavy. The container is heavy.
No kidding, Paige said, between clenched teeth as her muscles stretched to grasp the container and pull it forward.
Well, we can't have the seepy sap seeping out, now can we?
After a bit of work, Paige managed to tug the heavy object forward and lift it from the shelf. Encased in a solid, square, golden container, the sap remained a mystery to her. Should I try it? She questioned, her hand hovering over the clasp that kept the box closed.
Dewey waved a paw in the air and darted down the aisle. No time. We should get going. Did you call ahead for the plane?
Paige's features squashed with confusion as she hurried to follow him.
Huh? The plane, Paige. Did you call to put the plane on standby?
No, I don't even know who to call. A puff of smoke wafted from Dewey's nostrils, and he rolled his eyes.
Must I do everything?
He shot across the space and over toward the Booktron and Locartifact. His chubby teal paw snatched up the receiver of a red phone, and he pressed the number 9. He drummed his claws against the table as he waited, a grumpy frown on his face.
Yes. Hello. This is Dewey Decimal from Shadow Harbor Library. Yes. I'll need the plane on standby immediately. Destination is Moscow. Uh-huh.
Yes, that's correct. His nose wrinkled and his horns wiggled. Another puff of smoke popped out of his nose. Well, of course Veronica okayed it. Just see that it's ready. We're on our way. Dewey slammed the receiver down onto the cradle. Idiots, he hissed. That didn't sound good. Just make sure the paperwork is backdated when we get home. Come on, let's grab that stupid cat carrier. Wait a minute. I can't just fly to Moscow. I need clothes and toiletries. Dewey flew back, hovering inches from her face. You need a talisman before that beast catches you again. Now let's go. Dewey darted off in front of her, skipping the steps and flying straight up to his nest. He darted out moments later, pulling the dragon costume from its cardboard hanger. He waved it at Paige. Help me get this on. Paige set the heavy gold box on the desk and tugged open the Velcro closure on the dinosaur costume. I think you're actually excited about this. Dewey landed on the locartifact desk, balancing on his hind legs. I'm not. I'm just trying to do my part and save your life. Paige grinned at him. Yeah, admit it. You can't wait to leave the library. Dewey shrugged as Paige held open the legs of the outfit for him to step into. Maybe a little. I haven't been outside in over a decade. A decade? Not even for a whiff of fresh air? Nope, all recirculated air for me. He shimmied into the green outfit as Paige tugged it upward. Watch the tail, watch the tail. Paige carefully wrapped the costume's tail fabric around Dewey's tail. I'm watching it. Dewey pulled on the arms, and Paige snugged it tighter against his back, closing the Velcro. Watch my wings. I'm watching. She secured a bit of the Velcro near his neck. There, turn around and let me see. Dewey finished tugging the headpiece into place, adjusting it around his horns before he spun to face her, holding his arms out to both sides. How do I look? Paige squeezed her lips together as she attempted to hold in a chuckle. The teal dragon stood in the dark green suit, with felt spikes sticking out against his back and his now green-spiked tail swinging. He looked ridiculous. You look great, she said, barely holding back laughter. Dewey darted off down an aisle and returned with a mirror. His horns wiggled. I look ridiculous. Paige burst into laughter. I know. The costume is terrible. Dewey dumped the mirror on the desk and landed next to it, tapping his foot against the wood. Paige grabbed the pet carrier and unzipped the lid. Hop in. I can't go looking like this. I look ridiculous. There's no time for that now. You look passable. Just get in. Paige waved the carrier at him. Dewey crossed his arms, his spiky tail wagging. There's no time for this now. You said so yourself. Now get in. With a huff, Dewey leaped from the desk. Fine. He floated over and climbed into the carrier. Get down. Paige flipped the mesh lid closed and started to zip it shut. Ouch, he shouted as Paige contorted the carrier to zip around a curve. Sorry, I've almost got it. And done. Paige waved her hands in the air and smiled through the mesh at him. Fabulous, Dewey groaned. Let's get going. I want to be out of this stupid prison. The mesh bulged as he pushed against the sides. Oh, stop, Paige said as she snapped the strap onto the carrier. I just need to grab my hoodie. Well, hurry up. It's tight in here, Dewey shouted as she darted toward his nest and hurried up the stairs. She returned in minutes, shaking her head at him as she pulled the hoodie down and adjusted her tote bag on her shoulder. I got the medium-sized carrier. You should have plenty of room. I'm squashed in here. Doubt it. You're tiny. You should totally fit. You're lucky I'm stuck in here and can't claw you. Paige tossed the strap over her shoulder and hefted the bag upward, letting it hang down to her hip. She took a few steps toward the metal staircase leading up, with the carrier bouncing off her hip as she hurried along. Ow, careful. I'm being jostled around in here. Sorry, I'm trying to hurry. Dewey huffed out a breath. Now I know why I've never left the library. Pipe down. People may believe you're my dog, but not if you're talking. Paige's footsteps echoed on the metal platform as she hurried across to the door. Oh, shoot. Now what? Paige dropped the bag on the floor and darted down the stairs. I forgot the CP sap. Out of breath, She swung around the railing, raced toward the Booktron desk, swiped the heavy gold cube, and shoved it in her tote bag before she bounded up the stairs again. She groaned as she lifted the pet carrier up and hung it from her shoulder again. Ugh, maybe I should have gotten the large carrier. You're way heavier than I thought. Shut up, Paige. This size carrier is just fine. Paige swung the door open and stepped into the hall. Then she hurried up the steps to the main library. You said it was too small. I just couldn't get settled into it. But now that I did, it's fine. I've got plenty of room. It's big, actually. Paige rolled her eyes as she stepped up from the last step to the hallway. She pulled her phone from her tote and tapped around on it as she walked down the hall. Okay, got a rideshare coming to pick us up. Oh, where are we going? Shadow Harbor's private airstrip just outside of town. It's called Shadow Harbor Air Club. Paige pushed into the dark, quiet library with a nod. Got it. Let me tell Otis we're leaving. She shouted through the library for the security guard. He hurried from the hall leading to the Human Resources office, still licking powdered sugar off his fingers.
Something you need, Paige?
I just wanted to let you know we're heading out on a mission. I'm not sure when we'll be back, but we won't be in the library.
We?
Hi, Otis, Dewey called from within the pet carrier. Paige heaved up on the strap, tugging the carrier a little higher. I'm taking Dewey with me for backup. Otis lifted his eyebrows and stuck his hands on his hips. Huh. He stared down at the carrier for a moment.
Well, okay. Thanks for letting me know, and good luck.
Thank you. Hope to see you soon. They parted ways, and Paige strode down the hall. Her pulse quickened as she approached the door leading to the back alley. The last time she'd been in the alley, the beast had stalked her. Was it still out there? She paused as she reached the door, fiddling with her cell phone. Well, are we going or not? Yes, I just want to see if the rideshare is here or not. I'm not going out there before it's here. That beast was out there when I came back from the Smart Mart, and I'm not taking any chances. Good idea. We'll wait in here. Sorry, I'm just anxious to breathe some fresh air. Paige's heart sank for the poor little dragon in the carrier. It had been the first time in over a decade that he left the library. She glanced down through the mesh, smiling at the green costume with its felt spikes poking upward. With a flick of her wrist, Paige pushed the door open a crack. The cool night air rushed inside, smelling of fall leaves and sea salt off the harbor. Dewey shifted inside the carrier, sniffing. Oh, wow. It smells so good. Smell that sea air. Paige took a deep inhale. Do dragons have better smell than humans? Dragons have better scent receptors than dogs. Wow, Paige exclaimed as her cell phone chimed. I bet you can smell all kinds of things. Car's here. You don't happen to smell any day-walking vampires, do you? I don't, but I wouldn't know one by scent anyway. Proceed with caution. I do not want to be left for dead in a carrier while you're spirited away by a vampire. Paige eased the door open, peering up and down the alley before she slipped out and hurried down the dark passage toward the front of the library. Spirited away? This stupid thing scratched the heck out of me and is stalking me like a cheetah stalks a gazelle. I'd hardly say spirited away, Dewey. Maybe the vampire just wants to talk and will kidnap you and take you to its palace in Transylvania, where you'll be locked in a tower with spectacular views of the landscape and forced to wear a flowing gown from a bygone era. Paige slowed and glanced down at the carrier. Did you take some of that slime before we left? I may have read one too many paranormal romances. Uh-huh, Paige said. There isn't a lot to do locked up in that library for years, and they have a big romance collection. Paige stepped out onto the front sidewalk, finding a crossover SUV waiting in front of the library. The yellow light of its still blinking turn signal blinded her in intermittent bursts as she hurried toward it. Yeah, fine. Just be quiet. The driver can't know you talk. Mum's the word. Paige tugged open the back door and slid into the seat. Then she set the carrier on her lap. She gave the driver their destination, and the car eased away from the curb. Paige twisted her neck to stare at the library as it disappeared from view.
So, where are you headed?
The driver asked. Oh, Paige stammered, attempting to think up a lie. Don't say Moscow, Dewey whispered. The driver shot a glance in the rearview mirror.
What was that?
Oh, sorry. That was my dog growling. He hates strangers.
Oh, you're taking the doggo along on the trip?
Yep. He just loves going on trips with me to where we're going. The car slowed as they approached a red light on the nearly deserted streets.
Which is where again? I'm not sure I heard you.
Oh, did I say it? Paige darted her eyes around, staring at anything except the driver's gaze in the mirror. I can't recall. I may have said it already.
Say again? I totally did not hear you at all. Sorry.
Oh, I'm taking my little pupperoo to a dog park. The car rolled forward as a light changed and the driver shot a look in the mirror before directing his gaze ahead.
You're taking a private plane to a dog park.
Way to blow it, Paige. Just say a random city, Dewey hissed. The driver glanced in the mirror again.
Is that your dog again?
Yep. He heard the word park and he's really excited. So excited to go to that dog park in Alaska, where we are flying to. With a flip of his turn signal, he swung around the corner, heading out of town.
You're flying to Alaska to go to a dog park.
It's not just any dog park. It's a super nice dog park with moose and polar bears.
They let moose and polar bears into the dog park.
They do. Yep. Paige pressed her lips together, hoping to stop herself from speaking.
Isn't that dangerous for the dogs?
What? Paige asked, her eyes wide. They merged onto the highway, heading out of town.
Isn't it dangerous for the dogs to let bears and moose in the park?
Oh, they don't let them in the park. They just have them around for the dogs to look at, like behind fences.
You're terrible at this,
Dewey breathed. Paige bounced the carrier on her lap. Who's excited to see a moose? My little Dewey Poo.
Never call me that again, he whispered. Dewey, huh? Cute name. What kind of pup?
Teacup Yorkie.
Aw, tiny little fellow then, huh?
Paige patted the carrier as the car reached cruising speed. Teeny.
I hate you, Dewey whispered. So what does someone do for a living to allow them to take a private flight to Alaska to take their teacup Yorkie to a dog park?
I'm a librarian,
Paige said with a grin.
Wrong answer,
Dewey said. You aren't kidding, my little friend, the driver said.
Paige's heart skipped a beat. She snapped her head toward the door locks as they clicked shut.
Sorry, Paige Turner, the man said, but I can't take you to that airstrip after all.
Chapter 22. Paige's eyes widened as the car sped down the empty highway away from Shadow Harbor.
Great going, Paige, Dewey growled. You got us caught on my first time out of the library.
He wiggled around inside the carrier. Paige grabbed the door handle and pulled frantically. The door wouldn't budge. The driver growled an evil, maniacal laugh that sent chills racing up Paige's spine.
You can't get out, Paige.
What are you going to do to me?
Let's just say your tenure as librarian will be short-lived.
Dewey clawed at the carrier's mesh. Let me out of here.
Don't worry, little guy. We'll make sure we put you out of your misery first, the driver said.
No, Paige said, her eyes blazing with anger at the driver as she clutched the carrier tighter to her. Don't worry, buddy. I'll die protecting you.
Let me out, Dewey shouted.
No, Paige insisted. You aren't sacrificing yourself, Dewey. I'll protect you with my life, Dewey whispered.
No, dummy. Let me out and open the window. I'll fly away and get help.
Oh, Paige said, pushing her glasses up higher and arching an eyebrow. Oh, wait, that's a good idea. Paige slid her seatbelt off and depressed the window button. Nothing happened. She pressed it again, jiggling the button around.
Child lock is on. You can't put the window down. Sorry, little friend. You aren't escaping either.
It wasn't to escape. It was to go for help. I'd never leave Paige to die.
Unfortunately, for both of you, you'll be dying together.
Paige's face fell. What are you going to do to us? The man's lips pulled back into a vicious grin.
Let's leave that as a surprise, shall we? It'll be more fun that way.
Paige's stomach flipped at the threat. The man flicked open his console and withdrew a black handgun.
Now, pass the little fellow up to the front. I don't want you letting him loose to bite me.
He waved the gun at Paige. Tears welled in her eyes as she set the carrier on the center console and pushed it forward. He elbowed it into the passenger seat.
Ow!
Dewey protested. The sound of his claws prying at the mesh seemed to unnerve the driver. He struck the carrier a few times with the butt of his weapon. No more scratching came from within. A satisfied smirk formed on his lips. Paige grimaced, a tear escaping to her cheek. "You monster! He's not a threat!"
"I take no chances,"
the man said as he eased the car off the exit ramp. Paige stared at him, a look of disdain on her features pinching her face. Heat rushed into her cheeks, and her muscles quivered. She lunged forward from the back seat. Then she grabbed the wheel and twisted it. The man fought against her.
"What are you trying to do? Are you crazy?"
The car slowed as he let off the gas, still wiggling while they struggled for control over the wheel. The man dropped the gun in his lap and yanked his arm back, his elbow connecting with Paige's shoulder. "Ow!" she shrieked as she fell backward into the back seat. He grabbed the gun again as she lunged forward a second time. Then he pointed it in her face.
"I don't think so."
Paige pressed herself against the back seat, raw fear in her eyes as she stared down the barrel of the gun. The man shifted into park, reaching into his pocket for something.
"Let's play nice from now on, shall we?"
"I think not," Dewey shouted as he sprang from the carrier. He rose in the air and slammed into the man's arm. The gun's aim changed as it fired. Paige ducked instinctively, a yelp escaping from her lips. Another shriek from the man echoed in the car, and the gun clattered to the floor.
"Get off me, you little monster!"
the man shouted, flailing his arm around. A thud sounded as Dewey hit the windshield. Paige whipped her head up, her breathing ragged. Dewey struggled to get to the man's face, his wings beating hard and his teeth bared as he snapped his jaw, trying to bite into the man's nose. Blood ran from the man's wrist, where Dewey had already sunk his teeth into his flesh. Paige launched herself off the seat, wrapped an arm around the man's neck, and tugged him back against the seat. "Get him, Dewey!" Dewey buzzed toward him and bit his nose, earning another howl from him. He pulled back, blood dripping from his teal lips. "Where's the gun, Paige?" "On the floor, I think. Move out of the way." Paige waved him to the side. Dewey darted over, and Paige rammed the man's head into the steering wheel. He groaned as his head bounced off the horn. One short burst sounded in the night, then another and another when Paige banged his head into the wheel until he went limp. Puffing for breath, she stared at him wide-eyed. Is he? Dewey lifted his bloodied wrist and pressed a digit onto it. "No, he's just knocked out." Paige released him and stared in stunned silence. She licked her lips and fixed her askew glasses. "What now?" "Push him out of the car." "What?" "Push him out and take the car. We need to get to that airstrip now more than ever." Paige's head bobbed up and down in a panicked response as she puffed out a breath. "Get the handle." Dewey landed on the man's lap and crawled across. Then he pulled the handle and swung the door open. "Help me push him," Paige said, struggling to wrangle his body sideways from the back seat. Dewey backed up, then flew toward him and banged into his shoulder. The man wobbled, but did not fall. Wait. He pushed the red release button on his seatbelt. "Okay, push." Paige wedged her foot against the console and gave his shoulder a hard shove. He toppled to the pavement below in a heap. Dewey grabbed the door and pulled it shut, then slammed his paw onto the lock button. "Okay," he said, still puffing for air. "You know how to drive, right?" "Yes, I know how to drive, but—" "What?" Paige shot him a pained glance. "We can't just leave him there." "Of course we can. He just tried to kill us." Paige flopped into the back seat, recalling the frightening moments she'd just lived through. "You're right." She shimmied forward between the seats and slid into the driver's position. With a shaky breath, she scanned the dashboard before she nodded to herself. Okay. She tugged on her seatbelt, placed her foot on the brake, and pulled the shifter into gear. "Here we go." The car rolled forward slowly. Dewey darted into the back seat and disappeared behind her seat. Paige glanced in the rearview mirror. What are you doing back there? Get up here and sit down. Dewey popped back into view, the gun dangling from his front paw. This may come in handy. Paige tightened her grip on the wheel as she sat at the stop sign at the end of the ramp. Put that down! Dewey offered it to her as she pushed the shifter into park again. I don't want it. I don't even know how to use a gun. I think we should keep it. Fine, but stop swinging it around before you shoot me. I'm not going to shoot. A loud bang sounded. Paige clapped her hands over her ears as the gun fired, blowing a hole into the windshield. Dewey winced and shot Paige a sideways glance, his nose horns wiggling as he carefully set the gun down on the console. Sorry. Paige shook her head at him and stuffed it into the center storage unit. Okay, now what? Go to the airport, Dewey said as he tossed the carrier onto the floor and plopped into the passenger seat. Yeah, but which way? How should I know? I've never been there. Oh, great. He could have been taking us in the wrong direction entirely. We may be lost. Dewey tapped his foot in the air as he tried to pull the seatbelt around himself. Pull into a gas station and ask for directions. Are you kidding? Paige unbuckled her seatbelt and stretched into the back seat, feeling blindly for her tote bag. What? First of all, someone just tried to kill us. I'm not stopping anywhere. Second, that's a great idea. I'll just pull into a gas station with a dragon wearing a dinosaur costume sitting in my passenger seat and a bullet hole in my windshield. And third, she said, wrangling the tote into the front seat between them, what century do you think this is? I'll just get directions on my phone. Duh. Yeah, fine. Good. But it wasn't that stupid. No one else is going to try to kill us, Paige. Dewey rolled his eyes. A thud sounded against Paige's window. Both of them snapped their heads in its direction. The man, his head and wrist bloody, slouched against the car. Both Paige's and Dewey's mouths opened in wide, simultaneous screams. Drive, just drive, Dewey shouted. Paige nodded while she sucked in a breath, yanked the shifter back, and slammed her foot on the gas. The tires screeched on the pavement as they fought to gain traction. The man's eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped to the ground again, unconscious. The car shot forward across the 2-lane road and onto the ramp to the highway. She glanced in the rearview mirror, tightening her already white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. The car continued picking up speed, rocketing up the ramp and merging into the highway's lane. Dewey dug through her tote and pulled out her phone. Got the phone. I'll pull up the directions. Okay, Paige said with a nod, fiddling with the controls on the dash. Stop playing around and drive. The radio blasted a heavy metal song. I'm not playing around. I'm trying to turn on the AC. It's hot in here, Paige shouted over the music. Dewey continued fiddling with the phone. I'm not hot. Turn that music down. I'm hot. I'm sweating. Paige turned random dials until the fan kicked on, blowing at the highest setting possible. Dewey squinted as he held his paw in front of his face. Ugh, turn it down. You're going to blow the horns right off my head. I'm trying. Paige glanced down at the controls, trying to turn the fan speed down and lower the temperature. A car sped past them, blowing its horn. Paige glanced up and swerved back into her lane. Sorry. Dewey struggled to hold onto the phone as the car wobbled. Watch it. I'm trying to, but I can't get the stupid temperature set. Just watch the road, and I'll do it. Dewey leaned forward and fiddled with the buttons and knobs. The blaring music turned off first, before the fan speed ratcheted up again, blowing hot air throughout the car. That's heat. Turn it off. It's worse. Sorry. Okay, I've got it now. The fan slowed, and the vents blew cool air. Paige breathed a sigh of relief, adjusting the airflow to blow directly on her. She stuck a finger under her glasses to wipe her nose. Stupid glasses are sliding off from the sweat. You should wear contacts. Dewey glanced at her, catching sight of the dashboard. The speedometer read 71. Why are you driving so fast? What? I don't know. I panicked when Night of the Living Dead attacked us for a second time. He peeled off his dinosaur costume and dumped it on the floor in front of the seat. Well, slow down. I didn't survive a werewolf attack just to die in a car accident. Okay. Stop being a backseat driver. Paige lifted her foot off the pedal, causing the car to slow down. Paige blew out another sigh of relief. Wait, what do you mean, werewolf attack? Dewey struggled to wrangle the seatbelt around him and buckle it. He shoved the shoulder strap behind him and picked up the phone again, tapping around. Did you see his wrist? The one I bit? No. Good going on that one, by the way. Dewey gave her a satisfied nod and a smile. Thank you. He had a tattoo of a wolf on his wrist, mark of the werewolf. I couldn't make out his clan clearly. It all happened so fast. Paige blew out a long breath. I guess they're serious about getting that mirror. I'd say so, Dewey said, still fiddling with the phone. They must have thought we were going after it now. Too bad we're going to Alaska to the dog park, Paige said with a sly smile. Dewey let the phone fall into his lap and shot her a glance. Yeah, what was that, Paige? You really need to work on your lying game. Oh, sorry. I'm not great at lying on the spot. I happen to think that's a good thing. Yeah, except when there's a murderous werewolf driving your rideshare, and he knows right away that you're lying. I'm pretty sure he knew right away when he picked us up. Duh. It's not like I gave it away by my bad lie. And anyway, aren't you supposed to be figuring out which way to go? I'm just driving aimlessly here, and I'd really like to know how to get to the airstrip. Your phone is stupid, Dewey claimed as he continued to tap around. What's that supposed to mean? It means it can't find the airstrip. Paige flicked her gaze between the phone and the road. It can't find it? After a moment, she rolled her eyes. You can't type airstrip into the search bar. Duh. You have to type Shadow Harbor Air Club. Dewey tapped around on the screen, his ears wiggling. How many airstrips could there be that it couldn't find it? There. It's finding a route now. Turn around. What? Dewey wiggled a finger in the air. It's showing me a U-turn thingy. I can't hear the directions. I'm telling you the directions, Paige. Well, I'd like to hear the navigation lady tell me the directions, Dewey. Dewey widened his eyes as he tapped around on the phone. Someone's touchy. Yeah, I'm touchy, okay? I tend to get that way when I'm nearly kidnapped by a werewolf on our way to the airstrip. He huffed. I can't find the volume. It's the button on the side. Which side? There are buttons all over this. Paige slid her eyes sideways for a moment. No, the other side. The other side. The top one. Finally, the woman's voice filled the air. Turn around when possible. There. Are you happy now? Now you've heard her say to turn around. Yes, I am. Thank you, Paige said as she flipped on her turn signal and exited the highway. She eased the car to a stop at the stop sign before she swung left onto the deserted road, cruising slowly in search of the on-ramp in the opposite direction. Her jaw dropped open as she pressed against the brake pedal, staring at the on-ramp. Orange and white traffic barrels blocked any entrance to the highway. A large white sign with flashing lights pronounced, Ramp Closed, in thick black letters. Paige's stomach dropped. There was no returning to Shadow Harbor. Chapter 23. Well, that's just great. Now what are we gonna do? Dewey shouted, throwing his paws in the air. Paige stared at the barrels and cones cordoning off the entry ramp before she glanced around in search of another answer. Maybe I can move the barrels. She threw the shifter into park and leaped out of the car, hurrying toward the ramp. Damp air sent a chill snaking down her spine. Before she reached any of the obstructions, she flung her arms out and darted back to the car. Well? Dewey insisted as she slammed the door shut. There's literally a chunk of the ramp missing. Paige banged her hands off the steering wheel. I guess that explains why it's closed. Paige squeezed her eyes shut and blew out a long breath before opening them and lifting her chin. It's fine. We'll just keep driving in this direction and the navigation can reroute us. With a deep breath, Paige tugged the shifter into gear and let her foot off the brake, allowing the car to glide forward. They drove for 20 minutes, winding around back roads with the navigation interjecting the occasional, turn around when possible, comment. This is unbelievable, Paige said, easing the car onto the shoulder. The tires crunched over the broken edge, and the brakes squealed as the car jolted to a stop. She swiped the phone from Dewey's paw. Why won't you reroute? She stared at the screen, still flashing the U-turn symbol and showing a route using the inaccessible highway. With a groan, she canceled the directions. "What are you doing?" Dewey asked, hopping onto the console and peering over her shoulder. "I'm going to try to set the destination again. Maybe if she starts from here, she'll give us a different route." Dewey arched an eyebrow while Paige searched for the Air Club. When the loading bar stopped spinning, the route appeared exactly as it had before. Paige sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Same thing. Great." She tossed the phone into the cup holder. It beeped at her, a red battery flashing on the screen. Paige snatched it and stared at the screen, letting her head thud against the headrest as the phone clattered into the cup holder. "Well, that's perfect. My phone is nearly dead." "Now what are we going to do?" "Maybe the werewolf had a car charger," Paige suggested, shooing Dewey off the console and swinging it open. She dug around inside, carefully shifting the gun back and forth before slamming it shut. Nope, nothing. Dewey flung his arms out as he eased onto the passenger seat. "So what should we do?" "Oh, I know. Call the library. Maybe Otis can come help us." "That's a great plan. I can tell him I'm lost somewhere and I don't know where and to come and find us in the spot where we are, but don't know we are." Paige let her head bang against the headrest. They settled into silence for a moment before Paige grabbed her phone. "It's not a terrible idea. At least someone will be looking for us then." She tapped around, praying the battery didn't die before she found the library's number. With 7% remaining, she pressed the call button. After a moment, a beep sounded. She threw the phone down in frustration. "No service." Dewey's chin dipped to his chest. Paige grabbed the steering wheel and shifted into drive. "What are you doing?" Dewey asked as he struggled to keep his balance. "I'm going to pull into a gas station or something and ask for directions. If they have a phone charger, I'll buy one of those too." She swung the car onto the lonely road and sped up. Paige, not to sound negative or anything, but I haven't seen a gas station in miles." Paige squashed her lips together. Neither had she. "To be honest, I haven't seen a house in miles, or anything else." Paige wrinkled her nose. "Me either." "Maybe we ought to turn around and go back toward the highway." They drove along the tree-lined road with fall leaves swirling in eddies as they wound through the wilderness. Dark clouds raced through the night sky. "Maybe you're right. Though I'm not sure if the other direction will help us at all. I really haven't seen much since we exited the highway." Dewey climbed to his hind legs and stood peering out the window into the dark night. "Me either." Paige's voice cut off. "You just what?" Dewey asked. "Wish you wouldn't have gotten off the highway?" "No, I was going to say I just need to find a place to turn around. But look." Paige pointed ahead of them. Dewey collapsed back into his seat and followed the direction of her finger, slightly right and up. "Lights!" Paige exclaimed with a grin. "Maybe we can get directions there." Dewey settled back in his seat and rubbed his paws together. "Oh boy, I hope it's a gas station." Paige's grin broadened before her forehead crinkled. "Wait, why?" "I could use some snacks. I didn't think about it, but we really should have gotten something to eat before we boarded a Moscow-bound plane. While you're getting the cell phone charger, pick up a few food items. Chips, cookies, maybe a Dragon Energy drink or two. Oh, and if they have a Slurpee machine, I like the blue flavor." The grin faded from Paige's face as she focused on reaching the lights and Dewey's list of demands. She scrunched her nose, curling her lips as she bobbed her head back and forth. "Is that all? Are you sure you don't want me to see if they have a 10-course meal I could purchase?" "I mean, I doubt it, but if they have hot dogs or something, I wouldn't say no." Paige shot him a sideways glance filled with annoyance. Dewey held up his paws. "Just chips will do." Paige wiggled her shoulders, settling back into her seat with a sigh while she continued along the winding road. The lights blazed at the top of the hill as they approached. She ducked her head to squint up at them. "Doesn't look like a gas station. I wonder what it is." Thunder rumbled overhead and lightning lit the night sky. "Looks like a storm's blowing in," Dewey noted, lowering his chin to study the ominous clouds that whisked by overhead. "Well, that's just great," Paige lamented as a few blobs of rain splotched across the windshield. She fiddled for a moment before the windshield wipers sprang to life and swished away the drizzle. Within seconds, it turned into a downpour. Thunder boomed again, and lightning tore across the sky as the rain continued to drench the roadway. Paige slowed the car, inching ahead in the pouring rain. She rolled to a stop as the road took a sharp turn to the left. A smaller road led straight. With her windshield wipers darting back and forth on the fastest setting, she glanced down the dark road before flicking her gaze to the lights. They shone ahead of them, not to the left. Which way? The lights are that way, Dewey said, pointing at the small roadway. Okay, I vote we try that way, Paige said. I agree, Dewey said, with an emphatic nod. There hasn't been anything on this road for miles. Paige let off the brake, and the car drifted onto the small paved roadway. After a quarter of a mile, 2 large brick pillars rose on either side. Wrought iron fencing extended on either side. Dewey murmured as they passed them. Is this a private drive or something? Maybe it's a really fancy gas station, Paige murmured as they continued, pushing the crossover up the hill. The pavement leveled before making a sharp curve. Paige guided the car around it before lifting her foot off the gas pedal as the source of the lights came into view. A massive Gothic house stood on the horizon. Vines crept up the gray stone, wrapping around gargoyles perched on the roof. Lights blazed from the windows within. Between the white columns, holding the front eave at bay, a single lantern-style light swung in the wind, casting ever-changing shadows around it. Dewey climbed to his back legs and stared out the windshield at it. Wow, that's not creepy at all. Maybe we ought to turn around and just go back the way we came, Paige said. Yep, Dewey said. Paige swung the car in a tight arc before throwing the shifter into reverse and backing up to finish the turn. The house slid from her rearview mirror as she rounded the bend and continued back down the hill. Ho-ho, we really dodged a bullet on that one. That house was creepy, Dewey said with a chuckle as he settled into the seat again. You aren't kidding. Looks like something out of a horror movie. I'm glad to see it in my rearview mirror. I just hope... Oh no! Paige hit the brake as Dewey climbed to his feet again. What is it? A large black gate stretched between the 2 red brick pillars, blocking their exit. Dewey smacked his paw against the dash. That wasn't there a minute ago. Paige blew out a frustrated breath. Nope, but it is now. Now what? I guess we're going to have to go up to the house and politely request that they open it. Well, you will. I'll wait in the car. Paige shot him an aggravated glance as she did another 3-way turn, aiming back to the Gothic house. Thanks for the help, pal. Dewey jabbed a chubby digit at her. You're the one worried about explaining me. I'll hang here while you tell them you accidentally trespassed. Paige rolled her eyes as she climbed the hill a second time and swung around the sharp curve. The creepy house rose in front of her. A massive bolt of lightning streaked behind it, limning it in an eerie blue-white light. Paige grimaced as she forced the car closer to the still swinging lantern in the rotunda. She stopped a few feet from the front door, ducking to study the building and peer inside the windows. Rain still fell in torrents, melting the world around them. No time like the present, Dewey said. Paige frowned at him and killed the engine. I can't believe this. She dug around in the back seat. And no umbrella. I guess werewolves don't mind getting wet. Okay, be back soon. Dewey waved as she flung the door open and darted around the car toward the front door. Her feet splashed through a puddle on the drive, soaking one pant leg. She ducked under the small porch's roof and approached the door. She threw her shoulders back as she lifted the heavy ring in the lion's mouth and wrapped it against the strike plate. With a wrinkled nose, she recalled her experience with the lion tamer. Hopefully, this would be easier than working in the archive. She glanced back toward the car, searching for a sign of Dewey. His teal head disappeared below the window. She returned her attention to the door, pounding on the lion's head knocker again. She leaned back a step and peered at the well-lit windows. Did they leave all their lights on and go out? She tried one final time, receiving no response. With a sigh, she spun on her heel and took a step toward the car, glancing up at the sky as it continued to pour. Her fight-or-flight instincts ramped up as lightning ripped across the sky again. A boom of thunder rattled her. She fought her drive to tuck tail and run back to the safety of the car. A bad feeling nestled itself in the pit of her stomach. She raised her eyes to stare at the lion's head door knocker and swallowed hard. What awaited her inside the Gothic mansion? Chapter 24.
Yes? Can I help you?
A sweet older voice inquired. Paige spun back to face the voice's owner. A woman at least 1 foot shorter than her clutched the frame, squinting into the swaying light of the porch. In her matching plaid skirt suit and sensible heels, she appeared to be the typical affluent mansion owner. "Oh, hello. Sorry to disturb you," Paige said, taking a step forward. "I seem to have accidentally driven onto your property. When I realized it, I tried to turn around, but the gate is closed and I can't get out. I was wondering if you could open it for me."
Oh, you poor dear. How did that happen? Are you lost?
Paige let out a nervous chuckle and pressed her glasses farther up on her nose. "Actually, yes, I am. The ramp onto the highway was closed and I got lost trying to find an alternate route. Then the storm hit and I just followed the lights here, hoping it would be a gas station or something."
Did you try your cell phone's navigation?
"I did. It just keeps routing me to the highway, and on top of that, it's almost dead." The woman's wrinkled face formed a frown.
Oh dear, isn't that always the way?
She glanced out at the falling rain.
Oh my, what terrible weather. Tell you what, dear, why don't you come in and I'll make you a cup of hot tea, and we'll take a look at the map and get you back on track.
"Oh, that's okay," Paige said, shooting a glance back at the car. "I don't want to trouble you. If you could open the gate, I can just be on my way and try another direction."
No trouble at all, dear, the woman said with a smile. It's too awful to drive in these conditions anyway. We'll find you a route and get you there safe and dry.
"Oh, well," Paige said, wincing again and glancing over her shoulder. "My dog's in the car and—"
Well, bring him in, dear. I love animals.
"Oh, well, okay," Paige said with a nod and a smile. "And thank you. Just let me get Dewey."
Dewey, what a darling name for a pup.
Paige shot her a grin before she darted into the rain and hurried to the car. Then she slipped behind the wheel. "Is Grandma opening the gate?" "Not quite. I mean, yes, but she's going to get a map and help us with the directions. Come on, get in your carrier." "What for?" "I told her I had my dog in the car, and she said to bring him in. So get in the carrier." Paige glanced through the spider cracks on the windshield at the woman, offering a smile and a wave before she directed her attention back to Dewey. "Get in there," she said between clenched teeth. Okay. Dewey climbed into the carrier on the floor in front of the passenger's seat, and Paige zipped the lid closed. "Now keep quiet and let's get these directions and get to our plane." "My lips are sealed." "Believe that when I hear it," Paige murmured as she hefted the carrier up and climbed from the car, hurrying back to the covered porch. The woman waved her inside the large foyer. Her wet sneakers squeaked on the marble floor as she stepped out of the wind, her gaze rising to the ornate ceiling above the winding grand staircase, curving to the second floor above. "Wow," Paige exclaimed as she stepped inside, admiring the carved details on the wooden banister leading upward. "What a beautiful home you have." The woman closed the door and twisted the lock into place. Paige snapped her gaze in that direction.
Can't be too careful these days, the woman said with a smile. Come this way. You can sit by the fire while I get the tea.
"Really, you don't have to make tea. Just the directions would be fine." The short older woman slipped her arm around Paige's and walked her toward a set of double doors.
Nonsense, dear. Now you get cozy by the fire in here, and I'll be right back with the map and some tea.
She swung the doors open to an enormous room. A roaring fire greeted them from the opposite wall. The woman led Paige toward it, motioning to a wing-backed armchair near the flames.
You'll be nice and warm here,
she said as Paige eased into the leather seat and gave her a weak smile.
I'll be right back.
The woman shuffled across the room and offered Paige a wink and a smile as she pulled the doors to the sitting room closed.
Paige,
Dewey whispered from within the carrier once the doors clicked shut.
What?
Paige hissed.
This is super creepy. Let's bolt.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Paige's eyes settled on a large bronze statue standing on the bricks outside the fireplace. A wolf stood on 3 legs, its fourth lifted with its paw spread. Its lips formed a snarl, teeth bared, and ears flattened. You're right. This place is creepy. Let's go. Paige threw the carrier's strap over her shoulder and leaped from her seat, hurrying toward the foyer. Before she could grab the handle, the door popped open. The old woman stood with a tray of tea. Her eyebrows rose as she spotted Paige just inside the door. Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Paige deflected.
Rosabelle,
the woman answered.
Rosabelle Wilson.
Right, well, Miss Wilson.
Rose, please,
the woman said, parading into the room with the tray. Rose, Paige said with a weak chuckle, adjusting her glasses on her nose. I was just looking for your powder room.
Oh, of course, dear. It's across the foyer. First door on the right.
First door on the right, Paige repeated. Thank you. She spun toward the foyer again.
Oh, why not leave the little dog? He'll be no bother.
Oh, Paige fumbled, turning back. He's a barker, and if I leave him, he'll bark. A lot. Best to just take him with me. Thanks, though. The woman shrugged and offered a polite smile, pouring tea into 2 teacups.
Of course, dear. Hurry back before the tea gets cold.
I will, Paige called over her shoulder as she darted from the room. She hesitated as she hit the marble floor of the foyer, glancing at the locked front door. She could make it, she surmised. The old woman would be too slow to catch up with her, even if she had to fiddle with the lock.
Across the foyer and on the right,
Rose's voice said from behind Paige. Paige leaped, spinning to find the woman standing in the doorway to the sitting room. On the right, she breathed out. Right. She spun, rolling her eyes as she trudged across the foyer and searched the hall for the first door.
That's the one,
Rose called from across the space as Paige pushed inside. Paige slammed the door shut behind her, examining the wall next to her for a switch. She flicked on the lights in the room, squinting against them, then searched for a lock on the door. With it secured, she spun to scan the space. A curse escaped her lips as Dewey fidgeted inside his carrier. No window, he noted. Nope, Paige said as she slumped against the door. Now what? Quietly make a run for the front door before creepy grandma notices? That plan stinks, but it may be our only option. Let me see if she's still standing guard at the door. Paige spun and balanced the carrier against her hip as she gently swiveled the lock button. With one hand braced against the door, she eased it open a crack, peeking out. The woman stood in the doorway, sipping her tea. Paige slid the door shut. No dice. Grandma Bates is keeping watch. Great, Dewey lamented. We're trapped, and I've got a terrible feeling. Paige inched the door open again and peered at her. Maybe she's just a lonely old lady. We're going to have to hope for the best. Don't drink any of the tea, Dewey hissed as Paige tugged the door open fully and flicked off the light. Across the foyer, Rose grinned at her.
Now, I've got the map spread out on the table,
she said as Paige approached her.
Let's have a look and get you where you need to be.
Paige offered a tentative smile as she clutched at the strap of the carrier tightly, her sweaty palms slipping on the soft strap. Thanks.
Where is it you said you were heading?
The woman asked as she swung the doors shut behind them. Paige swallowed hard, eyeing the closed doors.
Oh, forgive me. It gets so drafty in here.
Oh, that's okay. I'm from Shadow Harbor. I was trying to get back there, Paige said, omitting the detail of her true destination.
Shadow Harbor. Yes, that's right. And the highway ramp is closed.
Right, Paige said with a nod.
Have a seat, dear, and drink your tea while I take a look at this map."
The gray-haired woman motioned toward the armchair again, lifting a saucer and teacup and handing it to Paige. "Thanks," Paige said, accepting the proffered item. She plopped into the chair, tugging the carrier onto her lap and setting the saucer on the side table. Rose studied the map between her outstretched arms.
"You can leave the little dog out. I don't mind animals."
"Oh, no, he's bad. He bites people. It's best he stays in here." Paige patted the carrier.
"Oh my, he sounds like an ornery little fellow."
"He's definitely that," Paige said with a chuckle as she poked at the bridge of her glasses. The woman puckered her lips as she studied the map again before her eyes slid sideways to Paige.
"You haven't touched your tea."
"Oh, oops, I forgot," Paige said, pulling the saucer off the table and picking it up.
"Don't drink it,"
a voice hissed from her lap.
"What was that, dear?"
"Oh, nothing, just clearing my throat." Paige made a show of coughing, then smiled. She stared down at the amber liquid in the porcelain teacup, her eyebrows arching at it. She pressed the warm cup to her lips, feigning a sip before she set the cup back on the saucer. With a smile at the woman, she eased the saucer onto the table next to her before she knocked it off. The saucer and cup clattered to the floor, the handle of the delicate teacup shattering to bits as it hit the hardwood. "Oops. Oh, no. I spilled my tea and shattered the cup. Oh, I'm so sorry."
"Oh, no,"
Rose lamented, her wrinkled features forming a frown.
"Oh, please be careful not to cut yourself."
Paige clutched the carrier to her chest as she perched on the edge of her chair. "If you have a dustpan, I'll clean up the pieces."
"Oh, yes. Just a moment and I'll retrieve it."
The woman set the map on the table and pushed herself off the sofa, struggling to stand from the deep cushions. Paige offered a polite smile as Rose smoothed her plaid skirt and ambled across the room toward the door. She swung the door open and disappeared into the foyer, then she closed it behind her. Paige waited a second before she leaped from her seat and darted across the room.
"Run, Paige,"
Dewey encouraged as he bounced around in the carrier swinging from her shoulder. She swiped the map from the table, crinkling it into a ball in her hand as she hurried across the sitting room floor and flung the door open to an empty foyer. Paige sucked in a deep breath and raced for the front door. She flicked the deadbolt open and depressed the handle. Cool, damp air smacked her in the face as she pulled the door open. Light from the lone lantern lit the crack in the door before it disappeared. The door slammed shut, a gnarled hand reaching over her to press it closed. The other hand pressed hard against her back, pinning her against the wooden barrier.
"I don't think so, dear,"
Rose's voice growled, seeming deeper than before. Paige marveled at the elderly woman's strength as she struggled to free herself, sliding against the door and flipping around to face her attacker. Her eyes widened as a needle glinted under the bright lights of the entryway. Chapter 25. The needle swung down toward her, clipping her in the shoulder before she could fend it off. Burning pain seared into her as the woman depressed the plunger.
"You should have drunk the tea, Paige Turner."
Paige stared at the woman as her limbs began to feel heavy. Her vision glazed, and she blinked a few times to clear it. The woman's wrinkled face and gray hair morphed, twisting into a hairy creature before shifting again into the chiseled face of a man. Paige blinked again as she stared at the rectangular face, with its dark stubble and the two dark brown, almost black eyes. A tear rolled from the corner of her eye, streaking down her cheek as her body slid to the floor, and the world around her went black. Paige's eyelids fluttered open, and the world around her came into a blurred view. The scent of dampness assaulted her nostrils. In the distance, water dripped in a steady rhythm. Cold, hard stone poked into her shoulder and hip. The room spun a little, still blurred. She sniffed sharply, shooting up to sit, bracing herself with her left arm. "My glasses," she whispered, squinting at her surroundings in a desperate attempt to locate them.
"Paige,"
Dewey's voice called. "Dewey?" she questioned. "Where are you? I can't see a thing. I lost my glasses."
"To your left, Velma."
Paige felt around on the rough surface beneath her, her fingers catching the arm of the spectacles. She grasped them and shoved them onto her face, glancing around. Where are we? The dungeon. Dungeon? Paige repeated. She scanned the surroundings. She sat on a cobblestone floor. Black bars rose in front of her from floor to ceiling, preventing her from escaping the windowless cube. A stone wall closed her in on 2 sides. On the third, another row of bars rose floor to ceiling. A small teal dragon stood gripping them with his front paws. "Dewey!" Paige shouted as she scrambled to the bars on her hands and knees. "Are you all right?"
"I'm okay," he said in a shaky voice. A little purple gash above his eye marred his face, leaving his eye partially swollen.
"Are you hurt?"
Dewey winced as he rubbed a paw against the wound. "Just a scratch. How are you? They injected you with something. I don't know what."
"I'm okay. I'm a little woozy, but it's passing." "Who are they?"
Dewey squashed his lips together into a grimace.
Shape-shifting werewolves.
"What?"
That's how he looked like the little grandma. Probably associates of that rideshare driver, and we fell right into their trap.
"That's just my luck," Paige lamented, rolling from her hip to her behind and hugging her knees to her chest. "I'm sorry I got you into this."
"It's not your fault, Paige. They've been after you since you left the library. They must be involved in the mirror acquisition."
"Maybe we can find a clue to the mirror's location here."
"Sure, if we can get out of the dungeon."
Paige glanced around the dark, dank cell, lit only by a pair of yellow lights flanking the stairwell leading up. Who has a dungeon in their house?
"Shape-shifting werewolf clans," Dewey answered. "Possibly also shape-shifting vampires. I wouldn't put it past the Valkyries either. Oh, and then there's the golems, but probably only certain clans."
Okay, I get it. Lots of these things would have dungeons. Paige climbed to her feet and stalked around the small cell. We need to find a way out of here.
Yeah, good luck with that, Sleeping Beauty. I've been down here for hours while you napped and can't see a way out.
Paige grasped the bars and jiggled them. Napped? I was knocked unconscious by some unknown drug in a syringe. Not exactly beauty rest. What have you tried so far?
"Well," Dewey said, marking his attempts off on his fingers, "I tried hollering at them. I tried to squeeze through the bars. I tried rolling on the floor and pounding on it. And then I cried for about 45 minutes. Then you woke up."
Are you sure you can't fit through the bars anywhere?
"Nope. The gaps are too small. I can just get my shoulder through, but I can't fit my back end. See?"
Dewey slid his front half through the bars, but his hindquarters got stuck as he tried to push through, his wings beating hard to drive him forward. Paige grasped the bars and tried to pull them apart. Maybe I could leverage these a little to help you slip through.
"They're iron bars, Paige. They ain't budgin'."
Dewey trudged around the small cell as Paige continued tugging on the bars at various angles.
"Nope, we're stuck. No breaking these iron bars."
Dewey tapped a fist against the bars as Paige plopped onto the stone floor with a grunt.
"They aren't going anywhere. We may as well just—"
A loud bang, followed by a clattering noise, stopped his monologue. Dewey stared, with his jaw open at the cause. Paige sat with her leg extended from a hard kick. Across the space, half an iron bar lay. The other half remained lodged in the ceiling, a jagged edge poking down.
How did you do that?
Dewey inquired, sticking his head into Paige's cell. Simple, Paige said, as she kicked out a second one next to it. This basement is damp. When I woke up, I heard water dripping. I found the source of the water up there. She poked a finger toward the ceiling. These bars are rusty from the constant moisture. Thus, they are weakened. Apply the appropriate amount of force, and voila! Paige grinned as she busted another pole in half, creating enough space for her to wiggle free. She climbed to her feet and snatched a piece of the pipe from the floor. And now we have a dandy weapon.
That's perfect. Except I'm still stuck in here.
Dewey's shoulders slumped.
It's okay, though. You go for help. Just don't forget about me.
Negative, Dewey. Paige said, dropping to a knee and setting the makeshift weapon at her side. "I'm not leaving you."
I appreciate the sentiment, Paige, but I don't see how we're going to get me out of here. There are no keys and no rust on my bars as far as I can see. What are you doing?
Paige tugged her sweatshirt off and wrapped it around the bars. Then she tied the arms together in a knot. She grabbed the iron bar and shoved it inside. "I'm going to apply pressure to these using my tool. When I do, you wiggle through. You can almost fit, and with this pulling on the bars, I think you'll make it." Dewey approached the bars, sticking his head through.
Will that really work?
"We're about to find out," Paige said. "Ready?" Dewey nodded, and Paige squatted next to the cell, twisting the bar around until it became difficult to turn. With gritted teeth and a wrinkled nose, she eked another spiral out of it as Dewey slid through to his torso.
"Squeeze, Dewey,"
she forced out of her clenched jaw.
"I'm trying. I'm stuck. I just need a little more."
Paige's muscles protested, and she groaned with effort as she twisted the bar a little more. Dewey clawed at the stone floor, trying to pull himself through. His wings beat against the air while his back feet pushed. With another moment's effort, Dewey popped through the small opening, stumbling forward onto the stones. Paige let go of the bar and it wound backward. She blew out a long breath as she tugged it from her sweatshirt's arms and loosened the knot.
"Thanks, partner,"
Dewey gasped, climbing to his feet as Paige pulled her hoodie over her head and grabbed the bar to use as a weapon. "Now, let's find a way out of this horrid place."
"Yeah,"
Dewey said, pumping his fist in the air as he rose from the ground. He flew over to Paige and landed on her shoulder.
"Lead the way."
"Lead the way? I was unconscious when they brought me down here. I have no idea where to go."
"Up those stairs,"
Dewey said as he gripped her shoulder, laying his front paw on her head for balance. Paige rolled her eyes upward toward it with a sigh. "Okay, hopefully we won't run into any werewolves." She crept to the stone stairwell across the room and peered up. At the foot, Dewey's carrier lay in a heap. Paige snatched its crushed form and placed the strap on her shoulder.
"Coast's clear. Go for it,"
Dewey whispered, patting her on the head. "Will you stop banging on my head?" she breathed as she pressed against the stone wall and crept up the steps one by one.
"Sorry. Hey, you still have the keys to the car, right?"
Paige stuck her hand into her hoodie's kangaroo pocket and then withdrew it, dangling the keys in the air.
"Whew, I think we're going to need that. I doubt you'll outrun a werewolf, so the car's the best option."
"Let's hope we can make it that far." They reached the top of the stairs, and Paige peeked out the open doorway. A long hall stretched beyond it. Moonlight shone in front of the window at the opposite end. Doors and other hallways lay at various places along the wide corridor.
"Run,"
Dewey said. "Run where?" Paige asked. "There are doors and hallways everywhere."
Dewey murmured. "Just go out and we'll look at each one as we pass."
"No way! I'm not opening any doors unless I have to," Paige said as she crept into the hallway. The hardwood floor hidden beneath the thick patterned runner groaned under her weight. She winced as she trod upon another squeaky floorboard and tightened her grip on the metal rod she carried. "Shh," Dewey said. "Yes, I know. Do you think I'm trying to hit every noisy floorboard?"
"I don't know. Maybe. You're hitting an awful lot of them."
Paige huffed at him, pressing closer to the wall in an attempt to avoid the worn areas of the floor.
"Here comes a hall. Peek down and see if it leads to a way out."
Paige nodded and inched closer to the corner. She craned her neck to peer around it. "Just more doors."
"Do you think any of them go outside?"
"How should I know?" Paige hissed. "What do you want to do?" Dewey flexed his paw on the top of her head.
Skip. Try the next one."
"Okay." Paige darted past the opening and pressed herself against the wall on the opposite side.
"Wait, maybe."
Paige froze as Dewey wavered in his decision.
"Nah, never mind. Keep going."
With another frustrated sigh, she continued down the hall, skirting a secretary desk and inching closer to the next hallway jutting off to their left. Voices floated down the upcoming hall.
Go back! Go back!"
Dewey whispered frantically. Paige darted back down the hall and around the large furniture piece. Then she crouched behind it. 2 men appeared, continuing down the hall away from them, discussing something about a missing colleague.
"That must be the guy we left on the side of the road,"
Dewey said as they disappeared around another corner, their voices fading.
"Yeah," Paige said. "I guess they didn't find him yet."
"Nope,"
Dewey said.
"Let's hope we're out of here before they do."
Paige rose from her crouched position and skirted around the secretary desk again, aiming for the hall from which the men had just emerged.
"Should we try this one?"
"Okay,"
Dewey agreed. Paige swung into the new hall. Only one door stood in the middle of it. The opposite end spilled into another hallway.
"This place is like a maze,"
Paige complained as she tiptoed down the corridor. Dewey tapped her on the head.
"Paige, someone's coming behind us. Go faster."
Paige's eyes widened and she quickened her pace, her heart pounding against her ribs.
"They're getting close. Hide."
"Where?"
"In there,"
Dewey said, pointing to the lone door in the hall. Paige dashed toward it and twisted the knob, slipping inside as someone rounded the corner into the hall. She eased the door shut and turned the lock, backing away from it. She spun and scanned the room in search of a hiding spot.
"There's nowhere to hide in here,"
she noted as she studied the minimal furnishings.
"Gimme the bar,"
Dewey requested.
"Why?"
"In case I need to defend myself."
"Seriously? You have teeth and claws. What am I supposed to use?"
Dewey waved his hand across the room.
"Get that poker from the fireplace tools."
"Oh, that's not a half-bad idea," Paige said. She handed the metal rod off to the dragon perched on her shoulder and hurried across the room to grab the poker's handle. She tried to wrangle it upward, but it wouldn't budge.
"It's stuck."
Voices sounded outside the room. 2 men discussed something, but their words were unintelligible, blocked by the thick wooden door.
"Hurry, Paige."
Paige wrenched the fire poker sideways. It swung at an angle, and the floor underneath them moved. Paige wobbled as she struggled to remain upright. The room swayed in front of her.
"What's happening?"
Dewey questioned, as the room slid from their view, replaced by another windowless space.
"I think we're in a secret room,"
Paige said, stepping off the fireplace platform.
"I must have triggered it with the poker."
A large wooden table stood across the space, with 2 small boxes stacked on top. A glowing gray light emanated from inside one.
"Why is that box glowing?"
Paige asked, as Dewey rose from his perch on her shoulder and darted toward it. He set the bar down on the wood and flicked open the top of one box, the glow growing brighter as he did so. His eyes widened, and he spun to face Paige.
"Paige, this is a supply of magic mercury."
"What?"
Paige exclaimed, hurrying toward him.
"This is the stuff to use with the mirror?"
"Yeah, we need to confiscate it. Hurry, put it in my carrier."
Paige swung the carrier onto the tabletop and unzipped it. They loaded the boxed vials of mercury into it and zipped its bulging form shut. Paige swung the strap over her head as Dewey settled back on her shoulder.
"Okay, now time to get out of here."
"Do you think the hall visitors are gone?"
"Let's hope so,"
Dewey said as they approached the fireplace again. They stood in silence for a moment, listening.
"I don't hear anything in the outer room."
"Me either,"
Paige said.
"Here goes."
She swung the poker in the opposite direction, and the platform spun and then stopped when they reached the other room.
"Clear,"
Dewey announced.
"Let's hope the hall is too."
Paige crept to the door and pressed her ear against it. After a moment, she eased the lock back and inched the door open a crack. The hall appeared to be empty. She swung the door open farther, peering into the hallway. Empty.
"Let's go,"
Dewey said. Paige slipped out the door and continued down the hall toward the junction. She reached it and glanced up and down the new hall.
"There's the foyer,"
she whispered, pointing to her left.
"Go,"
Dewey encouraged her with a pat on her head again. She ignored the annoying gesture and ran toward the open entryway.
"Almost there,"
Dewey breathed. When a door opened, a man stepped into their pathway. Paige skidded to a stop, staring wide-eyed at him. He cocked his head, narrowing his eyes. "Give me the bar," she whispered to Dewey.
"Yeah, about that, I left it in the secret room."
"What?" Paige exclaimed, her heart skipping a beat and her legs going weak. She heaved a breath as the man closed the gap between them. Paige backed up toward the former hallway. She glanced down it, noting 2 men talking at the end. Her eyes widened. They were trapped. There would be no escape. In front of her, the man approaching morphed from a human to a bipedal wolf. He snarled as he closed the last few feet between them, charging toward her with glistening fangs and razor-sharp claws raised. Chapter 26. Paige stumbled back a step, raising her arms to cover her face as she prepared for the inevitable strike and the pain that would ensue after it. Nothing came. She continued to brace herself, her lips pulling back into a wince.
"Paige,"
Dewey whispered, tapping her head. "Huh?" Paige pulled her arms away. The wolf raced down the hall away from her, loping across the foyer and disappearing into another wing. Her forehead crinkled in confusion as she stared after him. "What happened?"
"I don't know, but we need to go,"
Dewey said. She twisted her head to glance down the hall. The 2 men had spotted them and morphed into wolves, racing toward them. Paige's eyes widened, and she sprinted away from them. Dewey clung to her shoulder, his claws digging into her skin to stay upright and hang on to her. Paige hit the marbled foyer floor and slid into a spin, twisting toward the front door. Her sneakers slipped as she scrambled for the exit. She banged into the thick wood and twisted the lock before flinging it open. Cool night air caressed her skin as she darted out the door. The sound of claws scraping against the marble behind her forced her to run faster toward the small SUV parked a short distance away. She dug in her hoodie pocket for the keys and frantically pressed the unlock button as she raced toward the vehicle. She flung the door open and dove inside. Dewey flew off her shoulder and into the passenger seat. Paige pulled the door closed, but it bounced off the overloaded carrier hanging at her hip.
"The bag,"
Dewey shouted. Paige hauled it into the car and slammed the door shut before clicking the lock button as the wolves reached the car. Their yellowed fangs dripped with saliva, while one clambered onto the hood and the other scratched the driver's window.
"Drive!"
Dewey shouted. Paige fired the engine and threw the shifter into reverse, slamming her foot onto the gas. The wolf on the hood flew off as she raced backward, before slamming on her brakes and pulling the shifter into drive. She stepped on the gas again as the other wolf darted in front of her. With a sharp turn of the wheel, she peeled down the driveway, clipping the ends of the wolf's thick fur. Dewey balanced on the seat, staring behind them.
"They're chasing us. Go faster."
"I'm trying," Paige said as she urged more speed from the car. She took the sharp curve on 2 wheels before picking up more speed as she approached the gate. "Oh no," she murmured.
"What is it?"
Dewey asked, flicking his gaze forward. "The gate is still closed."
"Blow it,"
Dewey said, plopping into the seat and pulling the seatbelt around him. He clicked it into place and braced himself for the impact, his dark eyes squeezing closed and his lips pressing together into a thin line. Paige tightened her grip on the steering wheel, pressing herself back into the seat behind her while she clenched her jaw and sped toward the metal bars. She shrieked when the car slammed into the black gate, smashing it open. Sparks flew off the hood as the metal scraped against metal. "We did it!" she shouted as she continued to speed along the winding drive. "We're out!" Dewey unhooked his seatbelt and flew upward, pumping his fist in the air.
"We did it! And we got the mercury."
"One thing down," Paige admitted as they neared the main road. She swerved onto it and continued in the direction they'd come from originally.
3 more to go,"
Dewey said.
"We've got to find that airstrip."
"Should we go back to the library first?"
"No way. These guys are going to be out for blood, and there's a vampire on the loose. We need to get the talisman and that mirror."
"But we have no idea how to get to the airstrip, and we probably shouldn't be running around with the mercury."
You're right. You're right. We should log this in, and while we're there, we can get directions to the airstrip."
"I'll park the car in the alley outside the back entrance.
It should be safe. They drove for a few minutes.
How are we going to get back to the library from here? Dewey asked. We're still lost.
I'll show you how, Paige said, a determined note in her voice. She continued along the dark, winding road, taking the curves at breakneck speeds. They arrived back at the closed ramp to the highway in record time. Paige bypassed it without a second glance. Hang on, she said, swerving onto the ramp they'd exited from hours ago.
This is the wrong way, Paige, Dewey exclaimed, clinging to his seatbelt as he balanced his front paws on the door.
I don't care, Paige shouted as she rocketed up the ramp, flying toward oncoming traffic. With a quick twist of the wheel, she skidded off the ramp and onto the highway. The back end of the SUV fishtailed, tires squealing, as Paige righted it and sped down the highway, leaving behind a snarl of traffic and earning several horn bleats from other drivers.
We're still going the wrong way.
I know that, Paige said with a wobble of her head. I'll get off at the next ramp and re-enter there. They can't all be closed. Within minutes, they'd reached the next off-ramp and corrected their direction. As the sun rose on the horizon, Paige sped through the streets of Shadow Harbor, approaching the library. She swung the car into the back alley and eased it to a stop as close to the door as she could. After retrieving her things, she tapped her shoulder, signaling Dewey to climb up. Let's go.
What? Out in the open?
Come on, it's barely 5:30. No one will see you. With a gleeful grin, Dewey flew over and perched on her shoulder as Paige dug her key card from her tote bag. She pushed in through the door and wandered down the hall past a sleeping Otis, his chin nestled in his chest in front of the security monitors. Paige heaved a sigh as she dumped the pet carrier full of magic mercury on the locartifact desk. Wow, what a night!
And it's not over yet, Dewey said as he unloaded the glowing substance. We've got to get to that plane.
Paige yawned and scrubbed her face as she collapsed into the desk's chair. Maybe after a nap. Dewey tapped around on the computer before copying a few notes onto the notepad next to it and tearing off the top sheet. He tugged on the dinosaur costume he'd doffed earlier and hopped into the empty carrier, tugging the zipper closed around him.
You can sleep on the plane, Paige. Let's go.
A weary Paige rose from her seat and adjusted her ponytail. How do you have this much energy?
I told you to drink an energy dragon, but you didn't listen.
Whatever, Paige murmured. Did you get the directions?
Yes,
Dewey said, waving the pink paper in the air as she zipped closed the last corner.
This time we can't lose.
Paige grunted a response to the statement as she lugged the carrier and her tote bag up the metal steps and back through the library to the car outside. With a tired sigh, she clicked on her seatbelt and fired the engine. Which way? Dewey slid the zipper open and shoved the pink paper out the hole at her before popping out and climbing onto the seat. Paige snatched it, her lips pressed together in an annoyed grimace. Dewey, this is just the address.
Yeah?
Well, I have no idea how to get here.
I can't do everything, Paige.
With a huff, Paige kicked her door open. Wait here. I've got to get my phone charger. I left it in your nest. She returned to the car with another tired sigh and dug in her tote bag for her phone. Then she plugged it into the dash and powered it up. After typing in the address, she waited for the guidance to begin and pulled out onto the main road. Let's hope this time goes better than the last, she murmured as the library slipped from her view. Outside of the navigation's robotic voice, silence filled the car as Paige followed the directions.
You're not going to fall asleep, are you?
Dewey asked after a moment. No, I'm okay, Paige said. I'll sleep on the plane like you said.
You did have that nap in the dungeon, too.
Paige shot him an annoyed glance. It wasn't a nap. And hey, can we take a minute to talk about how that werewolf didn't attack us for some reason and ran away instead? What happened there?
Maybe he forgot he'd left something in the oven,
Dewey said. Despite her weariness, Paige grinned at the ridiculous statement, a small chuckle escaping her lips. Yeah, I'll bet that was it. His werewolf cake was probably burning.
With that schnoz, he probably smelled it from a mile away after he shifted.
Paige giggled again. Dewey waved a paw in the air.
Seriously, though, I have no idea. He was racing toward us, and as soon as you cringed, he stopped dead and stared at you for a second before he tucked tail and ran. Literally.
As they left the city limits behind, Paige clapped her hand onto the top of the steering wheel and settled back into the seat. Maybe he hated my perfume. The morning sun rose higher in the sky, its red light glinting off the car's hood. Her eyes settled on the bright silver around her wrist, twinkling in rays of light streaming through the broken windshield. She bit her lower lip as a thought struck her. Do you think it had to do with my bracelet?
He was afraid of your bracelet?
It is silver, Paige said.
Yeah, I'm not certain it's the mere sight of silver that'll stop a werewolf attack. It's more like a silver bullet through his heart, and even then, they've been known to fight until the silver poisons them completely.
Paige murmured as she stared down at the charms for another moment.
On the bright side, though, he didn't kill us, and now we have a clue about what clan is perpetrating this deal. We can try to use the information to track down more clues about the mirror's location.
Great. We'll do that as soon as we're back from getting this talisman.
No need. I brought along my Researcher Pro portable device. I can research from the field with it.
Where is it?
In your bag. I tossed it in before we left.
No wonder it's so heavy, Paige lamented.
I doubt it. That's probably the massive paperweight holding the CP sap. The RP isn't that heavy.
Paige exited the highway, following the directions to another road. Speaking of, how does this CB sap work? Dewey clicked off his seatbelt and dove into the carrier on the floor.
Oh, well, you just take a little bit and put it on your tongue, and then you'd be able to seep through a crack or a small opening.
Paige wrinkled her nose as she made another turn.
You eat it? Yeah,
Dewey answered from within his carrier as he zipped it shut.
I'll need to read it again. There's a certain amount for your body weight, but you just take a few drops or so.
Remember, I'm not 200 pounds, okay?
Okay,
Dewey said as Paige flicked on her turn signal and swung off the road onto a paved drive marked Shadow Harbor Air Club.
Hangar number 13,
Dewey announced. Paige slowed the car to a crawl, creeping along as she eyed the numbers on them. 8's on this side, 7's across from it. Okay, 9, 11, and... Her voice trailed off, and she bit into her lower lip as she eased the car to a stop.
Find it?
Dewey asked. Her heart sank as she realized they may be lost again. No, there's nothing here. Nothing. Chapter 27.
What?
Dewey cried. Nothing. There's no 13.
Is there more road?
Yeah.
Well, keep going,
Dewey shouted. With a roll of her eyes, Paige let her foot off the brake, and they drifted forward. A building stood in the distance, separated from the other hangars by a field. Paige continued toward it, spotting the large number 13 emblazoned over the door as she approached it. There it is! We found it!
Hooray!
Dewey cheered from inside his carrier. Paige pulled close to the open hangar door and tossed the shifter into park. Then she collected her things and climbed from the car. She slung the carrier strap over her shoulder and approached the enormous building. 2 men sat at a table inside near a jet. One rose as she stepped inside, glancing around.
Ms. Turner?
He asked. Yes, that's me. She stuck out her hand and smiled. Call me Paige. The man nodded as they shook, introducing himself as Captain Thomas Winslow and motioning toward the other man to introduce his co-pilot, Stephen Whitaker. Nice to meet you both, Paige said. She flicked a glance at the jet next to them. Are we ready to go?
Yes. I just need the flight order from Ms. Lauren.
Paige said.
She'll email it over as soon as she's in the office,
Dewey shouted from the carrier.
This is an emergency directive. As assistant to the director, I have the ability to issue the emergency notification, and I just did. Now, get us off the ground and in the air to Moscow now, Captain."
The man frowned at the carrier, screwing up his face.
"Did your dog just say something in a foreign language?"
"I'm a dragon, you nitwit."
"Sorry, he's a little ornery," Paige said, wondering how much the pilots knew about the library. Captain Winslow rubbed the back of his neck as he side-eyed the carrier for another moment before flicking his gaze to Paige.
We're all ready to fly, but the only orders I can accept are from Veronica Lauren or..."
He pulled his cell phone from his pocket and tapped around on it.
"Dewey Decimal."
"It's Decimal, and I'm Dewey Decimal. Employee ID number 8711313345. Paige, translate for me. He can't speak dragon."
"Oh, right," Paige said, fingering the translation stone around her neck. "Sorry, my colleague just reminded me that you don't speak dragon. He's actually a dragon, not a dog. He said he can issue the emergency notification and just did so verbally. Please take us to Moscow." The man's eyebrows shot up. Paige patted the carrier. "This is Dewey Decimal. He's a dragon, like I said before."
"Oh, Mr. Decimal, I didn't recognize you in that little bag there."
"Why would you recognize me, Captain? We've never met. And so far, I'm thanking my lucky stars as the experience has left something to be desired."
"What did he say?"
"He said, no problem, and thank you for your help."
"That's not what I said, Paige. Tell him he's a jerk."
"Anytime."
The man crouched down to peer into the carrier.
"And, nice to meet you, Mr. Decimal."
"Just fly, flyboy,"
the dragon huffed. The man flicked his gaze to Paige for a translation. He said, "It's lovely to meet you too. Now, we're in a terrible hurry, so could we..." She waved to the plane.
"Oh, yes, sure. We'll have you out of here in a jiffy and to Moscow in a few hours."
He motioned for Paige to climb up into the cabin. She lugged her belongings into the well-appointed cabin. "Wow, this is nicer than I expected." She ran her fingers over one of the 4 supple leather chairs grouped together before proceeding back toward the workspace flanked by more seating. Behind it, 2 couches sat with pillows and blankets. The pilot pointed to a door next to one of the couches.
"There's a bedroom back there in case you'd like to sleep on the flight. You've got about 9 hours or so to kill."
"Thanks," Paige said, as the 2 men headed for the cockpit after securing the door. She dumped her tote bag on the couch and dug her phone out.
"What are you doing?"
Dewey asked. "Just texting my super to feed Dickens for the next few days," she answered before she dumped the phone and continued through the door, finding a small hallway with a bathroom on one side and a bedroom on the other. Paige stared at the enormous bed, every muscle in her body eager to stretch out in it.
8 hours of blissful sleep, Paige. Way better than napping in my armchair."
"You aren't kidding," she said as the engines roared to life. She set the carrier down on the mattress and unzipped it. Dewey flew out, tearing off his costume and tossing it back into the carrier after Paige set it on the floor. "If you don't mind, I think I'll get some sleep."
"Not at all. I'm going to do a bit of research now that we know the clan involved in this mirror deal. Would you mind if I snuck in later and took a nap? The bed looks big enough to share."
"Sure," Paige said with a wink. "I'll leave you a corner." After slipping off her shoes and glasses, she climbed into the bed, sliding under the fluffy duvet and sinking back into the spongy pillows as Dewey flitted out, closing the door behind him. The hum of the engines droned in her ears as the plane lurched forward, rumbling from within the hangar to the runway. The last thing she felt was the wheels leave the pavement before she drifted off to sleep. A violent shaking forced Paige awake from a nightmare in which a faceless creature chased her. She gasped as she shot up, sucking in a sharp breath at her unrecognized surroundings. Her heart thudded, and the room wobbled while a wave of lightheadedness passed over her. A moment later, she recognized the drone of the plane's engines. The memory of falling asleep in the plane's generous bed flooded back to her seconds later. She swiped at the beads of sweat on her forehead as her heart returned to normal speed. She flicked on the bedside lamp and slid her glasses on to glance at the time on her cell phone. It had been over 7 hours since they'd taken off. Not much longer to go, she thought, as she collapsed back into the pillows. After a moment, she tore off the duvet, slipped on her shoes, and stretched to stand. She shuffled from the bedroom into the narrow hall, pushing through the door into the main cabin. Gentle snoring rose from the couch. Paige glanced over to find the tiny teal dragon passed out on his back, one arm flung across his chest. She smiled down at him as she tugged the RP device from under his shoulder and collapsed into the chair at the table. After pressing a few buttons, the screen bloomed to life. A picture of a Mayan pyramid filled the screen. Paige scrolled to find more information.
"Oh, hey, Paige,"
Dewey said with a sleepy yawn. She toggled off the screen and glanced over her shoulder. He stretched one small arm up and rolled his head around to loosen his neck. "Hi, sorry if I woke you." Dewey buzzed over to the table and plopped into a seat across from her.
"How much longer is the flight?"
"We've been in the air over 7 hours, so not too much longer."
"Good," Dewey said. "I can't wait to get this talisman."
"To be honest, neither can I," Paige said. "And then we can concentrate on the mirror." She waved the RP in the air. "Did you find anything in your research?"
"I just started to look at a few sites before I dozed off. I didn't find much, but I think the Mayan ruins of Chichen Itza were on your list, right?"
Paige nodded, recalling the name as she toggled the screen on again.
"I think it may be a good starting place in our search for the mirror."
"I've never been there. Have you?" Dewey shot her an unimpressed stare.
"Oh, sure. I've been there lots of times."
"Really? I've always wanted to go. It looks so interesting. Her voice cut off as she glanced up and caught sight of Dewey's expression. He arched one of his thick, fleshy eyebrows at her.
"No, not really."
Paige winced and slumped farther down in her chair. "Right, yeah. I think it would have been major news if a dragon showed up there." Dewey shook his head at her as he stretched his fingers across the polished wooden table.
"Sometimes, Paige, sometimes."
"Should we put a flight request in for Chichen Itza once we're finished in Moscow?"
"Already done."
Dewey balled his paw into a fist and slammed it against the table, rattling the RP across it.
"And that joker of a pilot better not question me this time."
"To be fair, you were in a pet carrier."
"So?"
Dewey questioned, flitting into the air and buzzing around the cabin. "And you were speaking dragon."
"Hasn't he ever met a talking dragon before?"
"Apparently not, Dewey. I never had."
"He's been an employee of this library for close to 5 years now. No one ever told him about me?"
Paige shrugged and returned her gaze to the RP, toggling it back on to stare at the pyramid. She pressed a few buttons, trying to elicit more information from the machine. Instead, it toggled to a typed document. Paige wrinkled her nose at the words on the screen. "What is this?" She spotted the name Alice and words like Mad Hatter and Cheshire Cat as she scanned through the document. Dewey twisted to face her, his eyes shooting wide as he spotted the black words on the white screen. He buzzed toward her and snatched the RP from her hands.
"Give me that."
"What was that?" Paige questioned again.
"Nothing,"
Dewey said, clicking off the display and stowing the RP in Paige's tote bag.
"I think we need to discuss a plan of action for when we arrive in Moscow."
A smile spread across Paige's face. "We have at least another hour to go. There's plenty of time for that. I want to know why Alice in Wonderland is on your research device." Dewey landed on a chair and crossed his arms.
"When we get there."
No, no, no. Do you love Alice? Are you a fan?" Dewey narrowed his eyes, smoke spewing from his nostrils.
"If you must know," he snarked, "that wasn't Alice in Wonderland on there. It was Malice in Wonderland."
"Malice in Wonderland?" Paige questioned.
Dewey raised his chin. "Yes, I happen to be an aspiring author,
and I also happen to love fairy tale retellings. Malice in Wonderland is my first book. I hope to publish it one day." Paige grinned at him, offering him an amused glance. "An author? Really? I love reading. Can I read it?" Dewey shot out of the chair, flying across the cabin and sinking into one of the leather seats. "No." "Come on, Dewey. I'd like to read your retelling of Alice. I bet it's good." "Authors do not like people reading their unfinished work." "How long until you've finished it?" "Never mind. Can we please discuss our plan for after we've landed?" Paige offered a smirk as she climbed from her seat at the table and wandered to a leather chair near Dewey. Then she collapsed into it. "Okay, fine. What's the plan?" Dewey wiggled straighter in his seat. "Here's what I think. We take the car they arranged for us to the library, and then we go inside." "Okay," Paige said. "Once we're inside, we locate the hidden archive, and then we find a place to hide until people leave. Then we use the CP sap and slip into the archive, steal the talisman, slip out, and head home." Paige narrowed her eyes at him. "That's your plan?" "I think it's sound." "Yeah, as long as it all works. The last plan we had to get to this plane kind of went awry." "Let's hope that doesn't happen this time. There should be no werewolves this round, just a nasty Russian librarian. We should be fine." Paige pulled one corner of her lips back in a skeptical twist. Famous last words. Chapter 28. Paige tugged her hood tighter around her, staring up at the Gothic structure rising in front of them. She shivered as she jogged up the stone steps leading to the door. Dewey's carrier bounced off her hip with every step. "Can you please watch what you're doing? I'm being bounced within an inch of my life." "Shh," Paige said as she climbed the last few stone steps and pushed through the revolving door into the building. She scanned the space. Muted lights lit the rows of desks extending from one end of the room to the other. On either side, large wooden bookcases rose from the floor to the ceiling. Steps led up to another level filled with more bookshelves. Paige adjusted her glasses as she took in the space. Her jaw gaped, the corners of her open mouth turning up into a broad grin. "Wow," she whispered. A voice hissed at her hip. "Stop gaping around and find the employees-only area." Paige jiggled the case as she shook her head and wandered further into the library, disappearing into the stacks. "Where do you think it is?" she whispered. "How should I know?" Dewey breathed. "Look around for a door marked employees only or something." "Well, that's ridiculous because it would be in Russian, and I don't read Russian." "Then look for a door that looks suspicious." A man turned the corner, approaching them in the aisle. Paige offered him a nervous smile as he passed by her, then hurried away from him. She reached the end of the aisle and swung her head back and forth in search of a direction. "Nothing," she murmured. A woman's voice sounded overhead, saying something unintelligible. Paige shoved her glasses higher on her face. "What's she saying?" "I don't know. I don't speak Russian." Paige wrinkled her nose as she glanced down at the purple crystal dangling around her neck. "Would be nice if this worked on human language." She continued down along the stacks, searching for a secured door. Hey, Paige?" Dewey said, his voice hesitant. Paige ignored him, still in search of the door leading to the archive. "Paige." She swung into another aisle and hurried along it, snaking toward the back of the building. "Paige," Dewey hissed. "What?" "What time is it?" "I don't know," Paige snapped, digging in her purse and toggling on her phone's display. "It's 2:15 p.m. No, wait. It's 2 in Shadow Harbor, which means it's 9:15 here." 9:15. The library closes at 9:30. That's what she was announcing. Paige glanced toward the tables. Most of the remaining patrons packed their bags and shuffled away from the tables. "Shoot!" She swiveled her head in search of the restrooms. "Find the bathroom and hide." "Yes, I'm trying," she said as she hurried along,
trying doors in the hopes that one of them led to a ladies' room. As she twisted the knob on a random door that wouldn't budge, she spotted a woman emerging from across the room, wiping her hands with a paper towel. "Bingo," Paige said, and hurried toward the door. Then she pushed into the large, well-lit bathroom. She dashed to one of the middle stalls and hurried inside. She settled on the toilet and pulled her legs up as another announcement broadcast throughout the library. With the carrier balanced on her crossed legs and her tote hugged to her chest, she blew out a long breath. "What time is it?" Dewey questioned. "I don't know," Paige huffed. "Stop talking before we get caught." "No one's in here, Paige." "Oh, never mind. Forget it. We'll just sit here in silence for however long it takes." "Fine," Paige exclaimed. "Fine," Dewey hissed. Silence settled around them as they waited. Paige fidgeted on the uncomfortable plastic seat. It squeezed in protest.
Quit jumping around. You're going to break the seat.
"I'm not going to break—" They fell silent, freezing as the door squeaked open and a pair of heels stepped onto the tiled floor. Paige held her breath, afraid to move a muscle. The heels crossed the floor, passing by them as they headed to the opposite side of the restroom. Keys jangled and a scraping noise sounded before a slamming door echoed throughout the space. Paige pressed her lips together, afraid even her shallow breathing would alert the woman to her presence. The door squeaked again, and a voice called through in Russian. The woman answered before striding back toward the door. The room plunged into darkness seconds later, and the door creaked closed. Paige held her breath for another second before she blew it out. "I think we're safe," she whispered.
"Yeah, though we should wait until at least 10:30 before we sneak out of here."
"Agreed," Paige said, finally unfurling her legs and letting her feet touch the floor.
"Ow, my hip is killing me. How do you think I feel trapped inside here, barely able to move?"
"I thought you said you had plenty of room in there." Dewey froze, lowering his voice.
"Shh, I heard something."
Paige stiffened, holding her breath as she sat in the darkness. With no noise after several minutes, she relaxed and rose to her feet, stretching her arms overhead. She dug into her tote bag to check the time. 15 minutes to go. She swung the door open and paced the length of the bathroom until 20 minutes to 11. "Ready?" she asked Dewey as she slung her tote bag over her shoulder.
You better leave that here and just get the sap,"
Dewey suggested. Paige stared at him for a moment, narrowing her eyes.
"Can't take the bag through with you,"
Dewey said as he unzipped his carrier and popped out, doffing his costume inside.
"Just leave the bag here. We'll come back for it later before we leave."
Paige wrinkled her nose, grabbing the seepy sap container from inside the tote and hanging the black bag from the stall's door. Dewey snatched the container from her hands and flew toward the door, inching it open.
"We're clear,"
he hissed as he flung the door open wider.
"Let's go."
Paige hurried after him, running to keep up with his pace as he wound around the darkened library in search of the archive door. Tucked in a back corner, an alcove hid a keycard entry door.
"Here,"
Dewey hissed.
"This must be it."
Paige studied the mechanism securing the metal barrier. Similar to her own, she assumed it provided the first layer of security for the archives. Dewey dove to the floor and set the seepy sap container in the corner.
"We'll have to retrieve this when we're finished. Don't forget it. We'll be in the seepy state for about 45 minutes only, so we'll need to get in and out as fast as we can."
"Wait, how will we get our stuff if we're in this state?"
"Oh, that'll be easy. You can flex in and out of the seepy state at will."
Dewey flicked open the gold container. A yellow glow filled the corner as the vial of magical, atom-bending material came into view. Dewey read the inscription on the top, murmuring aloud as he scanned it. "Drops every 20, lasts approximately 45 minutes, affects person and objects touching the person who ingests. Yeah, okay, we're good." He unscrewed the cap and lifted the eyedropper-like pipette from inside.
"Okay, I'll dose you first, then me. It takes a few minutes to take effect, so you'll need to wait for me to catch up."
Paige's heart thudded against her ribs as Dewey lifted the glowing liquid toward her mouth.
You'll need about 25 drops of this given your size.
Wait, you got my correct weight, right? Not 250 pounds?
Yes, Paige. I got it right this time. 5 drops for every 20 pounds is 25 drops. Now open wide.
Paige heaved a nervous sigh and opened her mouth, holding her tongue out. Dewey flew closer, wielding the pipette. A sticky, sweet substance hit her taste buds. After a second, his eyes went wide and he winced before he backed away.
Okay, that was 25. Or so.
He cleared his throat and stuck the pipette into the vial again. Then he withdrew more sap and dropped a few drips onto his own tongue before securing the potion. Paige held her hands out in front of her, waiting for the sap to take effect. After a minute, her limbs started to tingle. A few muscles in her face twitched, and she fidgeted as her skin began to crawl. Hey, Dewey? I feel weird.
Huh?
Dewey questioned.
I mean, all part of the process.
He offered a nervous chuckle as he buzzed around in the air. Really? Because I feel really wobbly and... Her voice cut off as her view suddenly changed. She stared at the ceiling. The bookcases rose above her, looming high overhead. Dewey hovered above her, his lips forming a puzzled expression. What happened? Paige asked. Why can't I get up? She struggled to raise herself from the floor, but none of her limbs would support her. Dewey stammered with a wince.
I may have used a tad too much.
What? Paige snapped.
I started counting, but when I got to 17, a whole bunch of the sap came out all at once, and I figured it was enough to make up the rest of the dose. But it may have been like double the dose? Or triple?
Paige's eyes widened as she lay on the floor. What does that mean?
Well, instead of having a flexible seepy state, it means you're just completely seepy.
I don't understand. Explain this another way. Dewey held up a finger and darted away. Then he returned a moment later with Paige's phone. He snapped a picture and then held the phone over top of her.
Completely seepy.
Ah! Paige shrieked as she stared at the photo. She lay in a flat puddle on the floor, looking like a steamrolled cartoon character.
It's fine. It'll wear off in like 40 minutes. Come on, we have work to do.
Come on? I melted, Dewey. I'm a watery puddle of Paige. How can I come on?
Just think about moving in the direction you want to. Like, slide to your left.
Dewey made a sliding motion with his hands, which jiggled like jello as he moved them. Paige tried to shake her head, but instead, her flat features merely wobbled back and forth. She concentrated on sliding toward the archive door. Within seconds, she barreled toward it, another scream escaping her flattened lips as she assumed she'd smack into it and slosh around. Instead, she slipped right under the door, appearing on the other side in a long, dark hallway. Lights hung overhead. She continued flowing down the hall. A flattened version of Dewey slithered through the crack between the door jamb and the door, jiggling back into a three-dimensional version of himself as he popped through.
Slow down, he said. Moving is hard when you're jelly.
Yeah, well, moving isn't hard when you're a puddle of slime, so keep up. They reached a set of stairs leading downward. Paige dripped down the length of them, and then she pooled together at the bottom before she slipped under the next door. The archive spread out below them as they entered. Paige drizzled down the steps to the concrete floor below. Okay, it's all you, Dewey. I can't do anything like this but follow you.
I see the Loc artifact. I'll get the reference number. Wait here.
Dewey darted away, a stream of him remaining behind before it snapped back into place as he continued to move. He returned moments later.
Got it. Come on.
Paige glided after him as he wound through the aisles. He stopped 3/4 of the way down one corridor, eyeing the shelves. After a moment, he buzzed toward one and shuffled a few boxes around on the shelf. Then he pulled a small one out. He tore it open and tugged out a silver talisman, shaped like a crescent moon. A purplish stone sat at the moon's tip.
"Got it," he exclaimed. "Let's get out of here."
Paige glided along the cold concrete floor behind him. Wait a minute. How are we going to get that out of here? It's not seepy.
No, I was going to just open the door and go through. At this point, exiting shouldn't trigger any alarms except log an open door.
Dewey shrugged his shoulders, the flesh jiggling as he did so. Oh, good point. Okay. They reached the stairs, and Dewey floated up. Hey, wait! He spun to face Paige on the floor as she tried to climb the stairs, but slipped back down into a puddle.
Uh-oh,
Dewey said, returning to hover over her. I can't get up the steps. I keep slipping.
Try concentrating harder.
Paige tried again, scrunching her sloppy features in concentration and grunting as she tried to lift her foot onto the first stair. She slid back to the floor, gasping for breath. It's no use. We'll have to wait here until this stuff wears off. Dewey drifted over to the first step and sank onto it.
Okay, should be about 20 minutes or so. Oh, or maybe longer since I accidentally overdosed you.
Paige huffed out a sigh as she tried to shake her head again. It culminated in only a wobble. You've really got to work on not doing this stuff to me, Dewey.
Noted. Next time, I'll...
Footsteps sounded on the concrete floor. Paige's eyes shot wide and she stared up at him. Someone's coming. Dewey launched off his makeshift seat, scanning for the source.
Yeah, come on, let's hide.
Paige slid across the floor, following behind Dewey. The pair ducked behind a shelf as a tall, lanky Russian shuffled toward the booktron and plopped into a chair.
Great,
Dewey said.
Someone's still here.
And it looks like they're not leaving any time soon.
We can't wait until you change back to get out of here. We may get caught.
There's not much else we can do, Paige hissed. Dewey glanced around to the shelves as the man rose from his seat and strode across the space to the bookshelf. Then the man tugged a book from it and paged through.
I have an idea. Follow me.
Dewey led farther into the archive, away from the other occupant. He hovered at the lowest shelf, sliding a box onto the floor and popping it open. He dumped the contents onto the shelf and turned the box on its side.
Slide in.
What?
Slide into the box. Oh, you may have to compress a little.
Paige glared at him. Are you kidding me?
No, we have to get out of here somehow. I'm going to have to carry you up in a box.
Footsteps echoed again as Paige's Russian counterpart roamed the archives. Dewey shot her a pleading glance.
Get in, hurry!
Paige scrunched her features as she slid into the box, squashing herself into a rectangular blob. Dewey's wings flapped hard, his lips tugging down at the corners as he lifted the box from the floor.
How much did you say you weigh again?
Don't even start with me, Dewey. They approached the open area of the archive leading to the door. Dewey hid behind the shelf, peering out.
Looks clear. I'm going for it.
Dewey darted into the open area, zooming across and up to the door above. He barreled into it, but it stuck fast. Put me down so you can open the door, Paige whispered. Dewey dumped the box onto the floor and pushed the door open. He tipped the box on the side, and Paige slithered out and across the threshold. With a final glance around, Dewey snatched the box and followed her out, easing the door closed behind him.
Phew. Okay, one more set of stairs and we're home free. Get back in your carrier.
This is payback for the dragon costume, isn't it? Paige asked as she crawled into the box. Dewey heaved her upward and floated up the stairs. Then he set the box down at the top and allowed Paige to slide out. They raced down the hall, leaving the box behind. Dewey flung the door to the library open and sailed through with Paige following behind him.
I'll get our stuff. Wait here.
He darted away, snaking through the space to the ladies' room. He returned, laden with the carrier and Paige's tote. He lugged the seepy sap container into the bag and tossed it onto his shoulder.
Come on, we'll go out the back way. I saw a door earlier.
Paige glided over the floor behind him, weaving toward the back door. He pushed the crash bar and flew into the cold air outside. Paige slid out behind him onto the cold pavement. The door clicked shut behind them. Dewey settled onto a dumpster near the door and blew out a sigh.
Whew, we did it.
Yeah, I'll breathe a sigh of relief when I'm whole again. How much longer do I have to wait? Dewey pulled Paige's phone from her tote.
I'd say about 10 or 15 minutes. Ooh, it's cold out here,
Paige said after a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll bet the ground is really cold.
It is. My fingers and toes are starting to hurt. Dewey chuckled as he perched on the edge of the dumpster, his feet dangling in the air.
Probably have frostbite.
Yeah, Paige said with a laugh. Dewey froze, his eyes going wide.
Wait a minute. Frostbite?
He flew from his perch, studying the puddle of Paige. His eyes widened farther, and he swallowed hard.
Oh, no.
What?
You're starting to freeze, around the edges, like an ice cube.
So what'll happen when I start to turn back to normal?
That's the problem. You won't. You'll freeze to death first.
Chapter 29. Paige's eyes went wide, and her wobbly jaw fell open. Freeze to death? Are you serious? Dewey flung an arm toward the door.
I am. Paige, you've got to get back inside. Quick.
Paige attempted to slide toward the door. Dewey waved her on.
Quick, Paige, hurry. Ugh,
Paige groaned. I can't. I'm stuck. Dewey floated over top of her, studying the edges of the puddle forming her entity.
You're stuck to the pavement. Frozen to it, rather.
A frosty tear formed at the corner of Paige's eye. Then I guess this is the end for me.
Not if I can help it.
Dewey wrinkled his nose and squeezed his lips together. His teal face began to turn purple, and he shook all over. He reared his head back before thrusting it forward with his neck stretching to its max and opening his mouth. His tongue rolled out, and fire shot from his throat. He aimed it at the pavement near Paige. Paige forced herself to move. The heated pavement near her allowed her to tear herself away an inch toward the door. Almost. Keep going, Dewey. Dewey reared back and blew another swath of fire. Paige sped toward the door and slipped inside. Her teeth chattered when she hit the warmer floor and air. The puddle that made up her body rippled as she trembled all over.
Paige?
A tiny voice called.
Paige, did you make it?
Yeah, she answered, inching as close to the door as she could. The door jimmied in the jam as Dewey collapsed against it.
Whew, thank goodness. Oh, that fire breathing really took it all out of me.
Really? Paige asked.
Whew, yeah, I'm spent.
Paige fidgeted around as she started to tingle all over. Isn't breathing fire like breathing for a dragon? Just natural?
No, not for me anyway. My fire reserves are small, like me. It takes a lot to get the flames going. Now my older sister? Ho ho! You do not want to be around her when she's mad.
Got a nice set of fire reserves, does she? Paige asked with a chuckle.
That she does, Paige. That she does.
I ought to take some of this stuff home and use it to spy on my neighbor Devin.
Why?
I don't know what he does upstairs in his apartment, but he's constantly making noise.
I suppose in your current state, you could slip right in and see.
Paige chuckled, wobbling around on the floor. Yeah. Silence fell between them for a few moments before Paige spoke up again. Hey, Dewey?
Yeah?
I feel tingly all over. The door jimmied in the jam.
Good, that's good. It means the effect is wearing off. With any luck, you'll be normal 3-dimensional Paige again.
I'd cross my fingers, but I'm still just a blob. Dewey chuckled and tapped the door.
You won't be for long.
Thank goodness. After another minute passed, the tingling turned into discomfort. The discomfort slid into pain.
Ugh,
Paige moaned as she fidgeted. This hurts.
Sorry,
Dewey called through the door.
I think it'll be pretty painful to come back from that state.
Paige gritted her teeth as they began to take solid form. Slowly, her body reshaped itself, and she groaned as the process continued. After an agonizing 3.5 minutes, she writhed on the floor, shaking off the last bits of tingly pain in her extremities. She stared up at the ceiling, pressing her hands all over her reshaped body. "I'm me! I'm normal!"
I wouldn't go that far,
Dewey joked from outside. Paige sat up, feeling her hair and then her legs. "Oh, stop," she said. "You're such a—"
Such a what?
Dewey called. "Uh-oh," Paige answered, her eyes wide as she scrambled to stand. A lone light shone in the distance, pointing at her. The man behind the light shouted something in Russian and began to stride toward her.
What is it?
Dewey asked. Paige winced as she smacked into the crash bar and shoved the door open. She ran into the alley behind the building, grabbing her tote and tossing it on her shoulder. "Run!" she shouted at Dewey. He grabbed the carrier and rose into the air, buzzing down the alley after Paige. Her feet slapped the pavement as she raced for the main road. Seconds later, the door burst open again. The Russian security guard skidded onto the pavement. He shouted again, waving his fist at them. Before they spilled into the next street, Paige slid to a stop and grabbed the carrier swinging from Dewey's paws. "Get in quick!" Dewey hopped inside, and Paige slung the open container over her shoulder, tugging it closed as she stepped into the street. A few people milled around, their breath fogging the air as they walked. "We need to find a cab," Paige said as she scanned the streets.
"Yeah,"
Dewey said from within the confines of the carrier.
"And quick. I'm getting cold."
"Seriously? I nearly froze to the pavement, and you're cold?"
"Yeah, well, I had to sit outside for that extra 10 minutes or so. It took a toll."
"I'm going as fast as I can," Paige said, hustling toward a well-lit area in the city. "There's a cab." She waved her hand to hail it and slid into the back seat after the cabbie pulled over. "Moscow Private Air Club, please." They arrived at the airstrip without further incident. Then they boarded the plane again for the trip to Central America. Paige sprawled on the couch as the engines revved. "Whew, it's good to be back here. And three-dimensional."
"Yeah, sorry about that,"
Dewey said with a shake of his head as he unloaded the golden cube containing the sepia sap from Paige's tote.
"I told you this stuff was finicky."
"Finicky isn't the word. At least we got what we went for." Dewey nodded, drawing the talisman from the pocket of her tote.
"And with any luck, we'll soon have the mirror, and we can concentrate on finding information to heal your beast wound."
"Not a moment too soon," Paige said. "The way my luck runs, I'll expire before my due date." Dewey looped the silver chain around her neck, letting the crescent moon hang down on her hoodie.
"This should help you stay safe at least."
Paige stared down at it, noting the purple stone in the middle. "What kind of stone is this?"
"Purple moonstone. It shields the wearer from being able to be identified when the vampire is in beast form. Keep it on at all times. Never take it off. Not ever."
Paige nodded as she fingered the moonstone. "Let's hope it does its job." Dewey nodded at her, settling on the love seat perpendicular to her.
"And now to the mirror."
"Yes, about that. How sure are you that it's near Chichen Itza?"
"Given the research you did, coupled with the recent werewolf activity, all signs point to the mirror being somewhere there."
"What should we expect when we get there?"
"I've already contacted the closest library. They're arranging a guide and supplies for us to enter the jungle and head to the site. What we should expect while there is another matter entirely, though I'm certain it'll be filled with tourists during the day."
That may be for the best. Surely the werewolves won't strike with people milling around."
"Don't put anything past those hairy buggers, Paige. If they're vying for the mirror, they'll try to get it no matter what, and that includes harming you or us."
Paige nodded as she rubbed the crescent moon's center stone. "I'll keep that in mind." Dewey nodded as he dug into Paige's bag and pulled his RP device from it. He punched a throw pillow before flopping back onto it, kicking his legs out and crossing his ankles as he toggled on the screen. "More research?" Paige asked, tugging a blanket over her legs. No, thought I'd do a little web surfing before another nap. Paige yawned and stretched. Sounds good to me. I'm so tired. Being a blob really takes it all out of you. I'm sure the beast wound isn't helping either. Get some rest. Paige nestled into one of the soft throw pillows and tugged the blanket up to her chin, clutching the soft fabric between her fingers. She fidgeted for a few moments until she found a comfortable position, then exhaled a long, deep breath as she let her eyes slowly slide shut. A small chuckle made her pop them open again. With narrowed eyes, she studied the little dragon across from her. He giggled at something on his screen before tapping at the device and settling back deeper into the pillow. After a minute, he snickered again, his belly jiggling with laughter. Paige shook her head and closed her eyes again, nestling farther into the pillow and tugging the blanket higher. Another snorted laugh sounded, followed by an amused sigh. Paige snapped her eyes open. Okay, what is so funny? Dewey's gaze cut to her, and he waved a hand, offering a tight-lipped wince. Oh, nothing. Paige sat up, flinging the blanket off. It's not nothing. You've been giggling over there for 5 minutes straight.
It hasn't been that long,
Dewey argued. It has, Paige countered, pushing herself up to sit. Now what's so darned funny? She rose and stalked toward him. He clutched the RP close to his scaly chest.
It's nothing.
Seriously? What are you watching? Cartoons? She snatched the RP from his hands.
Paige, wait,
Dewey shouted as she studied the video on the screen. Her features froze in an unimpressed stare as she watched the video play. Titled Smart Mart People, it showed a montage of odd behavior from people patronizing Smart Marts across the country. Paige puckered her lips in irritation as the third mark in the video began. Large, neon green letters scrolled across the screen, announcing the situation. Crazy lady talks to purse in Smart Mart, she read aloud as she watched herself wander around the Smart Mart, talking to Dewey via the communication device hidden in her purse. Very funny.
I thought so,
Dewey said, kicking his little feet as he chuckled again. Paige poked a finger at him before stalking back to her seat. It's your fault they think I'm crazy, all because you needed those energy dragons.
Yeah, but now you're famous, like TikTok famous.
My dream come true, Paige said, tugging the blanket over herself and collapsing into the pillows again. The plane jerked as the wheels bounced against the runway. The screech of the wheels hitting the pavement, along with the jarring bounce that accompanied it, woke Paige from her sleep. On the love seat, Dewey rubbed his eyes and sat up, stretching his small arms overhead. Paige yawned and stretched, rolling her neck back and forth to loosen the stiff muscles. Are we here? Dewey darted to the window and glanced out.
Yep, Chichen Itza.
He clapped his hands together and rubbed them.
I can't wait.
Paige wrinkled her nose at him as she tugged the ponytail holder from her hair and finger-combed it before braiding it. How are you this excited to potentially run into werewolves? I'm pretty sure my last experience was enough to last me a lifetime.
Better get over it, Paige,
Dewey said, hopping into his carrier.
You've got a lot more years and a lot more creatures to run into.
He tugged the zipper partially closed before poking his head out of the opening.
Besides, this is my first field mission. I can't wait.
He ducked inside and pulled the zipper closed. Paige tucked the talisman under her hoodie before she swung the carrier strap over her shoulder. Well, at least one of us is excited. She shielded her eyes as she stepped from the plane. The early morning sun, already blazing, threatened to send temperatures soaring into the 90s. Ooh, it's hot already, Paige said as she lumbered down the steps to the tarmac. She fanned herself and tugged at her hoodie. Should have brought different clothes. A dark-haired, dark-skinned woman waited at a car with her hands clasped in front of her. She looked significantly cooler in her outfit than Paige. Next to her, a dark-haired, dark-skinned man grinned at them as they approached. The woman stuck her hand out first. Hello, Miss Turner. I am Anna May, and this is my brother Juan. I am the librarian in the area. Juan is my archivist. Paige greeted them both with a smile. I'm Paige Turner, the librarian from Shadow Harbor, and this is my archivist, Dewey. She popped the top of the carrier open, allowing them to shake hands with the small dragon. We have everything prepared for you to travel to Chichen Itza and for a guide to take you farther into the jungle to the other temple site. Anna motioned to the car with a smile. Paige scanned the horizon as the words echoed in her mind. Traveling into a remote region while werewolves chased her was the last thing she wanted to do. She tried to bolster her nerves and stop her legs from wobbling as she walked to the car. She had no choice. The fate of the world hung in the balance. Chapter 30. Paige tugged the door open, blowing out a steadying breath before she slid into the back seat with Dewey's carrier next to her. She fanned herself as Juan slid into the driver's seat and they set off. Heat washed over her, half from the weather and half from nerves. I should have brought some cooler clothes, Paige said, forcing her mind away from her fear. She unzipped the top of Dewey's carrier and he popped his head out. Anna twisted to face her. We have clothes and knapsacks ready for you at the library. We will stop there first, then go to the primary temple site to meet the guide. She flicked her gaze to the dragon sticking out of the carrier. Oh, you may want to leave him in the archive so the guide does not see him.
Now wait just a minute, lady,
Dewey started, but Paige cut him off. Paige tugged the black bag closer to her. Dewey stays with me. We'll take his carrier. As far as the guide is concerned, he's my pet dog. Anna offered a tentative smile and a nod before returning her gaze to the front. Dewey gave Paige a fist bump and a thumbs up. She winked at him. After a brief stop at the Chichen Itza branch of the library, they climbed back into the car. Paige appreciated the lightweight t-shirt and shorts they'd provided her as she stepped out into the already humid weather at the temple site. The large pyramid structure rose into the cloudless blue sky. Massive stone steps climbed to the square top on every side. The head of the feathered serpent, Kulkulkan, opened its massive jaws at the bottom of one staircase. This is the temple of Kulkulkan, Anna said as they strode toward it. Your message mentioned another site deeper in the jungle, though? Yes, Paige answered. We don't believe the mirror is in the temple of Kulkulkan, but rather at an alternate site nearby. We'd like to go straight to that temple if you don't mind. Of course. Anna strode toward another dark-haired man with a large backpack strapped onto his back and a machete hanging at his side. This is Mateo. He'll be taking us into the jungle. Paige shook his hand, introducing herself and her pet dog Dewey before they set off, traveling in a southwesterly direction. They left behind the ruins of the ancient temple and the bustle of tourists visiting it, and trekked into the canopy of trees. Within 30 minutes, Paige found her shirt soaked with sweat from the humid hike. She continued through the jungle, following Mateo, Anna, and Juan with Dewey's carrier bouncing off her hip. They hiked deeper into the jungle for over 2 hours before the trees began to clear. In the center of the clearing, another temple rose. Similar in structure to the temple of Kulkulkan, though smaller, the temple featured a stone sculpture of a serpent, though not Kulkulkan.
This must be the temple they built around the portal leading to the domicile of Zybelkan, the demon serpent,
Dewey hissed. Yeah, Paige said, her nose wrinkling as she continued their trek toward it through the remaining trees. I'm not sure I want to go in.
We have to go in,
Dewey said. I know. I'm just saying. She entered the clearing and circled around the temple structure. Mateo, their guide, rested on a stone nearby, sipping his water after the hard hike. Is there an entrance? Paige questioned. Juan pointed to the top of the stairs. Up there, he answered. Of course, Paige said with a sigh. Anna nodded to her. If you need us, call us. We will keep watch out here. There has been recent werewolf activity in the area. Thanks, Paige said, placing her foot on the first step. She craned her neck upward, wincing at the number of stone steps she needed to climb in the ever-growing heat. By the time she reached the top, her thighs burned. She pushed against them as she gasped for breath, completing the 200th step. She wavered for a moment on the top of the pyramid, sucking in deep breaths. Why did they put so many steps?
Come on, quit dallying. Let's get inside.
Paige arched an eyebrow at Dewey's enthusiasm. Give me a minute. I'm nearly dead from that climb. And hauling you all the way up, too.
Another reason to get inside, so I can get out of this thing.
Paige circled around the flat platform on the top, seeking a doorway. She found one on the third side of the rectangular structure, making up the top, and ducked inside. Cool, damp darkness surrounded them. She unzipped the carrier, and Dewey flew out, breathing a sigh of relief.
Whew, it's hot in there.
Try being out here, Paige complained as she rummaged through her backpack for a large flashlight. She flicked it on and waved it around. Mayan symbols covered the walls. A long stairwell led down into the blackness. Oh, great. More stairs.
But these ones are going down. Let's go,
Dewey said, darting down them with more energy than Paige could fathom after the hike through the jungle and climb up the pyramid's side. She heaved a sigh and started down the stone steps. They reached a landing only 50 steps down, which turned into a long hallway. Dewey snatched the flashlight from Paige's hands and studied the walls, covered with Mayan symbols.
Wow,
Dewey breathed out as he continued down the passageway. Anything about the mirror? Paige called, her voice echoing off the stone.
How would I know? I don't read Mayan.
Paige ground to a halt. Well, how are we supposed to learn anything? The light bobbled up and down as Dewey shrugged his shoulders.
I mean, if we see a giant mirror, that's probably it.
Paige rolled her eyes and trudged behind him. The passage veered to the left, descending down even more stairs that snaked around the interior walls before exiting into a large rectangular chamber with plain walls. Must have run out of paint, Paige said as she studied the bare gray stones. She focused on the room's center. A stone altar stood in the middle. She wrinkled her nose at it. Dewey flew toward it, shining the light onto it. A stain covered the top on one end.
Ugh,
Paige gagged. That's probably blood.
Probably,
Dewey noted.
Someone got sacrificed in here.
Paige waved him away from the gruesome scene. Come on, let's keep going. They ambled to the opposite side of the large chamber. Dewey shined the light along the wall, failing to find an exit.
Must have missed it. I bet it's on another wall.
Paige leaned against the cool stones as Dewey flew around the room in search of a doorway or passage. He sped back toward her, his eyes wide.
Nothing.
Paige's shoulders slumped. Are you kidding me? No exit?
Nope,
Dewey said. Paige heaved a sigh. So we came all the way out here for nothing. No mirror, not even a hint of a mirror, despite the werewolf activity. Nothing. Dewey swung the flashlight beam around the room again, his lips pressed together.
We must be missing something.
Yeah, a mirror and an incantation, Paige retorted with a huff. Dewey narrowed his eyes as he swept the beam across the room again. He focused it on the stone altar in the center, flying toward it. Paige wrinkled her nose as she recalled the large blood stain at the head of the flat slab. Across the room, Dewey lowered the beam toward the floor. He leaned forward, still hovering in the air, and traced his finger along the stones. Paige puckered her lips as she strode over, her arms crossed over her chest. What is it?
This looks odd to me.
Dewey aimed the light at the floor and motioned for Paige to look. She crouched and studied the spot. Looks like a break in the stone to me.
No, look at the size of all the other stones making up the floor,
Dewey said with a shake of his head. She crinkled her forehead as she glanced around.
What shape are all the others?
Dewey pressed. Rectangle, Paige answered.
Right. And what shape is this one?
He aimed the flashlight at the stone in question. Square, Paige answered, and shot a glance to Dewey. You think that means something?
I think,
Dewey said, flying underneath the altar and pointing the flashlight at the underside.
That it's covering a secret passage.
Paige ran her fingers around the edge, trying to dig up the stone. She couldn't budge it. She stood and shook the dust from her hands as she circled the altar. Do you think it's on the altar?
I'd bet it is,
Dewey said, still searching the underside. Paige stared down at the large bloodstain on the gray stone, her lips forming a grimace. She tugged her cell phone from her pocket and turned on the light, shining it underneath the stone slab where the bloodstain lay. Here, she called. Dewey raced toward her and shined the big flashlight's beam at the stone.
A skull,
he said. Yep, as creepy as the blood. And I'll bet if we press it, that stone will open. Paige toggled off her cell phone's flashlight and shoved the phone into her pocket before reaching for the carving. She shot a glance at Dewey. Ready? He nodded, training his beam on the square floor tile.
Push it, Paige.
Paige's fingertips caressed the cool stone slab. The rough edges of the carved skull scraped against her soft skin. She blew out a long breath, hoping the stone didn't trigger a trap of some kind. With a lick of her lips, she pushed upward, depressing the tile on the underside of the altar. A loud scraping noise echoed in the chamber, and Dewey's eyes widened with delight as the stone slab retracted under the altar, revealing a long stairway leading deeper into the heart of the temple. He grinned as he glanced at Paige.
We found a secret passage. This is so cool. Let's go.
Paige hovered at the top of the stairs, swallowing hard. Cool air wafted from the dark opening. Dewey darted into the passage ahead of her, his light bobbling as he traveled downward. Paige followed, afraid of losing him. Wait up! She scrambled down the stone steps and into a long corridor. A large mural covered the wall. Dewey swept his flashlight along it, gasping as he caught sight of the images.
Look!
He shouted, waving his beam frantically at a particular spot. Paige hurried down the corridor, her lips curling into a smile as she spotted the source of his excitement. A figure stood in front of a mirror. In the next image, a clone of the figure stood in the mirror's reflection. The third image showed the copy emerging from the mirror, and the final image depicted two identical figures standing side by side in front of the mirror. Dewey flicked the flashlight toward Paige, pumping his fist in the air.
We did it! We found it!
She offered him a grin as she scanned the long hallway. Well, we found a clue. But what does it mean? Where is the mirror?
Come on, let's keep going.
Dewey buzzed down the remainder of the hall.
More steps,
he reported from the end as Paige hustled to keep up with him. Great, she murmured as she darted down them, his light glowing from within the slanted passage. She clambered down the stone steps and spilled into another chamber behind Dewey. He hovered in the air, his jaw hanging open. As she scanned the chamber, she spotted the source of his shock. A shudder snaked down her spine, and her blood ran cold. Hundreds of skeletons filled the small rectangular room, and the murals on the wall appeared to be painted in blood. Chapter 31. Paige grimaced as she stared at the blood-red messages on the stone walls. She couldn't understand them, but the implication of what they'd been scrawled in was enough to make it ominous. That, coupled with the piles of human skeletons. Dewey swung his light over the many skulls scattered in the room.
These must have been the sacrificial victims.
Why are there so many? Paige asked. They sacrificed this many people? Dewey ignored her questions, flitting over to one wall and shining his light on it. He swung the beam back and forth, his eyebrows squashing together. What is it? Paige questioned, skirting the skulls and other bones to join him.
This looks familiar,
he murmured, tapping a finger on his nose horn. Paige stared at the seemingly nonsensical symbols. I can't make heads or tails out of this. Dewey lowered his gaze to the skulls scattered around their feet as he rubbed the horn on his nose.
Why does this look so familiar?
Maybe you saw it in your research about the mirror, Paige conjectured.
No,
I don't remember coming across anything like this or about this in my research. Well, where else could it have been? It's not like this is written in a modern-day language and you saw it.
That's it,
Dewey said, snapping his fingers. Paige arched an eyebrow. It's modern-day language?
No, it's not modern-day language, but I know where I saw it.
Dewey darted back toward the entrance to the bone chamber. Where? Paige asked as she hurried after him, shooting a disdainful glance at the skeletons.
In the hall with the mirror mural.
Dewey flitted into the hallway again and searched the walls.
Here.
He waved his paw at a specific spot on the wall. Paige closed the gap between them and studied the drawings. They matched the ones in the bone chamber. It's a match. You're right.
And this is in the write-up about the mirror. They must be related. Let's search around the matching depiction in the bone chamber to see if we can find anything about the mirror.
Okay, Paige agreed with a nod as they returned to the other chamber. She dug her cell phone from her pocket and toggled on her flashlight, sweeping the beam around the wall near the matching drawing. I don't see anything, she admitted. Dewey trained his flashlight on the floor below them. Skulls littered the stone at their feet. He dove toward them and swiped them aside. Ew, Dewey, stop that! Paige shrieked. Dewey continued to rake the skulls and any other bones aside with his paw. Dewey! Paige shouted again.
I think there's something under them,
Dewey said as he continued to dig through the pile. Paige furrowed her brow and wrinkled her nose. What? Dewey stopped his quest to seek the bottom of the pile. He flicked the light up to the symbols matching those in the corridor.
I think this says the bodies hide the secret.
Paige stared at the symbols, her forehead crinkling as she failed to determine how he'd come to that conclusion. I thought you didn't read Mayan.
I don't, but the symbols were above a part of the mural where several people had their arms linked together around the mirror.
How are you translating that to mean these skeletons are guarding the mirror?
Well, the drawing was odd. They looked dead. They were painted in gray, unlike the other people in the mural. I think it means the dead are guarding the mirror. Their bodies are literally hiding an entrance to the chamber housing the mirror.
Paige pursed her lips, staring down at the human remains.
Help a dragon out and move some of these.
Paige crinkled her nose at the idea of touching the skulls or any other body parts.
Come on, Paige,
Dewey encouraged as he shuffled skulls around. I can't. It's gross. Dewey flicked the light into her face. She shielded her eyes with her arm.
Dig deep. I can't move all this on my own.
Paige's lips formed a deep frown, and she flicked her foot at a few of the skulls. She caught one near the bottom of a pile, its jaw clamping onto her shoe.
Ah!
She shrieked.
It bit me! Get it off! Get it off!
She danced around on one foot, desperately trying to kick the skull from her boot.
Stop playing around with that skull and help.
It's stuck on me! Get it off! Paige hopped around, flicking her ankle in the air to free her toes from the ancient bone. She gave one hard kick, and the skull flew off and smashed into another pile across the room. Bones clattered to the floor below from their neat stack as the pile crumbled. The force it took her to remove the skull from her foot sent her stumbling. She lost her balance and toppled backward. Then she landed on top of a pyramid of skulls and bones. A scream emerged from her lips as she sank into the pile of bones. They closed in around her, and the light from the flashlight dimmed. She flailed her arms and legs, trying to claw her way out. Each movement sent her deeper and deeper into the bone pile.
Paige,
Dewey called. She shrieked again as a skull smacked into her cheek. Panicked tears spilled from her eyes. Something poked her in the back as she hit the cold stone floor.
Paige?
Dewey said again as the bones stopped their shifting. Get me out, she responded.
On it, Dewey shouted. Just hang on. I'll get you free.
Hurry. They're all over me, and some disgusting bone is poking me in the back. The sound of cracking bones reached her ears while Dewey tossed bone after bone aside to clear the pile.
Light began to shine through as he lifted the bones from her body. The skull pressed against her cheek rose, replaced by Dewey's concerned face.
Are you okay?
She gave him a stilted nod. Yeah, grossed out, but okay. Other than this bone poking me in the back. Dewey held out his hand to pull her up to stand. She swiped at her hair, arms, and legs after rising to remove any bone residue and shivered.
Paige, look!
Dewey cried, shining his light at the object that had been jabbing her moments ago. A large iron ring poked from the floor. Dewey grinned at her.
I'd bet anything that leads to the mirror chamber.
At least my sacrifice wasn't for nothing, Paige said as she squatted to study it. I guess there's only one way to find out. She wrapped her fingers around the ring and glanced at Dewey with a deep inhale. She tugged upward. The large stone attached to the ring lifted into the air. Paige strained against its weight, her face reddening with the effort.
Help!
She choked out. Dewey dropped the flashlight and fluttered over. Then he grasped the ring and beat his wings hard to rise into the air. They struggled for several moments before Paige collapsed to the floor and let go of the ring. It's no use. I can't budge it, she gasped between heavy breaths.
We have to figure out something. Come on, let's try again.
Paige sucked in a deep breath and nodded, climbing to her feet again and swiping at the beads of sweat on her brow. They both grabbed hold of the ring. Paige counted to 3, and they lifted again. Paige winced as she struggled against the stone's weight, and Dewey's wings beat hard. The stone lifted only inches before they dropped it. It landed with a heavy thud back in its place. Paige collapsed to sit on the stone floor, balancing her arms on her knees. It's no use. We can't lift it. Dewey pressed his lips together in a thin line, his horns wiggling.
There has to be a way.
He rubbed his chin for a moment before he flung his paw into the air.
I've got it.
He darted across the room and grabbed a femur bone. He waved it around.
You lift, and I'll slide this under and pry it up.
That bone is ancient. It'll snap like a twig. Dewey flung it aside and rubbed his chin again.
Wait.
He darted to the backpack and dug through it.
Here, a crowbar. That'll do it.
That may actually work, Paige said with a deep sigh as she climbed to her feet. Okay, ready? She counted to 3 again before she tugged at the stone with all her might.
Almost,
Dewey said.
Just a little farther.
Paige strained every muscle in her body to lift the stone another inch. Dewey slid the crowbar through the small opening and leveraged it to help her lift. After 10 minutes of work, they'd shimmied the stone away, revealing an opening in the floor. A rickety wooden ladder led into a dark chamber below. Dewey grabbed the flashlight and shined it into the chamber. The beam died before reaching the floor. That's deep, Paige said. Dewey grabbed a skull and held it over the opening. He dropped it into the blackness. A splash sounded a few seconds later.
Yup.
Paige glanced at him, her lips drawn into a thin line. You go. You can fly. It'll be faster.
No way. I'm not going into the creepy pit alone.
One of us should stay here. It would be stupid for us both to go in there. What if we get stuck? Dewey thrust the flashlight at her.
You go then.
Why me? You'd be way faster, and if the ladder breaks, you can fly out. Dewey poked a finger at her.
You're the librarian.
Paige shoved it away and jabbed a finger at him. You insisted you wanted to do field work. They stared at each other for a few seconds, neither willing to give in. After a moment, Paige flicked her gaze away, holding her hands out in front of her. Okay, we shouldn't split up. That's how people die in, every horror movie ever.
Right, yes. Creepy temple, werewolves involved. Probably shouldn't split up.
Right, Paige said with a sharp nod. So we both go down.
Deal. I'll carry the flashlight. You take the backpack.
Paige nodded, strode to the bag, and tossed her phone into the waterproof pouch before slinging it onto both shoulders and snapping the clip across her chest. She puckered her lips and blew out a long breath, staring into the deep, dark hole. Okay, let's go. Dewey flitted inside while Paige crawled onto the first steps of the ladder. It creaked and groaned under her weight when she inched her way down it, rung by rung. Dewey hovered close to her, swinging the flashlight around as they descended. Water dripped below them, the only other sound outside of Paige's heavy breathing.
"I see the bottom,"
Dewey shouted after a few moments. Paige scurried down the final few rungs. Then she leaped off and into a pool of water that reached her thighs.
"Ugh,"
she moaned. Dewey swung the beam back and forth in the chamber.
"Must be an underground river. It goes that way."
He aimed the beam into the distance. They crept forward, moving along with the flowing water. Paige stared down into the dark waters as she waded through them.
"Ugh,
I hope there are no creepy fish in here."
"Like piranhas,"
Dewey said.
"That'd be your luck."
Paige squeezed her eyes closed as she continued forward. The flow of the water quickened, whisking past her legs. "Is this getting deeper?" she questioned as the water lapped at the top of her legs.
"I wouldn't know."
Paige shot him an annoyed glance. "No, you wouldn't, Mr. I'm still dry." Dewey shrugged and darted in front of her as the water turned frothy, speeding along under him.
"Looks like the current is even faster up here."
"Yeah," Paige said. "It's getting hard to— Whoa!" The water whipping past dislodged her feet from the riverbed. She lost her balance, slipping deeper into the water. With flailing arms, she struggled to stay afloat as the current pushed her along. "Dewey, help!"
"Paige!"
Dewey shouted, racing after her as she floated past him. A loud roaring met her ears, while Paige glided farther along with Dewey chasing after her. She glanced ahead of her, trying to ascertain the source of the sound as it grew deafening. Her eyes grew wide when she spotted it. The underground river disappeared over a steep ledge. "Dewey, it's a waterfall! Hurry!"
"I'm trying,"
Dewey said as he sped along. He stretched his tiny arm out, reaching for her. Paige spread her fingers, surging out of the water toward him as she fought against the current. His scaly fingers wrapped around hers, and for a moment, she slowed, before the current swept them both along. With shrieks echoing in the cavern from both of them, they tumbled over the edge of the waterfall. Chapter 32. Paige plunged into the underground river's icy waters. The force of the impact ripped her fingers from Dewey's paw. She flicked her hand around in the water, blindly searching for the tiny dragon. Her lungs burned as she spent longer underwater than she preferred. She clawed for the surface, disoriented and unable to find it in the dark chamber. Finally, cool air caressed her fingers. Paige shot out of the water, choking and coughing as she gulped in a deep breath. She wiped at her eyes while she trod water. Dots of liquid covered her glasses, which had miraculously stayed on during the fall. She spun in a circle, searching for her small friend. "Dewey?" She continued to spin, searching the water and the air. "Dewey!" Her lower lip trembled from the cold and from worry. She blubbered out his name one more time, her face pinched as her stomach clenched. Tears welled in her eyes. She sniffled, continuing to tread water. A light bobbled in the distance. She crinkled her brow, forcing her limbs to move toward it while she shivered. The light shone in her eyes after a moment, and she squinted against it.
"Paige?"
Dewey's voice called. Paige gasped. "Dewey?" He buzzed past her and swung around.
"Paige!"
"Dewey!" she shouted. "I thought you were gone. I couldn't find you after the water ripped us apart."
"Same," Dewey said. "I managed to hold on to the flashlight and find my way out of the water. There's a bank down this way. You can climb out and warm up."
Paige nodded as she shivered and continued to swim in the direction Dewey signaled with the light. In minutes, she'd squeezed through a small passage into a larger chamber with a bank on one side. The river disappeared through an opening in the far wall. Paige cut across the river, fighting the current to swim toward the bank and climb out. She wrung out her t-shirt and squeezed water from her hair as Dewey swung the light beam around the cavern wall.
"Here's an opening,"
he shouted, waving Paige farther down the embankment. She finished squishing water from her clothes and backpack and strode toward Dewey's location. A dark chamber yawned beyond an opening hewn in the stone.
"Should we go in?"
Dewey asked. "What choice do we have?" Paige retorted, flinging her arms out. "We can't go back the way we came. I just hope there's a way out."
"If not, all's not lost,"
Dewey said as they ducked through the doorway and into the small chamber.
"I could fly up and out and get someone to help you."
"Good point, but I'd prefer that be a last-ditch effort. I really don't want to be stuck down here by myself."
"At least there are no bones in this part,"
Dewey said, sweeping his beam across the floor and up the walls. "It's still creepy, though. An underground river, a waterfall, another weird little chamber." They picked their way across the rectangular room. Dewey swept the beam upward, noting the arches carved into the ceiling.
"Wow," he whispered. "This almost looks like—"
"A temple," Paige finished for him.
"Yes, exactly."
Paige adjusted her glasses on her face. "Which makes me hopeful that we'll find an exit." As they proceeded under the domed ceiling, the light bounced off the end of the chamber. Another stone structure rose from the top of a raised platform. Dewey flew toward it, waving the light over it.
"This looks like a holder for something."
He pointed the beam at one of the two stone half-circles extending from a stone plinth. Paige climbed the 3 stone steps and studied the setup. "Yes, something about 2 feet wide."
"The mirror,"
Dewey suggested. "Maybe," Paige said, slapping her palm against her forehead. "Which means it's not here." Dewey's shoulders slumped as he landed and stalked across the raised platform.
"We were too late."
"I don't think so," Paige said, as she squatted down and studied the stone platform underneath the mirror's supposed resting spot.
"What makes you think that? I don't see a mirror," Dewey snapped.
Paige waved him over toward her. "Bring the light over here." Dewey obliged, stalking toward her and pointing the light where she indicated. Paige blew dust away from a rough portion of the stone. The letters F.C. were carved into the stone, followed by the year 1697.
"F.C.?"
Dewey read as Paige stood and scanned the chamber.
"What does it mean?"
"I think it means the mirror was removed in 1697 by someone with the initials F.C.
"Francisco Coronado?"
Dewey proposed as Paige dug through the wet backpack, retrieving the waterproof pouch and pulling her phone from it. "No, that doesn't fit," she answered. "Coronado's expeditions were much earlier than 1697. Someone else discovered that mirror and moved it." She flicked on her flashlight and swept the tiny beam around the space.
"So I guess we're back to the drawing board, assuming we can get out of here."
"Not necessarily," Paige said, focusing her flashlight's beam on a portion of the stairs leading to the mirror's platform.
"What is it?"
Dewey asked, swinging his beam to the same spot. "There's something written on this stone. I can't read it, but it must mean something."
"Maybe it's the way out,"
Dewey said. "I hope not. It's tiny. I'll never fit through there."
"Maybe it triggers the way out."
Paige collapsed onto the step next to the marked stone and traced the outline with her fingers. She tugged at it, trying to move it from its spot, but it did not budge. Dewey set the flashlight down, aimed at the stone, and lowered himself to the step below it. He grabbed the bottom of the block and flipped it upward. The stone hinged backward, revealing a secret compartment. Inside, a golden box covered in intricate symbols gleamed against the light. Paige's heart skipped a beat as she reached for it, and she ran a finger over the cool metal.
"Open it,"
Dewey shouted. Paige flipped open the lid, finding a rolled-up scroll inside. Carefully, she lifted it from the container and unrolled it. Dewey grabbed the flashlight and shined the beam onto the parchment.
"That's not Mayan,"
he noted, spotting letters instead of glyphs. "No," Paige answered as she scanned the writing. "I've never seen a language like this before." Dewey's eyebrows shot upward.
"Paige, this is the incantation for the mirror. Look."
He pointed a shaky digit to the name Zybelcan. Paige's eyes widened. "I think you're right."
"We did it,"
Dewey exclaimed, pumping his paw in the air.
We found the incantation.
Paige rolled up the scroll and placed it in the waterproof pouch along with her cell phone before she slung the backpack onto her back again. She flicked the gold box closed and pushed the stone back into place. Yeah, now all we have to do is find a way out of here.
And get that mirror.
Right, Paige said as she swiped the flashlight from the floor and swept the beam around in search of an exit. Dewey perched on her shoulder, resting a paw on the top of her head to steady himself. I don't see anything, Paige said after a few moments of searching.
Maybe we have to go back into the river and under the stone wall it ran into.
I'd rather not try that. I'm afraid it doesn't go anywhere, and I'll be stuck underwater. Dewey grimaced, his horns wiggling.
You're right, and so would I. Pass.
Paige continued her methodic search of the walls, sweeping the beam back and forth until Dewey shouted,
There!
Where? Paige asked, moving the beam around.
Up there,
Dewey answered, tilting the flashlight beam higher. A small, round, black hole yawned from the stone near the ceiling.
I'll check it out.
Dewey launched off Paige's shoulder and flew upward with the flashlight in hand, peering into the opening. He twisted to face Paige, grinning.
It's a passageway.
Paige stood on her tiptoes and reached, her fingers just grazing the opening. Maybe I can climb up there.
Give me the backpack, Dewey instructed. I can pull it through. I'm not sure you'll fit with it on.
Paige wrinkled her nose as she shrugged off the pack and flung it up to Dewey. He caught it and shoved it into the hole, ducking inside with the light.
Come on,
he called. With her arms stretched overhead, Paige leaped upward, clamped her fingers on the opening, and planted her feet against the wall. She scrambled upward, running up the stone as she pulled herself up into the tight crawl space. She winced, using her elbows to crawl forward with her head ducked low. She moaned. This is a little tight. Dewey aimed the light ahead of them.
Try not to think about the stone that's almost pressing against your back, with tons of earth pressing down against it, and...
Dewey! Paige shouted. That's not helping.
Oh, right. Okay, let's just try to get through this as quickly as possible.
He grabbed the strap of the backpack and walked forward in the passage, his neck rounded so he could fit. Paige army-crawled behind him. The crawl space twisted and turned a few times before it slanted upward.
We're going up, Dewey said. That's a good sign.
Yeah, Paige grunted from behind him, digging her fingers into any holes she could find to pull herself up. They crawled through the passage for several more feet before Dewey's flashlight beam smacked off of a solid object. He waved the beam around, searching for another outlet.
Uh-oh,
he said when he found none. What is it? Paige asked, craning her neck to stare ahead of her. When she spotted a wall of roots and dirt in front of them, she let her head thud against the bottom of the passage. Great.
Did we miss something?
No, we didn't miss anything in this tiny space. There were no other openings. We're stuck.
We'll have to go back, Dewey said.
Huh, Paige barked, rubbing her forehead with her filthy, bruised, and bloody hands. I can barely move in this tiny tunnel. I can't turn around, and I'm not sure I can back all the way out. Dewey squashed his lips together.
Well, I can try to squeeze past you, I guess, and go for help.
Paige shot him an unimpressed glance. Really? Do you really think you can get past me? Dewey wandered toward her, shining his light down the passage. He wrinkled his nose, his ears wiggling.
No, I'll never make it past your butt.
We're trapped, Paige said as she sank her head onto the back of her hand. I'm going to die in this passage on my second day as a librarian. Dewey swung his light beam back toward the dirt wall.
Not if I can help it.
He set the flashlight down, aimed at the roots and dirt.
This must have been a way out before. It's probably just grown in since it was last used.
He clawed at the dirt, tugging roots aside and making an indentation in the wall. Paige glanced up at him before she let her head fall back to her hand. Give it up, Dewey. We're as good as dead. Dewey continued his frantic clawing. Dirt rained down on Paige as he shifted more dirt from the wall to the passage. He stopped after a moment. What is it? Paige asked.
Turn off the flashlight.
Why?
Just turn it off.
Paige flicked off the light, plunging the chamber into darkness. As the bright flashlight beam died, another light replaced it. A tiny pinprick of daylight pierced through the blackness.
Look,
Dewey shouted.
outside!
He excitedly resumed his clawing, making the opening larger with each swipe. Keep going!
I can smell the air. Woo, it's still hot.
I don't care how hot it is, Paige said. I just want to get out of here.
One escape route coming right up,
Dewey said with a giddy chuckle. He clawed more dirt away before he dove into the hole, pushing his way through the small opening and into the fresh air. He popped his head back into the hole.
Give me the backpack.
Paige shoved it forward toward him, inching up toward the opening. Dewey reached inside and grabbed it. Then he snaked it through the hole and poked his head in again.
Come on.
Paige crawled toward the small opening and stuck her head through. It's not big enough, she groaned as she shrugged to move her shoulders through the hole.
Go back and stick your arms out first. I'll pull you out.
I can't fit.
Yes, you can. Give me your hand,
Dewey insisted. Paige retreated into the dark passage and stuck her hand toward the light. A scaly paw grasped it.
Now the other.
She reached with the other hand and grabbed onto his paw.
Push with your feet,
Dewey called. Paige struggled to push herself forward, fighting to find traction on the stone below her with little ability to bend her legs. Dewey tugged at her arms. Her shoulder joints strained as he pulled, and she smacked into the dirt wall.
Push, Paige,
he groaned, his face turning purple with effort. Paige gave a hard kick with her legs, and the dirt gave way. Her top half spilled out through the opening, knocking dirt away from the small hillside from which she emerged. Dewey released her hands and grabbed her shoulders, tugging her further from the hole. She scrambled out, crawling on her hands and knees a few feet away before she flopped onto her back, staring up at the canopy of trees above her. She puffed out a few breaths and swallowed hard. Dewey hovered above her.
Are you okay?
Yeah, she said between gasps. Thanks. Dewey pointed a finger gun at her and winked.
Anytime, partner.
After another few gulps of the hot, humid air, she sat up and glanced around. Where are we? Dewey scanned the horizon in all directions.
There's the temple,
he said, pointing through the trees. Paige climbed to her feet, brushing off as much dirt as she could from her clothing before slinging on the backpack. Come on, let's get out of here. She popped open his carrier and he hopped inside. I can't wait to get into air conditioning, Paige grumbled. And a shower.
There's a shower on the plane,
Dewey said. A smile formed on Paige's lips. I saw that. It's nicer than the shower in my apartment. I can't wait to try it. I feel so grimy.
And right after, we need to talk about where to go next. Where is the mirror?
Paige shook her head as she fought through the trees and into the clearing. I'm not... Her voice cut off, and she squared her brows together. She spun, searching the clearing. Where is everyone?
Really? They left us?
Dewey complained from inside the crate. I can't believe they'd do that. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless they made a deal with the werewolves, Paige said, as she circled around the temple in search of the others. As she rounded one corner, she spotted a lump lying on the ground. She raced toward it, finding Mateo sprawled on his stomach. Paige rolled him over. Blood stained his shirt, and he gasped for breath. Mateo, what happened? Paige asked as she knelt next to him. His hand shook, and his eyes grew wide.
Hombre lobo.
What? Paige questioned. Where is everyone else?
Tomado. Hombre lobo.
The man gasped in a shaky breath before his head lolled to the side, and his eyes stared ahead at nothing. Paige pressed her lips together, dipping her chin toward her chest and offering a silent prayer for the man as she slid his eyes closed.
Paige? I think we'd better go.
Paige stood and glanced around. But where are the others?
Gone.
What?
That's what he was saying.
Dewey reported from inside his carrier.
He said gone. Well, no, he said taken, and the other word he kept repeating was werewolf.
A growl sounded from deep in the jungle. Paige snapped her head toward it.
I think we'd better go,
Dewey said from inside the carrier.
Now.
Chapter 33. Paige sucked in a shaky breath and nodded. But which way?
We came in on the side with the steps,
Dewey answered. All the sides have steps. Paige gulped in a few breaths as she searched for something familiar. She pointed to the stone statue of Zybelcan. There!
Yes,
Dewey shouted.
We saw that when we came out of the jungle. That way.
Paige raced toward an opening in the trees and hurried along the path Mateo had cut earlier. Her feet pounded against the earth as she put as much distance as possible between herself and the temple. She slowed, but did not stop, gasping for air after 15 minutes of hard running. Following the cut path as best she could, she walked toward what she hoped was the temple of Kulkulkan while the sun lowered in the sky. After 2 hours, they emerged at the tourist destination. Several people still milled around the temple. She breathed a sigh of relief while she trudged away from the site. Several tourists cast sidelong glances at her as she passed them, covered from head to toe in dirty smudges and dripping sweat. She plopped onto a stone bench and slid the backpack sideways. Then she dug inside it for her cell phone. An X indicated no service on her phone, and she sighed as she tossed it back inside.
I saw a taxi stand in the parking lot earlier.
Let's hope there's a cab, Paige said, shimmying the backpack onto her shoulders and rising from the bench. She lumbered the remaining distance to the parking lot, found the taxi stand, and secured a ride. As she slid into the back seat, giving the driver her destination, she fanned herself. The driver shot her a glance in his rearview mirror, his forehead crinkling. Don't ask, Paige said with a dismissive wave of her hand. He returned his gaze to the road ahead, driving them to the private airstrip. She climbed from the back of the cab, paid the driver, and crossed to the waiting plane. The pilot and co-pilot lounged inside in the leather chairs. They leaped to their feet as she slogged through the door, eyeing her from head to toe. Don't ask, she repeated.
We need to get going,
Dewey said.
We're refueled and ready, the pilot answered. Where to?
Paige shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. I don't... Her voice cut off, and she popped her eyes open, snapping her fingers. Scotland. Just a second. Paige swung the backpack off her back and dumped it on the couch before she grabbed the RP from the table Dewey'd left it on earlier. She punched in a search term, then popped her head upward. Loch Larny, Scotland. The pilot nodded.
We'll get a course plotted to the nearest private air club and be underway as soon as we can.
Thanks. After securing the cabin door, the two men disappeared into the cockpit. Paige unzipped Dewey's carrier and allowed him to fly out.
Scotland?
Dewey shouted, following Paige down the hall as she stripped off her hiking boots and still damp socks.
Why there?
Paige darted into the bathroom and turned on the water, adjusting the temperature. Call it a hunch.
A hunch.
A hunch. There were 4 locations on my list of potential places for the mirror. Paige ticked them off on her fingers. Chichen Itza, which clearly was a bust outside of the incantation, Spain, Cuba, and Loch Larny.
Why'd you pick that one?
I almost crossed that one off my list earlier, but I left it on. There was a cryptic note about someone named Finley Colville returning to Loch Larny with an odd trinket after traveling to study the Mayans in the late 1600s. Finley Colville, FC. It fits. Dewey raised his eyebrows as Paige shooed him from the bathroom.
Let's hope your gut feeling is correct.
Paige offered him a curt smile and a nod before she slammed the door in his face.
I'll do some research,
he called as she peeled off her dirty clothes and stepped into the shower. After scrubbing the dirt from her skin and under her nails, Paige shuffled around in the robe and slippers she found in the bathroom cubby while she waited for her clothes to dry. After a quick rinse of them in the shower, she waved the hairdryer over them in an effort to speed the process. The pilot had informed them they'd arrive in London mid-morning. Dewey used his RP to rent them a car for the drive north to Loch Larny. After a few minutes, she hung the damp clothes on the towel rack and dragged herself out to the couch. Then she threw herself across it. "I'm beat," she said, as she slung her arm over her eyes.
Well, get unbeat, because we should come up with a game plan. I've done some research while you were relaxing in the shower and—
"Relaxing?" Paige interrupted, removing her arm from her face. "I was literally scrubbing the filth of an underground river and tiny crawl space from my body and trying to clean my clothes enough to be presentable." Dewey shot her a glance, waving a paw in the air.
I mean, you could just buy some clothes when we get to Scotland. Maybe a nice wool sweater or something.
Paige raised her eyebrows. "Oh, and did you research where I could buy said nice woolen sweater?"
Actually, I did. I mapped out our route from London to Loch Larny.
Dewey tossed the RP over to her, showing a route. Several stops were marked along the way. Paige studied the route map.
The first stop is at a lovely chippy. It'll be lunchtime when we arrive, and I thought—
"What's a chippy?" Dewey's horns wiggled as he wrinkled his nose.
"A fish and chips shop. Really, Paige, you need some culture."
Paige rolled her eyes at him and returned to studying the map.
"Now, as I was saying, the first is at a lovely chippy called Dino's Place, where we can enjoy a nice order of fish and chips. It's a bit off the route in a town called Millom, but I heard it's worth it. Best place in the country. The second is a charming store selling all manner of woolen clothing. I thought you could buy a nice Scottish sweater for the trip up north."
"You may have a point. My still dirty, light t-shirt may leave something to be desired in the Highlands."
Dewey nodded and pointed a finger at her. "Exactly. And if they have a dog sweater, could you—"
"I'll buy you a nice warm wool dog sweater. Oh, but we'll have to cut holes for your wings."
"It'll be worth it. I'm not a fan of cold weather."
"No? Is it warm where you're from?"
"The winters are cold, and I hated it."
"Shadow Harbor can get cold."
Dewey said with a shrug. "Not as cold as the mountains of Romania, and I was never outside anyway."
"Good point. Okay, so we stop for fish and chips, then we stop for sweaters, and then—" She flicked her gaze to Dewey and pointed a finger at him for the next location. Dewey flitted over to the RP and pressed a button. A new picture filled the screen.
"And then on to Castle Larny."
"Ooh," Paige murmured as she stared at the picture of a large stone castle. Towers and turrets poked into the sky from the boxy structure. "I've never been to a castle before." Dewey settled back on the love seat across from Paige.
"I have. It's not that great. They're drafty and musty."
"Way to ruin it for me, Dewey."
"Anyway, it's now a hotel. I made reservations for us to stay there."
He motioned for her to return the RP.
"I booked us the Ben Nye suite."
Dewey tapped the screen and spun it to show Paige. "Looks fancy." Dewey nodded and turned the screen back to him.
"And haunted."
Paige sat up, her eyes wide. "Haunted? Seriously?"
"Yes, by a Ben Nye."
Paige wrinkled her nose, tugging her lips back into a grimace. "What's a Ben Nye?"
"A Scottish version of a banshee. But don't worry, the Scottish version washes clothes for you. I figured, given the state of your current belongings, it may come in handy."
Paige flopped back into the pillows. "That's just perfect. Just what we need. A ghost running around while we're fighting werewolves and searching for the mirror." Dewey chuckled, tapping around on the RP. "What's so funny?" He laughed again and shot her a glance.
"Paige, there are no such things as ghosts."
Paige narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you serious? There are like 60 types of vampires, 30 types of werewolves, fairies, pixies." Dewey poked a finger in her direction.
"Don't forget the Varkalax."
"And dragons. But there are no such things as ghosts?" Dewey snorted another laugh.
"Of course not. Don't be ridiculous."
He rolled his eyes as he tapped around on the device again.
"Now, if we're finished with the absurd talk about ghosts, let's move on to the best places to search for this mirror."
They spent the next several hours discussing the various locations to check in the nearby town, caves, and castle. Then they settled in to nap for a few hours before landing outside of London. After a quick stop at the Chippy and another in Edinburgh to purchase new clothes, including a dog sweater for Dewey that Paige quickly modified to fit around his wings, they slid into the car for the long drive north. Dewey climbed out from his carrier, kicking it to the floor below and settling into the seat as Paige navigated across the Queensferry crossing. Since they were leaving Edinburgh behind in the early afternoon, their trip to Loch Larny would take them until the early evening hours. They arrived as the sun sank low on the horizon, painting the sky a deep red. "Wow," Paige said, as she eyed the picturesque view. Dewey climbed to the window, his tail swishing as he studied the horizon. "I've never been to Scotland." "Me either," Paige admitted, swinging the car off the main road onto a smaller one marked with a sign reading Loch Larny and an arrow. Dewey plopped back into the seat with a sigh. "I've never been anywhere outside of Romania or the Shadow Harbor Library's archives." Paige offered him a rueful glance. "Then I guess we'll get to experience new things together. I've only been to Greyburg and Shadow Harbor." Dewey raised his eyebrows, shooting her a surprised glance. "Really?" "Yep. Never left the country until now." "And then you did 3 countries in the span of as many days," Dewey said with a chuckle, kicking his feet onto the seat as he laughed. "I guess I know how to make up for lost time." Paige ducked her head, staring out the windshield at the structure looming on the hill. "Whoa, is that the castle?" Dewey checked the GPS on her phone. "Looks like it." Paige aimed the vehicle for the tall, tan structure, passing between 2 stone columns on a gravel drive. She eased the car to a stop in a designated parking area near the castle. With Dewey zipped into his carrier, she climbed from the car and stared upward at the tall turrets and towers. Flags blew in the evening breeze, and the stones took on a red cast from the setting sun. Paige wrinkled her nose as she studied the crumbling bricks, ivy climbing them in several spots. In the dim, dusky light, the castle looming over her had an eerie countenance. "Are you sure there aren't ghosts?" "I'm beginning to wonder," Dewey said as he eyed it through the mesh. Paige wrangled her bag from the car and kicked the door shut before she lumbered to the castle's front door. "I can't wait to stretch out in bed. I think my legs are permanently kinked from that car ride." "I'm hungry too," Dewey said. "I hope they have room service." "Me too," Paige said as she swung the massive door inward on creaky hinges. She stepped inside the large entrance. A fire roared in the stone fireplace across the space. Paige stepped onto the hardwood, the centuries-old flooring groaning under her weight. "Hello?" she called, voice echoing off the stone walls. She flicked a glance at the 4 armchairs grouped around the inviting fire. Empty. She strode toward them and sank into one, appreciating the warmth radiating from the fireplace. Her eyes rose to a portrait above it. She stood and leaned forward, squinting at the nameplate. "Finley Colville," she read aloud, letting her eyes rise to stare at the kilt-clad man depicted in the portrait. "We're in the right place." "Talking to the ghosts?" a Scottish voice inquired from behind her. Paige leaped into the air, spinning around to face the short, round woman. She adjusted her glasses as she collected her bags and strode toward her. "No, just reading the nameplate out loud." She stuck out her hand. "Hi, I'm Paige Turner. I booked a room here." The woman slid a laptop from inside a roll-top desk and popped it open, introducing herself as Helen, the proprietor. "I was just building a fire in your suite. That'll be nice and toasty when you get up there." "Thanks," Paige said as she dug in her bag and produced a credit card. "On vacation?" the woman asked as she typed the numbers into the laptop. "No," Paige said with a shake of her head. The woman raised her eyebrows as she handed the card back. "Oh, on business?" "No," Paige answered. "I mean, yes. Well, sort of." She adjusted the glasses on her nose as she explained. "I was attending a work conference in Edinburgh and decided to take a trip north for some sightseeing. So, both, I guess." The woman smiled and nodded as a printer sprang to life under the desk. She whipped a paper from the top of it and handed it to Paige. 2-night stay. Great, thanks. Would there happen to be a restaurant around here that's still open and delivers? Well, there's a pub in town. If I call, I could probably convince them to deliver if you'd like. My cousin owns it. Paige smiled and waved her phone in the air. Oh, that'd be perfect. Is there a menu or a website? I didn't think he's got a website, she answered. But let me see if I've got a leaflet here. She dug around in the papers on the desk and retrieved a trifold paper printed in blue ink. Here we are. Paige scanned the menu, wondering if Dewey liked bangers and mash. After a moment, she handed it back. 2 orders of the fish and chips and 2 butterscotch puddings. The woman smiled and nodded before her brow crinkled. She held up 2 fingers and wiggled them. Did you say 2, lassie? Yup, I'm really hungry. I missed lunch. The woman flicked her eyebrows up and down as she nodded again, an expression of confusion still on her features. I'll charge it to your room and bring it up once it's here. Thanks, I appreciate that, Paige said. The woman pulled a key from a row of them and handed it to Paige. Take the main staircase up and go to the left. Go down that hall until the first branch on the right. Take it and keep going to the end. Hang a left and you'll be at the Benai suite. Can't miss it. Left, right, left. Got it. Paige gave her a sharp nod and waved the key in the air, jiggling the tassel attached to it. I'll bring that order up as soon as I've got it, she called as Paige strode to the steps and stared up them, her feet sinking into the thick red carpeting. She wandered through the halls of the castle, eyeing the paintings, coat of arms, and full-size suits of armor decorating them. She arrived at the suite with no trouble and stuck the heavy key into the door. Then she turned it and pushed the door into the room. A blazing fire warmed the space, and the proprietor had switched on a few lights for her. She stepped into the generously sized sitting area and tossed her bag on an armchair before she set Dewey's carrier on the sofa. She unzipped it, and he popped out, his eyes scanning the space. Wow, a real Scottish castle. He darted around the room, rubbing his paws over the thick bedding on the 4-poster bed before studying the landscape painting next to it. Hey, watch how much you're flitting around. Helen will be coming up with our food, and the last thing we need is for her to catch you flying around the room. Dewey buzzed over to the window and tugged the sheer curtain toward the red tartan drape, glancing out. Lights glowed from the nearby town of Loch Larney, glittering off the loch in the distance. We can see the town from here, Dewey said. He shifted his viewpoint. And part of the driveway. We can watch for the car to drive up. Good, Paige said, as she pulled the bedspread down on the canopy bed and slipped her shoes off. Dewey waved her over to the window. What is it? She asked, peering out into the growing darkness. Watch for the food, he said, handing the shear off to her and darting away to explore the room further. You're lucky I'm partial to the scenery up here, or else I'd have stuck you back in your carrier so I didn't have to stand guard here, Paige called over her shoulder before returning her attention to the growing darkness over the rolling hills. Do you think there are any secret passages in here? She set her gaze on the waters of the loch, sparkling as the moon rose in the dark blue sky. Don't be ridiculous. There could be, Dewey argued. There was in the werewolf mansion. Paige perched on the windowsill, staring out at the driveway. That's all myth. There aren't any secret... A scraping noise interrupted her statement, and she snapped her head in its direction. Dewey stared at her, his jaw hanging open and an amused expression dancing across his teal face. One of the candelabras sat askew against the burgundy wall. A hole gaped in the wallpaper next to it. Are you kidding me? Paige exclaimed, hurrying over to the opening and peering inside. Dewey grinned at her and buzzed across the room. Then he dug in the backpack for the flashlight. He clicked it on and darted back to the opening. Let's check it out. Paige hurried back to the window and glanced outside. Okay, but we can't be in there long. I'm not sure how long the food will take to get here. Dewey spiraled upward in a circle, pumping his fist in the air. Yeah, let's go. Paige followed him into the dark passage. She ducked to avoid cobwebs strung from the corners as they wound around behind other rooms. Dewey swept the light beam from side to side. "Where do you think it comes out?" "How should I know?" Paige answered.
Maybe in a dungeon.
"Oh, please," Paige said as they inched ahead through the passage. "Not another dungeon."
It makes sense. I bet they have a massive dungeon in here, with an Iron Maiden and one of those racks to stretch people.
"Ew," Paige said with a wrinkled nose. A spider scurried away as Dewey swept his light over the dust-covered wood creating the walls.
Yeah, I bet they tortured lots of people up here in the Highlands.
"Will you quit talking about creepy stuff while we're in the creepy passage?"
Sorry,
Dewey said as they rounded a corner. Voices floated down the passage. Paige froze, shushing any further conversation. She held up a finger.
Listen. Voices,
Dewey said. Paige nodded in the darkness and tapped a finger farther down the passage. They crept down the corridor. The voices became clearer as they inched further along. Paige signaled for Dewey to click off the light. As their eyes became adjusted to the darkness, a pinpoint of light shone through the wall. Dewey darted toward it and peered through the opening. He grabbed Paige's hand with his paw as she closed the distance between them and whispered in her ear, "Check it out." He settled on her shoulder, placing his front paw on the top of her head to steady himself. Paige stared into the small hall. One man stalked around the large bedroom. The other sat in an armchair near the fireplace.
"Sure the deal is in place?"
The seated man inquired of the other.
"Yes,"
he said, his chiseled jaw flexing as he answered.
"And the arrival of the woman?"
The man paced the length of the room, running his fingers through his shoulder-length, unruly dark hair.
"Not a problem. I'm handling it." "How?"
The man clenched his jaw and spoke through gritted teeth.
"I have it under control."
Paige narrowed her eyes at the man, squinting at his jawline as it rippled with long, wolf-like hair poking from it. The other man stood, buttoning his blazer, his dark hair slicked down toward his head. His piercing blue eyes almost glowed, even at this distance.
"Good,"
he said,
"because Paige Turner must be eliminated."
Chapter 34. Paige gasped as the man strode from the room, leaving the shaggy-haired man behind. He clenched his fists before he knocked a table over with a vicious growl, his features contorting into a wolf-like face before settling back into a set of human features. Dewey tapped the top of Paige's head.
"Go,"
he whispered as he flicked on the flashlight. Paige scurried down the hall, with Dewey clinging to her shoulder. They emerged into the suite. Dewey flew from her shoulder, flying back and forth around the room in his version of pacing. "Did you hear that?" Paige asked, leaning against the wall as she gasped in breaths. Dewey clenched his paws into fists.
"Yeah, they're trying to kill you. I'd bet they're werewolves."
"No kidding. The one guy almost morphed into a wolf right in front of our eyes."
"This is terrible, but also good."
Paige screwed up her face. "Huh?"
"Terrible that the werewolves are already here and looking to kill you, but also good because it must mean we're on the right track. The deal they were discussing must be for the mirror."
Paige pushed off the wall and paced the floor, running her fingers through her fiery hair. "What are we going to do?" A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Their gazes cut to the door, and Paige winced. "Go hide in the bathroom," she hissed, shooing him toward the door across the space. A knock sounded again. "Miss Turner?" Helen called. "I have your order from the pub." Dewey flew into the bathroom and eased the door closed behind him. "Coming!" Paige called as she pulled the secret passage closed, wincing as the door scraped across the floor. She dove toward the couch and tossed the empty carrier behind it. She cleared her throat and adjusted her sweater as she strode to the door, trying to compose herself. She sucked in a breath, blowing it out through parted lips as she adjusted her glasses, then tugged the door open. The paper bag crackled as Helen waved it at her with a grin. "2 fish and chips and 2 butterscotch puddings for the hungry traveler." "Thank you," Paige said, grabbing the bag and starting to close the door. Helen stuck her foot in the opening before she clicked it closed. "Oh, is there anything else I can get you? Maybe a glass of wine or an ale?" "Oh, no thanks. I'm good with the bottled water on the nightstand." Paige waved a finger toward the setup. She tried the door again, but Helen continued to block it. Her eyes darted inside, focusing on the closed bathroom door for a second, until she refocused on Paige. "Everything satisfactory with the room?" "It's lovely," Paige said with a grin. "I've never stayed in a castle before. I'm sure I'll have a great first night in that bed, though." Helen eyed the closed bathroom door for a moment again. "Well, if you need anything, let me know." "I will, thanks." The woman gave her a tight-lipped smile and a nod, shooting one last glance at the bathroom door before she spun on her heel and headed down the hall. Paige pushed the door closed, puffing her cheeks out as she blew out a sigh of relief. "Coast's clear." The bathroom's thick, carved mahogany door popped open, and Dewey stuck his head out, sniffing the air.
Smells great. Let's eat."
"What about the secret passage?" Dewey dumped the flashlight on the coffee table in front of the fireplace and perched on the couch.
"We'll explore it later. The fish and chips will be gross if we let them get cold. And then we can't properly compare it to the Millam chippy."
Paige plopped on the couch next to him and unloaded the food, setting the dessert aside for later. She handed a container off to him, along with a few napkins, before she popped the lid on her own meal. The scent of pub food filled the air, and she bit into a fry before wrangling a plastic fork from inside a wrapper and pulling off a chunk of fish.
Dewey
murmured next to her. He took a few more bites of the fish fillet before he munched on a fry.
"This is good."
"It is," Paige agreed.
"But I think the chippy shop beats it."
Paige took another bite of the fish and narrowed her eyes, staring into the air as she chewed. You may have a point."
"It had more flavor in the breading."
They polished off their meals and the dessert. Paige stuffed the empty containers back into the bag and set them near the trash can in the room. She flopped onto the bed and patted her belly. "Whew, I'm not sure I can move to explore the passage after that meal."
"I know the feeling,"
Dewey said, flying slowly to the bed and plopping down next to Paige. He sprawled on his back, flinging his arms out. "Maybe after a quick nap," Paige said, her words slurring as she slid her eyes closed.
"Paige, Paige,"
Dewey's voice called. It echoed through her brain, sounding odd and distorted. Paige tried to answer, but she couldn't open her eyes or make her lips move. She murmured something unintelligible, wondering why she couldn't open her eyes. She tried to lift her arm or move her legs, but found herself unable.
"Paige,"
Dewey hissed in her ear again.
"Wake up."
Her body jiggled as Dewey poked her.
"There's someone at the door."
Paige fought to flutter her eyes open. The room spun, hazy and warped. She squeezed them closed again as nausea washed over her. A creak sounded, and light hit her closed eyelids.
"Shoot,"
Dewey hissed, before the world faded away from her. Water dripped in the distance as Paige fluttered her eyelids open. She stared up at a stony ceiling while she lay on her back. Her arms were stretched over her head and her legs splayed. She struggled to keep her eyes open, sucking in raspy gasps of breath. Nausea swept over her in waves, but she fought to keep her eyes open, afraid of slipping back into unconsciousness. She tugged at her limbs, but found herself unable to move. Panic washed over her, clearing some of the haze from her mind and forcing her to become more alert. She yanked at her hands and feet, craning her neck to glance at them. Metal restraints were strapped around her wrists and ankles. A large wheel stood above her head, with chains wrapping around it that extended to her wrists. She swallowed hard, realizing she lay on the medieval torture device known as the rack. Her breathing turned ragged, and tears spilled onto her cheeks. She tugged against the restraints in a desperate attempt to break free. The metal didn't budge, digging into her flesh. "Help!" she cried. A Scottish voice answered her. "You're awake." Paige ceased her writhing, flicking her gaze toward an opening in the stone wall. Helen stood limbed in the light spilling from the stairway. She carried a large set of keys as she stalked toward Paige. Helen, help! Quick, unlock the shackles! Helen sidled up to the table and stared down at her. I'm afraid that won't be possible. She tossed the keys to the side. They glanced off a nearby wall and jangled to the stone floor below. Paige followed their arc with dismay. She flicked her gaze to Helen again, her eyes pleading. Please, she sobbed, let me go. Sorry, Miss Turner, Helen said, circling the table to stand at the head. She rubbed her hand along the wooden wheel. Part of the deal was to make sure you never left Loch Larney Castle alive. Deal? Paige inquired. What deal? The deal for the mirror, Helen said. Her lips formed a cruel smirk as she spun the wheel until the chains tightened. Paige struggled as pressure built against her limbs. Those werewolves made quite a generous offer, and all I had to do was give them the mirror and kill you. She focused on Paige's face, upside down below her. How could you? Do you know the power that mirror holds? It'll change the entire world. Helen shrugged. Do you know how much it costs to keep up a castle like this? Times are tough. They're going to get tougher when the werewolves get that mirror, Paige shouted. Loch Larney is a little too far north for them. I'm not worried. Now the only thing left to do is kill you. Well, almost the only thing. Paige tugged against the restraints again, trying to free herself. You can't get loose. Don't worry though, dear. I won't kill you on this. I'll be humane and just shoot you in the head. After you torture me first, Paige cried. No, I'll only torture you until you tell me where that blasted little dragon friend of yours is. Paige set her jaw, her features stony. I don't know who you're talking about. Your teal little friend, Dewey Decimal. Where is he? Back at the Shadow Harbor Library, Paige fibbed. Safe and sound and far away from you. You're lying, Helen growled through clenched teeth. You were carrying a pet carrier when you came in. I found it in your room. It holds equipment, special stuff from the library. Helen ratcheted the wheel backward, tugging Paige's limbs taut. Liar! The pressure on her limbs turned uncomfortable, and she wrinkled her forehead as pain set in. I'm not lying! Helen spun the wheel again, pulling her wrists farther away from her ankles. Paige screamed as the medieval machine tore her joints apart. Where is Dewey? Helen shrieked at her. I'll never tell you, Paige shouted at her, earning another tug on the wheel. Tears ran down her face as her muscles burned and her joints ached. I'm going to ask you one more time before I rip your arms from their sockets. Where is Dewey Decimal? Paige gasped in a sob, preparing to utter another non-response when someone else answered for her. Dewey's snarky voice sounded from behind them. I'm right here. She widened her eyes, craning her neck upward to find him. Helen spun in search of the voice, letting tension go on the rack's wheel. The pain eased slightly as the pressure against her limbs slackened. A sickening crack sounded. Helen's head spun from one side to the other, an expression of shock on the woman's face before she slumped to the floor. Dewey dropped the wooden board he held in his hand. It clattered to the floor as he flew toward Paige and hovered over her. Paige, are you all right? I'm okay. Get the keys. Helen threw them over there. Paige flicked her eyes toward the keys on the floor. Dewey flitted toward them, then he scooped them up and raced back to Paige. The keys jingled as his shaking paws tried to find the correct one for the shackles. I'm okay, Dewey, Paige told him. Besides, I could have used that stretch after that long drive. An amused chuckle escaped Dewey's lips as he shoved a rusty key into the lock and freed one of Paige's wrists. He had the other freed in seconds. Paige shot up to sit, tugging at the straps around her ankles. She gasped. They're locked too. Hurry! Dewey flew under the table and unlocked the ankle straps. Paige flipped them open, freeing her legs and swinging them over the table. She leaped off, her knees still wobbly from the rack and the drug they'd used to sedate her. We've got to get out of here, Paige said, grabbing the board Dewey had dropped earlier. No, we need to get that mirror first. Dewey, there's no time for that.
We'll be lucky to get away alive.
Paige, we have to.
Dewey shot her a hard glance.
You were right when you said it has the power to change the world.
Paige swallowed hard, squeezing her lips together as she considered it. With a sharp nod, she agreed. Okay, but I have no idea where to look.
I do, Dewey said. I saw Helen taking one of the werewolves through a secret passage in the library. I think it leads to the mirror.
Maybe they already took it, Paige said as Dewey led her up the stone steps to the first floor. She struggled to stay upright on her weak legs. Dewey shook his head as they reached the top of the stairs and hung a left.
No, he went to get the payment. I heard him say it. We still have a chance to get it.
Paige ran down the hall after Dewey. Wait, the enchantment. It's upstairs in our suite. Dewey shook his head as he zipped along the halls.
No, I grabbed the backpack and disappeared into the secret passage when Helen and the werewolf came in to get you. I hid it in the library.
Let's hope it's still there, Paige said, as they hurried through the wide hallways, their footsteps muted by the thick runners. They passed the entryway with Dewey in the lead. He darted through a set of double doors and swung them shut as Paige raced in behind him. She scanned the room, spotting a fireplace set. She grabbed the poker and slid it into the handles. I hope that'll hold any of our friends at bay. Dewey retrieved the backpack from the storage area under one bookcase. He tossed it to Paige, who slid it onto her back. Dewey flitted to another bookshelf, studying it while rubbing his chin with his finger.
It was somewhere on this shelf.
How did she open it?
Pulled a book.
Dewey tugged on one. It did nothing. He threw it down on the floor and tried another. Paige started at the opposite end, sliding books from the shelf in search of the one that triggered the panel. Are you sure it was this shelf? She asked as the books began to dwindle.
Yes.
They pulled the last book from the shelf.
Okay, so maybe it was this one.
He lowered himself to the shelf below and began pulling books from the shelf. The third book triggered the bookshelf. It popped open toward them. Paige grasped the decorative trim and pulled the heavy bookcase back. Dewey retrieved the flashlight from the backpack and clicked it on as they entered the dark passage. Lit candles glowed along the corridor that sloped downward. They trudged downward, deeper under the castle, until the passage spilled out into a large chamber. Torches burned around the perimeter. Paige stiffened and grabbed Dewey's arm, pointing a finger at the center of the room. Look!
I see it,
Dewey breathed. She pulled her lips back into a smile. The mirror! Chapter 35. Paige took a step toward the tall mirror standing in the center of the chamber. Sculpted metal twisted around the reflective surface in swirls, curling into two horns that poked from the top. She took in a shaky breath as she caught her reflection in the glass.
Wow,
Dewey whispered, flying closer to it and waving at his reflection.
Amazing to think I could pull another me from in there.
Paige gave him a sideways glance. Frightening, in my opinion. Her lips curled into an amused grin as he shot her an annoyed glare, his horns wiggling.
Hey, I'll remind you I just saved your life.
I'm kidding, Paige said as she circled around the mirror, running her hand over the metal. Looks heavy. Dewey approached and tugged at one side. He clenched his teeth, groaning as he tried to lift it.
Oof, it's heavy.
Paige tried to lift it, managing to get it off the ground a few inches. She puffed her cheeks out as she set it back into its stand. Whoa, how are we going to get this out of here? Dewey tapped a finger against his chin as he stared at the mirror. Paige waved him over to the side opposite her. Try to lift it. Let's see if we can budge this. Dewey darted to the opposite side, wrapping his hands around the dowel sticking from the side. Paige grabbed the metal wrapping around the mirror on the other. On 3. She counted down, and they both strained, trying to raise the mirror from its stand. Paige's side hovered over the dirt floor a few inches in the air. Dewey's didn't budge. Ugh, Paige groaned as she let her side of the mirror rest on the thick metal stand. She rubbed her fingers against her forehead as she stared at the large object. Dewey flew around the mirror, stretching his arms to crudely measure it. It'll fit in the rental, I think, but we'll have to lose the stand.
Lose the stand? We'll have to shed about 100 pounds of something else, too, Paige argued. We can't carry this. Dewey hovered in the air in front of the mirror, his finger tapping his chin. Paige shook her head at the heavy item. If we can't get this out of this room, we need to break it. Dewey's eyes shot wide.
Paige, we can't break it. The mission is to retrieve it, not destroy it.
We have to break it, Dewey. We can't let it fall into the hands of the werewolves. Regardless of what the mission parameters state, we can't let this get out. If we can't take it with us, we need to destroy it.
We have no idea if breaking it will destroy it,
Dewey challenged, using air quotes around the last words.
Breaking it may unleash a magic we don't understand. It may create chaos. It may release something we can't control.
Paige cocked a hip and sighed, tapping her temples with her fingertips. Ugh, this is impossible. We can't move this. We'd need an army to help us. A breeze rustled through the chamber, flickering the flames on the torches lining the walls. Voices sounded, echoing through the underground passage. Dewey's eyes widened, and he spun to face Paige.
We'd better figure something out quick. Someone's coming.
Paige flicked her gaze to the opening, then back to the mirror. She pushed her shoulders back and raised her chin, one eyebrow arching high in the air. A smile crossed her lips, and she shoved her glasses higher on her nose. I have an idea. Paige and Dewey crouched behind the mirror. They'd moved it to the left of the door leading into the chamber. Paige's heart thudded in her chest from the quick efforts they'd made and the impending conflict. The approaching voices grew louder as the newcomers approached the secret room. From the sounds of the conversation, 3 people approached. Paige assumed, based on the voices she'd heard, the group consisted of Helen and the 2 werewolves.
Here they come, Dewey whispered. Get ready.
Paige nodded, then leaned to peek around the side of the mirror, giving a signal to the center of the room.
And the mirror's straight ahead?
One of the males asked as the voices became clearer. Aye, right where I showed you before.
I cannot believe you failed to kill the girl,
the other male voice said. Dinna you worry. I'll find her and that cursed little dragon too. They'll pay for what they did. A harsh chuckle sounded, mixing with the sound of their footsteps scraping along the floor.
Oh, I doubt that. They're probably long gone by now.
Then no harm done. You've got your mirror and I've got my money.
Except you failed to hold one part of your bargain.
You changed that when the girl arrived, Helen argued.
I don't much care. The fact is, you failed us, and we don't tolerate failure, Helen.
Another scuffle sounded, followed by the sound of someone choking. Moments later, a thud echoed.
What was that?
Dewey whispered. Paige shot him a worried glance. Sounded like a body hitting the floor.
Yeah, probably Helen's.
I guess now there's only 2 to deal with. Dewey nodded.
The more dangerous 2.
Paige winced and bobbed her head in agreement. Let's hope our little plan works.
Got the keys ready?
Paige reached into her sweater pocket and passed them off to Dewey. Keep them handy. She adjusted the backpack on her back, ready to run as soon as they could. The footsteps grew louder until 2 men entered the room. Paige stood in the center, a hand on her cocked hip. Hello, boys, she said, nudging her glasses higher.
Paige Turner,
the wolf with the slicked-down hair said, taking a step toward her. She raised her eyebrows higher on her forehead. Yup. Heard you wanted me dead.
Wow, she's good,
Dewey whispered to the page crouching next to him. Yeah, Paige breathed. My doppelganger is pretty impressive.
Let's hope the others are just as impressive.
The second wolf circled closer to Paige, his eyes trained on her.
You heard right.
Well, the fake page said, come and get me. The man cracked his neck, curling his hands into fists.
With pleasure.
His skin began to ripple as fur poked from it and his transformation into a wolf began.
Wait a minute,
the other barked.
First, we want the mirror. Where is it?
The duplicate Paige shrugged, her lips puckered. I came here looking for it, but I think Helen pulled a fast one on you.
No,
The shaggy-haired man shouted.
I saw it here.
Did you? Paige inquired. Or are you lying to your friend? He flicked his gaze to the other man.
I saw it. I swear it was here.
The other man smirked, flicking his gaze from his fellow werewolf back to Paige.
Don't worry, Jacob. She's just trying to make us fight amongst ourselves to save her own life.
They each took a few steps toward her. Paige lifted one shoulder in the air, swaying from side to side. Not really. I could care less about my own life. That's only temporary anyway. What I wanted was to draw you into the room a little bit further. The men's foreheads crinkled as they exchanged a glance. Now, my fake friends, Paige called. 2 iterations of Dewey flew from the darkened corners of the room, a rope stretched between them. They circled round and round the 2 men, binding them tightly together. Paige whipped the board Dewey had used earlier to hit Helen and cracked them each across the skull. Their heads lulled as they lost consciousness. Let's go, the real Paige shouted, leaping from behind the mirror and grabbing hold of it. Dewey flew into the air, clutching the key fob for the rental.
Go, Paige Army, go!
An army of 10 duplicate Pages hurried to the mirror and lifted it. Then they raced from the room with the real Paige and Dewey following behind. Paige gave one glance over her shoulder at the 11th copy and the 2 copies of Dewey guarding the incapacitated wolves. Her copy gave her a nod, and the 2 Deweys offered thumbs up. Paige returned the gesture before hurrying behind the small army of copies carrying the mirror from the hidden chamber. A dark heap lay in front of them as they continued up toward the library. Dewey waved the flashlight over it. Paige recognized Helen's lifeless form. She darted toward the woman and stuck her fingers to her throat, feeling for a pulse. She offered the woman a rueful glance as she slid her eyelids closed with her fingertips. You shouldn't have trusted them, Helen. A roar sounded from the secret room. Then a shriek sounded from within, coming from the copy of Paige. Run! Her voice gurgled from inside the chamber.
Come on, Paige,
Dewey shouted, waving her along. Paige rose from her crouch as one of the men stumbled to the doorway, doubling over as he pushed his body to transform into wolf form.
Run, Paige!
Dewey screamed. With wide eyes, Paige spun on her heel and raced up the passage behind the flying dragon. The claws of the wolf scratched at the stone floor behind them as he charged toward them. They skidded out of the passage and into the library. Dewey rammed into the bookshelf, trying to push it closed. Paige leaned her weight against it. It scraped its way across the floor, the gap to the passage closing. Before it shut all the way, a wolf's paw stuck from inside. Yellowed claws dug into the wood, and his bulk pushed back against them.
Push, Paige,
Dewey shouted. Paige spun, pushing her back against the bookcase and bracing her feet. As the large wolf slammed his shoulder into the back of the shelf again, her feet slid on the floor. She winced as she tried to push back. Dewey, she spat out, get the poker and hit him. Dewey glanced across the room at the poker lying on the floor in front of the splintered entry doors. He flitted across the room, snatched the metal rod from the hardwood, and returned. He swung and smacked the wolf's paw with it. The wolf howled, but did not let go of his hold on the shelf. Hit him! Paige screeched. Dewey struck him again and again, but the wolf maintained his grip. The gap began to widen as he pushed Paige further into the room.
It's not working,
Dewey shouted over the wolf's growl. Paige's feet slipped and slid as she struggled to maintain her footing. She glanced at the door and then at Dewey. We'll never make it to the door in time. Go. His eyes widened and he shook his head, worry etched on his face.
No, Paige, we're a team.
Go, she shouted. I can't hold him for much longer, and we both can't make it. Dewey clamped his jaw shut, tears welling in his eyes. He flicked his gaze to the door before he tightened his grip on the poker in his hand.
No.
He tossed the poker in the air, grabbed it underhanded, and rammed it into the wolf's paw. The wolf screeched, and the pressure against the door let up. Blood dripped onto the hardwood. The gap closed as Paige regained her footing, shoving it closed. She rammed it against the wolf's wrist, eliciting another howl. Dewey pulled the poker from his paw and smacked the wound again. The beast withdrew his paw, and they pushed the bookcase closed. "Let's go," Paige said, grabbing Dewey's paw. He landed on her shoulder, balancing a paw against her head as she raced through the splintered door. They scurried through the halls and into the foyer. A cool breeze blew in through the open door. Paige skidded to a stop, changing direction. Her fingertips grazed the floor as she struggled to keep her balance. Dewey's claws dug into her shoulder to hang on. Behind them, something loud banged, and a wolf roared as he burst into the library, having broken down the bookcase. Paige sought to find purchase on the polished floor. She finally gained traction and shot through the door, spotting the contingent of copied pages standing by the car with the mirror. "Unlock the door," she said to Dewey. He aimed the key fob at it, clicking the unlock button. Yellow lights cut through the fog lifting off the nearby loch. One of the 10 page copies wilted to the ground, falling to dust and blowing away in the breeze. "Put the mirror in the car," she shouted to the other copies. One pulled open the back door as another melted to the ground, turning to dust. The mirror wobbled on the side, hitting the gravel hard. "Oh no," Paige said as she closed the distance. "Dewey, get in the car." She hefted the fallen corner of the mirror up as another page flopped to the ground. She shoved the mirror into the car with the help of the remaining copies. It smacked into the door on the opposite side. A 4th page copy shriveled to the ground. "Thanks, Pages. I'm sorry, but I have to run." "Good luck, Paige," the remaining 6 pages answered in unison. As the real Paige slid behind the wheel, another copy withered. Paige fired the engine. "Go, Paige, go!" Dewey shouted. Paige glanced up, following the direction of his trembling paw's pointed finger. Her eyes widened as the wolf appeared at the door. Blood still dripped from his injured paw. Spittle dribbled from his fangs as he narrowed his yellow eyes at the car. She threw the car into reverse and sped backward, spinning the wheel and spiraling the car in a semicircle. She twisted the wheel hard as she pulled the shifter into drive and tromped on the gas pedal. The tires whirled, churning gravel in a high arc behind them as the wheels dug into the driveway. Finally, the car shot forward. "Ah!" they both screamed as the car careened down the driveway wildly. "Paige, get a hold of yourself and drive." "I am driving," she shouted. "Drive better. We're going to wreck into the loch." Dewey waved frantically out the windshield at the fast-approaching water. Paige swerved to the right. The car skidded into a turn, fishtailing as the rear passenger's tire grazed the water. The car shot forward in the new direction, clipping a tree and knocking the mirror off. "I hope you got the insurance," Dewey shouted as he braced himself in the seat. "If not, the library will owe them for a mirror." Paige wrangled the car back onto the driveway and continued away from the castle. She twisted to glance back at the large structure, now shrouded in mist. "Paige, look out!" Dewey screeched. Paige swung her gaze back to the windshield. A giant, hulking wolf stood on its hind legs in their path. "Hang on!" Paige shrieked, gunning the engine. The car rammed into the wolf. It smashed against their hood and toppled into the windshield, cracking it and smearing blood across the glass. The beast rolled up onto the roof, rumbled across the top of the car, and flopped to the ground behind them. Paige glanced in the remaining mirror. The hairy form of the wolf lay unmoving on the road. They remained quiet for a moment as Paige flicked on the windshield wipers, spraying some washer fluid onto the broken glass and allowing the blades to wipe the blood away. She shifted her eyes sideways as they passed between the stone pillars. "You okay?" Dewey sat staring ahead, clinging to the door handle, his claws digging into the leather. "Yup. You?" Paige bobbed her head up and down rapidly. "All good." They drove for another few moments in silence before Paige glanced in the rear-view mirror. "Do you think I killed him?" Dewey's lips turned down into a frown, and he shook his head, finally prying his claws from the door. "Nah, he's just stunned. It takes a lot to kill one of them." Paige blew out a shaky breath. "Oh, great. That's good." "He'll probably really want to kill you now." "What should I do?" Paige asked. "I'd say don't stop driving until we get to the plane." Paige returned her gaze to the road, swallowing hard as she tightened her grip on the wheel. At least we got the mirror.
Yeah,
Dewey said, his voice still shaky.
mission accomplished.
Paige followed Ronnie's pacing back and forth behind her desk. She and Dewey sat in the chairs on the opposite side. Paige pursed her lips, her hands in a white-knuckled grip on the chair's arms.
So, let me get this straight, Ronnie said, raising a finger in the air. You put Dewey into a pet carrier and snuck him from the library. On the way to the plane, you stumbled upon a werewolf lair and stole magic mercury from them after being captured. You then proceeded to travel to 3 separate countries to retrieve a magical enchantment, the mirror, and steal a talisman from another library. She flicked her gaze over her reading glasses at the two of them. Dewey's head, which had been bobbing up and down as she spoke, changed directions.
No.
Ronnie raised her eyebrows at him. Dewey's fingers flicked back and forth.
We stole the talisman first, and then we retrieved the enchantment and the mirror.
Ronnie set her knuckles on the desk, leaning toward them.
My apologies. You stole something first, and then you retrieved the other items.
Dewey poked a finger at her.
Right.
Paige swallowed hard, squeezing her eyes shut.
And during which time, you stole a car, caused 3 accidents on the highway out of town, used a magical item.
Ronnie waved a hand at the Seepy Sap's golden container.
Stole something from a fellow library, endangered the lives of 2 other librarians who, by the way, you may like to know were found unharmed.
Paige blew out a sigh of relief, recalling the less than fortunate fate of their guide. Ronnie continued,
And then you used another magical item to escape from a Scottish castle, damaging your rental car to the tune of...
She swiped a paper from her desk and adjusted her glasses, scanning the number at the bottom.
$12,000.
Paige swallowed hard again, slowly raising her eyes to the director's face.
Uh-huh.
Ronnie arched an eyebrow at them. Dewey waved his paw in the air.
Look, Ronnie, we had a lot going on here. Paige has the mark of the beast. We had to get that talisman to protect her. And we had the whole world-ending thing if the wolves got the mirror. We didn't have time to waste. We were...
Ronnie held up her hand, her eyes sliding closed.
Enough. I've heard enough. There's only one thing left to say.
Paige pursed her lips, wrapping her fingers around her tote's straps and tugging her ID from inside. Her first mission at the library would be her last. At least she'd been successful, and it had been a wild ride, but she'd proven herself irresponsible. She wrapped her fingers around the plastic badge, tears welling in her eyes. She nodded as she blinked them away, flicking her gaze up to Ronnie. The woman stood with her arms crossed, staring down her nose at them. Paige tensed her muscles as she waited for the 2 words announcing the end of her illustrious career as a librarian. Ronnie leaned forward, stretching her arms out and gripping the edge of the desk. A smile cracked the woman's grim expression.
Job well done, you 2.
Paige's jaw dropped open, and she snapped her gaze to Dewey before she refocused on Ronnie. What? Ronnie leaned back, crossing her arms, still grinning.
Great job, you 2.
Are you saying I'm not fired? Ronnie crinkled her brow.
Fired? No. Why would I fire you?
Paige wrinkled her nose. I took Dewey out. I stole from another library. Ronnie waved her hands in the air.
And you retrieved a dangerous magical item in less than a week, kept almost everyone alive, including Dewey, and only wrecked 1 car while fighting the werewolves. Well, technically 2, but 1 we're not paying for. The werewolves can handle that claim themselves.
Paige stared at the blue and gold area rug under her feet. I don't know what to say. I thought you'd be furious.
Mad? I'm thrilled. Way to work a problem, Paige, and use all your resources. Dewey's been trapped in this library for over 10 years. His skills are wasted here. You finally saw his potential and figured out a way to use it. A smile finally crossed her face. She reached over to grab Dewey's paw and squeeze it. He grinned at her. "We're a good team." "Damn right you are, and we're proud to have you."
Paige and Dewey shared a smile.
"And don't worry about the Moscow theft. I'll handle that. You two need to concentrate on curing Paige's beast mark. Now get down to the archives and get on it."
This has been Shadow Beasts, a magical library urban fantasy novel, Shelving Magic, Book 1, written by Nellie H. Steele, narrated by Dana Allen. Copyright 2023 by Melissa Marie Sovac. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.